Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. Pirate. I ate the Buu Fruit. 1BF. Chapter 1 I only know that the dragon's head is worth 20 million, 1/5, please collect flowers. 374ths. Chapter 1 I only know that the dragon's head is worth 20 million, 1/5, please collect flowers. Qin Yu, I'll ask you one last time. Do you really want to go in? At the dock of Cocoa West Village, Qin Yu, who had just walked down from the boat, turned his head and looked at the girl behind him who had short orange hair and a delicate face. Although she was only 17 or 18 years old, she had an impressive figure. You'd better think it over carefully. You still have a chance to turn back now. But once you set foot in the Dragon Empire, you will never have a chance to regret it. Nami, haven't we agreed? You are responsible for sailing, and I am responsible for hunting. The bounty of pirates is divided in half, Qin Yu said in a flat tone. But the pirates this time are completely different from the previous ones. Do you know who is the pirate who rules here? It is a fish-man dragon that can crush a cannonball with one bite and lift a house with one hand. Don't think that you are demon fruit power, and you are really invincible. The dragon is so powerful that it is not comparable to the pirates you hunted in the past. Nami's tone suddenly became a little excited. She didn't know what was wrong with her. It was obviously just a temporary cooperation, a partner who was here to help me make money. If he died, he died. There was no need for me to worry about this man. At worst, after he died, I would find another pirate hunter to help me make money. I'm not interested in knowing who he is or what he is capable of. I only know that his head is worth 20 million berry. Qin Yu seemed to be unable to hear the warning and worry in Nami's words. Stupid, I'm just afraid that you have money but no life to spend it. Nami saw that Qin Yu's reaction was so calm, as if he couldn't hear her worry, and her tone suddenly became 3 points colder. Squeak. Qin Yu heard the words, and the steps he was about to take forward suddenly paused, then turned around, and before Nami was caught off guard, he suddenly tore off the sleeve on her left shoulder. Nami's pretty face was anxious, and her right hand subconsciously tried to cover the hideous tattoo on her left shoulder. I already knew your identity a long time ago. Before she raised her right hand, Qin Yu had already reached out and grabbed her tattoo. Even if his head is not worth 20 million, he must die today. You will die. Nami was originally anxious and angry about Qin Yu's actions. But when she heard the cold murderous intent in his voice and felt the warmth of his palm on her shoulder, Nami's anger was extinguished. Didn't you say before that you must redeem Cocoa West Village yourself? If I win, the bounty on the dragon's head will belong to me. If I die, you will tell the dragon that I forced you to bring me to Cocoa West Village with a knife. After that, you will receive my inheritance and use it to buy back Cocoa West Village. Qin Yu looked at Nami, whose eyes were slightly red at this time, and his mind could not help but emerge the scene of him being trapped in the sea and about to drown in despair that day, when a mermaid-like figure suddenly appeared. That bright orange hair and bright eyes also became the most unforgettable memory of his crossing to this world. Recalling all this, the murderous intent in his heart suddenly burst out. Nami was stunned when she heard this. Her slightly red eyes couldn't help but show a trace of tears. Originally, she thought Qin Yu came to Kizaru village for the bounty of the dragon's head. But now she realized that everything Qin Yu did was for her. Qin Yu, you big fool, come back to me immediately. When Nami came back to her senses from her shock and found that Qin Yu, who was standing in front of her just now, could no longer see his back, she hurriedly ran towards the direction of the Dragon Empire. It should be here. Qin Yu took a look at the huge building in front of him that was different from the houses in Kizaru village. He knew without a sign that this was the so-called Dragon Empire. Maybe the fishmen of the dragon pirates thought that the humans here dared not to enter their empire, let alone harm them. There was no fishman guarding the huge Dragon Empire. Bang! A loud noise suddenly startled the fishmen in the Dragon Empire. Whether it was the dragons lying on the edge of the swimming pool to bask in the sun, or the fishmen playing and frolicking in the sea water, they all looked at the source of the sound. It would have been better if they hadn't looked. This look immediately angered many fishmen. Under their angry eyes, a young man with black hair and black eyes stepped through the broken door and walked in unscrupulously as if he was going home. Dragon pirates. Dragon. Very good. It's really great that all the garbage among you fishmen are gathered here. It saves me from wasting time and effort to find them one by one. Qin Yu smashed the door with a punch, stepped into the Dragon Empire, and looked around the scene, and then fixed his eyes on the dragon lying on the beach chair. Lowly human, do you know how stupid you just did? The dragon sat up straight, and a ferocious look gradually emerged in his eyes. To provoke the noble fishman is to pay with your life. I think you misunderstood. I came here not to provoke the fishman, but to clean up the fishman garbage floating on East Blue. You don't have to be grateful or repay me. I charge for cleaning up the garbage. After cleaning up all of you fishmen, I will take your heads to Marine to ask for garbage cleaning fees. As soon as Qin Yu finished speaking, the overwhelming murderous aura immediately swept over every fishman. Chapter 2 Human Fruit Mythical Beast Buu Form 2/5, please collect flowers. 374ths. Chapter 2 Human Fruit Mythical Beast Buu Form 2/5, please collect flowers. Previous. Next. It seems that East Blue is really too comfortable. Even some random people who jumped out of nowhere dare to challenge our dragon pirates. The dragon folded his arms in front of his chest, and then looked at Qin Yu deeply. remove his limbs, tie him to the gate of the Dragon Empire, and let him bleed to death slowly. He is mine. The many fishmen present were staring at Qin Yu with murderous eyes. Now that the dragon's order came out, these hideous fishmen immediately rushed towards Qin Yu like tigers out of the cage, picking up weapons one by one. Puff. The wrist strength of ordinary fishmen is already 10 times that of humans. These fishmen who rushed towards Qin Yu have been fighting in the sea for many years, and their physique is stronger than that of ordinary fishmen. In less than 3 seconds, dozens of fishmen who were originally 100 meters away had already pounced in front of Qin Yu, and swung the weapons in their hands and smashed Qin Yu. In an instant, Qin Yu's body was full of various weapons. Steel knives, harpoons, and spears pierced every part of his body except his heart and brain. Tisk, I thought this human was so arrogant, he must have some skills. I just wanted to stretch my muscles, but I didn't expect him to be so vulnerable. As one of the 3 major cadres of the dragon pirates, Ju saw Qin Yu's body full of weapons, and a hint of sarcasm flashed across his face. The sea lacks everything, but it doesn't lack humans who can only talk nonsense. Kruby, who is also a cadre of the dragon pirates, also shook his head disdainfully. Okay, don't chop anymore. If you chop again, this low-level human will die. I, dragon, always keep my word. Since I just said that I would remove his limbs and hang him at the door to let him bleed to death, I must do it. Originally, Dragon wanted to humiliate Qin Yu and have some fun, so he waved his hand without interest. Did you hear what the evil dragon said? Stop it, don't poke his body with your weapons. Xiaoba, the most stubborn of the 3 cadres, rushed over to stop the fishmen who were so excited that they wanted to cut Qin Yu a few more times. Is it over so soon? I want to cut a few more times. Although these fishmen were a little dissatisfied with the battle ending so quickly, they still put down their weapons as they said, and then reached out to grab Qin Yu, who was lying on the ground and had been chopped into a human stick by them. Seeing that you have chopped enough, it's my turn next. Qin Yu, who was chopped into a human stick, suddenly opened his eyes. I saw that his limbs that were broken into sections were not only reassembled instantly, but even the wounds on his body that crisscrossed and penetrated his internal organs suddenly healed. Looking around, Qin Yu was intact at this time. If it weren't for the tattered clothes he was wearing, the fishmen present would even suspect that their swords and guns had never hit him before. After his body recovered in an instant, Qin Yu raised his hand and grabbed the head of a knife-wielding fishman. 2 fingers pierced his eyes like daggers and reached his brain instantly. Even if the fishman's physique is far better than that of ordinary humans, he will die on the spot after his brain is pierced by a finger and his body twitches slightly. 1, 2, 3. At this time, Qin Yu seemed to have turned into a Shira who harvested human lives. His hands and feet turned into the most terrifying weapons. When he caught a fishman, he would either pierce his eyes or break his throat. Watching their compatriots fall one by one, these fishmen were angry on the spot. They instantly threw the evil dragon's orders behind their heads and waved their weapons to Qin Yu's vital parts. But Qin Yu was like a biological weapon that only knew how to kill and didn't know what pain and injury were. Facing the attacks of many fishmen, let alone dodging, he didn't even have defense. His limbs were cut off, and he was killing people. Even with 1,000 feet piercing his heart, he was still killing people. Even with his body chopped into dozens of pieces, he was still killing people. At first, the fishmen who besieged Qin Yu still knew how to be terrified, screamed, and retreated. But a minute later, the huge dragon empire was only filled with corpses and there was no screaming. Is this still a human? How can he not be killed? Looking at Qin Yu, who was soaked in the blood of the fishmen, Kruby was no longer as arrogant as before. At this moment, when he looked at Qin Yu, his eyes were already covered with fear. In his opinion, there are 2 most terrible enemies in the world. One is so powerful that it makes people despair. The other is to stand still and let you attack without moving, until you are exhausted and fall to the ground, but the opponent is still unharmed. Obviously, Qin Yu has firmly occupied the second type at present. Demon fruit power. But what kind of power is this? Why have I never heard of it? Ju glanced at the corpses scattered all over the ground, and even he didn't notice that his feet actually moved slightly backwards. Human, what devil fruit did you eat? The dragon, who was originally sitting on a beach chair with his hands clasped in front of his chest to watch the show, stood up excitedly and roared at Qin Yu with a look of shock and anger. Human fruit mythical beast Buu form. Facing the dragon's hideous face, the murderous aura that was so strong that it almost filled every corner of the dragon empire, Qin Yu calmly spit out the name of a devil fruit that did not belong to the Grand Line. Chapter 3 Super Cell Regeneration 3/5 Please collect flowers. 4374. Chapter 3 Super Cell Regeneration 3/5 Please collect flowers. Previous. Next. Mythical beasts. The dragon, who had been eager to cut Qin Yu into pieces and avenge his dead compatriots, suddenly changed color when he heard Qin Yu say that the devil fruit he ate was his own mythical beast. He may not know what kind of mythical beasts Buu's form is, but he has been to the New World and knows very well how much weight the 3 words, mythical beasts, represent in this sea. As far as he knows, among the few mythical beasts known in the Grand Line, the weakest one is a vice-emperor. That's why, even though the dragon wanted to cut Qin Yu, who he regarded as a low-level animal, into pieces, he was still a little timid after learning that Qin Yu was a mythical beast. Damn human, you actually killed so many of Xiaoba's people. Xiaoba will not let you go. Compared to the dragon who was frightened by the reputation of the mythical beast species and thus hesitated to move forward, Xiaoba, who was relatively simple-minded, saw the corpses of fishmen all over the ground, and his eyes turned blood red in an instant. He didn't care about the mythical beast species or the Buu form. He only wanted to avenge the tribe members who died tragically in front of him, so he immediately picked up 6 long swords and rushed towards Qin Yu who was close at hand. Xiaoba, stop! Krubi, who had also heard of the name of the mythical beast species, immediately shouted loudly to stop Xiaoba from being so reckless. Damn it, it's too late. I'll go help him. Zhu took a deep breath, and a look of determination flashed in his eyes. He was not a simple-minded Xiaoba. On the contrary, he, like the dragon and Krubi, knew how important the 3 words, mythical beast species, were. But now Qin Yu has come to them, and he doesn't want to close his eyes and wait for death. Seeing that he can't dissuade Xiaoba, he simply besieges Qin Yu with Xiaoba. Damn it! Krubi saw it, gritted his teeth, and rushed towards Qin Yu. He may indeed be a fantasy beast ability user. But he should have just eaten the devil fruit and hasn't developed his ability yet. The evil dragon standing behind them subconsciously wanted to call the 3 of them. But when he thought that Qin Yu did not show the terrifying strength of the fantasy beast ability users in his memory, his heart suddenly moved slightly. It's just right to let Xiaoba and the other 3 test this human. Thinking of this, the evil dragon narrowed his eyes and stared at Qin Yu who was besieged by the 3 cadres. Xiaoba, Krubi, I'll cover you. Chu opened his mouth and spit out a water gun with extremely strong impact and a whistling sound, hitting Qin Yu's left chest, and Qin Yu's left chest was sunken on the spot. Good opportunity. Krubi's eyes lit up immediately. He rushed forward without thinking, and punched Qin Yu in the right chest with all his strength. 1000-tile punch. At the same time, Xiaoba, with bloodshot eyes, also swung 6 long swords, and his body strangled Qin Yu like a spinning top. 6-blade secret. 6-blade waltz. Bang. Swish. Qin Yu, who was hit by the strongest blow from the 3 cadres, had his left and right chest sunken on the spot, and his body immediately showed the thick and hideous knife wounds of 6 paths. But Xiaoba and the other 2 did not notice that Qin Yu, who suffered such serious injuries, did not shed a drop of blood all over his body. This is the end of you killing Xiaoba's people. Just as Xiaoba put away his sword and turned around, Qin Yu, who was cut into 6 pieces by him, took a breath, and his upper body, which was sunken by Krubi and Zhu, swelled up again like a balloon. At the same time, his body, which had been broken into 6 pieces, reassembled like plasticine, without any trace of wounds. I don't think the end you said is that terrible. Qin Yu, who had recovered in an instant, stretched out his left and right hands. Under the dull eyes of Zhu and Krubi, his hands actually bounced out like rubber arms. With a bang, Krubi and Zhu, who were 10 meters away, had been pierced through the right and left chests by Qin Yu's hands. Is this the ability of the mythical beast Buu form? Krubi's pupils collapsed instantly, his right chest was completely pierced, and his lungs were blown up. After a weak murmur, he fell to the ground powerlessly. Zhu, whose physique was slightly worse than Krubi, only had time to scream after his heart was pierced, and he died on the spot. Die for Xiaoba. Xiaoba saw Qin Yu kill 2 leaders of the dragon pirates in an instant, and was so anxious that he swung his sword at Qin Yu again. But before he could even lift his sword, Qin Yu grabbed his neck and lifted him up. Put me down. Xiaoba, who was lifted in the air, did not give up and cut off Qin Yu's arm with a knife. But before his severed arm fell to the ground, it was reconnected to the wound and healed completely. Obviously, even if Xiaoba tried his best, the damage he caused to Qin Yu could not catch up with Qin Yu's recovery speed. What a waste of effort. Qin Yu sneered in his heart. He was a person with the ability to eat the mythical beast species Buu form. He naturally also had the most iconic super cell regeneration ability of Majin Buu. Although he has just obtained the Buu Fruit, his current recovery speed is not as fast as that of Majin Buu in the Dragon Ball world. He still has the terrifying regeneration ability to quickly restore his body to a complete state as long as there is a cell in his body. Don't say that Hachi is just a mediocre swordsman. Even the great swordsman who can split mountains and seas, split gold and break rocks can't kill him. Chapter 4 It turns out that your backstage name is Pluton Rayleigh, 4/5, please collect flowers. 5374. Chapter 4 It turns out that your backstage name is Pluton Rayleigh, 4/5, please collect flowers. Previous. Next. Wait, you can't kill Xiaoba. Seeing Qin Yu's posture of killing Xiaoba, the evil dragon who was watching from the side gnashing his teeth and feeling fear could no longer help but shout. What you said is really interesting. Qin Yu heard this, and his face couldn't help showing a hint of teasing. Evil dragon, why can't you tell me why I can't kill him? Do you know who Pluton Rayleigh is? The evil dragon's face twitched when he spoke, but thinking of Qin Yu's method of slaughtering fish people and his desperate regeneration ability. He could only bring out the human beings he hated the most in his life as a life-saving talisman. Pluton Rayleigh, I think it's hard to find a few people in this sea who don't know this name. When Qin Yu heard the name of this legend, his eyes narrowed slightly. You know who Pluton Rayleigh is, but do you know that Xiaoba, who is being pinched by you, is Pluton Rayleigh's savior? I am not afraid to tell you the truth. Pluton Rayleigh once said that he would never allow anyone to bully Xiaoba. Although the evil dragon felt a sense of shame, in front of his life, he still gritted his teeth and brought out Pluton's name to intimidate Qin Yu. If you know what's good for you, put Xiaoba down and get out of the evil dragon empire immediately. Otherwise, even if you are a fantasy beast, you can't bear the wrath of Pluten Rayleigh. Oh, so your backer is Pluten Rayleigh. That's really disrespectful. Qin Yu looked up at Xiao Ba, whose eyes were widened by his pinching, and his right hand loosened slightly. It's not too late for you to know now, as long as you put Xiao Ba down. When the evil dragon saw that Qin Yu's right hand showed signs of loosening, his face suddenly became happy, and he hurriedly continued to put pressure on Qin Yu. Crack. But he had just finished half of his words when a cracking sound came from Xiao Ba's throat, instantly stuffing all the words that were about to come out of his mouth back. Don't you know who Pluten Rayleigh is? The dragon saw Qin Yu, who had originally let go, suddenly crush Xiao Ba's neck, and his mind instantly became blank. When he came to his senses, he asked Qin Yu in a bitter tone. The right wrist of the Pirate King. Qin Yu spit out 6 words. Since you know, you still dare to kill Xiao Ba, aren't you afraid that the vice captain of the Pirate King will kill you? The dragon was stunned for a moment, and then asked, I'm glad you can still consider my safety before you die, but unfortunately, there is no one in this sea who can kill me. If Pluten Rayleigh really wants to find me for this octopus, then I really want to see whether his sword kills me first or I take everything from him first. When Qin Yu said that he took everything from him, a light suddenly appeared in his eyes that the evil dragon couldn't understand, but felt trembling all over. He didn't know what kind of look it was. He only knew that the look Qin Yu gave him at this time was exactly the same as the look he gave him when he said he took everything from Pluten Rayleigh. Madman, monster. Facing Qin Yu in front of him, the evil dragon felt what fear was for the first time. He never thought that he, who always regarded humans as inferior creatures, would be so afraid of a human one day. Since your last words have been explained, I should also clear you out, the biggest garbage in Kiki Yaxi village. When Qin Yu saw the fear flashing in the eyes of the evil dragon, the corners of his mouth first curled up, and then he dodged and rushed towards the evil dragon. Human, don't think that I, the evil dragon, am really afraid of you. No matter what kind of ability you are just a low-level creature. The evil dragon, who was forced to retreat, seemed to have aroused a ferocity. Facing Qin Yu who was rushing towards him, he immediately picked up the chair beside him and smashed it at Qin Yu like a cannonball. At the same time, he dodged and rushed to the edge of the swimming pool not far away, grabbed a ball of water, and then threw it out. Anyone with an ability should be afraid of water. Looking at the gushing water, a glimmer of hope flashed in the eyes of the evil dragon. Is this your last struggle? Qin Yu raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and his body fell instantly, sliding along the ground like a ball of liquid. First the oncoming chair and water flow, and then suddenly flew in front of the evil dragon. What kind of monster body is this? Even the well-informed evil dragon was shocked by Qin Yu's incredible body structure. However, when he saw Qin Yu rushing in front of him, he turned around and jumped into the swimming pool. Want to leave? Qin Yu stretched out his right hand, and his right arm shot out like a laser. When the evil dragon flew up and was about to sink into the swimming pool connected to the sea, a right hand over 15 meters long grabbed his neck first and pulled him back forcibly. Go to hell. Seeing that there was no hope of escape, the evil dragon, who didn't want to end up like Xiao Ba, opened his mouth and bit Qin Yu's head. But he didn't see that when he was about to bite Qin Yu's head, Qin Yu was looking at him as if he were looking at a plate of chicken. Chapter 5 The Terror of Buu's Fruit. Absorbing the Dragon 5/5, please collect flowers. 6/374. Chapter 5 The Terror of Buu's Fruit. Absorbing the Dragon 5/5, please collect flowers. Previous. Next. Puff. The dragon's sharp teeth closed, and with the bite force that could crush even a cannonball, it landed on Qin Yu's brain, instantly biting his head like a watermelon. I don't believe that you can survive after I bit your head. The dragon stared fiercely at Qin Yu, who had lost his head. Have you forgotten what I said just now? No one in this sea can kill me. Qin Yu's bitten head was instantly reassembled in midair. Are you a human or a ghost? The dragon's pupils shrank, and a trace of fear that seemed to be real climbed into his eyes. You will know what I am soon. Qin Yu took a deep look at the dragon who was close at hand, and then the dragon's arm that was holding the dragon suddenly exploded, turning into a pink meatball, wrapping up the dragon. What is this? Get out of my way. When the dragon saw Qin Yu's arm suddenly exploded, he had already felt a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart. When he saw Qin Yu's exploded arm, which turned into a pink flesh ball that surrounded his entire body, he felt unprecedented horror and despair in his heart. This is one of my abilities. I think you will like it. Qin Yu looked at the dragon who was still struggling after being surrounded by the pink flesh ball, and the smile in his eyes became more intense. You cannibal demon, you want to eat me. The dragon felt the continuous powerlessness in his body, and suddenly remembered the look Qin Yu had just given him. That look was exactly the same as the look he gave the food in his mouth when he was eating. At this time, a thought that made him crazy, desperate, and even couldn't help screaming hit his heart. No, I don't eat people, let alone fish people. I just want to absorb you. Qin Yu shook his head and corrected. You are not human at all. When the dragon saw that his body was shrinking, and the pink flesh covering him was expanding and seemed to be about to swallow him up, he knew that he was doomed today. But he didn't expect that his death would be so horrible. Yes, I am not human. You should call me Majin Buu. Qin Yu stared at the dragon's eyes, and at the moment when he was completely swallowed by the pink flesh, he uttered a name that would make all the strong men in this sea turn pale in the future. Majin Buu. After the dragon uttered a faint murmur, his tall and strong body was completely swallowed by the flesh. After swallowing the dragon, the flesh that was only the size of an arm instantly returned to Qin Yu's body and then merged into Qin Yu's body bit by bit. Chi. When the flesh that swallowed the dragon was completely integrated with Qin Yu, a red light suddenly burst out from his body. Then, his height, which was only 1.7 meters, suddenly increased to nearly 1.9 meters, and his originally thin muscles suddenly expanded. If, before absorbing the evil dragon, he gave people the feeling of a human-shaped cheetah, then after absorbing the evil dragon, he gave people the feeling of a human-shaped tiger. Fortunately, it's just a little taller, and the muscle dimension is relatively larger. There is no change in appearance. Qin Yu walked to the edge of the swimming pool, and after seeing his own changes clearly through the reflection in the water, he was relieved. He was a little worried that he would be like Majin Buu in the Dragon Ball world, and his appearance, body shape, and even temperament would change dramatically every time he absorbed a different opponent. Now that he saw that after absorbing the evil dragon, except for growing a little taller and becoming a little stronger, there was no change, and his last concern was put down. Let me see how much improvement absorbing the evil dragon has brought me. After having no worries, Qin Yu immediately began to check his own changes. He first buried his head in the seawater, and then took a breath carefully. This breath made him feel happy. His appearance and features had not changed at all, and he still looked like a human. But he had the ability of the fishman to breathe in the water. Let's try the teeth and bite force again. After realizing his own changes, Qin Yu became more excited. He quickly stood up, picked up a long knife on the ground, and then opened his mouth and bit it. Crack! With a sound of metal clashing, the long knife broke into two halves in an instant. The teeth were still human teeth, but no matter how strong and sharp the teeth themselves were, or the strength of the bite force, they had become comparable to that of a dragon. Haha, it's really great. It's worthy of being the Buu Fruit that perfectly inherited all the abilities of Majin Buu. It's really terrifyingly powerful, even though Qin Yu's mentality now is no longer comparable to that of an ordinary earthling in the past. After seeing the absorption ability of the Buu Fruit, he couldn't help laughing. Qin Yu, did you do all this? At this time, Nami, who had arrived late, finally arrived. But when she stepped into the Dragon Empire and saw the corpses of fishmen everywhere, her mind suddenly became blank. Chapter 6 Nami, you are free. 1/5, please collect flowers. 7/374. Chapter 6 Nami, you are free. 1/5, please collect flowers. Previous. Next. I'm sorry to disappoint you. You have no chance to inherit my property. Qin Yu also put away the smile on his face when he heard Nami's slightly trembling voice. Although he did not directly admit that he did it, the corpses all over the ground are undoubtedly the best proof. Where is the evil dragon? Nami took a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, and then asked a name that had brought unparalleled pain to her family. Dead. Qin Yu uttered two words in a flat voice. Dead. Dead. Haha. Belmere, did you hear it? That fishman is dead. The fishman who killed you, the fishman dragon that harmed our Kokoaxi village, is dead. Nami heard this, her body trembled slightly, and then she raised her head and laughed. But as she laughed, 2 lines of tears slid down her pretty face. I can't participate in your past. I can't redeem your childhood for you. But I can get involved in your present. I can also rewrite your future for you. Qin Yu walked to Nami, who was kneeling on the ground, crying and laughing, and then reached out to press her left shoulder. Under Nami's puzzled tearful gaze, a ball of pink light bloomed from Qin Yu's palm. When the pink light disappeared and Qin Yu retracted his right hand, Nami suddenly found that the tattoo of the dragon pirates, which had been engraved on her left shoulder in her childhood and brought her countless nightmares and pain, had disappeared. Gone. Seeing this scene, Nami looked like she had just woken up from a dream. Not only is the tattoo gone, and, Nami, you are free. Qin Yu's words made Nami unable to suppress her inner excitement and she threw herself into his arms. Thank you. Nami buried her head in Qin Yu's arms and whimpered slightly. She didn't expect that the landlubber she accidentally met and rescued from the sea out of kindness would actually repay her kindness and bring her such a new life. No need to thank me. Just remember that the bounty for the dragon's head belongs to me. Qin Yu touched the back of Nami's head. Don't even think about it. One thing is one thing. We have already agreed that as partners, the bounty for hunting pirates must be split in half. Hearing the word money, Nami, who was originally in great joy and sorrow, immediately raised her pretty face with tears in her eyes and said to Qin Yu. Then I saved you 100 million to redeem the village. Barry, how do you say this? Seeing Nami re-energized and returning to her true self, Qin Yu smiled slightly in his heart, but he didn't give in. It's not that he is greedy for money, but to survive in the Grand Line, you can never do without the word money. Going to sea requires money. Eating and drinking requires money. Buying things also requires money. You did it voluntarily. I didn't force you. Nami's eyes rolled. Anyway, I can't give you the head of the evil dragon. But I can give you half of the reward for the heads of the fishmen on this ground. The evil dragon was completely absorbed by him, so Qin Yu naturally couldn't take out the head of the evil dragon to exchange for the reward. That's better. Hearing this, Nami smiled lightly. Go, tell everyone in Kokoa West Village about the evil dragon empire. I think your family has been waiting for this day for a long time. Seeing Nami's money-grubbing look, even though Qin Yu had seen her for more than the first day, he still felt a little amused. Yeah, Nami first looked at Qin Yu deeply, then kissed him on the mouth like lightning, and then quickly left. Qin Yu felt the fragrance coming from his mouth and couldn't help but lose his mind for a moment. Obviously, he didn't expect Nami to kiss him suddenly. When he came to his senses, Nami had already run out of the evil Dragon Empire and disappeared. The news of the destruction of the Dragon Empire swept the entire Cocoa West village like a level 10 storm that day. Every villager who learned that the dragon pirates were killed by Qin Yu was so excited that they cried with joy. It is conceivable how badly their village has been harmed by the dragon pirates over the years. On the night of the collapse of the Dragon Empire, all the villagers gathered together and held a grand bonfire party. As Qin Yu, who slaughtered the dragon pirates, was warmly entertained by all the villagers of Cocoa West Village. Especially when it came to the dancing session of the bonfire party, not only did the young girls in the village come to Qin Yu to dance, but even Nami's sister Nokiko took the initiative to invite Qin Yu to dance with her. Our great hero, can you tell me how you and Nami met? Nokiko asked while dancing with Qin Yu. So you asked me to dance for a purpose. Qin Yu teased Nuo Qigao. The curiosity and yearning for the past deeds of heroes, this seems to be a characteristic of every girl who is in love, right? Nuo Qigao smiled slightly. But I don't think you have any signs of being in love with me. When Qin Yu saw Nuo Qigao still staring at him with burning eyes, he also shook his head and laughed. In fact, my meeting with Nami was full of coincidences. At that time, I had just arrived at East Blue, but I accidentally fell into the sea. You also know that all demon fruit power are landlubbers, and of course I am no exception. Quote, Chapter 7 Marine, a bunch of useless guys, 2/5, please collect flowers. 8374. Chapter 7 Marine, a bunch of useless guys, 2/5, please collect flowers. Previous, next, so you drowned. Nohigo couldn't believe that Qin Yu, who single-handedly destroyed the Dragon Empire, would actually drown. At that time, I didn't know that I was a demon fruit power. When I was trapped in the sea, I realized that I had become a landlubber. Qin Yu smiled bitterly. He didn't know that he would travel to the One Piece world with the Buu Fruit. He didn't know that the way he traveled would be to fall from the sky and fall to East Blue. Every time he recalled that he almost became the first person with the ability to drown after traveling since the beginning of the world, he felt depressed. You met Nami at that time and were rescued by her. Nohigo listened with relish. Well, you are absolutely right. Qin Yu nodded, with a flash of reminiscence in his eyes. In fact, Nami was not the only one in that sea area at that time. When I was drowning, there was a marine ship besides Nami. But the only one who saved me was Nami. Marine is indeed a group of useless guys. In times of crisis, you can't count on Marine at all. Nokigo thought of the dragon killing Belmere and harassing Cocoa West Village for many years without Marine coming. He immediately sighed with empathy. No wonder you traveled thousands of miles to come and destroy the dragon pirates. It turns out that there is such a past between you and Nami. She gave me hope when I was sinking. So I also want to bring her light when she is trapped in the sea of suffering. Qin Yu said here, looking at Nami, who showed a bright red smile under the reflection of the bonfire. In fact, you not only brought light to Nami, your light also shines on me and everyone in Kokoyasi village. Nochigao looked at Qin Yu, who was immediately invited by other girls who had been waiting for a long time to dance in the bonfire after dancing with her, and raised a touching smile on the corner of his mouth. Pa, Qin Yu, don't sleep anymore, get up quickly. Something big is going to happen. The next morning, Nochigao suddenly opened the door, rushed to the bed and shouted loudly. What's wrong? Qin Yu, who was still sleeping soundly in bed, woke up instantly. Bang! Just when Nochigao was about to speak to make things clear, a gunshot suddenly came from outside the house. Qin Yu, who was still a little sleepy, heard the gunshot and his eyes turned cold. At that moment, he didn't care to listen to what Nochigao said, and immediately rushed out. Everyone, step back immediately. I am Colonel Mouse of the 16th Marine Division. Now you have half an hour to hand over all the property held by the dragon pirates. At the entrance of Cocoa West Village, Colonel Mouse, who was wearing a marine uniform and a hat and looked a little wretched, said to Nami and others surrounded by a group of marine soldiers. When Dragon was here, why didn't you Marines come to destroy him? Now that the dragon pirates have been destroyed by us, you immediately pounce on him like a group of hyenas and want to plunder his property. HMPH. Don't even think about it. Nami ignored the obstruction of Aegean, the police officer stationed in Cocoa West Village, and jumped out to scold Colonel Mouse at the first time. Shut up. When will it be your turn to teach us Marines how to do things? Are you challenging the dignity of our Marines? Colonel Mouse's face suddenly became a little embarrassed when he heard this. If it were normal times, he would have opened fire long ago. But thinking of the destruction of the dragon pirates, and seeing the group of villagers standing behind Nami looking at them covetously, Colonel Mouse, who was afraid of causing public anger, immediately relaxed his expression slightly. The sea area that we Marine are responsible for is extremely vast, and we have to chase and destroy countless pirate groups every day. It's not that we don't want to destroy the dragon pirates, but we can't get away from it. Oh, so that's it. You couldn't get away from destroying the dragon, but why don't you get away from it now when you come to rob money? Nami heard this and sneered. Little girl, shut up. What do you know about a yellow-haired girl like you who knows nothing? Being repeatedly contradicted by Nami, Colonel Mouse was also angry. At that moment, He waved his hand violently, and dozens of Marine soldiers behind him immediately raised their rifles and pointed them at Nami and others. I will say this for the last time. The money of the dragon pirates is stolen money, and we have the right to take it back for examination. If you don't hand over the stolen money within half an hour, I will regard your behavior as a blatant confrontation with the Marines. When the time comes, don't blame me for being ruthless under my gun. You are simply shameless. Okay, the property of the dragon pirates can be given to you, but you must leave immediately and must not harm anyone in this village in any way. Just when Nami wanted to angrily scold Colonel Mouse, Qin Yu, who heard the news, reached out and pressed her mouth to stop her from continuing. Our Marines' duty is to protect ordinary citizens, how can we hurt them? As long as you hand over the pirate stolen money that does not belong to you, I guarantee that all villagers will not be harmed at all. When Colonel Mouse heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 8. To kill someone, you need to set fire to him. To destroy a body, you need to destroy all traces. 3/5. Please collect flowers. 9/374. Chapter 8. To kill someone, you need to set fire to him. To destroy a body, you need to destroy all traces. 3/5. Please collect flowers. Previous. Next. I also believe that Marine will not do this. Qin Yu nodded, and then, regardless of Nami's livid face, he said directly to Nokigao, let the villagers move all the dragon's property here. I understand. Nokigao looked at Qin Yu deeply, as if he could see through him. 20 minutes later, 10 boxes full of berry and gold and silver treasures were carried to the entrance of the village by dozens of villagers. This is what you want. Now please leave Kokoyashi village immediately. Qin Yu said, take all the stolen money back to the base. After seeing the dazzling array of treasures, Colonel Mouse just wanted to take the property back to Marine base immediately, and he would not stay in Kokoyashi village any longer. Why did you give them all the money? Have you forgotten that it was this Colonel Mouse who did not save you when you were drowning? After seeing Colonel Mouse wait for Marine to board the ship and leave, Nami could no longer suppress her dissatisfaction and said loudly to Qin Yu. I have always had a bad memory for the dead. Qin Yu ignored the shock on Nokigao's face and stared at the Marine ship going away. It should be no problem to encounter a shipwreck at this distance. So you want. Quote. Nami suddenly reacted after hearing this. If I had killed those Marines just now, I could have just walked away. But after the Marines tracked them down, the only victim was this village. Qin Yu glanced at Nami. At this moment, his thoughts were clearly exposed. I misunderstood you just now. I'm really sorry. Nami, who had reacted, saw that Qin Yu had considered the matter so carefully, but he loudly blamed her, and she couldn't help but lower her head in shame. If you let that Marine ship get lost, then the 5 boxes of treasure I lost will be counted on you. Qin Yu said, with a talented navigator like me here, what's wrong with letting them run 30 miles first? Hearing that she had to pay for it herself, Nami immediately threw away the embarrassment just now and hurriedly boarded the ship and sailed away. On the other side, Colonel Mouse and others who had already boarded the ship and left had no idea that a terrifying murderous intent had begun to attack them. Colonel, your methods are really powerful. You just came out and took away the treasures accumulated by the evil dragon for decades. This time, we are completely convinced. At this time, Colonel Mouse, who had returned with a full load, was sitting on the Marine ship, enjoying the flattery of many Marine soldiers around him while admiring the treasures placed in front of him. Speaking of this, I really have to thank the little devil who jumped out at the end. If he wasn't so timid, it would not be so easy for me to receive the treasures of the evil dragon. When Colonel Mouse heard this, a hint of pride suddenly rose at the corner of his mouth. Since you want to thank me so much, repay me with your life. A strange voice suddenly sounded, and Colonel Mouse turned around suddenly. Who? As soon as Colonel Mouse turned around, an arm over 10 meters long suddenly shot out, instantly grabbed his neck, and then lifted him up. It's you. At this time, after seeing clearly that the person coming was Qin Yu, who had just been ridiculed by him, Colonel Mouse's face was only filled with endless fear, and there was no pride at all. Quick, shoot, save. Qin Yu's right hand exerted force and instantly crushed Colonel Mouse's throat. Colonel Mouse, who was about to ask for help from the soldiers on the Marine ship, suddenly fell limply in the air. Fire! Kill him and help the Colonel revenge. The Marine soldiers around him didn't expect such a thing to happen suddenly. When they came to their senses, Colonel Mouse had become a corpse. In shock and anger, all the Marine soldiers immediately raised their guns and fired at Qin Yu. Bang bang bang. Amidst the dense gunfire, Qin Yu's body was instantly riddled with dozens of bullets. But before these Marines could breathe a sigh of relief, the wounds on Qin Yu's body from the bullets had healed. Hiss. Demon fruit power. Seeing this scene, many Marines gasped in shock. Right. Qin Yu raised his hand and his palm instantly exploded, turning into dozens of pink bullets that shot towards the Marine soldiers. After a burst of bullets hitting flesh and screams, the Marines who had just raised their guns and fired at Qin Yu had now fallen into a pool of blood without a breath. You want to blackmail me with such a bunch of trash Marines? Qin Yu looked around and made sure that no one was alive. He first poured 3 barrels of kerosene on the deck, then raised his hand to lift the 10 boxes of treasures that he had handed to Colonel Mouse not long ago and threw them to a small boat following the Marine ship. I have checked everything, and not a single berry is missing. Let's go. Nami scanned the 10 boxes of treasures with a money eye and immediately said to Qin Yu. Of course we have to go. But before we go, there's one more thing to do. Qin Yu shook his head. What is it? Nami asked puzzled. To kill someone, you need to set fire, and to destroy the body, you need to destroy the traces. Qin Yu raised his hand and threw a torch onto the marine ship. With a bang, the huge marine ship was instantly engulfed by raging flames. Chapter 9 Invite Qin Yu to join Marine. Are you asking him to be an undercover agent? 4/5. Please collect flowers. 10/374. Chapter 9 Invite Qin Yu to join Marine. Are you asking him to be an undercover agent? 4/5. Please collect flowers. Previous. Next. Yuri's. Has nothing happened in East Blue recently? In the Marine base on Crozier Island, Colonel Mondo, who was as burly as a little giant, called his assistant as soon as he walked into the office as usual. Report to the colonel. Nothing happened recently. But it may not be the case tonight. As Mondo's assistant and the sergeant of the branch base, Yuri's obviously knows his habits very well. Tell me about it. Mondo was immediately interested when he heard it. I heard from the black market that there will be a large arms transaction on the west blue coast of Crozier Island tonight. Yuri's immediately told the information he knew. What? A large arms transaction? And it's on Crozier Island? Colonel Mondo, who originally just regarded what Yuri said as a topic of conversation after dinner, sat up straight immediately after hearing it. Yes, and I heard that the amount of arms is astonishing, and it has been targeted by the three major pirate groups, Krieg, Black Cat, and Buggy. I think these pirate groups are most likely trying to rob each other. Yuri's nodded. Who are the two parties in the transaction? At this time, Mondo's face had become solemn. It was not surprising that such a large-scale arms transaction would attract the attention of the pirate groups. What really worried him was that the three major pirate groups intervened in this transaction, which would not only trigger a war, but even if they got the arms, these pirates would most likely rob Crow's Island. Don Quixote family and the Mafia. When Yuri saw Mondo's solemn expression, he quickly told everything he knew. Damn it, isn't the Mafia in West Blue? Why don't they go to the Don Quixote family in West Blue to buy arms? There is also a Don Quixote family base in West Blue. When Mondo heard that the two parties to the transaction were more powerful than each other, his face was so gloomy that water was about to drip out. Colonel Mondo, we can ask for support from the surrounding branch bases. Even if it causes unrest in the end, we have enough troops to maintain order on Crozier Island. Yuri suggested, even if other marine branches are willing to come to support, they can't get to Crozier Island before tonight. Mondo pondered for a while, then shook his head. Now we can only rely on the power of those bounty hunters. Alas, I hope this arms deal will not only attract the pirates entrenched in East Blue, but also attract bounty hunters from nearby islands. Bounty hunters. When Yuri's heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. What's wrong? Do you have any good ideas? Mondo noticed the change in Yuri's eyes and asked immediately. I don't have any good ideas. It's just that when I heard you mention bounty hunters, I remembered something. Maybe it can help you, Colonel. Juris saw Mondo's anxious face and didn't dare to keep him in suspense. Just now, a bounty hunter named Qin Yu came to exchange the heads of all the fishmen of the dragon pirates except the captain for the bounty. One person slaughtered all the fishmen of the dragon pirates. Okay, this Qin Yu is the person I'm looking for. Take me to find him. Mondo urged immediately after hearing this. Yes, Colonel. Yuri's immediately rushed out of the marine base with Mondo, ran more than 2,000 meters in one breath, and finally saw Qin Yu's figure. That black-haired young man is the Qin Yu I told you about. Mr. Qin Yu, please wait a moment. Mondo shouted loudly after hearing this. There are Marines here. Has the news about Colonel Mouse leaked out? Nami, who was originally buying sailing supplies in the store, narrowed her eyes and said to Qin Yu a little nervously. If the news leaked out, these Marines would not call me sir, but would directly shoot at me. Qin Yu patted Nami on the shoulder, then turned around and asked Mondo who was running over. I wonder what the two officers want to see me about. I am Colonel Mondo of the Marine base on Crozier Island. Just now I heard my subordinates talking about you, so I want to know if you, Mr. Qin Yu, have any thoughts about joining the Marine. Mondo looked at Qin Yu and immediately felt a sense of oppression from him. In a trance, an idea popped up in his mind. The black-haired young man standing in front of him was not a person at all, but a beast in human skin. If I can have such a fierce Marine in my hands, why should I be afraid of the pirate groups entrenched in the surrounding areas? Thinking of this, he looked at Qin Yu with more eager eyes. Hey, Qin Yu just destroyed Colonel Mouse's ship Marine not long ago. Now you invite him to join Marine, are you going to let him be an undercover agent in Marine? But Mondo, who was focused on Qin Yu, didn't see that Nami was looking at him with an extremely strange look at this time. Thank you for your kindness, Colonel, but I don't have any idea of joining Marine for the time being. Faced with Mondo's invitation, Qin Yu refused without hesitation. What a joke, just considering that after joining Marine, hunting pirates will become part of his job, and there will be no bounty to be taken in the future. He has no interest in joining Marine. If it were in the past, he might have some ideas about joining Marine. But after experiencing Colonel Mouse's incident, his impression of Marine is infinitely close to negative points. Chapter 10 Aren't you afraid of Shichibukai's revenge? 5/5. Please collect flowers. 11/374. Chapter 10 Aren't you afraid of Shichibukai's revenge? 5/5. Please collect flowers. Previous. Next. That's a pity. Seeing Qin Yu reject his invitation without a second thought, Mondo knew that it was almost impossible for him to join Marine. Colonel, If you have nothing to do, we will leave first. Qin Yu said. Wait. Although Mondo felt sorry for Qin Yu's refusal to join Marine, he still said with a smile when he thought of the arms deal tonight. In fact, I came here this time to invite you to join Marine, and I also want to discuss a business with you. However, the matter is of great importance, and I hope Mr. Qin Yu can move to Marine base. I promise that if this is successful, you can get at least 40 million berry. No problem, Colonel, please lead the way. Before Qin Yu opened his mouth, Nami said excitedly. At first, when Nami heard that she was going to Marine base, she wanted to refuse because she felt guilty. But after hearing 40 million berry, the only thing in her mind was money. Okay, both of you, please come this way. When Mondo saw Nami agreed, he was afraid that something might change if he delayed, so he hurriedly invited Qin Yu. You really dared to do anything for money. Just because you heard that there were 40 million berries, you dared to go to the Marine branch base. Then if I give you 2 billion berries, you dared to break into the naval headquarters. Qin Yu teased Nami as he walked. If Marine is willing to give me 2 billion, I will go to the naval headquarters. Anyway, I am guilty of theft at most, and I will be released after a few days. Nami said righteously. Haha. Faced with Nami's heaven-defying money-grubbing personality, Qin Yu could only follow Mondo into the Marine base with a wry smile. Mr. Qin Yu, I won't waste your time. I wonder if you have heard about the arms trade between the Don Quixote family and the Mafia. As soon as he returned to the office, Mondo got straight to the point. No, Qin Yu shook his head. Then as a bounty hunter, you have to listen. Tonight, the Don Quixote family will transport a batch of arms to the west blue coast of Crozier Island to trade with the Mafia. Because the arms are too large, they have been targeted by the 3 pirate groups of Krieg, Black Cat and Buggy. I believe that tonight, these pirate groups will land on Crozier Island. Mondo quickly explained the original matter clearly. You want me to help you deal with these pirate groups? Qin Yu's eyes flashed slightly, and he instantly saw through Mondo's intentions. It's just mutual benefit. As a bounty hunter, do you want to turn Barry away for tens of millions? Mondo said, since it is mutual benefit, I wonder if Colonel Mondo has thought about maximizing the benefits. Qin Yu pondered for a while, as if he thought of something, and the corners of his mouth gradually raised a curve. What is the maximization of benefits? Mondo's eyes flashed, and he asked calmly. Arms. Qin Yu uttered a word, and Mondo's face changed instantly. How dare you take Don Quixote's arms? Aren't you afraid of Shichibukai's revenge? Don Quixote Doflamingo is the most powerful one among Shichibukai. Mondo looked at Qin Yu in surprise. He never expected that the man in front of him would have such courage. There's no need for Colonel Mondo to worry about me. You just need to answer me, do you want it or not? Qin Yu asked word by word. What do you want? Mondo's face was uncertain. Although he didn't want to offend Don Quixote, he was tempted by Qin Yu's words. At this moment, he suddenly regretted cooperating with Qin Yu. Originally, he wanted to use Qin Yu to attack the 3 major pirate groups, but now he was dragged into the water by the other party. In addition to the bounties of the 3 pirate groups, I also want a fully armed brand new marine ship, a good sword, a pair of Den Den Mushi, a record pointer, and the permanent pointers of all the grand lines in your hands. Qin Yu's words made Mondo change his mind again and again. Impossible. I can give you the Den Den Mushi, the record pointer and the permanent pointer. There is a good sword in the weapon shop in our town, and I can also give it to you. I can even give you some of these guns. But this marine ship is absolutely not allowed. Mondo refused. 3 pirate groups with a bounty of more than 40 million, plus Mafia members, Don Quixote's arms. With all these merits added up, I think it won't be difficult to get promoted to Commodore. Don't you think so, Mondo Commodore? Qin Yu looked at Mondo with a playful look on his face. Hiss. Mondo, who had originally rejected Qin Yu with a firm face, couldn't help but take a breath of cold air when he heard the word Commodore. At this moment, he admitted that he was moved. Seeing Mondo wavering in front of him, Qin Yu did not urge him, but sat quietly on the chair, waiting for his decision. You win. After a moment, Mondo said to Qin Yu with a gloomy face. Apparently, he could not resist the temptation of Commodore in front of him. But I have to say it first, arms, pirates, and Mafia are not missing. Chapter 11. You have 4 minutes to dance. 1/5, please collect flowers. 12/374. Chapter 11. You have 4 minutes to dance. 1/5, please collect flowers. Previous. Next. As night fell, the bustling Crozier Island gradually became quiet. On weekdays, the town is still brightly lit even at night, but now the lights are dim and there is no sign of people. If there were not a few armed marine soldiers walking through the town occasionally, people would really think that this is a dead city with no people. Beep. Mr. Qin Yu, we have transferred all the citizens in the city to the marine base. You can start with confidence. As soon as Qin Yu, who was standing on the top of the clock tower of Crozier Island, took out the Den Den Mushi, Yuri's voice sounded. What are the movements of all parties? Qin Yu looked down at Crozier Island from a high place and asked Yuri's through the Den Den Mushi. Only the Mafia has come to the transaction so far. The Don Quixote family has not arrived yet. As for the other 3 pirates, only the Black Cat pirates and the Buggy pirates have come. The Krieg pirates are not seen for the time being, but we will keep an eye on the waters near Crow's Island. Once the Krieg pirates show up, we will notify you as soon as possible. Yuri's immediately told Qin Yu the location of the Buggy pirates and the Black Cat pirates. Only 2 of you. Well, Clear these two small fish out first to avoid confusion later. Qin Yu put away the Den Den Mushi, and his body instantly liquefied, shooting out like a pink stream of water. He who ate the human fruit, mythical beast, and Buu form not only possessed many of Majin Buu's abilities, but also Majin Buu's ever-changing and extremely weird body structure. His physique seemed to be a combination of multiple optimized paramecia fruit abilities. It has the elasticity far exceeding that of rubber fruit and the ability to split and reassemble like chop fruit, but it also does not have the weaknesses and disadvantages of these two abilities. After rushing at full speed to the place mentioned by Yuri's, a pirate ship with a black cat flag immediately caught Qin Yu's eye. Mr. Qin Yu, this is the boat that Colonel Mondo asked us to prepare for you. The marine who had been lying in ambush nearby immediately took Qin Yu to a small boat as soon as he saw him coming. No need, these boats are for you to use. In 5 minutes, you can board the pirate ship of the Black Cat Pirates. Qin Yu explained to the marines in front of him, and then, under their surprised eyes, he extended his right hand and grabbed the pirate ship only 30 meters away from the coast. Hey, there are guests. It must be those stupid bounty hunters who want Captain Crow's head. Another one is here to die. The Black Cat Pirates came to rob arms, and the ship was already in a state of fear. Now that Qin Yu boarded the ship so brazenly, he naturally immediately alarmed many pirates on the ship. However, the pirates on the ship were not at all panicked or surprised by Qin Yu, the uninvited guest. Instead, they looked at him with a joking look on their faces. Our target tonight is the arms of the Don Quixote family, but there is no time to waste on bounty hunters. Wearing a black coat and surrounded by a group of pirates, Crow raised his hand to push his glasses and then said in a cold tone. Boogie, Sam, take care of him. Don't use a gun, so as not to alarm the Mafia and Don Quixote's people. Yes, Captain Crow. In the Black Cat Pirates, Butch and Sam, who are known as the Cat Brothers, immediately put away the joking on their faces, and then took swift steps like mountain cats, and instantly flew to Qin Yu's left and right sides. Originally, we Cat Brothers would have loved to play with you for a while longer. It's a pity that you are not so lucky. Captain Crow has spoken personally, so we have no choice but to let you die immediately. After the Cat Brothers flashed to Qin Yu's sides, they immediately stretched out their cat-like claws to grab Qin Yu's throat and heart. Puff! Sam and Buggy's bodies in midair suddenly froze, and then after a twitch, they hung powerlessly in midair. You have 4 minutes to dance. Cherish the last 4 minutes of your life. Qin Yu threw the Cat Brother whose throat he crushed onto the splint as if he was throwing away garbage. He actually killed our trump card, the Cat Brother, with one blow. Is this guy really a bounty hunter? Too scary. Seeing this scene, the faces of the pirates on the ship who were originally teasing and mocking suddenly changed. The bounty hunter who came this time actually has such strength. It really surprised me a little. Captain Kuro was also a little surprised at Qin Yu's strength, but he didn't worry at all. As long as he wanted, he could send the Cat Brothers to hell in a breath. Captain, do you want to do it yourself? As the vice captain of the Black Cat Pirates, Zhang Gao knew immediately that his captain had the idea of taking action when he saw Kuro stand up. I don't want to do everything myself. But there is no way, the men in the ship are too useless. Not to mention killing the bounty hunter in front of him silently, even if you want to find someone who can fight with him, you can't find it. Kuro didn't care about the ugly faces of Zhang Gao and others, and he opened his hands and put on his unique weapon, a spada, cat claw. Chapter 12. Clo, I've given you enough time to dance 2/5, please collect flowers. 13,374. Chapter 12. Clo, I've given you enough time to dance 2/5, please collect flowers. Previous. Next. Captain Crow. Seeing Crow stand up and look like he was going to do it himself, Qin Yu, who was originally uninterested, became a little interested. You can help me experiment with my new ability. I don't like your eyes and your words. After wearing the cat claws, Crow's eyes suddenly turned cold. Swish. Crow didn't make any movement, and he disappeared suddenly from where he was. When he appeared again, he came behind Qin Yu like a ghost. He retracted his cat claws, and 10 deep wounds appeared on Qin Yu's abdomen. Move at high speed with cat-like steps. The most terrifying thing is that there is no sound during the whole process. When the enemy hears the sound and finds him, the man has been ripped open by his cat claws. Although it is not the first time that the pirates such as Zhang Gao standing by have seen Crow's silent steps, they still shudder every time they see it. Throw his body aside. When we get the munitions, throw him into the sea. After using the silent step and cat claws to cut open Qin Yu's stomach in an instant, Crow didn't look at Qin Yu again, and turned to Zhang Gao and ordered. Yes, the ship, Captain, behind you. Zhang Gao was about to respond when his face suddenly changed. What? Crow's pupils shrank suddenly when he heard it. Without any hesitation, he reflexively performed the silent step, and moved forward more than 30 meters out of thin air as if teleporting. Just when he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a voice suddenly rang from him. Thank you for teaching me this brilliant moving technique, Crow. Before Crow could react again, a palm had pierced his back and directly penetrated his lower abdomen. Why are you alive, and can still use my silent step? Crow's eyes widened, and he turned his head with difficulty to look at Qin Yu who came silently behind him. As the creator of the silent step, he knew even without looking that Qin Yu's movement technique to catch up with him silently was the silent step he just used. Didn't I tell you just now? You taught me. Qin Yu slowly pulled out his right hand, and then shook it lightly, throwing away all the blood on his hand. I didn't teach you at all. Chloe's eyes were full of shock as he fell to the deck with his abdomen pierced. He was called 100 tricks, and exhausted his brains at this time, but he couldn't figure out how Qin Yu could use his silent step and how he survived under his cat's claws. No, you did, and you not only taught me the silent step, but also taught me more. Qin Yu took off Chloe's cat claw gloves and slowly put them on. Look carefully. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared. The next second, a pirate on the ship suddenly screamed and fell in a pool of blood. After the first pirate fell, less than a second later, another pirate screamed and fell to the ground. 1, 2, 3. Since Qin Yu disappeared, only 30 seconds have passed, and only the deputy captain Zhang Dao is still standing on the huge pirate ship. And the others have all fallen on the deck without a breath. Spoon. Zhang Dao, who witnessed Qin Yu slaughtering the Black Cat pirates and was also the only one standing on the ship, uttered 2 words with difficulty. You just watched me perform the silent step once, and you even learned my spoon. Chloe looked at Qin Yu with a pale face. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never believe that there was someone in this world who could learn his silent step just by watching it once, and also learn the spoon, which is faster and stronger than silent step. Look more carefully. I didn't just learn your spoon, Qin Yu said, and he disappeared again. The next moment, he appeared next to Zhang Dao out of thin air. Almost at the same time when Qin Yu appeared, Zhang Dao screamed, and then knelt on the ground with his hands covering the 5 knife wounds on his heart. Ahem, you monster can even control a spoon. Chloe pointed at Qin Yu while coughing. Spoon. This move can't be used well even by him, the founder. At least when he used the spoon, he could only chop it randomly, and he couldn't do it like Qin Yu just killed Zhang Dao. When he thought of Qin Yu learning his silent steps and spoon and using his special skills to severely injure him, a strong resentment instantly filled Crow's heart. But he was pierced in the abdomen by Qin Yu and was already in the countdown to death. He could do nothing at this time. He could only collapse on the ground and helplessly watch his remaining vitality go to the end bit by bit. I have given you enough time to dance as much as possible, Crow. It's a pity that you are too useless like your crew. You can't even last 3 minutes. After Qin Yu glanced at Crow, he focused all his attention on the new ability he had developed not long ago. Chapter 13. Now you are the only one left. Buggy 3/5, please collect flowers. 14 374. Chapter 13. Now you are the only one left. Buggy 3/5, please collect flowers. Previous. Next. The super learning ability given to me by the Buu Fruit is really powerful. I even learned the spoon, which is as fast as one of the Marine 6 styles, just by watching it once. Qin Yu thought that he had learned all of Crow's 2 unique skills just by watching the silent step once, and even surpassed Crow himself in the use of the spoon. He was indescribably satisfied with the ability of super learning. It seems that the Grand Line should be visited as soon as possible. That sea is where super learning and other abilities really shine. Thinking of Hawkeye's 1000-meter sword slash, Whitebeard's armament hockey that shattered the island, Garp's indestructible physical skills. Qin Yu had unprecedented expectations for the Grand Line. After having the idea of entering the Grand Line and seeing the magnificent mysterious sea and the unparalleled powerful force, he immediately flashed away from the ship of the Black Cat pirates. You can go up and clean up the battlefield. After Qin Yu said to several Marines on the shore, he rushed towards the location of the buggy pirates. Didn't you say 5 minutes? But it took less than 3 minutes from the time he boarded the Black Cat pirates ship to the time he came back. Watching Qin Yu's back disappear from sight, the Marines on the shore looked at each other in bewilderment, then mustered up the courage to paddle their boats towards the Black Cat pirates ship. Hiss. When they boarded the pirate ship, they were immediately shocked by the bloody and tragic scene in front of them, which was like the hell of Shira. Beep. Buster, how is the battle situation of the Black Cat pirates? Is Qin Yu still fighting with them? Just when these Marines were so scared by the corpses on the pirate ship that their faces turned pale and they were in a trance, a phone call suddenly rang, waking them up instantly. Report to Colonel Mondo, the battle on our side is over. Mr. Qin Yu boarded the ship alone and slaughtered the Black Cat pirates in less than 3 minutes. The Marine holding the Den Mushi reported the results of the battle to Mondo in a trembling voice. Silence. After the Marine soldiers reported the results of the Black Cat pirates, Mondo's side was collectively silent and fell into a dead silence. I know, you quickly clean up the battlefield and drive the pirate ship away, and try not to alarm the Mafia and buggy pirates. After 3 minutes of silence, Mondo's slightly bitter voice sounded again. Yes, Colonel. The Marine soldiers on the Black Cat pirates heard the words and immediately drove the pirate ship and quietly left the coast. Juris, did you hear everything? Sitting on a Marine ship, Mondo, who was closely monitoring the waters near Crow's Island, turned his head and looked at Juris beside him. This bounty hunter named Qin Yu, his strength has obviously far exceeded our expectations. No. Not just exceeded our expectations. His strength is so strong that he can dominate East Blue alone. I think only the big pirates of the Grand Line and the general-level masters of the naval headquarters have such strength. Yuri's reaction was not much better than Mondo's. After learning that Qin Yu wiped out the Black Cat pirates in less than 3 minutes, the shock on his face never disappeared. Yuri's, do you think I made a mistake in cooperating with Qin Yu? A man like him is not something I can control at all. Mondo took a deep breath and suddenly asked a little confusedly. Colonel, you don't have to worry so much. From the current situation, the stronger Qin Yu is, the better it will be for you, and even the entire Crozier Island. Don't forget, he is a bounty hunter, not a pirate. Yuri's pondered for a moment before speaking. Maybe. Mundo thought about it, and then said, after tonight's matter is over, report Qin Yu's strength to the headquarters. Yes, Colonel. Yuri's nodded. He could also understand Mondo's worries. After all, although bounty hunters are not pirates, they are not Marines either. Today, Qin Yu can become a bounty hunter hunting pirates for bounties, and there is no guarantee that he will not go out to sea and become a pirate for money in the future. A person like this who can dominate a sea area by himself appears in East Blue, and Marines naturally have to file for it as soon as possible. Just when Mondo and Yuri's were worried and uneasy about Qin Yu's strength, Qin Yu had already boarded the ship of the buggy pirates and started a bloody slaughter. Swish. Qin Yu slowly pulled out his right hand, and Mochi, the vice captain of the buggy pirates, who had a bloody hole in his left chest, immediately fell on his mount, the lion. Now you are the only one left, Buggy. Qin Yu took out a handkerchief, wiped the blood off his palm, and then his indifferent eyes fell on Buggy, who was not far away. Damn kid, you dared to destroy the buggy pirates that I worked hard to build for many years. Buggy looked around and saw that the crew members who had been flattering him in front of him in the past had all fallen in a pool of blood. No matter how cold-hearted he was, he couldn't help but feel a little angry at this time. Chapter 14. Should Buggy be absorbed as well? 4/5. Please collect flowers. 15,374. Chapter 14. Should Buggy be absorbed as well? 4/5. Please collect flowers. Previous. Next. Isn't this great? If I destroy this pirate group that only knows how to burn, kill and plunder, I will just help clean up the garbage in the sea. When Qin Yu looked at Buggy, a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. I didn't believe it before, but now I finally believe it. It turns out that Pirate King Roger also has times when he makes mistakes. What do you mean by that? Buggy's face suddenly changed when he heard it. This is his biggest secret. In his opinion, the people who are still active on the sea, except for Shanks, who has become the mortal enemy of the Four Emperors, and Whitebeard, who is also a Four Emperors, no one knows his identity. When he thought of the consequences of his identity as a crew member of the Pirate King being leaked, Buggy felt chilled, and his eyes turned from anger to coldness when he looked at Qin Yu. What, have you fallen to the point where you dare not even admit your own identity? Qin Yu asked lightly. HMPH, I don't care where you know this from. But after tonight, no one else will know it. As soon as Buggy finished speaking, a right hand that had already quietly flown to the back of Qin Yu's head suddenly stabbed into the back of Qin Yu's head. You will go to hell with my secret. After piercing Qin Yu's head, Buggy was still a little unsatisfied, and stabbed twice more, and then reluctantly took back the right hand that had split from the wrist. You really ruined such a good devil fruit. Just when the right hand was less than half a meter away from Buggy's wrist, Qin Yu suddenly reached out and grabbed Buggy's split right hand. You are not dead yet. When Buggy saw Qin Yu resurrected, he was shocked at first, but he was a pirate who had been to the New World after all. He was well informed and immediately realized that Qin Yu was a demon fruit power like him. Of course I'm not dead, but you will be soon. Qin Yu exerted force with 5 fingers, and Buggy's right hand was broken by him with a click. Ah, it hurts so much. You little devil, just wait. Your grandpa Buggy has decided that before killing you, he must first smash all your bones. Buggy, who could only split his palm and wrist and had no way to split his palm further, wailed immediately. Under the piercing pain, Buggy's body suddenly split into several pieces. At the same time, he stabbed Qin Yu's eyes with a knife in his left hand, and his upper and lower bodies rotated, hitting Qin Yu's back of the head and left foot like a cannonball. You can use chop fruit like this. I have to say you are really a genius. Qin Yu raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and his entire arm suddenly exploded, and then reorganized into 5 pink blades in the air. Immediately after Buggy's shrill screams, the 5 pink blades instantly nailed Buggy's upper body, lower body, left hand and feet to the ground at the same time. How do you have the ability to split into pieces? Buggy, with only his head left floating in the air, stared at Qin Yu with wide eyes of horror. You don't need to know. Qin Yu stretched out his left hand and grabbed Buggy's head. Ah, little devil, let go. Buggy struggled hard, but with only his head left, he couldn't get out of Qin Yu's palm at all. If your chop fruit is developed to the point where it can split the whole body into the size of a hair, then I will have to spend more effort to defeat you. It's a pity that you use chop fruit like a pile of shit. Qin Yu held Buggy's head, and a thought suddenly popped up in his mind. Although Buggy's strength is vulnerable, he is a chop fruit ability user. If I absorb him, can I also get his ability to split into pieces? Thinking of this, his heart was pounding. This matter is too important to him. If he can really absorb the devil fruit ability of the other party, he will become the most terrifying ability user in the history of Grand Line. Even Blackbeard, who will hunt ability users with dark fruit in the future, is far less terrifying than him. You, what do you want to do to me? I am not afraid to tell you that the red-haired man of 4 emperors is Laozi's younger brother. As long as Laozi opens his mouth, he will immediately run over from New World to cut you into pieces. Buggy felt a chill in his heart when he saw Qin Yu's eyes. Facing the extremely strange eyes of the man in front of him, Buggy, who was already afraid of death, panicked instantly. In fear and anxiety, he even brought out his lifelong enemy, red-haired Shanks, to shock Qin Yu. I am not afraid of Pluton Rayleigh, do you think I will be afraid of red-haired Shanks? When Qin Yu saw Buggy trying to use red-haired Shanks to shock him just like the fishman Xiaoba brought out Pluton Rayleigh before, a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. Possessing the power of the mythical beast Buu form, if he is still afraid of this and that, and does things in a backward and forward manner, then he is also presumptuous to be the user of the Buu Fruit. Buggy obviously did not expect that Qin Yu knew his identity, but still insisted on killing him, without any scruples about the two big backers standing behind him, Rayleigh and Shanks. Chapter 15 Roger's crew is your subordinate, it is very honorable, 5/5, please collect flowers. 16 374ths. Chapter 15 Roger's crew is your subordinate, it is very honorable, 5/5, please collect flowers. Previous. Next. That's all the last words you need to say, right? Then you can go. Qin Yu's eyes flashed, and the palm-holding Buggy was about to turn into a pink meatball to devour him. Wait, you must need a partner when you go out to sea. As a member of the Pirate King crew, I will be your subordinate, and it will be very prestigious to take me out. And I have a treasure map, which I got when I was on the Pirate King ship, and we can go to find it together. I heard that there are devil fruits where the treasure is buried. Even if one person can only eat one devil fruit, you can sell it, or give it to your loyal subordinates. When Buggy saw Qin Yu's appearance, he immediately felt a strong ominous breath. Between life and death, he could no longer care about anything else, and immediately surrendered to Qin Yu, and he even took out the treasure map that he had treasured for many years because he loved money like his life. One person can only eat one devil fruit. Qin Yu frowned slightly. When he heard Buggy say this, he remembered something. It is said that each devil fruit carries its own curse power. If a person eats two devil fruits at the same time, his body will explode because he cannot bear the curse. Should I give up and not absorb Buggy? Thinking of this, Qin Yu was unwilling. It is not important to him whether to absorb Buggy or not. What is really important is that as long as he absorbs Buggy, he can verify whether he can obtain the devil fruit ability of the other party by absorbing the ability. If he does not absorb Buggy, then he has no way to verify it. The matter of absorbing the ability user must be verified clearly. Isn't it just the body exploding? What's there to be afraid of? I have Majin Buu's super cell regeneration and recovery technique. Not to mention the body exploding, even if it is shattered, as long as there is a cell left, I can recover. Qin Yu's eyes condensed, and after just a few seconds of hesitation, he had made a decision. Buggy must be absorbed, but no one knows what will happen in the process of absorbing the ability user. It's better to wait until this war is over, leave Crozier Island with Nami, and find a place where no one will disturb you to absorb Buggy. Thinking of this, Qin Yu's hand holding Buggy's head suddenly exerted force. HMPH. Buggy groaned and fell into a coma instantly. Everything is solved, come and clean up the battlefield. Qin Yu took out the Den Den Mushi and notified Marine lurking on the shore. Hiss, he's even faster this time. The Buggy pirates only lasted 2 minutes in his hands. The Marines who came after hearing the news took a deep breath when they saw the corpses of pirates all over the Buggy pirates. Although they all knew that Qin Yu killed the Black Cat pirates in less than 3 minutes, they were still shocked when they saw Qin Yu solve the Buggy pirates in just 2 minutes this time. This guy is a chop fruit ability user. You'd better lock him up with seastone handcuffs. If there is no seastone, tie up each part of his body separately. After the Marines came to clean up the battlefield, Qin Yu immediately threw Buggy to them for guarding. Don't worry, we will all remember it. I'll trouble you with the rest, Mr. Qin Yu. Hearing Qin Yu's instructions, the Marines answered seriously as if they were facing their boss. Beep. Mr. Qin Yu, the arms deal has begun. Boom. Qin Yu had just connected to Yuri's Den Den Mushi when thunderous cannon sounds suddenly came from afar. Oh no, it's the Krieg pirates. They're here to plunder arms. Oh my god, this is more than 20 pirate ships. Amid the deafening cannon sounds, Yuri's exclamation came out again from the Den Den Mushi. Mr. Qin Yu, come here quickly. The Krieg pirates have at least 2,000 people, and we can't hold on any longer. 2,000 people, hee hee, it's time to end this farce. Qin Yu looked in the direction of the cannon sounds. Even in the dark, he could see the pirate ships sailing in the waters of Crow's Island. Boom. Amidst the roar of thunder, the black shells were like Shinigami in the night, constantly harvesting the lives of the soldiers on the 3 Marine ships. Colonel, it's bad, 2 of our ships were sunk by the Krieg pirates. Now there is only 1 Marine ship left. On the Marine ship, Yuri's, who was operating a cannon to fight back, turned his head and saw that the ships that were originally escorting on both sides had sunk into the sea little by little under the thick fireworks. Damn Krieg, when did he expand the pirate group to such a scale? Why didn't we receive any intelligence in advance? Mondo saw that 2 of the 3 Marine ships he brought were sunk after only exchanging fire with the Krieg pirates for less than 5 minutes. He was immediately shocked and angry and yelled at Yuri's. Where is Qin Yu? Didn't he say that he would catch Krieg, Buggy, Black Cat, Don Quixote and the Mafia in one fell swoop? Why is he still missing? Chapter 16 Buu Fruit Transformation. Majin Buu, 1/5, please collect flowers. 17 374ths. Chapter 16 Buu Fruit Transformation. Majin Buu, 1/5, please collect flowers. Previous. Next. I have already informed Mr. Qin Yu, but it will take time for him to come here. Yuri's was also very anxious, but he also knew that Qin Yu could not be blamed for this. After all, They did not know beforehand that the Krieg pirates had grown to such a scale. More than 20 pirate ships. Thousands of pirates. With such a force, East Blue could not find a few marine branches that could withstand it. Time. Do you think we still have time to wait for him now? When he comes here, he will probably be able to collect his body for us. Mondo became even angrier when he heard this. He cursed at Yuri's, but as he cursed, his voice became smaller and smaller. In the end, not only did his curses become inaudible, but even his expression of shock and anger turned into shock. What is this? Not only Mondo, but other marines on the ship who were originally desperate, at this time, were like Mondo, looking in the same direction with horror. More than 20 pirate ships. More than 2,000 pirates. Even if I use a spoon, it will probably take a long time to kill them. It seems that this is the only way. Qin Yu, standing on the top of the marine boat pole, glanced at the dozens of pirate ships that almost filled the sea in front of him, and then his body gradually changed. His height of 1.9 meters shrank to 1.7 meters. Yellow skin, long black hair and clothes on his body disappeared bit by bit. Instead, he was covered with pink skin, pink tentacles extending from the top of his head to the back of his head, as well as white trousers and dark brown boots. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yu no longer looked like a human. At this time, he looked exactly like a little Buu. Just like other Zoan users, their physical fitness will be greatly improved once they transform. No. That's not right. After I used the power of the Buu Fruit to transform into Majin Buu, not only my physical fitness was greatly improved, but also my other abilities were greatly improved. Qin Yu, who had transformed into Majin Buu, clenched his fist slightly, feeling the terrifying power entrenched in his body. When he looked at the Krieg pirates in front of him, a wicked smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. I hope you can hold on for a while, Krieg. Swish. Mundo and others on the marine ship below only felt a flash in front of their eyes, and then a burst of explosive air-breaking sound rang in their ears. When they came to their senses, they found that Qin Yu's right hand had stretched out to 100 meters away like a cannonball, sinking a pirate ship of the Krieg pirates in the distance. It can be farther. After Qin Yu tentatively punched, he immediately realized that the telescopic distance just now was not his limit. Thinking of this, his eyes fell on a pirate ship 150 meters away, then he lowered his left arm, and his left fist shot out to the pirate ship he was targeting in an instant. Bang! One punch, the ship sank. There was no fancy tricks. There was only the simplest shoulder sinking and punching. But facing Qin Yu's punch, a ship carrying hundreds of pirates was torn into pieces on the spot. Hiss! This horrifying scene appeared, first making the battlefield with continuous gunfire become silent in an instant. Then, a gasp filled with strong horror resounded through the sea on the west blue coast of Crow's Island. The maximum telescopic distance is 200 meters. The armed telescopic speed breaks the sound barrier. A random punch can sink a medium-sized pirate ship. The power of Majin Buu really did not disappoint me. Seeing that he sank two medium-sized pirate ships 100 meters away with just a wave of his hand, Qin Yu's eyes suddenly flashed with a touch of heat. Quick, sink that marine ship for me. I want to see how this monster can still be rampant without a ship. Just when Qin Yu was intoxicated by the powerful power of transforming into Majin Buu, Krieg, standing on the main ship of the pirate group, immediately pointed in his direction and roared loudly with a look of shock and anger. Obviously, Qin Yu's action of sinking his two pirate ships completely angered him, the overlord of East Blue. Yes, use cannons to bomb the ship. He is a capable person. No matter how strong he is, as long as his ship is sunk, he will die. The pirates who were frightened by Qin Yu and pale-faced woke up after hearing Krieg's deafening roar. Naval battles are different from land battles. On the sea, most capable people will be greatly restricted. Not to mention, once the ship sinks, 90% of the capable people can only wait to die. Thinking that they have found a way to deal with Qin Yu, the pirates on dozens of pirate ships quickly adjusted the firing angle of the cannons. Boom! With a series of roars that shook the sea, hundreds of shells immediately flew towards the marine ship where Qin Yu was. A person with special abilities. HMPH. I wonder how you, a landlubber, can fight me, Krieg, on the sea after you lose your ship. Krieg saw hundreds of cannons firing at the same time, as if he had seen Qin Yu buried in the sea, and a hint of pride gradually rose at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 17 You are not even qualified to be accepted by me. 2/5 Please collect flowers. 18,374. Chapter 17 You are not even qualified to be accepted by me. 2/5 Please collect flowers. Previous. Next. Oops. Damn Krieg pirates. Too despicable. They actually want to use this method to deal with Mr. Qin Yu. When Mondo and others on the marine ship saw the Krieg pirates directly fired a volley of 100 cannons at them, their faces changed drastically. Originally, they saw Qin Yu transform into Majin Buu and sink two pirate ships with two punches, and they thought the overall situation was settled. But now the actions of the Krieg pirates have made their hearts, which had just been put down, hang again. Want to attack the marine ship directly? Qin Yu's eyes flashed with disdain, and his fists hit out brazenly. Under a sharp sonic boom, his fists turned into fist shadows all over the sky, instantly covering every shell in the sky like a rain of pear blossoms. Bang bang bang. Under the shocked eyes of many people, hundreds of shells were all blown up in an instant, turning into clusters of fireworks that illuminated the night sky. Fire. Quick. Keep firing. Krieg was stunned for a moment, Then he let out a hysterical roar. The awakened pirates didn't need Krieg's orders at all. After seeing Qin Yu's power, they were filled with fear and instantly burst into an amazing reloading speed. In less than a few seconds, hundreds of cannons were reloaded. It seems that you are out of tricks. Qin Yu's eyes ignored the influence of the night and fell on Krieg standing on the deck of the pirates' main ship. Not good. Krieg, who was roaring at other pirates to fire quickly, suddenly felt a chill all over his body. His eyes subconsciously looked at Qin Yu. At this glance, he found that Qin Yu was staring at him with an evil look. There were dozens of pirate ships around him, and thousands of pirates around him, but at this moment, Krieg, who was stared at by Qin Yu, did not feel the slightest sense of security. After being touched by Qin Yu's nightmare-like sight, Krieg almost reflexively raised the golden shield he carried with him. East Blue Overlord, you are not even qualified to be absorbed by me. Qin Yu glanced at Krieg and stretched out his right hand. Bang! The next second, Krieg's body exploded into 7 or 8 pieces as if he had eaten choc fruit. The golden armor on his body was smashed into metal fragments by the golden shield he held. Captain Krieg is dead. As the captain of the pirate group, Ajin looked at Krieg, who was still alive in front of him a second ago, and suddenly shattered into pieces the next second. His hand subconsciously grabbed his scalp and uttered an unbelievable murmur. It's over. The captain is dead. We can't win against this monster. The news of Krieg's death soon swept dozens of pirate ships like a storm. The pirates who had loaded their shells and were ready to fire at Qin Yu froze when they heard the news of Krieg's death. Krieg is gone, and you should go down to accompany him. After smashing Krieg's body lightly, Qin Yu glanced at the more than 20 pirate ships entrenched on the sea. His shoulders moved slightly, and his fists seemed to have turned into God's rods, spanning a distance of 100 meters, and punched and sank the pirate ships in front of him one by one. When Qin Yu threw 23 punches, and then retracted his fists from the pole to the deck of the marine ship, except for a marine ship, there was no second intact ship on the sea of Crozier Island. The Krieg pirate fleet, which was still so powerful not long ago, and seemed to be swallowing Crozier Island, no, even swallowing East Blue, has now turned into a bubble. One man destroys thousands of troops. The Krieg pirates, which consisted of more than 20 pirate ships and thousands of pirates, are gone just like that. Human power can be so strong. Watching Qin Yu transform from Majin Buu back to human, Mondo and others on the marine ship just woke up from a dream. These Marines who have been stationed in East Blue for many years have basically seen the blue sky of East Blue in their lives. For them, let alone the power to destroy a country, even the power to fight against thousands of troops may never have the opportunity to see it in their lifetime. The Mafia and the Don Quixote family have been dealt with by me. The batch of arms is currently in the woods on the West Blue Coast. You can send your subordinates to receive it. After changing back to human form, Qin Yu walked in front of Mondo under the awe-inspiring eyes of all the Marines on the ship. Facing the eyes of many Marines on the ship who looked at them as if they were looking at a god, his face was as calm as an ancient well. Single-handedly destroying thousands of troops is definitely a legendary existence for these Marines who have lived in East Blue almost all their lives. But in Qin Yu's opinion, he is far from being strong now. Whenever he thinks of Hawkeye's sword that can cut 1,000 meters, Whitebeard's punch that can break islands, and red-haired Shanks' conqueror's hockey that can crack the sky and the sea, he knows very well that in the Grand Line, he is not qualified to be called a legend at present. But it will be soon. As long as I enter the Grand Line, I will soon be able to dance with these powerful people with the name of legend. Thinking of the incredible abilities of Majin Buu, Qin Yu's chest rises with a hockey that dares to swallow the sea and compete with the heroes of the world. Chapter 18 Third Generation Muramasa. I'll give you a chance to devour the master. 3/5. Please collect flowers. 19,374. Chapter 18 Third Generation Muramasa. I'll give you a chance to devour the master. 3/5. Please collect flowers. Previous. Next. Mr. Qin Yu, these are the things you specifically requested. Please check and see if there are any problems. In the marine base on Crozier Island, Mondo waved his hand, and 8 marine soldiers quickly moved several boxes to Qin Yu. These 3 boxes contain the bounties of Buggy, Black Cat, and Krieg's pirate group. I have asked people to count them, a total of 82 million berries. As for this box, it contains the good blade, the recording pointer, the permanent pointer, and a pair of Den Mushi. Originally, Mondo was quite dissatisfied with the fact that Qin Yu was a few minutes late that night, which led to the sinking of 2 of his marine ships. But later, after seeing Qin Yu's power to defeat thousands of troops alone, and knowing afterwards that the reason Qin Yu was a few minutes late was because he went to defeat the Don Quixote family and the Mafia, the dissatisfaction in his heart had long disappeared. That is why Mondo was so active in arranging various things for Qin Yu the day after the war. 8,200 berry. It turns out that being a bounty hunter is so promising. Qin Yu, you made the right decision not to become a marine. Before Qin Yu opened his mouth, Nami had already floated to the box containing 82 million berries with a happy face, looking at the berries in the box with intoxicated eyes. If it weren't for her dream of drawing a map of the world, at this moment, Nami even wanted to temporarily not go to Grand Line and choose to stay in East Blue to continue hunting pirates. Mondo's face was a little embarrassed when he heard this. After all, he is not only Marine, but also the one who invited Qin Yu to join Marine. But don't say it. When he first saw the 82 million berries, he also had the idea of changing his career to become a bounty hunter. But when he thought that he didn't have the ability like Qin Yu and it was impossible to get such wealth by hunting pirates, he gave up this unrealistic idea. Colonel Mondo, don't mind it. She is just like that. She gets so excited when she sees money that she loses her mind. Qin Yu, who was used to Nami's character, said calmly. It's okay, Miss Nami is also a true person. After all, it's money, who doesn't like it? If I didn't know that my strength was limited, I would have wanted to switch to being a bounty hunter when I saw this 82 million berry. Mondo shook his head and smiled. Not to mention that he was also tempted when he saw this berry, just because he had cooperated with Qin Yu and got a huge credit, he would not care about Nami. This is the record pointer and the permanent pointer. What a magical navigation tool. Huh, this knife makes people feel uncomfortable. Just when Qin Yu and Mondo were talking happily, Nami, who was checking another box, suddenly groaned. What is this knife? Qin Yu glanced sideways and found that Nami was holding a long knife with an ancient shape, which gave people a sense of evil. Third generation Muramasa, one of the 50 best swords. This sword is also the only good sword on Crow's Island. However, it belongs to the same demon sword series as the swords in the Kidetsu series. Mondo hesitated for a moment, but still reminded. Although the third generation Muramasa is enough to be ranked at the top among the 50 best swords, it is rumored that Muramasa and Kidetsu are both demon swords that can devour their masters. I heard that in the past, many swordsmen who used demon swords died. And most of these swordsmen who died because of the demon swords they held. What, a sword that can devour its master? Then what are you doing for us? Are you going to kill us? Nami, who felt a little uncomfortable holding the third generation Muramasa, was so scared that she threw the third generation Muramasa aside. No way, this is also the only famous sword on Crow's Island. Apart from the third generation Muramasa, there are only some ordinary swords in the town. Mondo was also a little embarrassed by Nami's accusation. After all, others cooperate with you, but you give them a master-devouring sword. If it were some narrow-minded people, they would have suspected that he had ulterior motives. But, okay, Nami, even a famous sword with a good 50 gong is very rare in this sea. If there were other famous swords on Crozier Island, I don't think Colonel Mondo would hand over the third generation village to us. Qin Yu interrupted Nami and didn't let her pursue it any further. Why don't you two stay on Crozier Island for a few more days? Take this time to contact the marine branches on other islands of East Blue to see if they have good swords. Seeing that Qin Yu didn't care at all and helped him out, Mondo suggested. Colonel, I appreciate your kindness. But there's no need to go to such trouble. Qin Yu grabbed the third generation Muramasa in his hand. Famous swords have spirits, and I think the demon sword is the same. Muramasa, don't you like to devour the master? I'll give you a chance to devour the master now. But if you can't kill me, then you'll be quiet from now on, otherwise I'll destroy you immediately. After that, Qin Yu threw the third generation Muramasa in his hand into the air under the horrified eyes of Nami and Mondo. Chapter 19 Give me some face and give me the buggy, 4/5, please collect flowers. 2374. Chapter 19 Give me some face and give me the buggy, 4/5, please collect flowers. Previous. Next. Under Qin Yu's deliberate control, the third generation Muramasa was not only thrown accurately above his head, but also when Muramasa fell from his head, the tip of the knife was still pointing straight down, aiming at his brain. No, Nami, who was standing aside, saw this scene and her face suddenly changed. She subconsciously pulled out the 3-section stick she carried with her and swung it at the third generation Muramasa. No need, doesn't this knife like to devour its master? Then I'll let it devour enough before I use it. Qin Yu stretched out his hand to stop Nami, and let the Muramasa falling from midair pierce his head. Whether it was Mondo sitting opposite or Nami standing beside Qin Yu, they were all stunned by the scene before them. It seems that your sword Muramasa is not so demonic. Under the dull eyes of Nami, Mondo and others, Qin Yu, whose head was completely pierced by the third generation Muramasa, not only sat on the chair as if nothing had happened, but also stretched out his hand with a smile to pull out the third generation Muramasa inserted in his head bit by bit. I have given you the opportunity to devour the master. Now you either surrender to me or disappear. Buzz. As Qin Yu pulled the third generation demon sword Muramasa out of his brain, everyone heard the demon sword held in Qin Yu's hand tremble slightly. Then, a faint sound of the sword came from the blade of the third generation Muramasa. Is it begging for mercy? Nami widened her eyes. It is said that the demon sword is the most spiritual one among many famous swords. Today, I saw that it is true. Although this is only the third generation Muramasa, one of the 50 best swords, and not the Miyoho Muramasa, one of the 12 best swords in the legend. But this spirituality is comparable to those famous swords ranked in the 21 best swords. Mundo looked at Qin Yu deeply. After witnessing the process of him taming the third generation Muramasa, the Marine Colonel of Crozier Island looked at Qin Yu with the same look as when he looked at a demon. The length, size, and shape of the blade are all good. It should be easy to use. Although it is only a 50-grade good sword, it can be used temporarily. Qin Yu looked at the third generation Muramasa in his hand, and then put it back into the scabbard. Colonel, since everything is ready, we should leave. Won't you stay a few more days? Mundo asked. No, we still have things to do. When Qin Yu thought of the excitement and mystery of the Grand Line, he felt that the East Blue in front of him was so boring. Before, he did not enter the Grand Line immediately because he lacked the necessary items for sailing. But now, whether it is a new ship, a permanent pointer, a recording pointer, or various supplies for entering the Grand Line, they are all available. Naturally, he could not continue to stay in East Blue. Okay, then I will take you to get your new ship. By the way, I will send you off from Crozier Island. After thinking that East Blue could not support Qin Yu, a big dragon, Mondo did not try to keep him. Thank you. Qin Yu nodded, and then followed Mondo with Nami to leave Marine Base. When they arrived at the Marine's dedicated dock on Crozier Island, a brand new large ship instantly caught their eyes. Is this our new ship? Great. Nami took a look and could not help but walk quickly onto the new ship. After stepping on the deck and taking in the environment and layout of the ship, she was quite satisfied with the new ship. Except for the lack of sails with the Marine logo, the other configurations of this ship are exactly the same as the Marine ship of the Four Seas branch. Of course, after the ship was put into the sea to test its sea performance, it has been stored in the dock and has not been used again. So this is definitely a new ship. If you are still worried, you can find a professional shipwright to inspect it. Mondo introduced. There is no need for this ship inspection. I can trust the Colonel's reputation. Qin Yu glanced at the Marine soldiers stationed at the dock. Colonel, can we go to the cabin to talk? No problem. Mondo was stunned at first, then stepped into the cabin with Qin Yu. Colonel, I want to ask you for someone. As soon as he arrived at the cabin, Qin Yu got straight to the point. Who? Mondo's heart moved when he heard this. Buggy. Qin Yu spit out two words. He is a pirate, what do you want him to do? Mondo frowned slightly. Colonel, I won't hide it from you. I got a treasure map from him, but he is needed to find the location of the treasure. Qin Yu saw Mondo's reluctant expression, so he said, as long as you are willing to give me this face, Colonel, and hand over Buggy to me, I will definitely help you when you are in trouble in the future. It's not that I don't want to give you this face, but when I helped you apply for the bounty of the 3 pirate groups, I have already reported the arrest of the clown Buggy to the naval headquarters. If I hand over the clown Buggy to you, once it is discovered by the headquarters, I will not even be able to be a Marine. Although Mondo was a little tempted by Qin Yu's favor, he still shook his head and refused. He got such a big credit from him a few days ago. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be transferred to the Grand Line branch as a colonel. Although his rank seems to have changed, the colonel of the Four Seas branch is 3 levels lower than the colonel of the Grand Line branch in terms of rank and power. At this time, he naturally didn't want to give up his bright future for Qin Yu's favor. Chapter 20 Lucky Color Hockey, it really lives up to its name, 5/5, please collect flowers. 21 374. Chapter 20 Lucky Color Hockey, it really lives up to its name, 5/5, please collect flowers. Previous. Next. Colonel, this is not the first time we have worked together. I don't think you will forget what I said before so quickly. Qin Yu was not surprised at Mondo's refusal. What? Mondo asked calmly. Doesn't the colonel want to maximize the benefits? Qin Yu said word by word. Sorry, in this matter, I only saw the risks, not the benefits. Mondo shook his head. I promise, as long as you hand Buggy to me, he will completely disappear from this world within 3 days. Qin Yu's tone sank slightly. Although he didn't have to have Buggy to verify whether the absorber could obtain the devil fruit, since there was Buggy in front of him, he naturally wouldn't waste time and energy to find other people. Are you sure? Mondo noticed the change in Qin Yu's tone, and his face suddenly changed. He had heard what Qin Yu meant, that is, he had to have Buggy, the pirate. When he thought that if he refused the man in front of him, he might not only become enemies with him, but also become his enemy, even though he was about to be promoted as a Marine colonel, he had to treat him with caution. Sure, Qin Yu nodded. Okay, I'll give you this face. I will declare to the headquarters later that when Buggy the clown escaped from prison, he and his ship were sunk in the sea. Mondo pondered for a moment, and then said slightly gloomily. He had a certain understanding of Qin Yu during these days of getting along. Although the other party was not like the pirates who burned, killed, looted, and committed all kinds of evil, he was definitely a ruthless, decisive, and daring person. Thank you, Colonel Mondo. Qin Yu heard Mondo agree, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. No need to thank me. Just don't make it difficult for me in the end. Mondo looked at Qin Yu deeply, then stood up and walked out of the cabin. I promise that from the moment you hand Buggy over to me, there will be no more clown Buggy in the sea. I wonder if Colonel Mondo is satisfied with me doing this. Qin Yu stared at Mondo's departing back and said, I hope everything is really as you said. Walking to the door of the cabin, Mondo paused slightly, left a word, and walked out of the cabin without looking back. What are you talking about in secret? Did you reach a new deal? Mundo had just left when Nami came in. Don't think about it. The deal was reached, but there was no money. Qin Yu looked at Nami's eyes and knew what she was thinking. Obviously, Nami had tasted the sweetness of his cooperation with Mondo in catching the 3 major pirate groups overnight. Now, when she heard that he had a deal with Mondo, she thought that tens of millions of berry would be credited. Tisk, what's there to talk about if there's no money? Nami turned away without interest when she heard that there was no money. On the other side, after walking out of the cabin, Mondo immediately called his assistant Yuri's. He would naturally let Yuri's do such a secret matter as escorting Buggy to Qin Yu. Yuri's, who was called by Mondo, instantly understood that his boss might have reached some kind of deal with Qin Yu again. Thinking of this, he did not dare to neglect it and immediately ran to the prison on Crozier Island to transport Buggy. But no one expected that he would not come back for half an hour. What's wrong with Yuri's? It's been more than half an hour, why hasn't he come back yet? Mondo, standing on the deck, looked at the time and found that Yuri's had been gone for more than 40 minutes but still hadn't come back. Oh no, Colonel Mondo. The clown Buggy escaped from prison. Just when Mondo was getting a little impatient, he saw a marine soldier with injuries all over his body running towards him from a distance. What? When Mondo heard this, his face changed first, and then he immediately looked at Qin Yu. What made him feel a little relieved was that Qin Yu still looked calm after hearing the news that Buggy the clown had escaped from prison. Quick, tell me clearly, what's going on? How did Buggy the clown escape from prison? Although Qin Yu did not show any doubt on his face, Mondo still hurriedly asked. He knew very well that if this matter was not handled well, the relationship he had established with him before would inevitably leave a crack. When we opened the prison gate, he suddenly threw a bean-sized bomb. We were caught off guard and he escaped. The marine soldier saw that Mondo's face was getting uglier and uglier, but he still bit the bullet and explained the matter clearly. After Sergeant Yuri's learned about this, he asked me to inform you, the colonel, and he led the soldiers in the prison to hunt down Buggy. Lucky color hockey, it really lives up to its reputation. Qin Yu, who was standing aside, listened to the marine soldier's explanation of Buggy's escape process and understood that Mondo did not play tricks in this matter. He just happened to run into the outbreak time of Buggy's lucky color hockey. Mr. Qin Yu, after listening to it, Mondo was about to explain to Qin Yu when he was interrupted by him. No need to say, Colonel Mondo. I understand this matter, let me handle the rest. Qin Yu said, and ran towards the prison. Chapter 21. Are you the pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro? 1/5, please collect flowers. 22 374. Chapter 21. Are you the pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro? 1/5, please collect flowers. Previous. Next. Just a few marine soldiers, you want to stop your Uncle Buggy. Get out of here. On the streets of Crozier Island, Buggy, wearing a prison uniform, waved his arms, and his palms and wrists immediately split, and then he held a long knife and chopped down the two marine soldiers who were coming towards him. Clown Buggy, you can't run away. I have sent someone to notify Mr. Qin Yu and Colonel Mondo. They will arrive soon. If you don't want to suffer so much, surrender immediately. Yuri's looked around and found that he was the only marine who still had the strength to fight. The marine soldiers who came with him to chase Buggy were lying on the ground. Qin Yu, when Buggy heard this, he subconsciously showed a trace of fear on his face, but it was immediately replaced by anger. Marine, if you didn't mention this person, you might have saved your life today. But now, you are dead, he said, and immediately swung his right arm at Yuri's. A palm immediately split out, and then shot out like a cannonball holding a long knife. Shatter into pieces cannon. Yuri's pupils shrank suddenly. He just wanted to dodge, but found that his body's reaction speed could not keep up with Buggy's angry attack. Clang. Hoo. Yuri sat on the ground, took a breath, and then looked along the long knife that suddenly blocked him. A man with a green scarf on his head, a golden earring on his left ear, and 3 long knives on his waist suddenly came into his sight. Are you, Roronoa Zoro, the pirate hunter? After seeing the appearance of the knife-wielding man in front of him, Yuri's also recognized that the one who saved him from Buggy just now was one of East Blue's most famous bounty hunters, Roronoa Zoro. He is a pirate, right? Roronoa Zoro glanced at Yuri's on the ground. Yes, he is Buggy, the captain of the Buggy Pirates. Yuri's nodded. How much is his bounty? Roronoa Zoro asked. 15 million berries. Yuri's face suddenly became strange when he heard this. Then prepare 15 million berries for me, Zoro said as he pulled out the other 2 long swords from his waist. How can I give it? Mr. Qin Yu has already taken away Buggy's bounty. Yuri smiled bitterly in his heart, but he didn't dare to say more at this time. He finally waited for someone to stop Buggy from escaping from prison, so he naturally couldn't destroy the wall himself at this time. You are also a bounty hunter. Buggy was already very dissatisfied with Roronoa Zoro for ruining his good deeds. After hearing that he and Qin Yu, who caught him, were both bounty hunters, a ferocious look suddenly appeared on his face. When I have no money, I will play the role of a bounty hunter. Unfortunately, I just spent all my money when I passed by this town today. You can only blame your bad luck for meeting me here. Feeling the murderous aura emanating from Buggy, Roronoa Zoro was not afraid, but smiled excitedly. Haha, a mere swordsman dares to speak nonsense in front of me. Aren't you afraid of making me laugh to death? I am afraid of everything in my life, but I am most afraid of creatures like swordsmen. After Buggy smiled fiercely, his eyes suddenly flashed with murderous light. Really, I hope you can still say such words later. Roronoa Zoro's eyes turned cold, and he held 3 long swords with his hands and teeth at the same time, and then slashed at Buggy at a very fast speed. 3 sword style tiger hunting. Idiot, lousy is a user with the ability of eating chop fruit. Even if I stand still, I can't hurt you even if you chop me. Facing Zoro who was rushing like a tiger, Buggy stood there with disdain. HMPH. Seeing Buggy so arrogant, Roronoa Zoro snorted in his heart, and slashed with both hands holding the long sword. Bang. Ah, the sword flashed, and Buggy, who was known as the nemesis of swordsmen and was not afraid of the slashing of armament hockey, was instantly blown away by Roronoa Zoro's tiger hunting. You are obviously a swordsman, how could you hurt me? Buggy, who was hit by the demon slash and had multiple fractures in his upper body, immediately spat out a mouthful of blood after falling to the ground. Idiot, who said that swordsmen must use swords to cut people? I will hold the sword horizontally and use the blade to hit you. Not only will the impact area become wider, but the slash will also become a whip similar to a long stick. Roronoa Zoro said to Buggy with disdain. You. After hearing this, Buggy's face, which was originally slightly pale due to the injury, instantly turned red. Do you really think I've been standing there for so long just to watch the fun? After I figured out what your ability is, I've already thought of a way to deal with you. You're still standing there like an idiot and letting me attack you. Roronoa Zoro sneered, and then he didn't look at Buggy anymore, but said to Yuri's who had stood up from the ground not far away. Hey, Marine, if you're not dead, get up and settle the bill. Chapter 22 If you win, I leave. If you lose, Muramasa belongs to me. 2/5, please collect flowers. 23 374. Chapter 22 If you win, I leave. If you lose, Muramasa belongs to me. 2/5, please collect flowers. Previous. Next. That, Mr. Zoro, although I am very grateful to you for helping Marine capture Buggy the Clown, I'm sorry that we can't give you the bounty. Although Yuri's felt that it was a bit unfair to do so, he was just a small sergeant of the 4 Seas branch. He really had no right to give Zoro 15 million berries. Why? Roronoa Zoro frowned when he heard this. It's not the first day he has been a bounty hunter, but this is the first time he has encountered a situation like today. It's like this. In fact, Buggy the Clown has been captured by a bounty hunter before, so his bounty has already been collected. Yuri's was afraid that Roronoa Zoro would not believe it, so he pointed at the prison uniform worn by Buggy the Clown and said. You also saw that Buggy was wearing a prison uniform, right? The reason he appeared here is because he just escaped from prison. Then first helped you Marine for nothing. Roronoa Zoro glanced at the prison uniform worn by Buggy. Although he believed what Yuri said, he still felt very dissatisfied. He didn't expect that he would encounter such bad luck. Haha, you green-haired swordsman, you are nosy. See, even if you catch your Uncle Buggy, you will get nothing. Seeing this scene, Buggy, who was lying on the ground, laughed. Hey, green-haired swordsman, don't you want to collect my bounty? Then you can go to the first person who catches me and ask him to take it. Of course, the premise is that you have the ability. Obviously, after seeing that there was no hope of escape, the clown Buggy decisively made things difficult for Qin Yu. Who took his bounty? Roronoa Zoro asked Yuri's directly without even looking at Buggy. This, if it were usual, whether out of gratitude or apology, Yuri's would not hesitate to reveal the news to Roronoa Zoro. But when he thought that the person involved was Qin Yu, he hesitated. First helped you Marine catch a pirate worth 15 million berries for free. You won't even tell me who took the bounty, right? Roronoa Zoro looked even worse when he saw that Yuri's was unwilling to tell him. I took his bounty. Just as he was about to ask Yuri's about the identity of the person who took the bounty, Qin Yu suddenly came out from behind Yuri's. If you want Buggy's bounty, you can come to me. Since you helped me catch Buggy the Clown, I can give you half of the bounty. That's 7.5 million berries. In the sea, even the most rubbish devil fruit costs more than 100 million berries, and there is still no market for it. In Qin Yu's opinion, Buggy the Clown's Chop Chop fruit ability is a very powerful paramesha ability. It's just that Buggy the Clown doesn't know how to use it. In Qin Yu's opinion, if Buggy the Clown really gets lost, then his loss will not be a small 7.5 million. I did have this idea just now. Roronoa Zoro glanced at Qin Yu, and his eyes were fixed on the third-generation Muramasa on Qin Yu's waist. What about now? Qin Yu noticed the burning gaze Roronoa Zoro showed when he looked at the third-generation Muramasa, and a smile flashed in the depths of his eyes. No need now. I have found something more attractive than the 7.5 million, no, more attractive than the 15 million berry bounty. Roronoa Zoro raised a rebellious smile at the corner of his mouth. I think you are also a swordsman. Fight with me. If you win, I leave, and you can save the 7.5 million berry. If you lose, the bounty of Buggy the Clown is still yours, but the knife on your waist will belong to me from now on. Is it interesting to bet so little? Since you want to bet bigger. Qin Yu was not surprised at all by Roronoa Zoro's invitation to fight. When he saw Roronoa Zoro staring at the third-generation Muramasa on his waist with a burning gaze, he had already guessed Roronoa Zoro's thoughts. If you have more famous swords like the third-generation Muramasa, I can bet my life with you. Roronoa Zoro asked with interest. I'm sorry to disappoint you. At present, the only good and fast sword I have is the third-generation Muramasa. Qin Yu said. Then what do you want to bet? When Roronoa Zoro heard that there were no other famous swords, the expectation in his eyes immediately weakened by 3 points. As a swordsman, you challenge me right away. I think you must be very proud of your swordsmanship. Then I'll make a bet with you. Qin Yu raised a finger. If I can't defeat you in one move, you can take all the bounties of Buggy the Clown and this third-generation Muramasa. If I can do it, if you can really do it, I'll give you my life. Roronoa Zoro's eyes turned cold, and his tone was full of pride and madness. He was a man who had been determined to become the world's #1 swordsman since he was a child. He didn't know how much blood and sweat he had paid for this. For a man like him with a very strong self-esteem, if he was defeated by someone in a sword duel, he might as well die. Chapter 23 I just need someone to guard the boat. 3/5, please collect flowers. 24 374. Chapter 23 I just need someone to guard the boat. 3/5, please collect flowers. Previous. Next, I don't want your life. Dead people have no value to me. I just need a boat guard. If I can do it, you will come to my boat and help me watch the boat for the rest of my life. Qin Yu shook his head. It's a deal. As soon as Roronoa Zoro finished speaking, he first bit a knife in his mouth, then pulled out the other two long swords with both hands and made a cross posture. Three sword style demon slash. Swish. Roronoa Zoro let out a long roar, and the breath of evil spirits gushed out of his body. In a flash, he flew in front of Qin Yu like an evil ghost, and then three swords fell fiercely. Ka-ba! Facing Roronoa Zoro's oncoming demon slash, Qin Yu did not dodge, did not draw his sword, but just reached out and grabbed it. Impossible. After performing the ghost slash, Roronoa Zoro, who was full of confidence, saw Qin Yu rush into the white blade with bare hands and caught all three of his swords in a snap of his fingers, and his face changed instantly. You who have only seen the blue sky of East Blue in your life don't know what is possible at all. Qin Yu swung his right hand, and Roronoa Zoro flew backwards with his sword and hit the wall not far away. You didn't even pull out your sword. What a joke. I am determined to become the world's #1 swordsman. Before meeting that man, I couldn't even let you draw your sword. What a joke. Roronoa Zoro stood up suddenly. Although he was hit hard, he did not lose heart. On the contrary, like a tiger forced into a desperate situation, he broke out his most ferocious side. How far do you think you were from the world's #1? Is it as close as the distance between you and me now? Don't be so naive, you frog in the well. The world outside East Blue is so big that it completely exceeds the scope of your mind. Qin Yu chuckled. Zoro is too young now except for his strong heart. Whether it is his physique, swordsmanship, or the unawakened haki, it is difficult for him to raise the slightest desire to fight. I don't know how big the world outside East Blue is. I don't know how far I am from the world's #1. I only know that after I knock you down here, the distance between me and the world's #1 will be closer. Roronoa Zoro raised his double swords and then spun like a windmill. Then use all your strength to try to knock me down in the next move. Qin Yu said. That's what I mean. Roronoa Zoro took a deep breath. When a flash of determination to die if he didn't win flashed in his eyes, he moved. Three sword style secret, 3,000 worlds. Yuris and others standing by couldn't see how he moved, let alone his sword moves and his sword momentum. They all felt a flash before their eyes, and Roronoa Zoro had already appeared in front of Qin Yu out of thin air. As for what Roronoa Zoro did after he came in front of Qin Yu, they had no idea. But when they rubbed their eyes, which were a little sore, they found that Qin Yu's right hand had been stretched out at some point, and just like the ghost slash that had just broken Roronoa Zoro, he grabbed his three swords in his hand again in the same way. Impossible. The gap between you and me can't be so big. Roronoa Zoro's eyes widened, and his teeth bit the handle of the knife in his mouth tightly. If he was facing the world's #1 swordsman, the gap between them was so big that he could still accept it. But now his opponent is just a bounty hunter from East Blue. You just helped me stop Buggy the Clown. These two moves are my thanks to you. Now it's my turn. Qin Yu pressed his right hand. Roronoa Zoro immediately felt a tidal wave of power coming from Qin Yu's hand. Even though his feet were firmly on the ground, his body was still like an arrow from a string, flying back more than 10 meters away. Whether it was Ghost Slash or 3,000 worlds, in front of Qin Yu, his final fate was to be slapped away by a backhand. Let's go, the boat guards. After falling from midair, Roronoa Zoro had not had time to stand firm, and an indifferent voice suddenly sounded in his ears. When Roronoa Zoro turned his head with difficulty, he first glanced at Qin Yu, who had come behind him at some point, and then stared at Qin Yu's right hand on the hilt of the knife at his waist. At the moment you landed, Qin Yu looked into Roronoa Zoro's eyes. Haha, so the blue sky of East Blue is so vast. Roronoa Zoro pulled an ugly smile from the corner of his mouth. Clang, swish. The next second, the long sword he held in both hands suddenly broke, and at the same time, a scarlet blood arrow spurted out from his abdomen. How did he get injured? Seeing this scene, the Marines around were completely stunned. They clearly didn't see Qin Yu draw his sword, so how come Roronoa Zoro's abdomen suddenly had a hideous knife wound? Chapter 24 Am I, Zoro, not even worth 7.5 million. 4/5, please collect flowers. 25 374ths. Chapter 24 Am I, Zoro, not even worth 7.5 million. 4/5, please collect flowers. Previous, next. Although I can't see clearly how you strike the sword, my feeling and the wounds on my body are constantly telling me that there is a shadow of my 3,000 worlds in your swordsmanship. Roronoa Zoro covered the wound on his abdomen and turned to Qin Yu and asked. Your feeling is quite sharp. Yes, this is the swordsmanship I will create by combining the 3,000 worlds I learned from you with another skill called the spoon movement technique. I will name it Flash Flower. Qin Yu nodded. Flash Flower. Hee, you were really a monster. Roronoa Zoro couldn't help but smile bitterly when he heard that Qin Yu had learned his 3,000 worlds with just one look. Maybe, but in the world outside East Blue, there are countless monsters like you said. For example, the world's #1 swordsman you have been pursuing, Dracula Mahawk. He is also one of the monsters. East Blue is, after all, just a place to raise small fish. You can't raise such a big dragon here. Qin Yu said lightly. Hey, are you going to Grand Line? Roronoa Zoro asked as Qin Yu lifted up Buggy the Clown. Of course, Qin Yu nodded. I will accept the loss and let you guard the boat for the rest of my life. But, your boat must take me to find that man. Also, give me a chance to continue challenging you. Roronoa Zoro said word by word. On my boat, what you can see and touch is not just the sky of the world's #1 swordsman. Qin Yu grabbed Buggy's neck with his right hand and exerted force. Buggy, who was already seriously injured and had several broken ribs, fainted on the spot. Really, it seems that I didn't lose too much in this bet. Zoro put the only remaining Wado Ikimonji back into the scabbard, and then, as if the wound on his waist did not exist, he followed Qin Yu's steps swiftly. Too scary. Even Roronoa Zoro, one of East Blue's most powerful bounty hunters, is vulnerable in front of him. Mr. Qin Yu's strength has indeed completely exceeded the scope of East Blue. Yuri's and others looked at Qin Yu's back as he left, and their faces still looked as if they had just woken up from a dream. Obviously, at this moment, their minds were still immersed in the battle that Qin Yu had just fought, and they couldn't extricate themselves. Qin Yu, who is this? You went to catch Buggy the Clown, why did you bring this person back? When Qin Yu returned to the dock of Marine with Buggy the Clown and Roronoa Zoro, Nami immediately came up quickly. I met him on the way. I saw that the boat was still short of a boat guard, so I won him back. Qin Yu briefly described what happened just now. Win back the boat guard. Your decision is too frivolous. After listening to this, Nami couldn't help but be a little speechless. In her opinion, as long as someone can be brought on board, whether it is a cleaner or a boat guard, they are all trustworthy partners. If you don't trust him, you must not let him on board. But what about Qin Yu? He actually won a random person on the roadside and came back to watch the ship. This is too careless. He helped me catch Buggy the Clown. If I don't win him back to guard the ship, you have to take out 7.5 million berries from your small treasury to thank him. Qin Yu had just finished speaking when he found that Nami had already walked up to Zoro with a medicine box. Newcomer, this ship will be handed over to you to guard from now on. You must remember that I am the navigator on the ship, and I am the person who must be protected as soon as possible when encountering an enemy. Nami put the medicine box in front of Zoro and said while admonishing. Damn woman, am I Roronoa Zoro not even worth 7.5 million berries? Roronoa Zoro stared at Nami with gritted teeth. If he hadn't heard the conversation between Qin Yu and Nami, he would still be grateful to Nami for bringing the medicine box to him. But now, it is obvious that Nami was afraid of giving him 7.5 million berries, so she decisively accepted him as a crew member. That's not the case. Qin Yu can bring you back to the ship, so you are a member of our ship. Your identity cannot be measured by berries. Nami corrected with a serious face. But no matter how she argued, Roronoa Zoro, who had seen through her true face, had an expression from beginning to end that I don't believe you, you are a money-hungry woman. Today, I really need your help. If you hadn't shot Buggy the Clown to death, I really don't know how to explain to Naval Headquarters. At this time, Mondo also came up. He winked at Qin Yu and said, anyway, I have received the bounty of Buggy the Clown. It's okay if I haven't met him, but since I have met him, of course I have to kill him. Qin Yu nodded knowingly, and then kicked the dead Buggy to the corner. Standing aside, Roronoa Zoro, who had just finished treating his wound, heard this and his ears moved slightly. He understood what he meant but said nothing and walked directly to Buggy's side with his knife. Chapter 25 This time, even the lucky color hockey can't save you. 5/5, please collect flowers. 26 374. Chapter 25 This time, even the lucky color hockey can't save you. 5/5, please collect flowers. Previous. Next. With him watching the boat, I'll have less worries in the future. Qin Yu saw Roronoa Zoro's initiative to watch over Buggy, and the smile in his eyes became more intense. In order to cover up the matter of Buggy, Mondo did not stay for long. He said a few words to Qin Yu and got off the boat directly, and then watched Qin Yu and his friends leave the dock of Crozier Island. But the sharp-eyed Nami found that Mondo quietly put a Den Den Mushi into Qin Yu's hand when he left. Just when Qin Yu left Crozier Island, the news that he had wiped out Krieg, Buggy, and Black Cat, the three strongest pirate groups in East Blue, spread throughout East Blue overnight. This record not only made him instantly famous throughout East Blue, but also made him the strongest bounty hunter recognized by all forces in East Blue. Even as time went by, before he entered Grand Line, the name Qin Yu had already entered the eyes of several top forces in Grand Line in advance. Naval Headquarters. I didn't expect that East Blue, which has always been the weakest in the four seas, would have such a person. Before entering the Grand Line, he already has the combat power to destroy thousands of troops alone. It's a waste for such a person to be a bounty hunter. In a Vice Admiral office in Marineford, Huo Shaoshan, one of the elite Vice Admirals of the headquarters, read a piece of intelligence from East Blue, and a bit of regret appeared on his face. Pa. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Come in. As soon as Huo Shaoshan finished speaking, the door of the office opened immediately, and Flying Squirrel, who was also an elite Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters, walked in from outside. Vice Admiral Huo Shaoshan, I hope I didn't disturb you at work. Flying Squirrel walked in front of Huo Shaoshan and sat down. No. Huo Shaoshan shook his head and asked, Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral, what's the matter with you coming to see me? Although the elite Vice Admirals of the headquarters are more free than admirals, their daily workload is far greater than that of admirals. That's why Vice Admirals rarely move around during work. Unless there is something important, They usually use Den Den Mushi to communicate, or ask their subordinates to pass on the message. Are you also looking at this information? Flying Squirrel glanced at the information in Huo Xiaoshen's hand, and then his eyes fell on Qin Yu's photo. Since Gall D. Roger started the Great Pirate Era, the number of pirates has not only increased exponentially every day, but also many talented people have emerged. On the contrary, in these years, our Marine has never produced a younger generation with the potential to become an admiral. Even if it is a Logia ability user like Smoker, his strength is far inferior to Aokiji and others back then. Huo Xiaoshen nodded. It's rare that East Blue has a person like Qin Yu, so I naturally have to pay attention to him. After all, although he is a bounty hunter, his strength and efficiency in fighting pirates are what we need in Marine at present. Personally, I think that instead of him falling into a thief after entering the Grand Line, it is better to try to get him to join Marine. Huo Xiaoshen Vice Admiral, do you think so? Flying Squirrel asked expressionlessly. Do you have a different opinion? Huo Xiaoshen glanced at Flying Squirrel with a little surprise. No, I just hope that Huo Xiaoshen Vice Admiral can leave his affairs to me to handle. Flying Squirrel said. Why? Is it because of the Mafia and the Don Quixote family? The surprise in Huo Xiaoshen's Vice Admiral's eyes became more and more intense. He and Flying Squirrel are responsible for all the order and affairs of East Blue and West Blue respectively. Generally speaking, they should not interfere in everything that happens in the waters under the jurisdiction of the other party. But facing his questioning, Flying Squirrel responded silently. Okay, I can leave his affairs to you. But I have a request. Huo Xiaoshen looked at Flying Squirrel deeply. He already understood more or less that Flying Squirrel might have some unspeakable secrets. Please speak. Flying Squirrel felt relieved, but said calmly. If this young man meets the requirements of Naval Headquarters, I hope Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral can enforce the law impartially and invite him to join Marine. Huo Xiaoshen stared at Flying Squirrel's eyes. Justice cannot be desecrated by anyone. Flying Squirrel's eyes condensed, and after leaving a sentence in an unquestionable voice, he turned around and walked out of the office. Given the character of Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel, he shouldn't cause any trouble. Huo Xiaoshen looked at the back of Flying Squirrel leaving, and although he murmured, he felt uneasy inexplicably when he thought of Flying Squirrel's performance just now. Qin Yu, who was far away in East Blue, naturally didn't know that he had attracted the attention of the two elite Vice Admirals of Naval Headquarters before entering the Grand Line. But even if he knew, he wouldn't care at this time because he was focusing on verifying whether he could obtain the Devil Fruit ability by absorbing the ability user. Zoro, help me watch the door. Don't let anything disturb me before I come out. If you can do that, I'll tell you something about Dracula Mahawk. On the new ship, Qin Yu said to Roronoa Zoro, who was standing on the deck and working hard, then raised his hand and punched the clown buggy who had just woken up, making him spit blood and fly backwards, and then walked over and picked him up. This time, even if you burst out the lucky color hockey, it can't save you. Chapter 26 Absorbing the ability to be torn apart. Buggy 1/5, please collect flowers. 27 374ths. Chapter 26 Absorbing the ability to be torn apart. Buggy 1/5, please collect flowers. Previous. Next. Roronoa Zoro, who had no interest in anything other than guarding the ship and practicing swords, immediately dropped the one-ton wooden stick in his hand and carried the Wado Ikimonji to guard the cabin door when Qin Yu said he wanted to tell him about Dracula Mahawk. Nami, who was a little curious, was about to take a step closer to the cabin, but when she saw Roronoa Zoro showing a posture of drawing a sword on the spot, she was frightened and stepped back a few steps. I won't get close, it's okay. After Nami put on an attitude that I would never get close to the cabin again and I was not interested in anything, Roronoa Zoro put the Wado Ikimonji back into the sheath and sat cross-legged at the cabin door again. What do you want to do to me? After being held by Qin Yu's neck and taken into the cabin, the clown buggy immediately said with a ferocious face. To kill or to cut, just hurry up. At this moment, he was really annoyed and really exploded. At the beginning, this guy in front of him handed himself over to Marine, and he could be said to be greedy for his bounty. But now, his bounty has obviously been taken by this guy, but he still pesters him. He tried to fight, beg for mercy, and surrender, but in the end, after finding that it was useless, he really couldn't bear it anymore. If I wanted to kill you, I would have killed you as early as when I was on Crozier Island. Why would I spend so much time to get you from Marine? Qin Yu said lightly. Then what do you want? The clown buggy said with resentment. Don't be so excited, you will know soon. Qin Yu said faintly, and then his right hand suddenly turned into a pink meatball under Buggy's horrified eyes. What the hell is this? Get out of here. Buggy looked at it and his face turned pale with fear. But when he wanted to break free from this extremely weird pink meatball, he found with horror that the pink meatball wrapped around his body was like a thorn in his side. The more he struggled, the tighter he was wrapped. After struggling for a while, Buggy soon found that his strength seemed to be sucked away, and the strength of his whole body became weaker and weaker. In the end, let alone struggling, he even had to use all his strength to speak. You devil, so you want to devour me? Buggy, who was wrapped in the pink meatball with only a red nose and face exposed, said to Qin Yu with a resentful look, and his face was completely covered. After wrapping the clown Buggy completely, the pink meatball began to shrink continuously until it returned to the original arm size and sank into Qin Yu's body. You are wrong. I am not going to devour you. To be more precise, I want to absorb you. Qin Yu closed his eyes slightly, and felt the changes in his body with anticipation. Half an hour later, the closed cabin door was reopened. Nami, who was studying the recording pointer, heard the movement, turned around, and found that Qin Yu walked out of the cabin with a slightly disappointed face. Why do you look like that? Did you fail? Nami walked to Qin Yu and asked in a low voice. I didn't fail, but I didn't succeed either. Qin Yu shook his head. What's going on? Nami asked quickly. I can indeed absorb Buggy's chop fruit. But the speed at which the curse power of the two devil fruits damages my body is a little beyond my expectations. Originally, I thought that even if the curse power blew my body apart, I could easily recover with supercell regeneration. But after the experiment, I found that things were not as simple as I thought. Qin Yu sighed. Once I start to absorb the chop fruit, the curse power will be like a thorn in the flesh, destroying my body crazily during the process of absorbing the fruit power, until I completely absorb the chop fruit, and this curse power will disappear. Although I absorb the fruit power very quickly, and the whole process only takes a few tens of seconds, with my current recovery and regeneration speed, I still can't keep up with the speed at which the curse power damages my body. In these short tens of seconds, limited by the insufficient regeneration and recovery speed, the curse power is enough to destroy all the cells in my body. Is there a solution? Nami asked with concern. Although she is not a power user, nor a main combatant, she also knows how important it is for Qin Yu to absorb the power of the power user's fruit. My regeneration, recovery and absorption abilities all come from the Buu Fruit. As long as the Buu Fruit is developed to a higher level, all the abilities I have now will be improved accordingly. At that time, all problems will be solved. Qin Yu explained. Then what are you disappointed about? It's been less than a month since you got the Buu Fruit, and you have the current strength. Maybe if you are given a few more months, no, maybe even just a few weeks, you will be able to absorb the power of the power user's fruit. After hearing this, Nami was immediately annoyed. She just racked her brains to think of how to comfort this man, but she didn't expect that in the end it would only take a month or even a week to solve the problem. Chapter 27 He who wears the crown must bear its weight 2/5, please collect flowers. 28 374. Chapter 27 He who wears the crown must bear its weight 2/5, please collect flowers. Previous. Next. Do you think I'm disappointed because of this? Qin Yu shook his head. Isn't it? Nami asked back. I'm disappointed that I wasted a chop fruit. Buggy has already known the secret of my ability. Now I can't absorb his fruit ability, so I have to kill him to keep it secret. Qin Yu shook his head and sighed. Then what? Nami didn't react for a while, and asked in a daze. I've asked before, although the value of the chop fruit has dropped a lot because Buggy ruined it, it still costs at least 500 million to buy a chop fruit on the black market. And that's the starting price. I was thinking that if I want chop fruit again in the future, I can only look for it on the black market with 500 million. Just as Qin Yu finished speaking, Nami's scream that seemed to resound throughout the entire East Blue came from the ship. Ah, Qin Yu, you damn BD. You actually wasted 500 million. Nami pointed at Qin Yu excitedly, as if looking at the murderer of her father, staring at him with her eyes. You damn BD, you just wasted 500 million berry, and you actually want to buy another chop fruit. I'm telling you, don't even think about it. After saying that, she was afraid that Qin Yu would take advantage of her small treasury, so she quickly dodged into the cabin and squatted at the door of the storage room. I was just making an analogy, I didn't really waste 500 million. Also, I didn't say I would buy chop fruit again in the future. Your reaction is a bit too big. Qin Yu shook his head helplessly. He didn't feel sorry for killing Buggy directly, at most he was a little disappointed. Although the ability of chop fruit is good, it is a bit useless for him. After all, his Buu's physique itself has the characteristics of 4 or 5 splits. It's good to be able to absorb it, but it's no big deal to waste it. Compared to letting Buggy live, wasting time every day to watch him, prevent him from escaping, and prevent him from leaking information, Qin Yu would rather kill him directly. Anyway, as long as you enter the Grand Line, there are people with abilities like Buggy everywhere. You just said that as long as I guard the door, you will tell me something about Dracula Mahawk. Now can you tell me what it is? Roronoa Zoro on the side saw Nami running away, and immediately came over to Qin Yu and asked. Obviously, he has always kept this in mind. Do you know where the gap between you and Hawkeye is? Qin Yu said. I don't know. Roronoa Zoro shook his head. In the past, he thought he was very close to Dracula Mahawk. But after fighting with Qin Yu on Crozier Island, he found that there was still an insurmountable gap between him and Dracula Mahawk, whom he had never met. Swordsmanship, hockey, physique, and mental will. Qin Yu said to Roronoa Zoro, who was listening seriously. First of all, swordsmanship. Hawkeye can cut a 1,000-meter sea and split a 1,000-meter iceberg with a casual sword. And you, if I remember correctly, you can't even do the slashing and releasing now. What? Roronoa Zoro heard this, and his face was instantly filled with horror. After swordplay, we come to hockey. It is in the second half of the Grand Line, which is the New World. Hockey is the pass to the New World. As the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye can intimidate countless pirates in the New World. His armament hockey and observation hockey must have reached the pinnacle. As for you, you don't even know what hockey is at present. Qin Yu said. He can release a 1,000-meter slash with a casual sword. It is absolutely no problem for his physique to crush you 1,000 times. As for the last mental will, Hawkeye once fought with the red-haired Shanks, the strongest hockey among the 4 emperors. It is said that they were evenly matched in swordplay. He can carry the red-haired Shanks' unparalleled conqueror's haki to fight with him. I don't think I need to say more about how strong his mental will is. After listening to this, Roronoa Zoro's face was no longer pale. At this moment, he felt deeply ridiculous for his naive idea that he had already approached Dracula Mahawk in strength. You were really a frog in the well, Roronoa Zoro murmured bitterly, then walked to the side without saying a word and sat down cross-legged. Seeing that he looked like he was hit hard, Qin Yu had no intention of comforting him. The truth may be cruel, but in Qin Yu's opinion, if Roronoa Zoro didn't even have the courage to face the gap between him and Hawkeye, then he would not even be qualified to challenge the world's #1 swordsman, let alone the qualification to watch his ship. If you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. Let alone replace Hawkeye as the world's #1 swordsman. Even if you just challenge him, you need to bear unparalleled pressure. Let me see if your heart can bear this weight. Qin Yu looked at Roronoa Zoro with interest. He also wanted to know whether this man could stand up again after feeling the cruelty of the truth and experiencing the suffocating gap. Chapter 28. Practice to become stronger. Just absorb a Shichibukai, 3/5. Please collect flowers. 29 374. Chapter 28. Practice to become stronger. Just absorb a Shichibukai, 3/5. Please collect flowers. Previous. Next. As time passed, Qin Yu found that Roronoa Zoro, who was sitting cross-legged on the deck, had gradually regained his pale face and panicked eyes. Instead, he was replaced by a touch of unyielding and firmness. In just less than half an hour, Roronoa Zoro, who had just been hit hard, had swept away the decadence, despair and powerlessness in his heart. When he stood up again and picked up a 1-ton wooden stick to practice swordsmanship, his mental outlook was completely different from before. At this time, Roronoa Zoro was like a piece of tempered steel that had been hammered. Although his strength had not improved at all, his mental will was 100 times tougher than before. Have you cheered up? What a strong heart. Qin Yu, who saw all the changes in Roronoa Zoro, couldn't help but smile in his heart. After that day, Roronoa Zoro, who completely understood how big the gap between him and the world's #1 swordsman was, cheered up again. He, who had been training hard, practiced swordsmanship like his life. Looking at his appearance, he seemed to be in a posture of training to death. As if influenced by Roronoa Zoro, although Nami did not exercise diligently, she spent a lot of time every day observing the climate changes in the sea and studying navigation. Compared with Nami and Zoro, Qin Yu's performance was exactly the opposite. He inherited all the abilities of Majin Buu, and it seemed that he also inherited Majin Buu's greedy and sleepy personality. After setting sail from Crozier Island, Qin Yu did not exercise at all. Every day, he either ate from morning to night or slept from night to morning. In the end, even Nami couldn't stand it and couldn't help but come over and say a few words to him. You either eat or sleep every day. Is this how you develop the Buu fruit? If you don't exercise seriously, let alone improve your strength, it would be good if you don't regress. But what made Nami speechless was that Qin Yu actually nodded and answered her seriously. Eating and sleeping are the best ways to develop the Buu fruit. As for training seriously and improving strength, when you reach the Grand Line and can absorb people with special abilities, you can just find a Shichibukai to absorb them and all problems will be solved. Nami was half believing and half doubting at first. Even though Qin Yu told her that Charlotte Linlin from the Four Emperors became a Four Emperor just by eating and sleeping, she still didn't believe it completely. Until one day, after training for a while, Roronoa Zoro, who felt that his strength had improved a lot, saw that Qin Yu was living a fat house life every day. He thought that even if his strength had not completely surpassed the other party, it must have narrowed a lot, so he decisively challenged Qin Yu. At that time, Nami was standing aside to watch the fun, but after she saw with her own eyes that Qin Yu didn't even draw his sword, but just casually slapped Roronoa Zoro, who used the three-sword style secret technique, 3,000 worlds, and flew him and his sword into the sea, she completely believed what Qin Yu said. It turns out that there really is such a jealous devil fruit in this world. Nami no longer paid much attention to Qin Yu's self-indulgent life of a fat house. When Roronoa Zoro found that Qin Yu lived a fat house life every day, but his strength did not decline but improved, the intensity of his training became even crazier. We are finally here. A week later, Qin Yu and his party, who had been drifting on the sea for nearly half a month, finally saw the island where Logetown was located. Although the sea is mysterious, even Roronoa Zoro, who is tough, is a little tired physically and mentally after drifting on the sea for a long time. When the three of them boarded Logetown, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go, buy some supplies here, and then you can go directly to the Grand Line. Although it will still be sailing, life on the sea will be 100 times more exciting than it is now. Qin Yu called out to Nami and Roronoa Zoro. Don't you need to check the boat? Roronoa Zoro glanced at the empty boat and felt a little worried. Although he was won back by Qin Yu to be the boat guard, he is still very serious about his work. The marine dock here provides boat guarding services. Because of the presence of Logia ability user Smoker, the marine in Logetown is much stronger than the pirates. Let the marine here to help guard the boat, you can still rest assured. Qin Yu glanced at the Logetown in front of him, which was known as the beginning and end, and suddenly raised his mouth. Of course, if you want to guard the boat, it's not impossible. But as far as I know, there are 2 famous swords in Logetown that are ranked 50th among the best swords. They are now placed in a weapon store without anyone interested. Nami, can you lend me money to buy a knife? Roronoa Zoro heard this, and his eyes suddenly lit up. No, don't you already have a knife in your hand? Why buy so many knives? Do you want to change your career to become a chef? Nami rejected Roronoa Zoro's request to buy a knife. Chapter 29. Either fighting or on the way to a fight. 4/5, please collect flowers. 3374. Chapter 29. Either fighting or on the way to a fight. 4/5, please collect flowers. Previous. Next. I am a swordsman with 3 swords. How can I use 3 swords with only 1 sword? Seeing Nami's stingy look, Roronoa Zoro could only grit his teeth and say, 30% interest. Mr. Zoro, how much do you want to borrow? Nami's pretty face instantly bloomed with a sweet smile, and her tone became extremely gentle. Damn you, you wait. As soon as he landed on the island, Nami chopped his neck with blood. Roronoa Zoro, who was burdened with heavy interest, rushed to the weapons of Logue Town with a look of embarrassment after getting the money he bought. You are too cruel, Nami. Looking at Roronoa Zoro's embarrassed figure leaving, Qin Yu, who stood aside and witnessed him owing a huge debt throughout the whole process, couldn't bear to look directly. What's so cruel about it? Of course you have to pay interest when you lend money. Especially since he got on board, he has not achieved anything, and he has not been productive. He just practices sword every day, but his appetite is amazing, second only to you who eats from morning to night. I did this for the living expenses on the ship. I had no choice but to do this. Nami said with an expression that said you don't understand my good intentions at all. I don't believe you. You are a hen who is greedy for money. Unfortunately, Qin Yu, who had seen through Nami's true face, didn't believe her words at all. Okay, don't care about those trivial matters. Anyway, it's not you who will pay back the money. Let's go to replenish the sailing supplies first. With a big eater like you, it seems that we have to buy 3 times more food this time. Nami directly filtered out some words she didn't want to hear, and then took Qin Yu's arm and walked towards Logue Town. Logue Town, Marine Branch Base. Colonel Smoker, the people you asked us to keep a close eye on have now come to Logue Town. The man and woman are now near the commercial street. A Marine soldier pushed open the door of the office in front of him, and then reported to Smoker, who was smoking 2 cigars at the same time and crossing his legs. Finally here, Smoker's eyes flashed with a gleam of light when he heard it. Should we notify Sergeant Tashigi? The Marine soldier who came to report said. We are neither catching pirates nor going to fight, so why notify her? Smoker picked up the large 10-handed weapon placed aside and walked out the door. Since you were transferred to Logue Town, you are either fighting or on the way to fight every day. Who would believe you when you say this? When the Marine soldier behind him saw Smoker even picked up the special weapon 10-handed weapon, but still said that he was not going to fight, he couldn't help but mutter in his heart. At the same time, a man in a suit walked into a bar in Logue Town and said to a fat man in a black hat and a cigar in a private room, Godfather, the strongest bounty hunter in East Blue, Qin Yu, has come to Logue Town. You ruined my Capone Bedge's plan to enter the Grand Line, and you still want to enter the Grand Line from Logue Town. Humph, you will end your life in this Logue Town where the beginning and the end are. Capone Bedge pushed his hat slightly, revealing a grim face. At this time, Qin Yu, who was hugging Nami's waist and buying various sailing supplies on the commercial street of Logue Town, had no idea that from the moment he stepped into Logue Town, a huge storm had quietly arisen because of him. Okay, these supplies should be enough for us to sail to New World in one go. After Nami bought the last fresh water, she immediately said to Qin Yu in high spirits. Let's go buy other things. You've been shopping for 3 hours, do you want to buy more? Qin Yu glanced at Nami's slender but plump perfect figure. He really couldn't understand why such a delicate body could contain such amazing physical strength. Of course I have to buy it. I just bought sailing supplies. I haven't bought any personal items. As Nami said this, she turned her eyes to a clothing store across the street. What do you think of that bikini? Do you want me to wear it for you to see? When she saw the blue and white bikini hanging at the door, her eyes lit up for a moment and then she teased Qin Yu. Get out of the way. Just as Nami was excitedly pulling Qin Yu towards the clothing store across the street, Qin Yu, who was originally helpless, suddenly changed his expression. Before Nami could react, he had already reached out and held her completely in his arms, then stepped silently and flashed to a place 30 meters away in a flash. Boom. Almost at the same time when Qin Yu held Nami, the place where they were standing just now was covered by a fierce flame explosion. Why are there shells hitting us? Nami, who was exposed in Qin Yu's arms, saw this scene and her face turned pale, but she was quite calm. After all, she was a person who sailed alone since she was a child. She didn't know how many times she had experienced such a scene. Chapter 30 Capone Bedge, who gave you the courage to come to me? 5/5, please collect flowers. 31/374. Chapter 30 Capone Bedge, who gave you the courage to come to me? 5/5, please collect flowers. Previous. Next. Is there any need to ask this? Of course someone is shooting at us specifically. Qin Yu pushed Nami behind him and looked coldly at a short middle-aged man in front of him who was wearing a black hat and dressed like a gangster godfather. The strongest bounty hunter in East Blue is really capable. No wonder you dared to ruin my Capone Bedge's business. Capone Bedge saw that Qin Yu dodged his sneak attack at the critical moment, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. Who ruined your business? We don't even know you. Nami stood behind Qin Yu and cursed Capone Bedge loudly. Humph, you robbed my arms and you said you didn't know me. Capone Beige snorted coldly when he heard this. Are you from the Mafia? Nami reacted immediately after hearing this. In the battle where Qin Yu established the name of the strongest bounty hunter in East Blue, she and Qin Yu did rob a batch of arms. But she didn't expect that the Mafia would run from West Blue to East Blue Log Town to hunt them down. Yes, I am the godfather of the Mafia and the captain of the Flame Tank Pirates. Capone Beige said proudly, it is because you robbed my arms that not only did my Mafia lose a lot of territory in West Blue, but also affected my plan to enter the Grand Line. How should I thank you? No need to thank you, just go back to West Blue. Nami's heart tightened. Of course it's no problem. But I will take your two bodies back to West Blue. Capone Beige smiled first, and then a cold murderous intent suddenly bloomed on his face. It seems that our ideas coincide. We have already spent all our money on buying sailing supplies. You came to me at this time, how should I thank you? Qin Yu's eyes fell on Capone Beige's head. If I remember correctly, the bounty on you, Capone Beige, alone is 65 million berries. After taking off your head, not only will it be enough to buy sailing supplies, but there will also be a lot of berries left. Arrogant, do you think I, Capone Beige, can be compared to those weak pirates in East Blue? Capone Beige's eyes turned cold, and without any movement, a series of tiny gates suddenly opened on his chest. His body seemed to contain a small armed base. As the gates opened, cannons smaller than toys were pushed out. Bang! After these tiny cannons locked Qin Yu and Nami, they immediately sprayed shells smaller than jelly beans. But when these small shells left Capone Beige's body, they grew bigger and turned into black shells the size of watermelons. His body can release shells. Is he also a power user? Nami saw this scene and showed a little surprise on her face. But she didn't have any worries or fears. If she was alone, she would not be able to resist the dozens of shells flying in front of her, and could only dodge desperately. But when she saw Qin Yu standing in front of her, she stood there very calmly. I can even destroy Krieg, who has dozens of pirate ships, in an instant. I'm really curious, who gave you the courage to run from West Blue to me? Qin Yu raised his hand and swung it, and his arm stretched out more than 10 meters like a dragon's tail, and instantly pulled away all the oncoming shells. Of course, my strong city fruit gave me the strength and courage to kill you. Capone Beige saw Qin Yu dissolve his attack with a wave of his hand, but there was no fear on his face. The moment he finished speaking, a horn sounded in his body. The next second, hundreds of cavalrymen holding guns galloped out of his body and fired wildly at Qin Yu. At the same time, the number of gates opened in Capone Beige's body instantly doubled. Looking around, at least nearly 60 gates were opened, and each of these opened gates not only contained 2 cannons, but also rows of musketeers behind these cannons. Maybe you can escape under my firepower, but I would like to see what the woman behind you should do if you escape. Capone Beige said this, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. You said I want to escape. Qin Yu looked at Capone Beige with a funny face. It's best not to run away. Capone Beige said in a low voice. Kill them. In an instant, bullets and artillery fire poured out towards Qin Yu and Nami like a rainstorm. The originally prosperous and lively streets of Log Town have turned into a place of gunfire and rain of bullets under Capone Beige's brutal firepower. Is this what you rely on? It's so stupid. Looking at the oncoming bullets and shells, Qin Yu's body turned pink in an instant. In a flash, he transformed into Majin Buu, stretched out his hand to hook Nami's waist, and then he disappeared with Nami without any movement of his feet. Chapter 31 Give your all to please me. 1/5, please collect flowers. 32 374. Chapter 31 Give your all to please me. 1/5, please collect flowers. Previous. Next. What? Capone Beige, who was far away, saw this scene, and his face, which had always been full of confidence, finally changed color. I really don't understand how you, with your IQ, can sit on the position of the godfather of the Mafia and become the captain of a pirate group. Qin Yu hugged Nami with his left hand, and shuttled freely in the rain of bullets like a breeze. Even if Capone Beige's firepower was strong enough to raise a street to the ground, it couldn't hurt him at all. What kind of speed is this? It's faster than bullets and shells. After Capone Beige saw Qin Yu and Nami disappear in the rain of bullets, a cold sweat gradually appeared on his face. He had never entered the Grand Line and had never met a real strong man. He always believed that as long as there was enough firepower, no matter how powerful the strong man was, he would die in his hands. It was with this concept that he frantically developed weapons, troops, and financial resources, and finally swept across most of West Blue. But now, facing Qin Yu's inhuman speed, he discovered for the first time how ridiculous his troops, which he had always been proud of, were in front of a true master. With your insignificant troops, even if I stand there and let you use up all your ammunition, you can't hurt me at all. After moving across the hail of bullets for a few seconds, Qin Yu had already arrived at Capone Beige's side. Not good. Capone Beige's face changed drastically, no longer as calm as before. Looking at Qin Yu who suddenly appeared beside him, he reflexively pulled out a pistol and shot Qin Yu in the head. Bang! The bullet hit Qin Yu's eyebrows and instantly pierced his head. But before Capone Beige could show a happy smile, Qin Yu's pierced head had recovered as before. Idiot! Qin Yu's eyes flashed with sarcasm, and his right hand flashed on Capone Beige's chest like lightning. Crack! Ah, Capone Bege's face turned pale, and there was a sound of bones and internal organs breaking in his chest, and then his body flew backwards 100 meters like a cannonball. After knocking down several houses, his body barely stopped. As this human power, buried in the ruins, blood all over his body, Capone Bege, who was so weak that he was gasping for breath, was full of fear on his face. He had never thought that human power could be so strong. In his opinion, he was not slapped by Qin Yu, but by a giant. Is that it? Nami leaned on Qin Yu's shoulder and said a little unexpectedly. What else do you think? Fight him for 300 rounds. Qin Yu said with a smile. I thought he was the same as you, the demon fruit power. Even if he was not good enough, he could fight you for a few rounds. I didn't expect him to be so bad that he was gone with a slap. Nami shook her head disappointedly. After witnessing the battle between Qin Yu and Capone Bege, she understood. Not being a capable person necessarily means being powerful. He's not as bad as you say. At least he's still alive. Qin Yu glanced at Capone Bege who had crawled up from the ruins. Don't waste time on him. Get rid of him as soon as possible. After we get the reward, we still have to go shopping. Nami urged Qin Yu. Damn it, who do you think Capone Bege, an unknown person on the street. Capone Bege was completely furious when he saw Qin Yu and Nami chatting and laughing, and not taking him seriously at all. What else do you think? Qin Yu asked in a calm tone. Castle full size, big boss. Capone Bege's anger could no longer be suppressed and broke out completely. After a roar, his small body covered with scars suddenly grew larger. In the blink of an eye, he had turned into a fully armed, huge castle. Today I will make you die under the true power of my castle fruit. So big. Seeing Capone Bege suddenly turned into a huge castle, Nami was shocked at first, but she felt relieved when she thought that the castle would not move. But is it useful to turn into a castle? It's just a bunch of buildings that get beaten. Humph, do you think the power of the castle fruit is only this? Capone Bege, who was standing in the castle, sneered when he heard it. As his mind moved, the huge castle first rose from the ground, and then two arms made of huge stones extended on both sides. It will move. Nami's heart jumped suddenly. In her opinion, this castle is so huge that if it is hit by a punch, even the fish dragon will turn into meat paste. Qin Yu, you are the first person who forced me to use the true power of the strong castle fruit. You deserve to die under my huge castle. After Capone Bege's voice came out from the huge castle walked towards Qin Yu like a robot under the control of Capone Bege. Do you want to retreat first? Nami looked at Qin Yu subconsciously. It seems that this castle is the strongest power you are proud of. Then you should use all of it to please me. This is your last chance to make a move in your life, Capone Bege. Qin Yu looked at Capone Bege indifferently. Chapter 32 White Hunter Smoker. All the pirates in Logue Town are mine. 2/5. Please collect flowers. 33 374. Chapter 32 White Hunter Smoker. All the pirates in Logue Town are mine. 2/5. Please collect flowers. Previous. Next. Stop talking so arrogantly. It's too early to tell who will live and who will die. Capone Bege in the castle saw Qin Yu enter the attack range of the huge castle, and immediately controlled the huge castle to swing its huge arms, swinging its fists like a small mountain to hit the tops of Qin Yu and Nami's heads. Bang! When the huge castle's fists like a small mountain fell from the sky and were about to fall, Qin Yu moved. He did not hold Nami to dodge, but directly raised his left hand, which was completely disproportionate to the size of the huge castle's fist, like Uranus, and forcibly withstood the huge castle's powerful punch. Withstood it. Capone Bege in the castle was so shocked when he saw this scene. He never expected that he had taken out the huge castle, but he still couldn't shake Qin Yu in terms of strength. Is this the strongest power you have given it all? Capone Bege, you disappoint me so much. Qin Yu held the fist of the huge castle steadily with his left hand, his eyes full of disappointment for Capone Bege. This monster is not something I can defeat alone. At this moment, the last will and persistence in Capone Bege's heart were shattered. He was completely terrified when he saw the power Qin Yu showed after transforming into Majin Buu. Although your insignificant power makes me feel disappointed, I will be a little more serious because you have given everything to please me. Qin Yu stared at the huge castle in front of him with a grim look. His grim look seemed to have the penetrating power to penetrate the castle. Capone Bege in the castle shuddered after being swept by this look. Run. Without any hesitation, Capone Bege immediately wanted to turn around and run away. You can't run away. Qin Yu opened his right hand, and under the dull gaze of Nami, Capone Bege, and all the pirates in the huge castle, his entire arm suddenly expanded extremely exaggeratedly. The arm, which was originally the size of an ordinary person, became thicker and stronger than the arm of a giant after expanding. Is there really a giant in Qin Yu's body? At this moment, even Nami, who was standing beside Qin Yu, couldn't help but look at him sideways. Third gear, demon pistol. With a cold murmur, Qin Yu's right hand hit out brazenly. Swish. With a punch, the violent force entrenched in the fist instantly compressed the air wherever it passed, bursting it, forming a terrifying turbulence. Block it. Facing the explosive demon pistol, Capone Bege was so scared that his soul almost left his body. He originally wanted to escape, but he immediately threw away the idea of escape, and then controlled the huge castle to raise his hands to block Qin Yu's fist. He knew that if he stopped at this time, he might die, but he knew even more clearly that if he didn't stop at this time, he would definitely die. Bang! When Qin Yu's demon pistol touched the hands of the huge castle, the hands of Capone Bege's huge castle shattered on the spot. Without any obstruction, Qin Yu's fist instantly slammed into the huge castle. Wow, Capone Bege's already pale face instantly lost all blood color. An indescribable pain that was not enough to describe even if it was shattered into pieces swept through his body in an instant. At the same time, the huge castle that was hit by Qin Yu's punch was like being hit by a missile, and it collapsed immediately. As soon as the castle was broken, Capone Bege and his pirates who were inside were all exposed to Qin Yu's fist. Before they made any move, Qin Yu's fist had already crushed them like a mountain. Except for Capone Bege, almost all the pirates who flew out of the castle turned into a bloody mess in an instant. In fact, if Qin Yu had not deliberately held back and left Capone Bege's head in exchange for the bounty, he would have been dead like other pirates. Stop it, all the pirates in Logue Town are mine. But no one expected that at the moment Capone Bege died, a sharp shout suddenly came from afar. Then, a huge white smoke swept in like a python out of a cave, wrapping around Capone Bege's body. Get out of here. Qin Yu saw someone trying to pick peaches and snatch Capone Bege's body. His face suddenly turned cold, and he punched back to disperse the white smoke that wanted to snatch Capone Bege. You dare to rob? Are you going to attack Marine? The scattered white smoke quickly reorganized and soon turned into a young Marine with 2 cigars in his mouth and 10 hands in his hands. With the ability to control smoke and appearing in this Logue Town, his identity is already clear. White Hunter Smoker. Haha, so Marine enforces justice and fights pirates by stealing the prey of bounty hunters. Seeing Smoker use Marine to pressure him, Qin Yu immediately said with disdain. Don't look at him talking and laughing with Marine Colonel Mondo when he was on Crozier Island before, and they even worked together. But that was just for his own interests. If Mondo rejected him at that time, it would be another story. Chapter 33. Do you think you can teach me how to behave with just this smoke? 3/5. Please collect flowers. 34 374. Chapter 33. Do you think you can teach me how to behave with just this smoke? 3/5. Please collect flowers. Previous. Next. In Logue Town, everyone knows that all pirates are my smoker's prey. Smoker said expressionlessly. Then I wonder where you, the Marine, were when Capone Bege destroyed this street and killed people here. Why didn't you come out to hunt him? Were you too busy squatting in the Marine base smoking cigars and had no time? Qin Yu's words made Smoker's face change slightly. Okay, just because you protected this street in Logue Town, I will give you a chance to hunt pirates in Logue Town today. You can take Capone Bege away. However, this street was destroyed by the war because of your arrival. You must keep half of his bounty to repair the street. Smoker's face was a little ugly at first, but he didn't know what he thought of, and instantly became rebellious as before. Your words are really funny. This sea has suffered so many people and places because of Marine. Let alone, the countries destroyed by Buster Call alone have killed countless people. Why didn't Smoker help them to ask Marine for compensation? Qin Yu sneered at Smoker after hearing this. I don't care about things outside of Logue Town. But everything in Logue Town is decided by me, Smoker. Today you either leave Capone Bege and get out of here, or take him away and leave half of the bounty. Smoker said coldly. Why are you so arrogant and unreasonable, Marine? This pirate obviously came to Logue Town a long time ago. But he has been here for so long, and as a Marine, you didn't arrest him, which is your dereliction of duty. Now he has caused so many troubles, and you still want us to help you from beginning to end. You still have the face to come to us for money at this time. When Nami heard Smoker asking her for money, she immediately got furious. Faced with Nami's sharp words, Smoker, who was not good at speaking, was speechless on the spot. Anyway, I still say the same thing. Either keep Capone Bege, or keep half of the reward. 2 choices, you choose. After being coldly criticized by Nami, Smoker was a little angry and directly pulled out the seastone weapon behind him, 10 hands. I choose the third one. Qin Yu took a deep look at Smoker, and without seeing him make any movements, his right hand had come to Smoker in a flash. Although he didn't know why Smoker looked like he was looking for trouble after meeting him, no matter what the other party thought, if he wanted to snatch food from the tiger's mouth, he had to pay a price. If Smoker wanted to rely on the piece of Marine skin on his body to make him retreat, it was obviously too much. Then you can forget about the remaining half of the reward. Smoker seemed to have expected Qin Yu to make this choice. Facing Qin Yu's fist, he quickly raised his 10 hands to block the oncoming punch. Although he was prepared and responded in time, he was not expecting the explosive power of Qin Yu's right fist. Bang! What a great power! Could this guy have the blood of a giant? Smoker's face changed slightly. Before he could stabilize his body, he was hit against the wall with his 10 hands by Qin Yu's punch. It seems that I can't be a bounty hunter. I can only switch to being a pirate in the future. Nami, who was standing aside, sighed after seeing Qin Yu blast Smoker away, but she didn't blame or dissatisfaction with Qin Yu's actions at all. Some just felt relieved. Obviously, Smoker deliberately made trouble right from the start and wanted to take away her more than 30 million berries, which made her very unhappy. You are indeed quite capable. If it were anywhere else in East Blue, you would be able to walk sideways. But unfortunately, this is Logue Town. If it were someone else, such as a pirate like Capone Bege, they would have been injured after being punched by Qin Yu. But after Smoker was blasted against the wall, his body first turned into a ball of smoke, and the next moment he turned back into a human. What devil fruit is his ability to turn into smoke? When Nami saw this scene, a look of surprise suddenly appeared on her pretty face. It was the first time she saw someone who was still unscathed after being punched by Qin Yu. The world is big, and the strongest bounty hunter in East Blue is just a trivial title. Smoker's voice came out in the smoke. You want to teach me how to be a man with these smoke? Qin Yu raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. That's right, just because my smoke fruit is Logia's devil fruit, I am enough to teach you how to be a man. Smoker said proudly. As a Logia user, he is the key training target of naval headquarters. It is even true that he was trained by the next admiral on the spot. But just as he finished speaking, his entire face was slapped by Qin Yu. Don't waste your efforts. Even if I stand here and let you beat me to exhaustion, you can't hurt me at all. This is the gap between East Blue's power and Grand Line's top power. After Smoker's face was blasted, it instantly turned into a ball of smoke. Under the reorganization of the smoke, it soon returned to its original state. Chapter 34. Mythical Beast Buu's Special Ability. She, 4/5, please collect flowers. 35 374. Chapter 34. Mythical Beast Buu's Special Ability. She, 4/5, please collect flowers. Previous. Next. The top force of Grand Line. Smoker, are you kidding me? Maybe Logia is indeed one of the top forces of Grand Line, but your smoke fruit is definitely not among them. Qin Yu couldn't help laughing after hearing the boast. Whether it is or not, you will know it soon. Smoker's face showed a hint of lividity. He didn't refute it, but raised his hand and punched Qin Yu. Facing Smoker's iron fist, Qin Yu punched Smoker without thinking. White vine. But when their fists collided with each other, Smoker's fist suddenly turned into a group of smoke-like vines, which tied him up. Don't waste your energy. From the beginning, your fight with me is destined to be that I can only hit you and you passively take the beating. Smoker's left hand turned into a white smoke-like fist and punched Qin Yu in the abdomen. Haha. But Qin Yu, who was hit by Smoker's punch, not only did not show any pain, but his face showed a sneer full of sarcasm. Useless. Smoker's pupils flickered slightly. Is your attack power really what a Logia ability user should have? Qin Yu shook his head with a little disappointment. Don't think that you can look down on others just because your ability is a little special. Smoker snorted coldly, then waved his 10 hands and struck Qin Yu's arm like lightning. Weapons made of sea stone are troublesome. Although they can't hurt me, they can hurt me. Qin Yu glanced at his broken and deformed arm, and frowned slightly. Now let's see how arrogant you are. When Smoker saw this scene, he was about to mock Qin Yu, but his face suddenly changed. Under his gaze, Qin Yu's arm, which was deformed by his sea stone weapon, 10 hands, actually recovered in the blink of an eye. Looking around, there was no sign of a fracture. Although you did it with the help of the sea stone weapon, you are indeed the first person who made me feel pain since I came to this world. Qin Yu slowly raised his right hand and pointed it at Smoker from a distance. Are you still not giving up? With the elemental ability, I am already invincible. Add to that this sea stone weapon, 10 hands. Bang. Smoker was just halfway through his words when a loud noise of air bursting suddenly interrupted him. At the same time, Qin Yu's right hand, which was facing him from a distance, instantly burst out with a powerful force that was difficult to discern with the naked eye. Smoker, who was holding the 10 hands and arrogantly mocking Qin Yu just now, was swept by this powerful force and was instantly blown away nearly 100 meters away. Did you hear Colonel Smoker's scream? What did he do just now? That man just raised his right hand. Colonel Smoker was knocked away without doing anything. The Logue Town Marines who followed Smoker looked at each other in bewilderment when they saw this scene. This was the first time that these Marines had seen Smoker scream since he took office as Colonel Marine of Logue Town. Hockey. How is it possible? A man from East Blue who has never been to the Grand Line actually mastered armament hockey that I haven't even learned yet. Smoker was completely stunned after being hit by Qin Yu, with his face bruised and blood spitting out of his mouth. He is an elemental smoke fruit ability user. He should be immune to all physical attacks. How could he be hurt? How could he be injured? When Smoker woke up from his daze, he realized that Qin Yu, who was standing 100 meters away just now, had come to him and stretched out his hand to his face. I understand. You don't know hockey at all. The reason why you can ignore the elementalization and attack my body directly is because you are a Zoan mythical beast. Smoker's eyes widened, staring at Qin Yu, who had changed his image and transformed into Majin Buu. Each devil fruit of the mythical beast has some special abilities in addition to the ability to transform. You look like this, which should be the transformation ability of your mythical beast. And the attack similar to armament hockey that injured me just now is the special ability of your mythical beast. Your observation and analysis ability is quite detailed. You even analyzed the role of my special ability, Shi. I just don't know if you have analyzed what kind of end you will have later. Qin Yu looked at Smoker with a playful look on his face. While he was talking, the palm of his right hand facing Smoker's face had burst out with a visible translucent wave. If it was before, Smoker would not be afraid of any attack from Qin Yu because of the elementalization of the Logia fruit. But when he thought of the mighty force that just hit him, his face changed when he saw the energy condensed in Qin Yu's right hand. At this moment, even if he was as unruly as he was, he couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Chapter 35. Do you have the qualifications to bargain with me? 5/5, please collect flowers. 36 374. Chapter 35. Do you have the qualifications to bargain with me? 5/5, please collect flowers. Previous. Next. Raise your hands immediately. Stay away from Colonel Smoker. If you dare to move again, we will shoot immediately. Just when Smoker was facing a life and death threat, the Marine soldiers who followed him raised their rifles and pointed them at Qin Yu. Your men are quite supportive of you, Qin Yu said as he raised his left hand to the Marine soldiers not far away. Stop. Smoker had just finished speaking when the energy entrenched in Qin Yu's left hand had already exploded, turning into a majestic impact that instantly blasted away dozens of Marine soldiers who were pointing their guns at him not far away. Don't attack them. Your opponent is me. Come at me if you have anything. Smoker glared at Qin Yu with an angry face. Do you have the qualifications to bargain with me? Now Capone Bedge's body, you, and even your group of men are just my trophies. When Qin Yu said this, the translucent wave condensed in his right hand, visible to the naked eye, exploded towards Smoker's head. Bang. I really lost a lot this time. I didn't expect that I would lose my life by helping him. Looking at the roaring and powerful impact, Smoker closed his eyes in despair, thinking with great regret in his heart. After a while, he only heard a deafening roar in his ears, and did not feel the pain like the first time he was blown away by the air, so Smoker opened his eyes suspiciously. When he opened his eyes, Qin Yu's teasing eyes, as if looking at a clown, immediately caught his eyes. Shi Sha. Smoker thought Qin Yu wanted to humiliate him, and he was immediately furious. Speak. I asked you to come. Before he finished speaking, Qin Yu opened his mouth and blocked all that Smoker wanted to say. You know everything. Smoker was stunned for a moment, then reacted, not knowing whether it was because of shame or embarrassment. His face instantly turned red. I knew it when your seastone weapon hit my arm. Although today is only the first time we met, I have heard a little about your personality and style during the time you stayed in East Blue. Whether you want to seriously injure me or subdue me, you should not use the seastone weapon to hit my arm, but directly nail me to the ground, use the seastone's restraint on the ability user, and make me feel weak and powerless. Qin Yu said lightly, is this how you see that I am deliberately picking on you? Smoker asked, you said that the pirates in Log Town are all your prey. But during the time I was in Log Town, I saw several bounty hunters carrying pirates' heads to Marine base to claim the bounty. If you treat bounty hunters like you did just now, I don't think those bounty hunters would have the courage to run to your territory. Not to mention taking pirates' heads to your Marine base to redeem the bounty. Qin Yu said, tisk, I didn't expect to be seen through in an instant. I thought I was acting well. After Smoker made a tisk, the wound on his face was immediately affected. A burst of intense pain made him tremble all over. Hey, since you know I'm pretending, you still hit me so hard. Are you not afraid that I will arrest you for attacking Marine? That time I hit you with Seastone. As for you wanting to catch me, I have no choice but to beat you to death here. Qin Yu's words made Smoker even more unhappy. But after thinking that he was the one who came to pick a fight first, he could only hold his breath. But he secretly swore in his heart that he would get back what happened today. Can you tell me why you are bothering me now? Qin Yu stared into Smoker's eyes. What else could it be? It's just that a vice admiral in the headquarters has taken a fancy to you and wants to recruit you to work in the headquarters. He knew you were going to pass through Log Town, so in order to get a clearer understanding of everything about you, he asked me to come here to weigh you. Smoker curled his lips. Which vice admiral? Qin Yu's eyes flashed with suspicion. He didn't remember having any contact with the people in naval headquarters. Could it be that Mondo reported my information to naval headquarters, so it attracted the attention of the vice admiral in the headquarters? After thinking about it, Qin Yu could only think of this possibility. Vice Admiral of Huoshaoshan. Smoker did not hide it and directly said the name of the vice admiral behind this matter. It's him. Qin Yu heard this and immediately thought of a bearded uncle with a cigar in his mouth and a smile on his face. I know you have rejected Marine's recruitment before, but this time is different. Huoshaoshan is the elite vice admiral of the headquarters, directly under Admiral Aokiji. If you accept his invitation to join Marine, you will be directly employed by the headquarters. With your strength, there are few rivals even in the first half of the Grand Line. At that time, as long as you participate in a few operations to suppress pirates and make a few eye-catching contributions, you will definitely be a rear admiral of the headquarters. Smoker stood up, patted the dust off his body, and said to Qin Yu. I'll think about it. Qin Yu said he would consider it, but he never thought of agreeing to Smoker in his heart. Chapter 36. In the name of Vice Admiral, I order you to block Qin Yu in Log Town, 1/5, please collect flowers. 37 374. Chapter 36. In the name of Vice Admiral, I order you to block Qin Yu in Log Town, 1/5, please collect flowers. Previous. Next. Then you take your time to think about it. When you enter the Grand Line, the Marines at the headquarters should contact you. After Smoker said this to Qin Yu, his eyes fell on the Marine soldiers lying on the ground not far away. You didn't do anything to them, did you? Although he guessed that Qin Yu would not use heavy hands on his subordinates the moment he learned that Qin Yu had already known that he came here on purpose to cause trouble, he still couldn't help asking when he saw that the Marine soldiers who were knocked away by Qin Yu had not woken up yet. You will almost wake up after sleeping on the ground for half an hour. Qin Yu naturally knew how strong the energy he released was. Then shouldn't I wait for them here for half an hour? Smoker's face darkened when he heard this. Although since he became the Marine Colonel of Jonin Log Town, the town's public security has improved a lot after his vigorous rectification. But Logue Town is the place where Roger started the Great Pirate Era after all, and there are quite a few pirates coming to this island every day. If he left these Marines here, he was not sure whether he could find the bodies of his subordinates in half an hour. They lay on the ground for half an hour to save you. As a boss, you stayed by their side for half an hour, isn't that what you should do? Qin Yu smiled, then turned around and put his arm around Nami's waist, leaving the commercial street that had been destroyed by Capone Bege's artillery fire, and almost half of the place was in ruins. Damn it, after returning to the headquarters, I must find Huo Shaoshan to settle today's affairs. In order to help him, Laozi was not only beaten up for no reason, but also had to squat here for half an hour. After watching Qin Yu embrace the beauty and leave, Smoker first touched his swollen face, then looked at the dozens of Marines lying on the ground in the half-destroyed Logue Town commercial street, and suddenly felt unhappy. Doo-doo. Hello, this is Smoker, if you have anything to say, come on. Smoker, who was feeling depressed, picked up the Den Den Mushi immediately when he heard the phone call, and said in a cold voice with a sullen face. Smoker, this is Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel. After the call was connected, the voice of Flying Squirrel came out of the Den Den Mushi's mouth. Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral, what do you want to talk to me about? When Smoker heard that it was Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel, the elite of the headquarters, who called, he still had a gloomy face, but his tone of voice changed a lot. Has Qin Yu, the bounty hunter of East Blue, arrived in Logue Town? Flying Squirrel also knew that Smoker's personality was not very likable, and he didn't care about his attitude. You want to find him too? Then you called at a bad time. When Smoker heard that another Vice Admiral from the headquarters came to find Qin Yu after the fire, he couldn't help but mutter in his heart. This guy is really lucky. It's okay that he is a mythical beast, but now two Vice Admirals from the headquarters have taken the initiative to find him one after another. If he really joins Marine, he won't become an admiral in the future, but he will be an admiral candidate. What do you mean by that? When the Flying Squirrel heard Smoker say that he called at a bad time, his tone immediately sank 3 points. If you can call 10 or 20 minutes earlier, you may be able to talk to Qin Yu in person. As for now, he has already gone far away. Smoker didn't hear the change in the Flying Squirrel's tone, and said to himself. A-hole. Just as Smoker finished speaking, the Flying Squirrel's cold shout came from the Den Den Mushi. Hey, you just called late. Can you blame me for this? Smoker was stunned for a moment when he heard Flying Squirrel suddenly get angry at him, and then he said dissatisfiedly. Colonel Smoker, I now order you in the name of the Vice Admiral of the headquarters to block Qin Yu in Logue Town no matter what method you use. He must not be allowed to enter the Grand Line. Remember, absolutely. Flying Squirrel didn't say much to Smoker, and directly ordered in a stern tone. Do you want me to arrest Qin Yu? Smoker was completely stunned. What game are you and Huo Shaoshan, the two Vice Admirals of the headquarters, playing? One wants me to invite Qin Yu to join Marine, and the other wants me to arrest Qin Yu. Is this a battle between Vice Admirals? At this moment, he really had 1,000 damn words in his heart and didn't know whether to say them or not. Is there a problem? When the Flying Squirrel saw that Smoker, who was always decisive, was still dithering here, his tone suddenly became colder. There is no problem. It's just that Huoshao Mountain. Don't worry about other things. I will explain to the Vice Admiral of Huoshao Mountain myself. What you need to do now is to take all the troops of Logue Town and keep Qin Yu. The Flying Squirrel said in an unquestionable tone. Can you give me a reason why you want me to do this? Smoker said in a deep voice. He is not a yes man who does whatever his superiors say. In fact, the reason why he, a Logia ability user, was transferred to the weakest East Blue to serve as a colonel was because he was too rebellious, often contradicted his superiors and disobeyed orders. The top leaders of the headquarters sent him to Logue Town just to temper his temper. But it seems that this decision of the naval headquarters did not change Smoker's temper at all. Chapter 37 If he wants to leave, he can only step over my Smoker's body, 2/5, please collect flowers. 38 374. Chapter 37 If he wants to leave, he can only step over my Smoker's body, 2/5, please collect flowers. Previous. Next. Smoker, are you questioning my orders? The Flying Squirrel on the other side was furious when he heard that Smoker not only did not immediately execute the order he issued in the name of Vice Admiral, but also asked him for a reason. I dare not. Smoker replied neither softly nor hard. Okay. You want a reason, right? Then I'll give it to you. A month ago, in the waters near Kakoa West Village, Qin Yu sank a Marine ship, and no Marine on the ship survived. Is this reason enough? Colonel Smoker, although the Flying Squirrel was angry, he did not lose his mind. He had worked with Smoker in the naval headquarters and knew very well that if he did not give Smoker a reason, this notorious troublemaker in the Marine might not listen to him. Impossible. Smoker's first reaction was disbelief. In his opinion, Qin Yu was not a pirate, and there was no need to sink a Marine ship. Then let me tell you what is possible. The highest commander of the Marine ship sunk by Qin Yu was Colonel Mouse, and he was also my brother. Colonel Smoker, is there anything else you need to figure out now? This time the Flying Squirrel was really angry. Feeling the anger of the Flying Squirrel, the Den Den Mushi in Smoker's hand had already revealed an exasperated expression. No more. A flash of anger flashed in Smoker's eyes, and his hands clenched together. At this moment, he finally understood why the Flying Squirrel, as the Vice Admiral of the headquarters, suddenly intervened in the affairs of East Blue. Then why don't you mobilize the troops of Logue Town to deal with him? Remember, you must not let such a person who blasphemes justice leave Logue Town. Once he escapes to the Grand Line, it will be more than 10 times more difficult to capture him than it is now. The flying squirrel warned Smoker through the Den Den Mushi. If he wants to leave Logue Town, he can only step over my Smoker's body. Smoker said coldly, then hung up the phone, and then turned his head and looked in the direction where Qin Yu had just left with a cold look. Qin Yu, today I, Smoker, will never let you leave Logue Town on the name of Bai Lai. He had forgotten how long it had been since he was as angry as today. When he thought that he almost invited a person who blasphemed justice into the marine, and even went against Sea-Flying Squirrel in order to protect him, an uncontrollable anger burned uncontrollably in his heart. The sailing supplies have been bought. Capone Bedge's reward has also been obtained. It's time for us to leave. After exchanging Capone Bedge's head for a reward in the marine base in Logue Town, Qin Yu said to Nami. Although I didn't buy anything, I had to go to the town on the Grand Line again. Although Nami hadn't shopped enough, she had to give up the idea of continuing to shop after thinking about the fact that half of Logue Town's most famous commercial street was blown up by Capone Bedge. Then she and Qin Yu carried 2 boxes full of berries and walked towards the dock not far away. By the way, don't we need to find Zoro? He is the one who keeps his promises. Since he has accepted the job of guarding the ship, he will definitely go back to guard the ship as soon as he buys the knife. Qin Yu shook his head. You admire him quite a lot, huh? Where's our boat? Didn't it just stop here? When Nami walked to the dock and saw that the place where they parked the boat was now empty, her face changed at first, and then she looked at Qin Yu fiercely. The person you said who kept his promise the most wouldn't want to break his promise, so he drove our boat away when we went to Logue Town to buy things, right? Obviously, although Nami accepted Roronoa Zoro as a member of the ship because of Qin Yu, it would take some time and experience to regard him as a partner in life and death. Zoro can indeed drive our boat away, but it's impossible that the boat parked at the dock was also driven away by him, right? Qin Yu glanced around and found that the huge Logue Town dock didn't even have a boat, and a cold color flashed in his eyes. Who did this? When asked by Qin Yu, Nami was also stunned. Indeed, Roronoa Zoro can drive their ship away, but it is impossible to drive away all the ships parked at the dock together. Nami, don't you think it took us a little too long to exchange the bounty at Marine Base just now? Qin Yu hesitated for a moment, then asked Nami. You suspect it's Marine, but why did they do this? Nami immediately understood. No need to guess. The person who can tell us the answer is here. Qin Yu slowly turned around and looked in the direction of the dock entrance. Smoker. Hearing this, Nami turned her head and looked in the direction of Qin Yu's sight, and immediately found that Smoker had stood at the entrance of the dock without knowing when. Are you here to see us off? You are absolutely right. I am here to see you off. Smoker stared at Qin Yu with a complicated look. But I am not sending you away from Logue Town, but sending you to Marine Prison. Chapter 38 You shouldn't have caught up with me, Smoker 3/5, please collect flowers. 39 374. Chapter 38 You shouldn't have caught up with me, Smoker 3/5, please collect flowers. Previous. Next. Why? Nami's face changed after hearing Smoker's words. You ask me why. Why don't you ask yourself what you have done? Smoker's eyes kept changing as he stared at Qin Yu. From shock, disbelief, to anger, and finally fixed on the coldness. We didn't do anything. Nami first glanced at Qin Yu, and then said to Smoker with a blank face. No wonder you saw that I was acting at a glance. It turns out that you, Qin Yu, are the real acting master. No wonder you can play me, Smoker, around. Smoker ignored Nami and stared at Qin Yu. Do you know, you were the first person who played me like a monkey. You were also the first person who let me tarnish the name of justice a little bit. Smoker, what are you talking about? I don't understand a word. Seeing Smoker's posture of asking for accusations as soon as he came, Nami's heart gradually sank to the bottom of the valley. Do you want me to tell you again how you sank a marine ship and how you killed Colonel Mouse and the others bit by bit? Smoker roared at Qin Yu and Nami. Oh no, it's known. At this moment, Nami no longer had any luck in her heart. She knew that she was really in trouble this time. No wonder it took a lot longer than usual to exchange the bounty at the Marine Base just now. It turned out that you were secretly manipulating behind the scenes, so that we could stay in the Marine Base and buy time to arrange means to deal with me. This move is really good, Smoker. Qin Yu's face was as calm as an ancient well when he was exposed by Smoker in person. Is this all you want to tell me? When Smoker saw Qin Yu's calm expression like dead water, the anger that had been suppressed suddenly surged up. What else can I do? Explain to you, beg for mercy from you, or cry to you? Qin Yu asked lightly. Tell me, why did you kill all the Marines on that ship? Smoker roared. He didn't know why he was so angry. Maybe he was angry at the lack of resistance, or maybe he was angry after being fooled. In short, the more indifferent and casual Qin Yu acted, the angrier he got. Because they deserve to die. Qin Yu said word by word. It's not your turn to decide whether they should die or not. This is not a reason for you to slaughter a whole ship of Marines. Smoker said coldly. For Marines, the reason is not important at all. What's important is that Marine is justice, and those who disobey this justice are evil. Qin Yu said while pulling Nami behind him without leaving a trace. You are right. Violating justice is a sin. Sinner Qin Yu, now I officially arrest you in the name of Marine Bai Lai. Smoker reached out and pulled out the 10 hands inserted in his back. Although I don't know where you got the news, you shouldn't have chased after me, Smoker. Qin Yu had already transformed into Majin Buu as soon as he finished speaking. HMPH, I swore before I came here that I would arrest you today even if it cost me the name of White Hunter. Smoker threw a white fist with his left hand and stabbed Qin Yu's throat with his right hand. Do you think that the only thing you have to pay for catching up is the name of White Hunter? Qin Yu raised his right hand, and the energy in his body instantly condensed in his palm. The next moment, a mighty wave of impact broke out, instantly turning Smoker's hands into two clouds of smoke. HMPH. Smoker groaned and his body suddenly retreated dozens of steps. Just when his body had just stabilized, he felt a flash in front of his eyes, and then, Qin Yu, who was standing 60 or 70 meters away, had flashed in front of him and stretched out his hand to press his chest. You are wrong. From the moment you catch up, you will not only pay for the name of Bai Lai, but also your life. When Qin Yu's voice fell, his palm on Smoker's chest instantly bloomed with a group of translucent waves visible to the naked eye. It's not bad to be able to catch a dangerous person like you. Smoker suddenly showed a smile on his face. He didn't hide, didn't dodge, and didn't even defend himself. Facing the energy entrenched in Qin Yu's palm, he turned into a soaring white mist and wrapped up Qin Yu, who was close at hand. Fire! Just when Smoker turned into white mist to trap Qin Yu regardless of his own safety, bursts of thunderous cannons suddenly came from afar. And then hundreds of shells broke through the air from afar towards the dock. Although I don't have the ability to transform into an element, the shells are not just useless to you. Faced with the shells fired by the Marines ambushing around, Qin Yu's face was not at all panicked. Of course I know that the shells can't hurt you, so I didn't plan to use these cannons to attack you from the beginning. Smoker's voice came from the smoke. So that's it, you want to blow up the entire dock. Qin Yu looked down at the ground under his feet and woke up instantly. No wonder Smoker delayed for so long and arranged the plan for so long, but in the end he rushed up alone to fight him alone. It turned out that all this was to delay him, and then bombard the entire dock and make him fall into the sea. Chapter 39. You know nothing about my power. 4/5, please collect flowers. 4374. Chapter 39. You know nothing about my power. 4/5, please collect flowers. Previous. Next. You were absolutely right. I already knew this from the previous fight. Although your special ability is powerful, it is just like armament hockey, which can attack elemental entities but cannot take away the fruit ability of the ability user. As long as we trap you, blow up the dock, and let you fall into the sea, no matter how strong you are, you will eventually be a lamb to be slaughtered. Smoker's voice came from the smoke. He seemed to have seen the scene of himself and Qin Yu falling into the sea at the same time in advance, and there was a hint of pride in his tone. Your plan is indeed very good, but you miscalculated one thing. Qin Yu, who was trapped in the smoke, said lightly, and then his entire right arm quickly expanded to the size of a giant's arm. Don't even think about getting out. Smoker used all his strength to control the smoke to bind Qin Yu tightly. Just a little more, just give me 3 more seconds. That means you know nothing about my power. Qin Yu quickly condensed his energy on the giant's arm, and then slammed it on the smoke that was close at hand. Bang! First there was a loud explosion in the air, and then with Qin Yu's body as the center, a strong and violent force like a mountain torrent surged out, quickly pulling the air around to form a whistling wind. Faced with such a surging force, the smoke that bound Qin Yu was not only shaken away in an instant, but the scattered smoke immediately turned back into Smoker's appearance. Demon Pistol. Smoker, who was knocked back from the smoke by Qin Yu's punch, had no time to stabilize his body, and Qin Yu had raised his left hand, which had also become like a giant's arm, and swung a punch. It's over. Smoker's pupils suddenly shrank. Facing Qin Yu's punch like a demon god, he had just been hit, and his muscles and bones were almost scattered. He had no power to resist at all. In an instant, he was blown away 100 meters away like a comet, and a deep pit with a radius of tens of meters was smashed on the ground. Puff. His chi can not only be released for long-range attacks, but it can also be wrapped around the fist like armament hockey. This is bad, no one in Lobe Town can check him anymore. Lying on the deep pit, Smoker, who had no idea how many bones were broken, spurted out a stream of blood. Get lost. After defeating Smoker, who had eaten the smoke fruit with 2 punches, Qin Yu immediately raised his giant arm and opened his palm to aim at the shells that were about to fall on the dock. Bang! As his mind moved, the majestic chi gathered in his palm in an instant, and then gushed out like a laser. All the oncoming shells exploded in the air under the bombardment of Qin Yu's chi, turning into fireworks all over the sky. Keep attacking. Tashigi glanced at the seriously injured Smoker, then gritted his teeth and took over Smoker's position, issuing orders to a group of Marine soldiers. At her command, the Marine soldiers present raised their rifles and fired bullets at Qin Yu. At the same time, these Marines quickly loaded the cannons with ammunition and fired again. The chi that was awakened not long ago is still a little weak in terms of the method of use and destructive power. If I were stronger, or if I had more time to think about it, I wouldn't need to do anything to deal with Logia users like Smoker or the Marine in front of me. I just need to raise my hand and release a Qigong wave. Qin Yu saw that he released his chi, but only destroyed all the flying shells, but did not hurt the Marine outside the dock. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The strength of chi is ultimately limited by one's own strength, or physical strength. Although he can also release chi, he can only burst out a powerful impact, and cannot form attacks such as Qigong waves and Qigong bullets. Thinking of this, Qin Yu's right hand suddenly returned to normal. Facing the hail of bullets that enveloped him again, he did not use his breath, but stretched out his hands to wrap around Nami's waist, and then disappeared silently. Boom! Almost at the moment he disappeared, the whole dock was covered with artillery fire. Under the roar of thunder, after hundreds of shells washed the ground, the dock began to collapse layer by layer on the spot. In a short while, the huge Logue Town dock completely sank into the sea. Great! The dock is destroyed, and the ability user must have fallen into the sea. Marine in the distance saw that the dock was completely destroyed and Qin Yu lost his foothold, and they cheered happily one by one. Did it really succeed? That was the man who easily defeated Colonel Smoker. Tashigi had just had an idea in her mind when a scream suddenly came to her ears. Ah! The sudden scream not only startled Tashigi, but also attracted the attention of the Marine present. When they turned their heads to look in the direction of the scream, a soldier with a cut throat had already fallen in a pool of blood. He's not dead yet, everyone be careful. Tashigi quickly pulled out the famous sword Shigur from his waist, and then reminded all the Marines. Chapter 40 This is the last dance of your life, 5/5, please collect flowers. 41 374. Chapter 40 This is the last dance of your life, 5/5, please collect flowers. Previous. Next. Where is he? Although the Marines present were all on high alert, what frightened them was that Qin Yu seemed to have turned into a transparent ghost, wandering around silently, and none of them could find Qin Yu's location. Swish. Ah! Another scream came, and when the people next to him woke up, they found that another Marine had his throat cut. Get out! Ah! Two soldiers couldn't bear the psychological pressure and couldn't help but shoot everywhere with a crazy look on their faces. But they had just raised their rifles and hadn't pulled the trigger, and a flash of knife light had silently cut their necks. Come out, Qin Yu, come out! Tashigi saw this scene and rushed over with a roar. But before she took a few steps, several more screams came from behind. She stopped and turned her head. When she saw 3 Marine soldiers lying in a pool of blood behind her, 5 more screams came from the front. No, Tashigi watched the Marines she brought fall one after another on this land forever, but she could do nothing but watch her subordinates being slaughtered. She almost went crazy. Although she screamed madly, chopped everywhere, and even pulled the remaining Marines behind her, she still couldn't stop Qin Yu's butcher knife. When Tashigi witnessed the last Marine soldier she and Smoker brought die in front of her, her whole spirit was drained away, and her body collapsed on the ground. I told you, you shouldn't catch up. Just when Tashigi was about to close her eyes and wait for death, Qin Yu's voice sounded again. Not good, Colonel Smoker. Tashigi turned her head suddenly and saw Qin Yu standing next to Smoker holding the 3rd generation Kidetsu. Seeing this scene, she immediately got up and rushed over holding Qin Yu. Kill Shigur. Tashigi increased his speed to ultimate, and the whole person seemed to be integrated with the famous sword Shigur in both hands. Tashigi, don't come over. Smoker saw this scene from the corner of his eye, and immediately shouted excitedly. But after witnessing Qin Yu slaughtering all her subordinates, Tashigi's hatred for Qin Yu had reached an unprecedented height. At this time, she was no longer thinking about how to arrest Qin Yu, but how to avenge her subordinates. She ignored Smoker's dissuasion. Go to hell. Tashigi rushed to Qin Yu, swung the knife from Qin Yu's left shoulder like lightning, and directly cut off half of Qin Yu's body. No, run away. Smoker, lying in the deep pit, saw this scene, not only without any joy, but said to Tashigi. But before he finished speaking, Qin Yu, who was cut in half by Tashigi from top to bottom, had healed again. Monster. Seeing this scene, Tashigi couldn't help but tremble in her heart, but when she thought of the subordinates who were slaughtered by Qin Yu, she mustered up the courage to swing the knife at Qin Yu again. Puff. HMPH. Tashigi looked down with difficulty and found that her abdomen had been pierced by a 3rd generation Kidetsu. Clang. Qin Yu pulled out the 3rd generation Kidetsu with an indifferent look. Tashigi's pretty face instantly lost all color, and the boundless darkness attacked her brain, taking away all her strength. The next second, Tashigi fell to the ground with Qin Yu who was held in her hand. Tashigi. Damn, UBD. Smoker's eyes were bloodshot, and he roared hoarsely. He looked crazy, ignoring the severe pain in his body, gnashing his teeth and trying to stand up by force. But just when his body turned into smoke, a foot stepped on his ribs and stepped him back into the deep pit. Ah, the pain from his ribs did not make Smoker give up. He was stepped on by Qin Yu and he raised his hand to grab Qin Yu's right foot. A lot of smoke gushed out of his body. White gust. After the smoke wrapped Qin Yu, it immediately turned into a smoke whirlwind, trying to blast him into the sea. Actually, I didn't lie to you just now in the commercial street. Is this weak attack really what a Logia ability user should have? Qin Yu's mind moved, and the air in his body gathered on his right foot like lightning, and then stepped hard. Crack. With a sound of bone crushing, Smoker's facial features immediately twisted into a ball. Under the severe pain and violent force, he could no longer maintain the whirlwind-shaped smoke that soared into the sky. But with the support of resentment and anger, his hands still held Qin Yu's right foot tightly. I will definitely arrest you. Smoker raised his head with difficulty, staring at Qin Yu with a stubborn look that was almost obstinate. You have no chance. This is the last time you dance in your life. Qin Yu met Smoker's gaze without any fear, and said word by word. Chapter 41 This is the mercy and gift of justice to you. 1/5, please collect flowers. 42 374. Chapter 41 This is the mercy and gift of justice to you. 1/5, please collect flowers. Previous. Next. The last time in your life. Smoker's eyes flashed with regret when he heard Qin Yu's words. It's too late for you to regret now. Qin Yu noticed that Smoker showed a trace of regret, but the murderous aura surrounding him did not weaken at all. I don't regret catching up. I only regret why I didn't work hard to practice when I was in the headquarters before. If I could be stronger, no Marine would die here today. Smoker took a deep breath. Even though he knew he was about to die, he still glared at Qin Yu with an arrogant and unyielding look. Unfortunately, the most worthless thing in this world is if. As Qin Yu spoke, he opened his hands and looked down at Smoker. The next moment, the energy entrenched in his palm shot out like a latent dragon emerging from the abyss, instantly covering Smoker's whole body. Swoosh. Almost at the same time, a blue slash visible to the naked eye broke through the air from the sea area of Logue Town like a laser. Tempest kick. Huh. Qin Yu's eyes flashed, and he suddenly turned sideways, and then his right hand blasted the oncoming blue slash like a cannonball. Swish. Facing the blue slash in front of him, Qin Yu's fist that crushed all the pirates of East Blue and beat the Logia ability user Smoker without any temper was instantly cut in half. What a domineering slash. Not only was Qin Yu's entire right hand cut off at the root after being hit by this blow, but he himself was instantly blown away 7 or 8 meters away by the power contained in this slash. Smoker. At this time, a figure came from the distant sky stepping on the moon and flashed in front of Smoker. When he saw Smoker's appearance at this time, the man's face instantly turned ashen. Are you still too late? Smoker, you are worthy of the name of Marine Justice. The flying squirrel reached out and picked up Smoker, then quickly stepped into the air and left. After he returned to the ship and handed Smoker to the ship's doctor for rescue, the elite vice admiral of the headquarters immediately flashed in front of Qin Yu with a murderous aura that made the air temperature drop rapidly. The sinner Qin Yu first sank a Marine in Cocoa West Village and slaughtered a ship of Marine sergeants, committing a heinous crime. Later, he resisted arrest in Logue Town and killed the local Marines in a cruel way. Today, I, the flying squirrel, will behead you in the name of justice. The flying squirrel stared at Qin Yu in front of him with a grim look. Even the vice admiral of naval headquarters has been dispatched. No wonder Smoker is desperate to delay him in Logue Town. It turns out that he wants to buy you the time you need to rush to Logue Town. Facing the overwhelming murderous aura of the flying squirrel, Qin Yu showed a solemn expression for the first time since he came to this world. He knew very well that the elite vice admiral of this headquarters was completely different from any opponent he had met before. Any opponent he had met before, in addition to the strength of the problem, had more or less serious shortcomings. For example, Smoker, the smoke fruit ability user. Insufficient attack power, poor physique, no hockey, etc. But the elite vice admiral of naval headquarters is different. In addition to their own strong strength, they have no shortcomings. Swordsmanship, hockey, physique, and physical skills are almost all proficient. The vice admiral flying squirrel in front of him is such an existence. Smoker, he lives up to the name of justice. Even if it's just for him, I will make you suffer here today. When Flying Squirrel saw that Qin Yu looked calm under the pressure of his murderous aura and momentum, he became more murderous towards the man in front of him. He has such strength before entering the Grand Line. Once such evil people who blaspheme justice enter the Grand Line, it will be a misfortune for Marine. Can you tell me why even the Vice Admiral of the headquarters was dispatched in person? Although I think I have some fame, I shouldn't alarm the Vice Admiral of Marine before entering the Grand Line. Especially because I was only a bounty hunter before, not a pirate. Although Qin Yu attached great importance to Flying Squirrel in his heart, he looked calm on the surface. You are to blame for this. You deserve to die. Among the numerous crimes you committed in the past, you once killed an officer named Colonel Mouse. And he is my brother. Perhaps Flying Squirrel has regarded Qin Yu as a dying man. Facing Qin Yu's doubts, he did not hide anything and directly told the reason for everything. No wonder Smoker came back. No wonder you, as the elite Vice Admiral of this department, came to Logue Town to ambush me. So that's what happened. When Qin Yu heard this, all his doubts were immediately eliminated. Letting you be executed here without any doubt is the greatest mercy and gift of justice. Flying Squirrel slowly drew out the long knife from his waist, and then suddenly disappeared from the spot. Almost at the same time, he flashed in front of Qin Yu like teleportation, and swung the knife straight down. So fast, Qin Yu's pupils shrank. Even though he had transformed into Majin Buu and his dynamic vision was greatly enhanced, he could only barely see the flying squirrel's moving trajectory. But although his vision could barely keep up, his body's reaction could not keep up with the speed of the flying squirrel. His brain had clearly given the body an order to use silent steps to dodge, but before his feet could move, the flying squirrel's long knife had already cut him in half from head to toe. Chapter 42 Thank you for coming all the way to send me Rokushiki and Haki 2/5, please collect flowers. 43 374. Chapter 42 Thank you for coming all the way to send me Rokushiki and Haki 2/5, please collect flowers. Previous. Next. It hurts. After being cut in half by the flying squirrel's sword, Qin Yu took a breath of cold air in pain. Even if he was smashed to pieces by ordinary attacks, he would not feel pain due to the physique of Majin Buu. But once he was wrapped in armament Haki, the situation was different. Although the flying squirrel's long sword wrapped in armament haki could not kill him, it would make him feel pain. Fortunately, his body healed again in just 1 second. The piercing pain only lasted for less than a second. Otherwise, he estimated that he would have rolled on the ground in pain like Blackbeard who ate the dark fruit when he was attacked by others. What a weird devil fruit ability. This should be Zoan's mythical beast species. When the flying squirrel saw that Qin Yu had recovered from injuries that would have been fatal to ordinary people in an instant, the murderous intent in his eyes suddenly increased by 3 points. For justice, for Marine, today I must surrender you to Logue Town. With the determination to kill, the flying squirrel stabbed Qin Yu dozens of times with his left index finger like lightning. Finger pistol. Knowing that Qin Yu had a strong recovery ability, he not only used finger pistol, one of the Marine 6 styles, but also wrapped armament haki around his fingers while performing finger pistol. After the flying squirrel's ferocious finger pistol hit Qin Yu, not only did it open dozens of holes in his body, but the unparalleled strength contained in his fingers also blasted Qin Yu dozens of meters away. Not dead yet, could it be that this person, like Kaido, is immortal? But what made the flying squirrel frown was that after being hit by so many killing moves, Qin Yu still stood up again. At this time, the flying squirrel, who was shocked by Qin Yu's supercell regeneration and recovery technique, did not notice that Qin Yu had been staring at his hands with eyes flashing with strange light when facing his attack. Stare when performing swordsmanship, stare when performing armament haki, stare when performing finger pistol. So that's it. This is the secret of Grand Line's top power. Qin Yu stared at the flying squirrel intently. When he felt the new changes in his body, he couldn't help but raise his mouth and laughed. Haha, the door that the people of this sea used to reach the top of the world has finally been smashed open by me. Did I beat this guy silly? The flying squirrel saw Qin Yu suddenly laugh without any reason. Although he felt a little doubtful in his heart, his offensive paused for a moment. Fortunately, although this person's recovery ability is 3 points better than Kaido, he does not have Kaido's physique and strength. As long as the damage to him exceeds the recovery, he should be able to kill him. The flying squirrel, who regarded Qin Yu's body as immortal, secretly made up his mind that this time he must beat Qin Yu in one breath until he could never recover again. Swoosh. He took a step forward, and he had already crossed a distance of nearly 100 meters, appearing in front of Qin Yu out of thin air. Just like at the beginning, he chopped with a knife in his right hand, and used the finger pistol with his left hand, and at the same time, he attacked Qin Yu's body. But just when the flying squirrel was thinking that after using the finger pistol and the slash to injure Qin Yu's body, he would immediately use the tempest kick to finish off the knife, Qin Yu, who had no ability to resist, could only take a beating from any attack he faced before, and suddenly shot at him left and right. He pulled out the third-generation Ghost Che with his right hand and intercepted his long knife. He stretched out a finger with his left hand, stabbed out like a bullet, and hit his finger hard. Bang! The collision of the sword and the finger, a majestic and fierce energy instantly spread out in all directions with the two people's bodies as the center. The first thing to be affected was the ground that Qin Yu and the flying squirrel stepped on. After enduring the impact of their power confrontation, the ground beneath their feet not only collapsed layer by layer, but also extended around like a spider web. What? How do you know my marine superhuman skills, 6 styles, and your swordsmanship? The flying squirrel's eyes widened, looking at Qin Yu who was so close in disbelief. He was not only surprised that Qin Yu could suddenly fight against him, but also shocked by the ability Qin Yu displayed when fighting against him. My swordsmanship is very familiar, right? Haha, do you know? I am really grateful that you came all the way from the headquarters to Logue Town to give me Marine 6 styles, swordsmanship and haki. Qin Yu chuckled, and his face was covered with a coldness. You must have enjoyed beating me just now. Now it's my turn. As soon as the voice fell, Qin Yu's body suddenly gushed out a puff of pink smoke. When the smoke faded, his pink body began to emit red light, and then a few visible pink lightnings swirled around him. Demon full power. How is it possible? After hearing Qin Yu's words, the flying squirrel reflexively did not believe it. But before he could utter the 4 words, how is it possible, Qin Yu had turned into a pink lightning, came in front of him in an instant, and then raised his hand and stabbed his heart. Chapter 43. Learn all the abilities of Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel in his lifetime, 3/5. Please collect flowers. 44 374. Chapter 43. Learn all the abilities of Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel in his lifetime, 3/5. Please collect flowers. Previous. Next. He's much faster. The flying squirrel's pupils shrank. Faced with Qin Yu, whose strength suddenly and strangely soared straight up, he no longer cared to think about whether the other party really learned his armament haki, swordsmanship, and Marine 6 styles in an instant. Looking at the finger pistol that broke through the air like a bullet, he had no time to attack back, and could only condense armament haki at his heart in a hurry and harden it. At the same time, his muscles all over his body quickly expanded and tightened, becoming as indestructible as an iron tower. But the flying squirrel did not notice that when he used armament haki hardening an iron body, one of the Marine 6 styles, Qin Yu, who was pointing a finger at his heart, was staring at every movement of his body. Bang! At the critical moment, the flying squirrel, who blocked Qin Yu's finger with iron body and armament haki hardening, immediately raised his foot and kicked out a blue vacuum slash. What he didn't expect was that Qin Yu suddenly stepped on the air, his feet like stepping on the ground, his body rising step by step. Moonwalk. When the flying squirrel saw this scene, his face changed again and again. Before he could calm down from the shock in his heart, Qin Yu, who had soared into the air with moonwalk, had already kicked him hard in the air. Swoosh! Accompanied by a sharp sound of breaking through the air, a blue vacuum slash instantly flew in front of the flying squirrel. Has he even learned Tempest Kick? Then did he learn the remaining iron body and paper arts? After the flying squirrel raised his hand and raised his knife to chop off the vacuum slash, just as this thought came to his mind, Qin Yu had already flashed from the air and swung his right hand, which had become as thick as a giant, and blasted over. Third gear, magic gun. When the flying squirrel was about to be hit head-on, he suddenly had the ability to predict the future, and swung his right hand in advance to chop on Qin Yu's fingers. Clang clang. Unlike the first time they fought, Qin Yu's entire arm was easily cut off by the flying squirrel. This time, Qin Yu's giant-like index finger used the finger pistol to collide with the flying squirrel's long sword, and with a bang, the flying squirrel was blasted 100 meters away. Damn it, this man has learned all my abilities in my life, but he actually has so many weird abilities. The flying squirrel stepped on the air with his feet, and used moonwalk to unload the huge force on his body, and immediately stabilized his body. The elite vice admiral of the headquarters is really difficult to deal with. It's okay that he is strong, but he doesn't have any shortcomings. I have already used Qi to strengthen the muscles of my whole body, and then cooperated with the second gear to further increase it. Is it possible that I can only fight a vice admiral on equal terms? The flying squirrel didn't know that when he was extremely afraid of Qin Yu was also secretly feeling difficult about the strength of the elite vice admiral of the headquarters. He thought that after he used the fusion energy and the second gear of the demon full power, even if he couldn't defeat the flying squirrel, he could suppress it. Unexpectedly, he only fought to a draw. It's probably not going to be any good if I continue to tangle with him. The flying squirrel thought that Qin Yu, relying on his immortal body, had already begun to take the injury for injury approach, and he couldn't help feeling solemn and a little absurd. He really didn't expect that he, the elite vice admiral of the headquarters, came to this East Blue and couldn't take down a bounty hunter who had never even been to the Grand Line. Hiss. We must give him a heavy blow that he can't recover from in a short time. The flying squirrel's eyes suddenly flashed with a shocking cold light. I saw that he originally held the knife with one hand, but he didn't know when he had changed to holding the long knife with both hands. Then, starting from his hands, two streams of light like black dragons rose up and then entangled on the blade. With a crisp sound of the sword, the long sword held by the flying squirrel's hands has turned completely black, exuding waves of destruction and murderous aura. Transfer the power of the hardened armed color to the weapon. Qin Yu's eyes flashed with joy, but he did not dare to be negligent in his heart. He knew that the next move must be extraordinary, and it might even be the strongest attack of the flying squirrel. One sword flow broken sea. When the flying squirrel's long sword completely turned into a destructive black blade, he moved. He did not rush to Qin Yu to chop him, but slashed at Qin Yu fiercely from a distance of dozens of meters. Swish. As the flying squirrel's long sword fell, the air in the direction of the blade was instantly split open layer by layer, and a violent wave visible to the naked eye spread in all directions. At the same time, a huge slash as bright as a stream of light, sweeping with the power to cut through the sea, instantly cut through the earth, soared in front of Qin Yu, and then swallowed his entire body like an angry dragon. Boom. The slash that used all the strength of the flying squirrel was so destructive that it was enough to shake the entire Log Town. Looking around, a huge crack like a canyon has appeared on the ground at the edge of the Log Town dock. And this terrible crack was completely dug by manpower, and it was dug by the flying squirrel alone. Chapter 44. Is there anything else you want to teach me? 4/5. Please collect flowers. 45 374. Chapter 44. Is there anything else you want to teach me? 4/5. Please collect flowers. Previous. Next. He shouldn't be dead yet. Although the flying squirrel was confident in his sword, after seeing Qin Yu's regeneration and recovery ability, he knew very well that the sword just now could not kill him at all. Thinking of this, he took a step forward without hesitation, holding the black and inky blade of destruction in both hands and slashed again in the direction of Qin Yu. But just as the flying squirrel's second sword fell, a black iron arm holding a third-generation Muramasa suddenly stretched out from the wave-like slash. Have you even learned how to transfer the hardening of the armed color to the weapon? Damn it! Whether it is the entanglement of armed color or the hardening of armed color, or even the hardening of armed color to the weapon, he actually learned it just by watching me perform it once. When the flying squirrel saw Qin Yu's black iron arm, his pupils flashed with horror. What shocked him even more was that after the arm stretched out from his slash, two black dragon-like streams of light immediately climbed onto the blade of the third-generation Muramasa. In the blink of an eye, third-generation Muramasa turned into a black knife that exuded a destructive and murderous aura, just like the long knife in his hand. Just as the flying squirrel was frightened by Qin Yu's terrifying learning ability, the hand holding the third-generation Muramasa moved. Swish. The knife flashed, and a 100-meter-long slash flew in front of the flying squirrel in an instant like a giant dragon riding the wind and waves. Damn it, he even learned the sword art that I have studied all my life. The flying squirrel ignored the horror in his heart and swung the knife down quickly. As two almost identical black knives fell at the same time, two identical huge slashes were released simultaneously, and then an unprecedented shocking collision unfolded. Boom. After a fierce collision, the slashes of the two people were annihilated, until they broke the land near the Log Town dock into pieces, and finally began to dissipate in the air bit by bit. The breath of all things, the power to cut through steel, and the flying slash. Is this the power of the sword in the 5 power systems of the Grand Line? Qin Yu, who was swallowed by the slash released by the first knife of the flying squirrel, finally appeared in the sight of the flying squirrel again. However, the Qin Yu who appeared again not only did not suffer serious damage to his body as the flying squirrel expected, but was even unscathed. Armament Haki hardens the body, greatly improves defense, and combined with his recovery ability, this monster has become a force to be reckoned with. Unless the headquarters admiral takes action, even if 2 or 3 headquarters elite vice admirals join forces, it is impossible to kill him. The flying squirrel looked at Qin Yu, who was as black as steel in front of him, and his heart sank to the bottom of the valley. He knew very well that Qin Yu was not a force to be reckoned with at the beginning. At that time, even a headquarters vice admiral could defeat him. But now, Qin Yu has become a force to be reckoned with his sword, 6 styles, and the help of Haki. When he thought that all this was caused by him, his heart felt like it was cut by a knife. Flying squirrel, is there anything else you want to teach me? Qin Yu gently waved the 3rd generation Muramasa in his hand, and then asked jokingly. Flying squirrel was so angry that his face turned blue on the spot, and he couldn't say a word. At this time, he could only use his knife-like eyes to scrape Qin Yu fiercely. If the sight can kill, then Qin Yu has been killed thousands of times by him. It seems that I have emptied you. Then, you can also die. Qin Yu looked at the flying squirrel's appearance and knew that he, the elite vice admiral of the headquarters, had no ability to teach him anymore. Stop talking so arrogantly. Don't think that you can look down on the vice admiral of the headquarters just because you learned a little swordsmanship from me, Haki, and the fur of physical skills. You want to defeat me, it's still 100 years too early. The flying squirrel growled with an ugly face, and then drew his sword and chopped at Qin Yu. It seems that you don't know that the positions between you and me have already been exchanged. Qin Yu sneered, his left hand suddenly collided into a giant arm, and then pointed at the black knife of the flying squirrel like a cannonball. Bang! The violent force like a tsunami broke out in full force. Even if the flying squirrel blocked with all his strength with the knife, he was still repelled more than 10 meters away. This retreat not only symbolized that he and Qin Yu began to fall behind in the confrontation of strength, but also symbolized that the battle between him and Qin Yu began to reverse completely. After repelling the flying squirrel with one finger, Qin Yu's right hand, which was ready to go, quickly grasped the knife and chopped. A powerful slash that spanned a distance of 100 meters instantly soared in front of the flying squirrel. He actually prevented me from using paper arts to dodge in advance. Oh no, he even learned the invisible and intangible observation Haki. The flying squirrel, who had just stabilized his body, thought that Qin Yu had also learned his observation Haki, and his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. But facing the fierce knife, no matter how annoyed, frustrated, and angry he was, he could only operate armament Haki to ultimate and swing the knife to block. Bang! Swish! Although the flying squirrel had taken out the best response method, he still underestimated Qin Yu's strength at this time. After he took Qin Yu's finger pistol, the strength he hastily raised could not resist Qin Yu's slash at all. Even though he tried his best, Qin Yu still slashed him away with a knife, leaving a bloody knife wound on his body. It's over. At the moment of injury, the flying squirrel's face became as white as paper. Although he was not seriously injured, his heart instantly became as dead as ash after he predicted Qin Yu's next move with the help of observation Haki. Under his gaze, just as he knew with observation Haki, Qin Yu hit him hard with a knife, and immediately stepped on the razor, one of the 6 styles, and flashed in front of him at a speed that was almost like teleportation, swinging the knife straight to his neck. Chapter 45. The Demon's Fierce Power. 1 against 2, overpowering Vice Admiral, 5/5, please collect flowers. 46 374. Chapter 45. The Demon's Fierce Power. 1 against 2, overpowering Vice Admiral, 5/5, please collect flowers. Previous. Next. I didn't expect that I, the Vice Admiral of the Flying Squirrel Headquarters, would die at the hands of an unknown person from East Blue. Looking at the 3rd generation Muramasa that was so close and slashing towards his neck, the Flying Squirrel couldn't help but reveal a touch of despair and unwillingness in his eyes. He really couldn't understand why the battle would develop like this. Originally, he had an overwhelming advantage, but in less than a few minutes, Qin Yu learned all the abilities he had accumulated for most of his life, and even defeated him with the abilities he learned from him. Flying Squirrel, I'm here to help you. Just when the flying squirrel thought he was going to be beheaded, a thunderous roar came from afar. Immediately afterwards, an extremely huge, torrent-like slash broke through the air and instantly hit Qin Yu's 3rd generation Muramasa. Qin Yu frowned slightly, and his right hand holding the knife suddenly sank, tearing the oncoming slash apart, and then continued to slash at the flying squirrel's neck. Life returned paper arts Wu Shen. Hearing the familiar voice from behind, the desperate eyes of the flying squirrel instantly burst into a glimmer of hope. Although Qin Yu quickly cut off the flying attack, the attack still gave him a glimmer of life. When Qin Yu's 3rd generation village landed on his neck, his body had shrunk several sizes. The knife that was originally enough to behead him immediately missed. Finger pistol. Seeing this scene, Qin Yu flashed a hint of coldness, and his left hand suddenly struck out, stabbing the flying squirrel's abdomen fiercely, and stabbed it out with one finger. Flying squirrel, are you okay? Seeing that the flying squirrel was severely injured, a giant who was more than 10 meters tall rushed from behind and quickly reached out to catch the flying squirrel that was about to hit the ground. Giant Vice Admiral, I'm fine. After the flying squirrel fell into the hands of Giant Vice Admiral John Giant and spat out a mouthful of blood, he did not treat the wound on his abdomen at the first time, but took out the Den Den Mushi and shouted, "Open fire on all ships, and immediately blast the periphery of Logue Town into the sea." After receiving the order from the flying squirrel, the Marine on a buster called battleship anchored in the sea area on the edge of Logue Town immediately mobilized the cannons that had been loaded with ammunition to aim at the periphery of Logue Town. Bang bang bang. Amid a thunderous roar, the sky was full of artillery fire and sprinkled towards Logue Town. Nami, Qin Yu's face suddenly changed when he saw many shells falling from the sky. He was not afraid that the flying squirrel wanted to join forces with John Giant. He was not even afraid of the flying squirrel's move to sink the land outside Logue Town. After all, he had learned the Marine 6 styles. Even if the entire Logue Town was shattered, he could rely on moonwalk to fly into the air without falling into the sea. What really worried him was Nami, who he had placed in the woods not far away. Giant and I will stop him together. We must not let him leave the periphery of Logue Town. Flying Squirrel predicted Qin Yu's next move with observation haki. After knowing that he wanted to rush into the woods, he quickly used life return to control the muscle movement of the injured part, forcibly blocking the wound and preventing it from bleeding. I understand. After hearing this, John Giant immediately raised his sword and stopped Qin Yu with Flying Squirrel on the left and right. Get out of here. Looking at the shells that were about to fall into the woods of Logue Town, Qin Yu's eyes showed a hint of anger for the first time. Even though he was ambushed by Smoker and Flying Squirrel one after another, he did not get angry. But this time, he finally got angry. Stay here, John Giant shouted in a low voice, and chopped Qin Yu with his right hand. But what surprised him was that Qin Yu did not dodge or evade, and let his sword split his body in half. Don't be careless, that guy is a person with the ability to eat the devil fruit of an unknown mythical beast. He has an immortal body that is more perverted than Kaido, and he won't die even if his head is cut off. The Flying Squirrel was afraid that John Giant didn't understand Qin Yu's ability and would suffer a great loss, so he quickly reminded him. What? John Giant looked down and found that Qin Yu, who was split in half by him, was still alive and kicking. Not only that, he seemed to know the clone technique, and the body that was broken into two halves actually turned into two Qinyus that were half the size of the original. After splitting into two people, the two Qinyus flashed towards the woods at the same time. Don't let him run away. The Flying Squirrel and John Giant, who had come to his senses, quickly stopped him. You were looking for death. Qin Yu saw that the two vice admirals repeatedly prevented him from saving Nami. Although he was angry, he suppressed his murderous intent towards Flying Squirrel and John Giant when he saw that the shell was only 100 meters away from the woods of Logue Town. Then he planned to use his immortal body to take a hit from the two and then go to save people. Three Swords Style 108 Troubled Phoenix. What Qin Yu, Flying Squirrel, and John Giant did not expect was that three blue sword waves like tornadoes suddenly rushed up into the sky and instantly cut off all the shells that were about to fall on the woods. Chapter 46 Absorbing Giant's Vice Admiral. John Giant 1/5, please collect flowers. 47 374ths. Chapter 46 Absorbing Giant's Vice Admiral. John Giant 1/5, please collect flowers. Previous. Next. Qin Yu, Nami, this way. At this time, a loud shout suddenly came from a distance, and then a boat with a figure standing on the bow came from the other direction of Logue Town. Nami, get on board. Qin Yu looked around and immediately saw the figure on the bow with his amazing eyesight. The person who came was none other than Roronoa Zoro, who had been missing since Smoker moved all the boats away from the dock. Zoro, I'm here. Nami, who had been hiding carefully in the woods, rushed towards Zoro's direction immediately after hearing Qin Yu's words. Didn't Smoker say that all the boats in Logue Town had been destroyed? How could there still be a boat? The Flying Squirrel took a look and immediately took out the Den Den Mushi in shock and anger and said to the Marine on the battleship. Sink the boat on the sea for me, and never let that woman get on board. Obviously, he had seen Qin Yu's importance to Nami. As long as Nami was blocked in Logue Town, they would be equivalent to keeping Qin Yu as well. How dare you be distracted in front of me? Qin Yu's eyes flashed coldly, and he raised his hand and blasted the Flying Squirrel away. Ahem. The Flying Squirrel looked down at his right chest. Although he had used armament haki to harden the attacked area, Qin Yu's finger still left a bloody hole in his chest when he was distracted. Flying Squirrel. John Giant was anxious and quickly waved his knife to stop Qin Yu, who wanted to continue attacking the Flying Squirrel. Giant, get out of the way. When the Flying Squirrel saw John Giant coming to save him, he not only did not feel a trace of joy, but also showed a trace of horror on his face. I already know, although your strength and physique are comparable to Vice Admiral, you don't know haki. Not only armament haki, but also observation haki. Qin Yu, who was about to continue attacking the Flying Squirrel, suddenly turned around and rushed towards John Giant. If you want to die, I will grant your wish. When John Giant heard the Flying Squirrel's shout, he was a little confused, but based on his trust in the Flying Squirrel, he still planned to dodge directly. But when he saw Qin Yu flying towards his sword without any defense, he suppressed the idea of dodging and directly swung the sword to split Qin Yu's body in half. Idiot. What John Giant didn't expect was that after Qin Yu was cut in half, the two halves of his body turned into two huge pink meatballs, and rushed towards him fiercely. What the hell? Although John Giant didn't know observation hockey, he also smelled an ominous smell when he saw Qin Yu's actions. But as a giant, he was huge in size. Facing the extremely fast Qin Yu, he only had time to take 2 steps before being wrapped up by the pink meatball that Qin Yu turned into. A strange scene appeared. Obviously, John Giant's body was extremely huge, and the pink flesh ball Qin Yu transformed into was not even 1/8 of John Giant's size, but this pink flesh ball actually covered John Giant. It seemed that this pink flesh ball not only had the ability to expand infinitely, but also had the ability to shrink the person or object wrapped in it. Giant. The flying squirrel was so anxious that his face turned pale when he saw this scene. But he stood aside and had no idea where to start. He didn't know what to do to rescue John Giant from the pink flesh ball. After all, if he attacked those pink flesh balls, John Giant would inevitably be hurt as well. The flying squirrel didn't know that his delay not only missed the only chance to save John Giant, but also brought him a terrible nightmare. My strength is disappearing. At this time, John Giant, who was entangled by the pink flesh ball, found that his body strength was disappearing, as if he had seen his future. He did not struggle anymore, nor was he able to struggle, and said to the flying squirrel not far away with difficulty. Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral. Run, don't worry about me, tell the headquarters everything about this demon, let the headquarters send out the Admiral. When he spit out the word Admiral with difficulty, John Giant's body of more than 10 meters in size had been completely absorbed by the pink meatball. No, spit out Giant. The flying squirrel saw it and felt his eyes were about to burst. He did not hesitate anymore, and immediately raised his knife to chop at the pink meatball in front of him, which he regarded as a demon and a monster. Too late. Just when the flying squirrel's long knife hardened by armament hockey was about to chop the pink meatball suspended in the air suddenly underwent a huge change. In the blink of an eye, the pink meatball not only changed back to Qin Yu's appearance, but also kicked him dozens of meters away before the flying squirrel's black knife fell. HMPH. After being kicked, the flying squirrel's face instantly turned red, and then he spit out a mouthful of blood in the air, and then hit the ground hard. Giant Vice Admiral, you really didn't disappoint me. Qin Yu clenched his fists and transformed from a human to Majin Buu again. Not only that, at the moment of his transformation, his body surface actually rose with pale white flames visible to the naked eye. Boom. At the moment when the pale white flames burned up, with Qin Yu's body as the center, an extremely violent air was instantly released in all directions, and in an instant, the area of 50 meters in radius was turned into ruins. Chapter 47 You are no longer able to stop me from doing anything. 2/5, please collect flowers. 48 374. Chapter 47 You are no longer able to stop me from doing anything. 2/5, please collect flowers. Previous. Next. This monster, after absorbing John Giant, he actually became so powerful. The flying squirrel climbed up from the ground and looked at Qin Yu, who was now covered with pale flames and looked like a demon god. At this moment, he regretted it. If he knew that his hesitation and delay would lead to such terrible consequences, he would rather bear the sin of slaughtering his companions and the crime of blaspheming justice, and kill John Giant who was about to be absorbed by Qin Yu one step ahead. Unfortunately, the big mistake has been made. There is only one way left in front of him, that is, to face the nightmare he created. Thank you very much, Flying Squirrel. I am very satisfied with the gift you gave me, Qin Yu said, while reaching out his hand in the direction of the marine battleship. What do you want to do? The flying squirrel quickly used observation hockey to sense. This perception made his face change instantly, and then he rushed towards Qin Yu without thinking. You are no longer able to stop me from doing anything. Qin Yu quickly raised his left hand and pointed it at the flying squirrel. Then the chi in his palm burst out instantly, turning into a translucent wave. The flying squirrel, who was about to pounce, was hit hard. His body seemed to be hit by a shock wave, and he flew backwards immediately. This is my return gift to you. As soon as the words fell, Qin Yu suddenly flashed a white ball of light in the upper right palm of his hand facing the marine battleship. Qigong wave. The next second, a ball of energy that seemed to be dragging a meteor-like tail broke through the air from Qin Yu's palm. In the blink of an eye, this Qigong wave crossed the distance between him and the marine battleship and instantly landed on the marine battleship floating on the sea. Boom. With a flash of light, the marine battleship seemed to be hit by a missile. The huge explosion instantly blew the entire Buster Call-class battleship into pieces. Qin Yu. After the flying squirrel saw the hundreds of elite marines he brought with him being instantly buried by Qin Yu's Qigong wave, he immediately let out a heart-wrenching roar. You devil, I want you to pay for the marines on the ship. While roaring, he raised his knife and slashed at Qin Yu fiercely. At this moment, he had already made up his mind to die, and had no intention of leaving Logue Town alive. He just wanted to take Qin Yu to hell with him before he died, and at the very least, he would cause Qin Yu some unforgettable injuries. It seems that you hate me very much. But all this is due to you. If you hadn't acted on your own, both you and every marine on that ship would have lived well. It was your stupidity, your selfishness, and your weakness that ruined them. Looking at the ferocious-looking flying squirrel, rushing towards him like a devil crawling out of hell, Qin Yu stretched out his right hand burning with pale white flames to grab the oncoming long knife, and then slapped the flying squirrel's abdomen with his backhand. With a bang, a pale white flame visible to the naked eye instantly penetrated the flying squirrel's body and shot out from his back. Puff. This is your fault. You blasphemed justice, and I will punish you. The flying squirrel spit out a mouthful of blood, staggered, and almost couldn't even hold the long knife in his hand. My fault. If this is really my fault, then I will be wrong to the end. I will be wrong until every Marine of you will think it is your own fault. Qin Yu's eyes flashed with a murderous intent, and then he stretched out a finger and tapped the left chest of the flying squirrel. Didn't you just say that I learned your ability and that I was using your ability to deal with you? This time I will use my own ability to send you away from this world. The moment he finished speaking, a white light ball with a radius of only 2 centimeters condensed on his finger. Justice will prevail. A look of determination flashed across the flying squirrel's face, and then he mustered up the remaining strength to swing the long knife and stab Qin Yu's head. Swish. But as soon as his right hand raised the long knife, the white light ball condensed on Qin Yu's fingertips had turned into a white laser and pierced his heart. Ah! The flying squirrel screamed, looked down at his pierced heart, and then fell to the ground with his head up. You are absolutely right. Justice will prevail, but that is my justice. Qin Yu opened his right hand, and his arm instantly fell off, turning into a pink flesh ball, wrapping up the dying flying squirrel. The flying squirrel was already dying, and had no ability to struggle at all. In just less than 3 seconds, he was absorbed by the pink flesh ball released by Qin Yu, and then flew back to Qin Yu's body. Boom. As Qin Yu successfully absorbed the elite Vice Admiral flying squirrel of the headquarters, his body shape and appearance did not change at all, and he was still in the posture of Little Buu, but the pale white flames that were originally burning on his body surface had turned into shining pure white flames. As expected of the elite Vice Admiral of the headquarters, the improvement brought by the absorption far exceeds the giant Vice Admiral just now. Qin Yu raised the corner of his mouth. He originally exuded a kind of demon-like evil charm after the transformation, and now under the background of the pure white flames, he gave people a sense of evil and cold oppression. Chapter 48 Alarming the Headquarters. Demon Qin Yu, a reward of 200 million, 3/5, please collect flowers. 49 374. Chapter 48 Alarming the Headquarters. Demon Qin Yu, a reward of 200 million, 3/5, please collect flowers. Previous. Next. Naval Headquarters. As one of the elite vice admirals of the headquarters, Huo Shaoshan walked to the office as usual with a smile that made people feel like spring breeze at first sight. After sitting down at the desk, he began to look through the intelligence sent by the major marine branches of East Blue that his assistant had sorted out for him. Emergency intelligence. It's really rare that East Blue would use A-level emergency intelligence. Huo Shaoshan glanced at the desk, and a document with a scarlet A immediately caught his eye. He opened the information without hesitation. What? When his eyes fell on the document in his hand, his body not only trembled slightly, but even the friendly smile on his face froze instantly. The next second, he stood up suddenly and rushed to the marshal's office, which symbolizes the highest power of the naval headquarters. Marshal Sengoku, Huo Shaoshan has something to report. Come in quickly, don't be so reserved. Sitting on the marshal's desk, Marshal Sengoku, who holds the highest power in the marine, immediately led him in when he heard Huo Shaoshan's voice. Marshal Sengoku, please take a look. After Huo Shaoshan walked into the marshal's office, he found that in addition to Marshal Sengoku, Aokiji and Kizaru, 2 of the 3 admirals, were also sitting on the sofa not far away. If it were a normal day, he would definitely greet the 2 admirals first, but now, he jumped over the 2 and walked in front of Sengoku. Ah la la la, it seems that something extraordinary has happened. Aokiji, who was originally leaning on the sofa, wearing an eye mask and seemed to be sleeping, suddenly pulled up the eye mask slightly. I guess some scary monster has appeared on the pirate side again. Kizaru on the side said scary monsters, but he was trimming his nails leisurely. What happened? Compared with Aokiji and Kizaru who didn't know how to sit or sleep, and didn't have the slightest admiral attitude, Sengoku, as the marshal, saw Huo Shaoshan's serious look and hurriedly took the documents handed over by the other party with a serious face. This is the A-level emergency intelligence sent by the Marine branch of East Blue Logue Town. According to the report of the local Marine, Qin Yu, the strongest bounty hunter in East Blue, had an armed conflict with the Marine led by Smoker in Logue Town. Almost no Marines who participated in the battle survived. Huo Shaoshan said solemnly. Oh, it turned out that it was not the pirates, but the bounty hunters who had a person as scary as a monster. But now he should no longer be a bounty hunter, but be classified as a pirate. Before Sengoku opened his mouth, Kizaru took the lead in commenting. That idiot Smoker is a Logia user. How could he be no match for the East Blue bounty hunter? Aokiji was slightly shocked, and took off the eye mask on his face with his right hand. Everyone was not surprised to see his big reaction. After all, everyone knew that Smoker was brought up by Aokiji. He could be considered his direct descendant. What's the matter with this Qin Yu? Isn't he a bounty hunter? Why did he conflict with the local marine instead of hunting pirates properly? After hearing the news, Sengoku's pupils flickered slightly. The intelligence said that Vice Admiral of Flying Squirrel ordered Colonel Smoker to capture Qin Yu. Huo Shaoshan's expression was very complicated. There was both regret and anger. Even Flying Squirrel got involved. What happened to him? Sengoku was slightly startled at first, and then a terrible guess immediately popped up in his mind. Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral boarded a warship and led a group of elite marines led by John Giant Vice Admiral to support Colonel Smoker. But in the end, they were no match for Qin Yu and were wiped out in Logue Town. Even their bodies could not be found. Huo Shaoshan's words surprised everyone present. Flying Squirrel and John Giant are also dead. One of them is the elite vice admiral of the headquarters, and the other is the giant vice admiral of the headquarters, plus a Buster Call warship, hundreds of elite marines, and the Logue Town Marines led by Smoker, a Logia ability user. Marshal Sengoku was interrupted by Huo Shaoshan before he finished speaking. Almost all of them were wiped out. It has been confirmed that they were all killed by Qin Yu alone. Huo Shaoshan said word by word. Bold, I don't care what his reasons are. Killing the vice admiral of the headquarters is a violation of justice and an unforgivable crime. Sengoku was silent for 2 seconds, and then a cold shout with great pressure swept through the entire office. Feeling the conqueror's hockey entrenched in Sengoku, even Kizaru put down the nail clippers in his hand at this time. Marshal Sengoku, this happened in East Blue. You don't need to say anything, this has nothing to do with you. And what we need to do now is not meaningless accountability, but to deal with the aftermath. Sengoku waved his hand to interrupt Huo Shaoshan's self-blaming words, quickly read the contents of the document, and then picked up a Den Mushi. Immediately issue a notice, the former East Blue bounty hunter, Demon Qin Yu, killed the elite vice admiral of the headquarters, Colonel Logue Town Marine, lawless, extremely evil, Marine now officially offers a reward for him. Marshal Sengoku, how much is his reward? A voice came from the Den Mushi. 200 million. Sengoku hesitated for a moment, and spit out the highest first bounty amount in the history of Grand Line. Chapter 49 The Conspiracy Among the Shichibukai. Joker in the Sand Crocodile 4/5, please collect flowers. 5374. Chapter 49 The Conspiracy Among the Shichibukai. Joker in the Sand Crocodile 4/5, please collect flowers. Previous. Next. Is a bounty of 200 million high. It is not high at all in the Grand Line, which has entered the Great Pirate Era. But if it is the first bounty, it is very high. A name with only a bounty of 200 million was not enough to stir up a wave in the Grand Line. But when the major forces of the Grand Line learned that the target of the highest first bounty in history was a man who had never been to the Grand Line, the two words Qin Yu not only immediately caused a sensation in the Grand Line, but also attracted the attention of many leaders of forces. As they understood the reason why Qin Yu received such a high bounty, they were even more shocked. Without ever being to the Grand Line, he single-handedly killed the flying squirrel who was the head of the headquarters vice admiral, the giant vice admiral John Giant, and a new marine rookie, Logia Smoke Fruit ability user Smoker. This kind of real record is quite rare in the first half of the Grand Line, let alone the East Blue. New World. Fufufufu, I didn't expect that flying squirrel would fall into the hands of this kid. This is really unexpected. In the palace of Dressrosa, Don Quixote Doflamingo, one of the Shichibukai, looked at the newspaper in his hand and laughed gloomily. Dover, although you told Flying Squirrel that Colonel Mouse was killed by that kid, and your action of killing that kid with his help has failed, but that kid was also forced to become a pirate by you. Even if we don't take any action in the future, Marine will take care of him for us. Torapal, who was wearing a blue coat and looked like a sloppy uncle, asked Don Quixote Doflamingo. Just relying on Marine, how many of the famous pirates in the Grand Line have been truly dealt with by Marine? This bounty is a bad thing for ordinary people, but it may not be the case for that kid. Don Quixote Doflamingo put down the bounty order for Qin Yu and said with disdain. He used to be a bounty hunter and had some rules in his work. It is easier for us to deal with him. Now that he has become a pirate, he is like a tiger without shackles. That kid has the strength to kill Vice Admiral before he even steps into the Grand Line. Once he comes to New World and knows that we are behind this, with his character, he will not let it go with our Don Quixote family. Toribel said this with a solemn look on his face. Only if he can walk into the New World alive. Don Quixote Doflamingo grinned, then took out the Den Mushi. Hey, Crocodile, I heard that you recently recruited a new vice president named Nico Robin. It seems that you are planning to take that thing. Do you want to die? Joker. On the other side, Crocodile, who was in the first half of the Grand Line and was also one of the Shichibukai, suddenly showed a hint of grimness in his tone after hearing Don Quixote Doflamingo's words. Although the things he is planning now have not been put into practice, once the news leaks out, it will also bring him endless troubles. Don't be so nervous. I don't mean to report or threaten you. On the contrary, I want to help you. Don Quixote Doflamingo seemed to be unable to hear the murderous intent in Crocodile's words. Conditions. Crocodile's eyes flickered. I don't want to hear anything about the guy named Qin Yu who recently appeared in East Blue. Don Quixote Doflamingo said word by word. I said, why would the Vice Admiral of the headquarters go to East Blue to encircle a man who has never even set foot in the Grand Line for no reason? It turns out that all this is your Joker's trick. Crocodile showed a hint of realization on his face. You just need to answer me, do you accept this deal or not? Don Quixote Doflamingo asked slightly gloomily. Accept, but you must tell me the location of that thing first. Although Qin Yu killed 2 vice admirals of the headquarters before he set foot in the Grand Line, Crocodile, who was a Shichibukai and was superior to one of the vice admirals of the headquarters, did not take it seriously at all. What's more, the conditions offered by Don Quixote Doflamingo were so attractive that he could not refuse them at all. Alabasta. Don Quixote Doflamingo spit out 5 words with a sinister smile on his face. In the first half of the Grand Line, on a ship floating on the sea, After a fierce bargaining, Nami bargained down a newspaper that cost 100 berries to 50 berries, and then she took a newspaper from the tearful newsbird with a satisfied look on her face. Qin Yu, Zoro, come here. Nami opened the newspaper and immediately shouted. What's wrong? Qin Yu, who was originally lying on a beach chair drinking juice, and Zoro, who was exercising on the deck with 2 one-ton dumbbells, heard her shouting and hurried over. It's the same as you said before. Qin Yu, from today on, you have to change your career. You can't be a bounty hunter anymore, and you can only be a pirate in the future. Nami opened the newspaper in her hand, and Qin Yu and Zoro immediately saw a familiar photo printed on a bounty order. Demon Qin Yu, bounty, 200 million berries. Chapter 50. Why do you force me to be a pirate? 5/5, please collect flowers. 51 374. Chapter 50. Why do you force me to be a pirate? 5/5, please collect flowers. Previous, next, where's the other one? Zoro's eyes fell on another bounty in Nami's hand. This is mine. Nami turned over the other bounty. Thief cat. Nami, bounty of 5 million berries. Why is mine not there? Roronoa Zoro said, a little dissatisfied. Although he had never thought of becoming a pirate, he was a little unbalanced to see that even Nami had a bounty, but he, who had snatched a ship from Marine in the Logue Town battle, did not even have a bounty of 1 berry. Isn't that great? At least you don't have to be a pirate. Nami glanced at the bounty in her hand, and her eyes became a little complicated. Since the day when her hometown, Cocoa West Village, was plundered by the dragon pirates, she only felt disgust and hatred for pirates. Later, she met Qin Yu when she went out to sea, and the two hit it off, and since then they have been traveling together to hunt pirates together. Neither she nor Qin Yu had ever thought of becoming a pirate. But as she wished, the two of them ended up becoming the pirates she hated the most. That really disappoints you. I'm a little tired of being a bounty hunter recently, so I just want to try being a pirate. And, if I remember correctly, the man who stood at the top of Grand Line Kendo is also a pirate. Since I want to surpass him, I have to surpass him in every aspect. Roronoa Zoro grinned. Thanks, Zoro. Nami thought of the time in Logue Town, when she thought Roronoa Zoro had escaped, but in the end he robbed a ship to help them. She looked at Roronoa Zoro deeply, and then said solemnly. Roronoa Zoro felt warm in his heart when he heard this. He knew that from this moment on, Nami in front of him really regarded him as a crew member with whom he had a life and death friendship, instead of just seeing him as a ship guard as before. Squeak. Why do you force me to be a pirate? Just when Roronoa Zoro got Nami's approval and really integrated into the ship, Qin Yu, who had been silent since he saw the bounty order, suddenly said faintly. Nami and Roronoa Zoro just turned their heads and saw him snap his fingers, and a bounty order suddenly broke through the air, and then nailed to the wall like a knife. Since you are so eager to ask me to change my career, don't blame me. Do you want to make a big fuss? When Roronoa Zoro saw Qin Yu's eyes, it was as if he saw a terror that could sweep the entire Grand Line brewing. Make a big fuss. Haha. I either don't do it, or I will be the most promising pirate. Qin Yu raised his mouth slightly, and then said word by word. What is the most promising pirate? Roronoa Zoro was stunned for a moment and couldn't help asking. Rebel. Qin Yu uttered 2 words that shocked Roronoa Zoro so much that his eyes were full of stars and his blood was boiling. Then he turned to Nami and said, let's go directly to Alabasta. What are we going there for? Nami asked puzzled. Of course, we are going to get our new ship. Qin Yu thought of the warship that was called the evil warship in history, and he saw a hint of expectation in his eyes. Didn't we just change this ship not long ago? Why do we have to change the ship again? After hearing this, Nami's doubts became more intense. If it is just a bounty hunter's ship, then this ship is naturally not a problem. But if you want to rebel, it is far from qualified. Qin Yu said. So, Alabasta's shipbuilding industry is very developed. Nami asked while taking out the permanent pointer. I went to Alabasta not to build or buy ships there, but because I could find the ancient weapon, Pluton, which is known as the worst warship in history. Qin Yu uttered a shocking secret in a calm tone. Pluton. Nami, Roronoa and Zoro couldn't help but look at each other when they heard it. They all saw curiosity and confusion in their eyes. When you get there, you will know. Qin Yu didn't explain much. But we can't go directly to Alabasta. After Nami looked through all the permanent pointers, she said to Qin Yu. We don't have a permanent pointer pointing to Alabasta. To go to Azrabastan, we can only go to Little Garden first, and then start from there, and move forward from one island to another. That will take a lot more time, huh? When Qin Yu was halfway through, his brows suddenly frowned, but he immediately relaxed. Do you walk out by yourself, or do you never have the chance to walk out again in this life? As he spoke, he stretched his hand to the left. Seeing his actions, Roronoa Zoro also placed his hands on the handles of the 3rd generation Kidetsu and Wado Ikimonji respectively. Nothing. When Nami heard this, she turned her head and found that there was nothing in the direction where Qin Yu's right hand was facing except a sea covered with thick fog. But when a white ball of light flashed in Qin Yu's palm, a huge figure quickly swam to the side of the boat. Chapter 51. She is the key person for us to get Pluton. 1/5, please collect flowers. 52 374. Chapter 51. She is the key person for us to get Pluton. 1/5, please collect flowers. Previous. Next. Please don't do it yet, I'm not your enemy. At this time, Nami and others also saw the mysterious figure hidden in the thick fog. What caught their eyes was a tall woman standing on a giant turtle, wearing a white sun hat, a pink short-sleeved top, and only a pair of black underwear. Who are you, Marine? Thinking of the fact that Marine had put a bounty on him and Qin Yu, Nami reflexively drew out his long stick and looked at the mysterious woman who suddenly appeared with a vigilant face. No, I'm not Marine, nor am I your enemy. The mysterious woman raised her hands and put on a harmless posture. You said you are not my enemy. Then please explain to Miss Nico Robin why you are sneaking around our ship and using your ability to eavesdrop on us. If you don't explain clearly, then I have to go back to my old business and do a loss-making business to help Marine wipe you, the son of the devil, from the sea for free. Qin Yu looked indifferently at the woman in front of him who was full of intellectual beauty and mystery. This is just a self-protection habit I have developed since childhood. I'm sorry if it has caused you trouble. Facing Qin Yu's cold and oppressive aura, Nico Robin's heart tightened, but a smile like spring breeze appeared on her face, giving people a feeling of unconsciously believing her. I just heard that you are going to Alabasta. In order to prove that I have no ill intentions and to make up for my mistakes just now, this permanent pointer pointing to Alabasta is my compensation to you. I wonder if Mr. Demon thinks that my approach can calm your dissatisfaction with me. Qin Yu did not speak, but just took a deep look at Nico Robin, and then motioned Nami to take the permanent pointer. Are you here specifically to give us this? Although Nami reached out to take the recording pointer handed over by Nico Robin, she stared at Nico Robin with suspicion. Maybe it's a woman's intuition. She always felt that the purpose of Nico Robin in front of her was not as simple as he said. Of course, I've said it from the beginning, I mean no harm. I even came with good intentions. Nico Robin glanced at Qin Yu charmingly. Mr. Demon, you have to be careful. The Grand Line is not like East Blue, the road to Alabasta is not as peaceful as you think. After that, Nico Robin sat back on the chair placed on the back of the giant turtle, and then gradually walked away. Do you want to keep her? Roronoa Zoro stared at Nico Robin's back. Of course, she is the key person for us to get Pluton. Without her, it becomes almost impossible for us to change ships. Qin Yu's words made Roronoa Zoro almost pull out the Wado Ikimonji. But not at this time. Now, I am more interested in how unpeaceful this journey is. Are you really going to sail according to the permanent compass given by this woman? Nami was a little worried. Although my observation haki cannot sense people's thoughts at present, it can still distinguish the truth from the falsehood of words. I dare not say anything else, but this pointer is at least real. Qin Yu glanced at the permanent pointer in Nami's hand. Okay, you are the captain, you have the final say. But before setting off, we must go to Little Garden for supplies. The supplies on the ship are not enough to support us to sail to Alabasta in one breath. Hearing this, Nami also put down her worries. Then let's go to Little Garden first. After Qin Yu finalized the sailing target, Nami immediately began to use her various skills as a genius navigator. With her keen sense of climate, she made extremely accurate predictions in advance about the rainstorms, uzumaki, gales, lightning, snow and other natural disasters encountered along the way. Let Qin Yu and Zoro have enough time to make a series of adjustments and protective measures for the ship. With the help of Nami's almost instinctive ability to perceive the climate, Qin Yu and his team completely eliminated the possibility of the ship being destroyed by natural disasters at sea, and sailed all the way to Little Garden unimpeded. Zoro, you guard the boat, Nami and I will go to survey Little Garden and collect some supplies. After docking the boat at the shore of Little Garden, Qin Yu said to Roronoa Zoro, and then got off the boat with Nami and walked towards the interior of the island in front of them. Wait, before Qin Yu and the others walked 100 meters away, Roronoa Zoro suddenly turned over and got off the boat and walked all the way to them. Seeing Roronoa Zoro's actions, Qin Yu's eyes suddenly flashed a barely perceptible smile. What's wrong? Nami looked at Roronoa Zoro, who was no longer guarding the boat and suddenly ran over. No mistake. From the moment we approached Little Garden, I felt like I was being watched. When we stepped into this land, not only did this feeling of being watched become stronger, but I even felt a hint of malice. After Roronoa Zoro finished speaking, he quickly drew out the 3 long swords from his waist. Someone is lying in ambush here. Chapter 52. It seems that you have some misunderstandings about the profession of swordsman. 2/5, please collect flowers. 53 374. Chapter 52. It seems that you have some misunderstandings about the profession of swordsman. 2/5, please collect flowers. Previous. Next. There aren't even many animals here. Although Nami said this, she quickly pulled out the 3-section staff from her waist and quickly put them together. Roronoa Zoro ignored Nami and stared at Qin Yu. I thought you didn't feel anything at all. It seems that you are making good progress. It's not in vain that I have trained you on the observation haki along the way. Qin Yu said as he stretched out a finger towards the woods not far away. A white light flashed, and a white laser shot out from his fingertips and instantly blasted into the woods in front. Boom. Ah, the woods hit by the laser suddenly produced a huge explosion, and then a series of rather embarrassed figures flashed out from the smoke. The whereabouts have been exposed, no need to hide anymore. Among the crowd, a burly bald man with a yi tattooed on his chest and dressed like a Shaolin monk shouted at the people around him, and then rushed towards Qin Yu and the other 2. Kill. Who are these people? Nami was shocked when she saw a dozen figures suddenly running out of the woods, rushing towards the 3 of them with cold murderous aura. A bunch of scum from Baroque Works. Qin Yu said lightly, then extended an index finger and pointed at the senior agents of Baroque Works in front. Wait, let me practice with them. Just when Qin Yu was about to release Qigong waves with his fingers to kill all the agents of Baroque works, Roronoa Zoro, who had drawn 3 knives, suddenly spoke. Okay, whether it is awakening haki or improving haki, the best way is still fighting. Pure practice is not as effective as going through battle after battle. Qin Yu thought about it and put down his index finger. That's what I meant. Roronoa Zoro grinned, and then he flashed into the agents in front of him with 3 swords like a tiger or wolf. Kill him first, and let me deal with that man first. Mr. Point 1, who ranks the highest among all senior agents, Das Bonus let other agents entangle Roronoa Zoro, and then he killed Qin Yu alone. You stay here. Roronoa Zoro's face turned cold, and he swung his sword with both hands, and 2 tornado-like blue slashes instantly flew behind Das Bonus. Swordsmen are the most useless thing in front of me. Das Bonus stretched out his hand expressionlessly, and tore his slash to pieces under Roronoa Zoro's surprised eyes. Don't waste your energy. I am a user of the quick slash fruit, and it is impossible for a swordsman to hurt me at all. After saying that, he gave up Roronoa Zoro and continued to rush towards Qin Yu. Your opponent is me. From the moment he saw Das Bonus, Roronoa Zoro lost interest in all the agents in front of him. But Das Bonus ignored him at all, and with the other dozen agents joining forces to intercept him, he couldn't get away for a while, and could only watch Das Bonus walk further and further away from him. Can't you fight with me before going to Qin Yu to die? After Roronoa Zoro cursed inwardly, he suppressed the pity in his heart, and then concentrated on dealing with the dozen senior agents in front of him. As for Das Bonus, he forgot about it. After all, how could he remember a dead man? Qin Yu, he's coming towards you. Nami saw that Das Bonus broke Roronoa Zoro's slash and rushed towards them at a high speed, and her face changed slightly. There will be no one left soon, Qin Yu said while putting his hand on the hilt of the knife at his waist. Are you also a swordsman? Then you are not as difficult to deal with as I thought. Das Bonus noticed Qin Yu's action, and a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. As a person with the ability to eat the quick-cut fruit, he was least afraid of swordsmen. Originally, when he learned that the pirate to be hunted this time was Qin Yu, who had a bounty of 200 million, he was still a little nervous. Otherwise, he would not have come with so many senior agents this time. But when he saw that Qin Yu was also a swordsman and wanted to use a knife to deal with him, the worry in his heart disappeared instantly. It seems that you have some misunderstandings about the profession of swordsman. Qin Yu said in a flat tone. No matter how strong a swordsman you are, all your attacks are just tickling me. When Das Bonus saw Qin Yu getting closer and closer to him, the 10 fingers of his hand suddenly turned into sharp blades that could cut hair and flash with cold light, and then crossed and slashed forward. Clang. Looking at the dust-cutting speed knife that was flying like a tiger, Qin Yu slowly pulled the 3rd-generation Muramasa out of the scabbard. However, when the 3rd-generation Muramasa was pulled out by him until a small section of the blade was exposed, he put the 3rd-generation Muramasa back into the scabbard. Chapter 53, The User of the Quick Slash Fruit. A matter of 1 sword, 3/5, please collect flowers. 54 374. Chapter 53, The User of the Quick Slash Fruit. A matter of 1 sword, 3/5, please collect flowers. Previous. Next. What is he doing? Why did he pull out the knife for a short time and then put it back into the sheath? Did he feel scared after seeing my fruit ability, so he didn't dare to fight me with the knife? When Das Bonus saw Qin Yu's actions, a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. Forget it, no matter what he thinks. I just need to tear him to pieces. Just when Das Bonus stopped thinking about it and was about to go forward and tear Qin Yu to pieces, an extremely strong pain came from his waist and abdomen, followed by a weak and powerless feeling. He didn't even pull out the knife. How did I get stabbed? Das Bonus eyes widened, and he looked at the hideous knife wound that appeared on his waist and abdomen in disbelief, and then his body staggered forward and the whole person fell at Qin Yu's feet. This guy doesn't seem to be dead yet. Nami was a little curious and knocked Das Bonus back with a 3-section stick, and found that the other party's body was indeed as hard as steel. It's a bit of a waste to die like this. Even waste can be recycled, not to mention a person with special abilities. I want to leave him to Zoro for training. It just so happens that he ate the fast-cutting fruit. Although his strength is average, his body is indeed strong enough. Such a person is definitely the best target to help swordsmen understand the power of cutting iron. Qin Yu didn't even look at Das Bonus. He knew very well that his previous knife had caused multiple injuries to Das Bonus. Even if the opponent was a fast cutter who ate the fast-cutting fruit, he would definitely not be able to get up from the ground in 4 or 5 hours. How pitiful. Nami couldn't help but look at Das Bonus with pity when she heard it. She could imagine that in the last years of Das Bonus's life, he was definitely living a life of being chopped every day. Let's go. Let Zoro handle this. Let's survey the terrain, collect data for map drawing and supply navigation materials. After killing Baroque Works, Mr. One with a sword, Qin Yu didn't even look at the battle between Baroque Works, senior agents and Roronoa Zoro, and walked directly into the little garden with Nami. It seems that I can't waste time with you anymore. Roronoa Zoro noticed Qin Yu's leaving figure, and his eyes suddenly emitted a fierce light. Most obviously, he was besieged by a group of agents and had many wounds on his body at this time, but at this moment, all the senior agents in front of him felt a chill in their hearts when they saw his ghostly eyes. 3 sword style black rope tornado. 3 hours later, When Qin Yu and Nami returned to the place where the pirate ship was docked, they saw the bodies of senior agents everywhere. You guys have been gone for too long. Roronoa Zoro stood by the boat, a little confused about the fact that the two had been gone for 3 hours. Something happened in Little Garden, but it was all dealt with. Qin Yu just said casually, without going into detail about what happened in Little Garden. I've already asked just now. Those guys were ordered by 7 warlords of the sea crocodile to kill you. As for why Crocodile did this, none of them knew. Roronoa Zoro did not ask any more questions, but went down the boat directly and carried the fresh water, vegetables and ingredients Qin Yu brought back onto the boat, while speaking to Qin Yu. What? 7 warlords of the sea? How could that monster pirate suddenly come to us? Nami's face turned slightly pale when she heard this. Even she, a new pirate who had just changed her career, knew what the 5 words 7 warlords of the sea meant in Grand Line. First it was the flying squirrel, then Nico Robin, and now there's Crocodile. Things are really getting more and more interesting. Sure enough, the excitement and mystery of Grand Line are indeed not comparable to East Blue. Compared to Nami's panic, Qin Yu's face was not surprised at all after hearing it, but he showed a meaningful smile. Then are we still going to Alabasta? Nami asked a little nervously. At this moment, she already understood what Nico Robin meant by the fact that this journey was not peaceful. It turned out that they would meet the 7 warlords of the sea on the way to Alabasta. Of course we have to go. Don't forget, you are a navigator who has to draw a world map. Without the part of Alabasta, your world map will be incomplete. Qin Yu reached out and gently stroked Nami's hair. After he calmed Nami's inner anxiety and Roronoa Zoro moved all the supplies onto the ship, they set sail again and floated towards Alabasta. Mr. Zero, the 13 senior agents you sent to Little Garden have now been wiped out. Less than 10 minutes after Qin Yu and his party left by boat, a graceful figure suddenly walked in front of the bodies of the agents of Baroque Works. Chapter 54 Don't Blame Me. Crocodile, 4/5, please collect flowers. 55 374. Chapter 54 Don't Blame Me. Crocodile, 4/5, please collect flowers. Previous. Next. If you want to succeed, you really can't count on this bunch of rubbish. At this time, Crocodile, who was far away in Alabasta, held the Den Den Mushi and said, "Can you track their whereabouts? When I saw the swordsman next to Qin Yu asking the agent about your identity, I had already used a special method to let them get a permanent pointer pointing to Alabasta. I think they should be on their way to Alabasta now," Nico Robin said with a chuckle. "Keep an eye on them. Before they arrive in Alabasta, I have to keep track of their whereabouts." Crocodile couldn't help but secretly praise Nico Robin's ability to do things when he heard this. But if he knew that Nico Robin was using some true and false words to fool him at this time, then his thoughts on Nico Robin would not be admiration, but murderous intent. "I'm happy to serve you." After Nico Robin hung up the phone, he didn't know what he was thinking about, and suddenly raised a puzzled smile. "Don't blame me, Crocodile. The premise of our cooperation is that you have to provide me with safe shelter. But facing the demon with a first bounty of 200 million berries, even if you are the 7 warlords of the sea, I still feel a little uneasy." After obtaining enough sailing supplies from Little Garden, Qin Yu and others did not stop at any islands they passed by, but sailed directly to Alabasta. I don't know if Crocodile has been killed by them and has no soldiers to send, or for other reasons, on the way to Alabasta, except for the natural disasters at sea and the attacks of some pirate groups along the way, they never met any members of Baroque Works. In this regard, Qin Yu was also happy to be free. Every day, he either ate and drank on the boat or trained Zoro's swordsmanship and hockey. When he was bored, he either used the duel between Zoro and Daz Bonus as an entertainment program, or danced with Nami and occasionally flirted with her. Hiyashi, this moist boy, lasted for a month, and it just ended when Roronoa Zoro docked the pirate ship at the port of Alabasta. "You said before that Pluton can be found here. But this country is so big, how can we find it?" After getting off the ship, looking at the city with people coming and going in front of him, Nami couldn't help but whispered to Qin Yu. "We have to do one thing before looking for Pluton." Qin Yu said lightly, "You mean Crocodile?" Following behind Qin Yu, Roronoa Zoro, who was secretly paying attention to the movements around him, heard it, and his eyes suddenly lit up. For the past month, he has practiced with Daz Bonus every day. Not only has he already comprehended the breadth of all things, mastered the power of cutting iron, and even explored a little bit of the prototype of armament hockey. At this time, he was looking for an opponent with enough weight to verify his strength. "Is that Shichibukai here too?" Nami was no longer as flustered as when she first learned about the 7 warlords of the sea, but she was slightly startled. "Where should we go to find him?" "Of course someone will take us there." Qin Yu stopped walking and looked behind him. "It's you, Nico Robin." Roronoa Zoro and Nami followed Qin Yu's gaze and saw a familiar figure walking towards them. "Three of you, we meet again," Nico Robin said with a friendly smile, just like when they first met. "You look confused, you must be thinking about how to find someone. It just so happens that I am more familiar with this place. If you trust me, please follow me." After she finished speaking, she walked straight forward without caring about what Qin Yu and others thought. "Is it a trick?" Nami was a little worried. "Whether it's a fraud or not doesn't depend on her, but on our strength. Besides, she is the only one who can lead us to find Crocodile easily." Qin Yu patted her shoulders, then took her hand and followed. "Don't worry about it. With this man here, nothing can't be solved. Feeling the warmth from her hand, Nami felt at ease and a bright smile appeared on her face again. With no more worries in her heart, she seemed to be traveling, looking around and appreciating the customs of the port city of Alabasta. Under the guidance of Nico Robin, they quickly walked out of the port city and sat on a moving crab that had been there for a long time, crossing the desert all the way. We're here. Half an hour later, the moving crab that had been running wildly in the desert suddenly stopped. At the same time, Nico Robin also stood up, flashed into the desert, and then walked to a middle-aged man not far away wearing a black fur coat, with a gold hook inlaid on his left hand and a cigar in his mouth. Bring them all here, you are really good at doing things. Crocodile, standing in the desert, glanced at Qin Yu and the other two in front of him, and then said to Nico Robin with a little satisfaction. Chapter 55. Talking nonsense on the Grand Line can kill people. 5/5, please collect flowers. 56 374. Chapter 55. Talking nonsense on the Grand Line can kill people. 5/5, please collect flowers. Previous. Next. You are a woman with a problem. Nami's expression changed slightly when she heard Crocodile's words. So your purpose is to lead us to find him. Roronoa Zoro stared at Nico Robin with a cold look, while reaching out to put his hand on the hilt of the knife. Ha 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 ha, actually you don't need to be so excited. After all, Nico Robin is best at betrayal and deception. It's normal for you to be deceived by her. Crocodile saw the reaction of Nami and others and laughed immediately. Originally, when he faced Qin Yu and the other two, he only looked down on them. In his opinion, Qin Yu and the other two were just rookie pirates. How could he, who had challenged Whitebeard and survived, take them seriously? Now seeing that Qin Yu and the other two were deceived by Nico Robin with a little trick, he felt even more disdainful. Devil's son. Nico Robin. She has survived by selling out and betraying since she was 8 years old. I know her much better than you, the so-called silver medalist who lost to Whitebeard. Just as Crocodile was laughing at him, Qin Yu suddenly stopped his laughter. Boy, this is not East Blue. You will die if you talk nonsense in Grand Line. Crocodile stared at Qin Yu, with a gloomy look in his eyes. A defeated dog who made a name for himself in the sea by eating the scraps thrown by Marine came out to bark a few times and wanted to scare people. Mr. Crocodile, please stop making me happy, okay? Qin Yu laughed when he heard Crocodile's threat. You said I knew Nico Robin so well, but I still followed her. Haven't you ever thought that she was also betraying and deceiving you? Hee hee, you don't have to sow discord. Betrayal requires chips. Unfortunately, except for me, no one in the first half of the Grand Line can afford the chips that Nico Robin wants. Crocodile couldn't help but look at Nico Robin with suspicion when he heard it. However, when he thought of Nico Robin's reason for betraying him, he suddenly swept his murderous eyes towards Qin Yu. You are only talking about the past. From the moment I stepped into the Grand Line, there were already people who could offer higher chips than you. After Qin Yu finished speaking, his whole body suddenly burst out with pure white flames. Under the cover of the blazing arrogance, he instantly transformed into Majin Buu. Boy, who do you think you are? The one in front of you is Shichibukai. Crocodile finally got angry when he saw Qin Yu underestimate him again and again, even though he was cunning. Kaigong Wave. Qin Yu raised his hand and answered Crocodile directly with a Qigong Wave flashing with dazzling white light. As this, emission, impossible, you are just a stinky brat who is just starting out and doesn't know the height of the world. This kind of advanced armament hockey that not many pirates can master even in the New World is not something a brat like you can learn. Crocodile originally wanted to use elementalization reflexively, but when he saw Qin Yu's Qigong Wave clearly, his heart couldn't help but tremble. He was originally going to use elementalization to resist, but he immediately turned into sand all over the sky and scattered. But his reaction was still a step slow. Although he had turned into sand to avoid the Qigong Wave, the huge explosion caused by Qin Yu's Qigong Wave hitting the desert still blasted him away. Damn it, it can ignore the sand and hurt my body. Is it really emission? Crocodile got up from the desert in a bit of embarrassment. So this power is called emission. It seems that I was right when I was in Little Garden before. That kind of power is indeed extremely dangerous and can definitely threaten Logia ability users. Nico Robin, who had retreated to the side at the beginning of the battle, saw this scene, and felt a chill in her heart, and also felt fortunate. Fortunately, she did not bet all her chips on Crocodile. Otherwise, if Crocodile lost today, she, Nico Robin, would definitely be buried with the other party. Emission. I wonder what it would be like if emission, which can attack like Kai, was combined with Kai to release Kai waves. After seeing Crocodile think of his Kai waves as advanced armament hockey, emission, Qin Yu did not correct his idea. At this time, he had the idea of combining emission with Kai to release Kai waves. After this idea took shape, he was a little impatient to find a strong man who could use emission and then absorb it. No matter it is a long-range or close-range battle, his emission cannot touch the body. With the destructive power of emission, 1 or 2 hits can kill people. Crocodile stared at Qin Yu in the distance with a gloomy face. He didn't know how to describe his mood at this moment. I thought Qin Yu was just a fledgling pirate, but when they fought, he found that the other party was actually a latent dragon, no, a flying dragon. When he thought of this, he understood why Don Quixote Doflamingo would rather tell him the clues of Pluton and let him kill Qin Yu. At the same time, he also gnashed his teeth at Don Quixote Doflamingo in his heart. Damn Joker, how dare you plot against me like this? Just wait, I will never let you go after this is over. 2BF. Chapter 56 With such strength, no wonder you were the silver medalist. 1/5, please collect flowers. 57 374. Chapter 56 With such strength, no wonder you were the silver medalist. 1/5, please collect flowers. Previous. Next. Was that the ability of Shichibukai just now? I finally opened my eyes today. Qin Yu looked at Crocodile, who was a little dusty, crawling out of the desert with a playful look on his face. Boy, don't think that no one can stop you just because you have mastered emission. Emission is indeed powerful, but it is not invincible in this sea. Logia ability is one of the abilities that can counter emission. Crocodile's face was a little ugly, but when he thought that the opponent in front of him was a man who mastered the advanced armament haki, he quickly calmed down. Obviously, he has adjusted his mentality and no longer treats Qin Yu with disdain, but regards him as an enemy of the same level as himself. Desert Sunflower. After treating Qin Yu as his greatest enemy in life, Crocodile no longer despised him at all, and even tried his best to exert the ability of Logia Sand Fruit to ultimate. He just stretched out his hand and slapped the ground, and the desert under Qin Yu's feet immediately began to collapse layer by layer, and in the blink of an eye, a quicksand pit that was enough to swallow all life was formed. Although Crocodile's sand fruit was terrible, Qin Yu, who had already predicted all his movements with observation haki, stepped into the air at the first time and avoided being swallowed by the quicksand under his feet. Get down, Crocodile shouted, and long whips formed by sand instantly extended from the water pit and wrapped around Qin Yu's feet. Although he and Smoker are both Logia users, in the development and application of fruit abilities, Smoker is really not even worthy of Crocodile's shoes. Qin Yu's heart was slightly horrified, but he was not panicked at all. He had mastered observation haki and had an advantage when facing Crocodile, and he could always predict the enemy's moves. The sand whip flying from below was completely shattered by a Qigong wave released by him when he raised his hand before it approached his feet. Not only does he know emission and Marine 6 styles, he also has observation haki. Damn, is this guy really a pirate who just entered the Grand Line from East Blue? I think this guy is from the New World. When Crocodile saw that he launched a series of attacks but couldn't even touch Qin Yu's hair, he cursed in his heart. It seems that ordinary attacks will not have any effect on him. I can only make the most of Logia's ability and use a large-scale attack so that even if he senses it in advance, he can only passively defend. Thinking of this, he immediately opened his right hand, and a palm-sized sandstorm burst out from his palm. But just when he was about to throw the sandstorm out, Qin Yu, who was flying in the air with Moonwalk, disappeared silently in the air. Not good. Crocodile's pupils shrank, and he subconsciously turned his body into sand, exploding in all directions. Facing Qin Yu who mastered emission, he knew that even if he turned into an element, he would not be safe. He could only be safe if he turned into sand and spread it around so that Qin Yu's emission could not touch any sand. Unfortunately, although his reaction was not slow, he was more than a step slower than Qin Yu who mastered the Marine 6 styles, shaving in silent step. His body had just turned into sand, and before it had time to disperse, a blood arrow had already splashed out from his side. Ah, this kid even Grandmaster's swordsmanship. Crocodile's face turned pale, and he let out a scream of shock and anger. He didn't expect that he, a dignified Shichibukai, would be cut in the first half of the Grand Line, a sea area called Paradise. With only this kind of strength, no wonder you were the silver medalist. After dodging and cutting Crocodile with a knife, Qin Yu did not give up. He put away the knife with his left hand, and with his right hand, he thrust a black index finger and stabbed Crocodile with the finger pistol like lightning. Puff. HMPH, stop looking down on me. Crocodile twisted his body slightly, causing Qin Yu's finger pistol, which was originally stabbing him in the heart, to deviate slightly and only stab him in the middle of his chest. After being injured one after another, he seemed to have finally been aroused to fight with others in the New World. He did not dodge to distance himself, but took advantage of Qin Yu's finger stabbing into the middle of his chest to grab Qin Yu's shoulder. Desert Prison. With a low roar from Crocodile, the half of Qin Yu's body that was grabbed by his right hand became as dry as a mummy at an alarming speed. Not only that, after instantly sucking the water out of half of Qin Yu's body, Crocodile's ability continued to extend to the other half of Qin Yu's body. This ability is quite interesting. Qin Yu stretched out his hand and tore off his entire left arm, and then distanced himself from Crocodile again. This is the price you pay for underestimating Shichibukai. Crocodile wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and a smug grin appeared on his face. Although he was stabbed and a bloody hole was opened in his chest, he thought it was worth it to exchange Qin Yu's arm. But his idea soon disappeared. Under his gaze, Qin Yu's half-body, which had lost water and become dry, suddenly returned to its original state. Not only that, the lost arm also grew back in an instant. Chapter 57 Sorry, maybe you are too weak. 2/5, please collect flowers. 58 374. Chapter 57 Sorry, maybe you are too weak. 2/5, please collect flowers. Previous. Next. What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly just now, can you say it again? Qin Yu was interested in Crocodile's extremely ugly face at this time. You monster dared to play tricks on me. Crocodile's face turned green and white. At this time, he didn't know that Qin Yu was deliberately playing tricks on him. When he thought of this, he could no longer suppress the surging anger in his heart, and raised his right hand, which had turned into a sand blade, and slashed at Qin Yu 10 meters away. I will let you know how heavy the price will be for playing tricks on me, Crocodile. Boom. With a loud thunder, the desert in front of Crocodile was forcibly split in half, and a huge crack that was bottomless opened. When Roronoa Zoro, Nami and Nico Robin in the distance saw the scene in front of them, they all took a breath of cold air. At this moment, they completely understood why Logia was hailed as the strongest of the 3 devil fruits. But if Crocodile's power shocked them, then when they looked at Qin Yu, they felt horror and terror. Under their gaze, Qin Yu, who was hit by Crocodile head-on, was split in half without any surprise. But Qin Yu's body that was broken into 2 halves did not bleed at all, and even his 2 sides of the body quickly overlapped together and healed in the blink of an eye. Sorry, maybe you are too weak. So far, I haven't felt the heavy price you mentioned so far. Qin Yu rubbed his neck gently, and then said in a slightly disappointed tone. Damn it, Crocodile saw that Qin Yu didn't take him seriously at all, and his eyes turned scarlet in an instant. Under the surging anger and strong humiliation in his heart, he raised his hands angrily and slashed at Qin Yu fiercely at the same time. Desert Diamond Knife. Compared with just now, this time Crocodile, who used both hands, released not 1 sand blade, but 4. 1 or 4, the result won't change at all. Qin Yu's eyes flashed with sarcasm. He stood there, not dodging or dodging, and let Crocodile's 4 sand blades cut his body into 4 pieces. What made Crocodile and everyone present feel cold physically and mentally was that Qin Yu, just like when he was cut in half just now, was immediately reconnected after being cut into 4 pieces, and then the wound disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. After seeing that all his attacks had no effect on Qin Yu, Crocodile could no longer hold back and roared to the sky, then suddenly opened his hands, and with his body as the center, a desert storm that rushed straight into the sky instantly broke out, engulfing him and Qin Yu together. Run! Seeing that Crocodile completely ran away and released the desert storm, one of the most terrible natural disasters in the desert, Nami and others immediately retreated rapidly. Qin Yu, you can't run away. In front of the desert storm, anyone seems insignificant. Once caught in it, one can only pray in his heart that God will have mercy on him and protect him from being killed by the desert storm. But as a sand fruit, Crocodile is in the desert storm as if he were walking on flat ground. At this time, he turned into sand and flashed along the storm to Qin Yu, who was affected by the storm and seemed unable to move. I have found the best way to kill you. As soon as the voice fell, Crocodile opened his right hand, and a huge amount of sand gushed out of his palm, instantly wrapping up Qin Yu and even the entire storm. At this time, Nami, who was outside the storm, looked around and saw that the desert storm had completely turned into a sand roll made purely of sand. Erosion cycle, crack. In the sand roll, Crocodile roared and exerted the power of sand fruit to ultimate. Under his erosion cycle, the desert that was already dry and without any moisture seemed to have been sucked away with the last bit of life. With the sand roll as the center, the daunting desert cracks extended in all directions. In less than 3 seconds, the desert land with a radius of 1 kilometer was covered with hundreds of bottomless, crisscrossing and terrifying cracks. If the desert is the desperate place on Earth, then the land with a radius of 1 kilometer in front of us is hell on Earth. My erosion cycle is enough to turn all things into scenery, decay, and eventually turn into sand. Even humans are no exception. When the sand roll that rolled Qin Yu in stopped, the sand roll that soared into the sky had turned into a sand column. Crocodile stood outside the sand column, staring at Qin Yu who was trapped in the sand column with a grim look on his face. Even if you are a person with special abilities and have a nearly immortal physique, it is useless. In the face of the erosion cycle, you can only be drained of all the water in your body, your whole body will dry up, decay, and eventually turn into a handful of sand. Chapter 58 Who do you think you are? Whitebeard. 3/5, please collect flowers. 59 374. Chapter 58 Who do you think you are? Whitebeard. 3/5, please collect flowers. Previous. Next. Bang. Crocodile had just finished speaking when a hole suddenly appeared in the sand column in front of him. Then a pink arm suddenly stretched out from it, grabbed his neck like lightning, and then lifted him up. That's it, Crocodile. You are clearly hit by my erosion cycle. How is it possible that nothing happened? When Crocodile, who was lifted up in the air, saw that Qin Yu standing in the sand column was unharmed, he didn't care about being frightened, and his first reaction was to use elementalization to escape. But before he could control his body to execute his idea, Qin Yu's other hand had already flashed a dazzling white light. Under his horrified eyes, a qigong bullet instantly condensed from Qin Yu's palm. What made him even more frightened and uneasy was that at the moment the qigong bullet took shape, Qin Yu directly pressed the qigong bullet on his face. If your erosion cycle could hurt me, you would have been lying dead in this desert. You don't even know hockey, and you think you can hurt me with your weak fruit ability. Did you stay in the first half of the Grand Line for too long and become too comfortable, or did Whitebeard hit you with the shock fruit in the New World and made you stupid? Qin Yu raised a disdainful chuckle. Crocodile's face turned pale. It was the first time he had suffered such a strong humiliation. Even when he challenged Whitebeard without knowing his own strength, he ended up losing an arm, but it was not as embarrassing as it is now. But every time he wanted to get angry, the qigong bullet that was so close and completely pressed on his face made him feel terrified, and he dared not move at all. Although he was not hurt at all by the close contact with the qigong bullet, he could clearly feel how terrible the destructive power of this small qigong bullet in front of him was. Once it explodes in his face, it will be no problem to blow off his entire head. Crocodile has no doubt about this. This is the 7 warlords of the sea. The pirates of the 3 major forces of the Grand Line actually lost so easily. Standing in the distance, Nami reached out to shake off the dust on her body, and looked at Qin Yu, who lifted Crocodile with horror. This is such a familiar scene. Since Qin Yu debuted, she has been hunting pirates with him and has seen Qin Yu kill the pirates they hunted in this way too many times. Obviously, she has experienced and seen such scenes many times, but all the previous experiences combined are far less shocking than the scene in front of her. Even Crocodile, who is also one of the 7 warlords of the sea with Hawkeye, can be defeated in a crushing manner. How strong is this guy? When Roronoa Zoro saw this scene, although his reaction was not as big as Nami's, his eyes were also full of shock. Lost, the Shichibukai was easily defeated by the demon who had just entered the Grand Line. Nico Robin took a deep breath. Although she was prepared, she still felt unreal when she saw Crocodile was really defeated. But every time she felt unreal, she looked forward and the scene in front of her told her that this was an extremely real thing. What do you want? Crocodile was a pirate who had experienced the ups and downs of the new world after all. After the initial shock, disbelief, and fear, he quickly stabilized his eyes. His originally changeable face also returned to calm. What else can I do? Of course I will kill you. Qin Yu's calm voice, as if he was stepping on an ant on the roadside, made Crocodile's heart suddenly cold. You won't do that. If you want to kill me, you would have done it from the beginning. Tell me, what can I do to save my life? Crocodile took a deep breath and said in a calm tone. Looking at his calm face, people who don't know him would think that it is not him who is about to be killed at any time, but someone else. Although your strength is not worth mentioning in the new world, this awareness is not bad. Qin Yu stared at Crocodile's eyes indifferently, and said word by word. I just changed my career to become a pirate not long ago, and I am still short of some people on the ship. Although your strength is average, I think you can still do the job of doing odd jobs. You want me Crocodile to do odd jobs for you on your ship? Who do you think you are? Whitebeard. Crocodile was so angry that his face turned red. Even if it is Whitebeard, he is not qualified to let me Crocodile do odd jobs for him. Just you. Are you qualified? Don't measure me with Whitebeard. That's just a derogation for me. Facing Crocodile, who roared at him with anger, Qin Yu's performance was very good. Chapter 59 Surrender or Die, it's your choice. 4/5, please collect flowers. 6374. Chapter 59 Surrender or Die, it's your choice. 4/5, please collect flowers. Previous. Next. Do you really know what you are talking about? Crocodile suddenly laughed in anger. It was the first time he saw someone say such arrogant words. This is Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. What Whitebeard did, I can do. What Whitebeard can't do, I can do as well. You use him to measure me, isn't this a kind of derogation to me, or what? Qin Yu chuckled and shook his head. Your idea of looking at Whitebeard as a goal and wanting to surpass him is just a ridiculous idea of a silver medalist. So please don't impose your ridiculous silver medalist's thinking and ideas on me. Haha, I'm a silver medalist, then what are you? Gold medalist. I don't know if Crocodile knows that Qin Yu wants to recruit him, so he is fearless or he is really angry with Qin Yu. After hearing Qin Yu say such arrogant words, he immediately sneered and sneered. The gold medal has already been taken by Roger. Even if someone else gets the gold medal in the future, it is not the only one, nor the highest honor. It is neither the only one nor the highest, and it is not worthy of glory and pride. Qin Yu shook his head, and then uttered a sentence that made Crocodile tremble all over. What I want is to make rules. You really know what you are talking about. That is something that even Roger and Whitebeard can't do. You are simply courting death. Crocodile's eyes widened, full of horror. He never expected that Qin Yu actually had such a terrifying ambition. The biggest ambition of those who went to sea in the Great Pirate Era was nothing more than becoming the Pirate King. But what did he hear now? The man in front of him actually wanted to overturn the table of the Great Pirate Era, like the 20 kings 800 years ago, to reshuffle the world and redefine the rules and systems of the sea. I'm glad you care so much about my affairs, but I think you'd better focus on yourself. Qin Yu seemed to have exhausted his patience. His eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light, and the hand that was pinching Crocodile's neck suddenly tightened a little. Submission or death, you choose it yourself. I can work for you, but definitely not as a chores. Even if I'm not the vice captain, I must be the first combat captain. Crocodile's eyes flickered, and it was obvious that he was experiencing a strong struggle in his heart. He knew that Qin Yu was not joking. If his answer did not satisfy the other party, then what awaited him was death. Between life and death, Crocodile finally bowed his head, but he was also a great pirate with his own pride and dignity. He accepted the defeat at the hands of Qin Yu. He also accepted the surrender to Qin Yu, but he would never accept the position of chores. Sorry, your strength is only worthy of being a handyman on my ship. What Crocodile never expected was that Qin Yu seemed to be determined to make him a handyman. After hearing his answer, he didn't even want to say a word to him. Goodbye, silver medalist. The moment Crocodile answered, Qin Yu raised his hand and pressed the Qigong bullet in his palm directly to his face. No, Crocodile's face turned pale, and a deep regret flashed in his eyes. This man is really so terrible. Damn, I should have cooperated with them earlier. Just when he was waiting for death with despair on his face, the expected heart-wrenching pain did not come, but a deafening loud noise suddenly hit his ears. What's going on? Crocodile turned his head with a blank face and found that the Qigong bullet that was originally going to hit his face had somehow flown to the sky 100 meters away. With good eyesight, he saw a figure wearing a coat of justice and holding a long knife, swinging his knife with all his strength to chop the Qigong bullet that brought him a thick shadow of death. When he was still wondering who saved his life, two familiar figures holding long sticks and long knives suddenly flashed on his left and right sides. After the two figures appeared, they immediately launched a fierce attack on Qin Yu with lightning speed. Ghost bamboo, one of them shouted, and the bamboo stick in his hand first turned completely black, and then it rotated at high speed and directly broke Qin Yu's arm that was pinching Crocodile. At the same time, the other person swung a long knife, and in an instant, a huge slash that tore through the desert broke out, instantly swallowing Qin Yu's entire body. Go. The two seemed to know everything about Qin Yu. They had obviously caused devastating damage to Qin Yu in an instant, but after the attack, they immediately pulled the rescued Crocodile back. Virgo, Ghost Spider, didn't you leave after I refused to cooperate with you? The crocodile who escaped death stretched out his hand to tear off the broken arm that was pinching his neck and threw it on the ground, and then looked at the two Marine Vice Admirals who had just saved him. Chapter 60. The Gathering of the Three Vice Admirals and Shichibukai, 5/5, please collect flowers. 61 374. Chapter 60. The Gathering of the Three Vice Admirals and Shichibukai, 5/5, please collect flowers. Previous. Next. If the world government didn't need you to maintain the balance of the three major forces, and if we didn't need your strength to get rid of the pirate who blasphemed the name of justice, you would have been removed from the Shichibukai long ago. Ghost Spider glanced at Crocodile coldly. Looking at his appearance, he was obviously still dissatisfied with Crocodile's rejection of their request before. Humph. Crocodile was about to get angry when he heard this, but after thinking about the enemy at hand and his life being saved by Ghost Spider and others, he could only snort with an ugly face. Crocodile, you should know now that what we said before was not exaggerated at all. Although this man has just entered the Grand Line, he is different from all the pirates in the past. He has the strength to kill Shichibukai. At this time, Huo Shaoshan, who had just resisted Qin Yu's Qigong bomb, came over with a big beard and a cigar in his mouth. Crocodile's face, which was not very good to begin with, became even darker when he heard this. But the fact that he was defeated by Qin Yu just now was in front of him, so he could only respond in silence. I think you will not refuse the request made by our marine now. Huo Shaoshan also knew that these Shichibukai had very strange personalities. So he did not continue to embarrass Crocodile, but invited him again. Okay, I promise to join forces with you. Crocodile looked down at the broken arm at his feet that almost strangled him to death just now, and a hint of coldness suddenly appeared in his eyes. Tisk tisk, it's really rare. The self-proclaimed Justice Marine actually joined forces with the evil pirates. Is this the so-called absolute justice? Just when Crocodile reached a consensus with Huo Shaoshan and the other three Marine Vice Admirals, Qin Yu, who was slashed by Ghost Spider and had his arm broken by Virgo, had fully recovered. As long as you and the pirates behind you die in Alabasta today, Marine will still be absolute justice. After hearing this, Ghost Spider's face was not moved at all. He is a hawk. As long as he can achieve his goal, he will do anything. Not to mention cooperating with pirates, even if he is a member of the Marine, he can sacrifice the other party without hesitation. Want to kill me? Can you do it? Qin Yu said while sweeping Virgo, Huo Shaoshan, Ghost Spider and Crocodile in Shichibukai in front of him. It must be said that such a lineup is already the most luxurious lineup without the four emperors and admiral. As long as the four people in front of him join forces, there are few forces that can resist in the first half of the Grand Line. What about now? Ghost Spider waved his hand, and uniformed Marine members immediately appeared in the distance behind him. Looking around, there are hundreds of people. Moreover, those standing here are not Marine soldiers, but a group of Marine officers. There are also many people with special abilities, and even those who have a little mastery of hockey. Even if you can withstand the four of us joining forces, the little pirates behind you can't stop the Marines' elite. Virgo, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Hee, you don't think I've been wasting my time in the Grand Line, do you? When Qin Yu heard that Virgo actually wanted to threaten him with Nami and others, he shook his head and laughed, then took a look at a pocket watch he took out of his pocket. Calculate the time, it should be about time. He had just finished speaking when Huo Shaoshan and other vice admirals who had mastered observation hockey sensed something and their faces changed. At first, many Marines present didn't understand why their boss's face suddenly became so ugly. But soon, as two huge figures coming from afar appeared in their field of vision, they understood. Giant tribe. Virgo stared at the two huge figures of Luffy running behind Qin Yu with a gloomy face. Blue Ogre Dory, and Red Ogre Brigitte. Didn't these two giants disappear from the sea 100 years ago? Why did they reappear at this time? When Huo Shaoshan saw the appearance of the two giants running from a distance, his eyes suddenly showed a hint of surprise. So that's it. No wonder he stayed in Little Garden for 3 hours before coming out. At this time, Roronoa Zoro, who saw the two giants, finally realized it. Qin Yu stayed in Little Garden for such a long time before, 9 out of 10 times it was related to the two giants in front of him. Virgo, what do you think now? Qin Yu looked at Virgo with a joking look. It's just two giants, it can't change the overall situation. Although Virgo's face was a little ugly, he said with disdain. Really, Zoro, Dory, Brigitte, the hundreds of Marines behind are yours. Qin Yu said this, and glanced at Nico Robin. As for you, protect my navigator closely. Chapter 61. Absorbing Sand Fruit Ability, Crocodile 1/5, please collect flowers. 62 374. Chapter 61. Absorbing Sand Fruit Ability, Crocodile 1/5, please collect flowers. Previous. Next. Is this a token of allegiance? Nico Robin chuckled. When she said this, no one else reacted, except Crocodile, who was furious. Nico Robin, can I understand that you are betraying me? Crocodile stared at Nico Robin with a gloomy face. If you want to understand it that way, it's not impossible. Facing Crocodile's questioning and threats, Nico Robin said calmly. You were looking for death. Crocodile's face was so gloomy that it was about to drip with water. Before the battle, he laughed at Qin Yu and others for being deceived by Nico Robin. But he didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, it was his turn as a Shichibukai to be betrayed by Nico Robin. You can't blame me for this, Mr. Crocodile. The premise of our cooperation is that you must provide me with safe shelter. But now I don't feel safe at all around me. I think it's better for me to be with Mr. Demon. Nico Robin glanced at Qin Yu, and she knew that she should make her position clear. Otherwise, when Crocodile and others were dealt with by Qin Yu, she would be the next one. You are good. After I kill Qin Yu, you will be the next one. Crocodile's eyes burst into murderous intent. I don't think you will have this opportunity in this life. Before Nico Robin spoke, Qin Yu suddenly said something faintly. What do you mean by this? Crocodile, get out of the way. When Crocodile was about to say this to Qin Yu, the Ghost Spider and Fire Mountain beside him suddenly changed their faces, and then roared at him in unison. What? Ah! Crocodile saw the two Marine Vice Admirals around him suddenly yelling at him anxiously. He was stunned for a moment, and then he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. As soon as this uneasy feeling appeared, he didn't bother to figure out what was going on. He immediately turned into sand and spread in all directions. But before the sand he turned into could disperse, the half of Qin Yu's broken arm that he had thrown on the ground had suddenly turned into a pink meatball, directly wrapping up all the sand that his body had turned into. Although Crocodile had already turned into an element at the first time, this pink meatball seemed to have the ability to ignore the elementalization. After wrapping the sand wrapped by the pink meatball actually turned back into the appearance of Crocodile. What the hell is this? Crocodile, entangled by the pink meatball, struggled frantically. But the more he struggled, he was shocked to find that his strength disappeared faster. Thinking of this, he dared not neglect it at all. He immediately forced himself to calm down and exerted the power of Sand Fruit to the ultimate. Erosion Reincarnation. The erosion reincarnation that had just completely changed the environment of 1,000 meters ahead was used again by him. In his opinion, although the flesh ball on his body was weird, it was only a part of Qin Yu's body. As long as he sucked out all the moisture contained in the pink flesh ball and let it decompose and decay directly, he would be able to escape. His idea was indeed correct, but unfortunately he miscalculated one thing. That is, Qin Yu today is no longer comparable to Qin Yu when he absorbed the evil dragon for the first time. As Qin Yu's strength continued to rise, the various abilities of Majin Buu that he mastered became more and more weird and terrifying. The absorption ability of the pink flesh ball covered with Crocodile was not only far better than before, but Qin Yu also gathered a lot of chi on the pink flesh ball. While doubling its absorption ability, it also has the function of grasping elemental entities and resisting Logia's ability. Therefore, once wrapped in it, even if the Logia ability user is elementalized, he cannot escape. How could this happen? My erosion cycle can't destroy this piece of meat. Crocodile's face quickly showed a trace of horror. He had clearly already operated the power of Sand Fruit to ultimate, but he still couldn't shake the flesh on his body. He even felt that the pink flesh in front of him was absorbing his erosion cycle power bit by bit. If you were the third admiral, you could freeze it with frozen fruit, or burn it with lava fruit. Even if it's not good enough, you can still escape with sparkling fruit. Unfortunately, your fruit ability is not as good as the third admiral, and you don't know hockey. How can you resist my absorption ability? Qin Yu saw Crocodile trying his best to destroy the pink flesh on his body, and a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. He gathered a lot of energy in that pink flesh. It was impossible for Crocodile to destroy the flesh entangled on his body in an instant with his strength. Save him. When the Ghost Spider saw that Crocodile couldn't break free, he immediately dodged and rushed towards Qin Yu. In his opinion, as long as Qin Yu was smashed, he would definitely be able to interrupt the release of Qin Yu's ability. When Virgo saw the pink flesh on Crocodile's body, he felt a chill. At that moment, he hurriedly followed the Ghost Spider to kill Qin Yu, and didn't dare to save Crocodile at all. Obviously, he didn't want to be entangled by these terrifying pink flesh like Crocodile. Chapter 62 The Nightmare of the Don Quixote Family. Demon Qin Yu 2/5, please collect flowers. 63 374. Chapter 62 The Nightmare of the Don Quixote Family. Demon Qin Yu 2/5, please collect flowers. Previous. Next. Crocodile, hold on. When Ghost Spider and Virgo launched a fierce attack on Qin Yu, Huo Shaoshan did not sit there and stare blankly. After he said something to Crocodile, he immediately raised his knife and chopped the other party. Knowing that Crocodile was a Sand Fruit ability user, he was not worried about chopping the other party to death. Except for not using haki, he put all his strength into every knife and released the strongest slash. Clang clang. Damn, does this piece of meat have its own consciousness? It can actually perform armed color hardening by itself. But what made Huo Shaoshan's heart sink to the bottom of the valley was that when his slash landed on the pink meatball, the pink meatball wrapped around Crocodile suddenly turned as black as ink. Without using haki, he tried his best to cut the black meatball. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the black meatball he cut had instantly reorganized and continued to wrap around Crocodile. Ghost Spider, Virgo, hurry up. Crocodile can't hold on for much longer. This thing not only has the same healing ability of immune to death as Qin Yu's body, but it can also perform armament color hardening by itself. I have no way to deal with this thing. After trying every possible way and using every possible means, Huo Shaoshan finally found that he still couldn't save Crocodile and could only yell at Ghost Spider and Virgo with a helpless look on his face. Then kill Crocodile. Ghost Spider's strength is comparable to that of Flying Squirrel. Even with Virgo's help, he can only barely remain undefeated. How could he kill Qin Yu in this situation? What? Whether it was Crocodile or Huo Shaoshan, they couldn't help but change their faces when they heard Ghost Spider's words. Are you kidding me? Crocodile mustered up his last bit of strength and yelled at Ghost Spider with difficulty. At this moment, he really regretted it. If he had known that these Marines were so unreliable, he would have surrendered to Qin Yu just now. It's better to be a chores on the ship than to be absorbed by the pink flesh ball on the body. If I'm not mistaken, the real function of the pink flesh ball is to absorb people. The fire burns the mountain, haven't you noticed yet? The breath of Crocodile is getting weaker and weaker. On the contrary, the breath of the pink flesh ball is getting stronger and stronger. Although I also find it unbelievable, it is the fact. The weird flesh ball is going to absorb Crocodile. Ghost Spider performed life return, turned his hair into 6 arms, and controlled 6 knives to slash at Qin Yu frantically, while speaking loudly without looking back. So he became so powerful with this ability. No wonder he has such strength just after entering the Grand Line. When Virgo heard what Ghost Spider said, he suddenly realized it in his heart, and his eyes looking at Qin Yu were full of fear, and even a trace of hidden fear. Dover's decision to ask me to instigate Marine to kill him was indeed correct. This man must not be allowed to continue to survive. Once he steps into the new world, this demon Qin Yu will definitely become the nightmare of the Don Quixote family. Could it be that the bodies of Flying Squirrel and John Giant cannot be found until now because they were absorbed by this weird meatball? When Huo Shaoshan thought of this, his heart was shocked. What are you waiting for? Kill Crocodile quickly. This guy became so powerful just by absorbing Flying Squirrel and John Giant. Once he absorbs Crocodile, the Shichibukai, even the 3 of us may not be his opponent. Ghost Spider used observation haki to sense that Huo Shaoshan had not taken action yet, and he couldn't help but roared. In his opinion, isn't Crocodile just a pirate? Since there is no way to join forces with them, then kill him. At least it's better than letting him be absorbed by Qin Yu. Crocodile, don't blame me. Huo Shaoshan also knew that the situation was serious. After he tried everything and found that he still couldn't save Crocodile, his eyes suddenly turned cold, and 2 black lights suddenly rose from his hands holding the long sword. Under the entanglement of the black light, the long sword in his hand, which was originally flashing with cold light, turned completely black in the blink of an eye. Flying Squirrel, John Giant, and Crocodile, I will avenge you. Huo Shaoshan shouted in his heart, and slashed at Crocodile and the pink meatball wrapped around him with both hands. This is my precious nourishment, how can you destroy it? Just as Huo Shaoshan hardened the long sword with armament haki and burst out with a slash that tore through the desert, the pink meatball wrapped around Crocodile suddenly turned into the appearance of Qin Yu. What? Huo Shaoshan's pupils suddenly contracted when he saw this scene. Get out of here. The pink flesh ball covered with Crocodile turned into Qin Yu's appearance, and his whole body instantly gushed out dazzling pure white flames. When Huo Shaoshan's earth-shattering slash was about to fall on him, he suddenly raised his hands and put them together. Qigong Wave. A flash of white light, a huge Qigong Wave not only smashed the oncoming slash, but also blasted Huo Shaoshan away. Chapter 63. Stop me. Can the 2 of them do it? 3/5. Please collect flowers. 64 374. Chapter 63. Stop me. Can the 2 of them do it? 3/5. Please collect flowers. Previous. Next. Don't let Qin Yu get close to the pink meatball that absorbed Crocodile. Huo Shaoshan was blown away and didn't care to stabilize his body. He shouted at Ghost Spider and Virgo while he was still in the air. Stop me. Can they do it? Qin Yu raised his mouth and opened his hands. 2 Qigong bullets flew in front of Ghost Spider and Virgo at the same time. Armament haki hardening. 8 sword style spider web. Facing the flying Qigong bullets, both Virgo and Ghost Spider's faces became more solemn than ever. Neither of them dared to neglect it at all, and they all showed their own special skills. Virgo was covered with armament haki, and then his whole body turned purple and black. After hardening his body with armament haki, he immediately swung the ghost bamboo, which was also hardened by armament haki, and hit the oncoming Qigong bullet. At the same time, Ghost Spider used life return to control his hair to turn into 6 arms, and held 8 long swords with his hands, and then slashed at the Qigong bullet. 8 swords came out at the same time, and a series of crisscrossing slashes burst out in the void instantly. At first glance, these slashes seemed to be just random slashes. But when these dozens of slashes were about to fall on the Qigong bomb, they suddenly formed a spider web made of slashes. resisted it. Virgo and Ghost Spider saw that they finally blocked the Qigong bomb after trying their best, and they breathed a sigh of relief. But what the two of them never expected was that the Qigong bomb they blocked suddenly expanded dozens of times and instantly turned into two giant Qigong bombs with a diameter of more than 10 meters. Not good. Faced with this sudden change, Ghost Spider and Virgo, both of them changed color one after another. At this time, it was too late for them to dodge, and they could only bite the bullet and forcibly resist the giant Qigong bombs in front of them. But the destructive power contained in these two giant Qigong bombs far exceeded their imagination. No matter how hard they tried, they were still blasted into the desert by the giant Qigong bomb. Then, a white light flashed, and two Qigong bombs exploded at the same time, swallowing them both. Crocodile, since you don't want to be a chores on my ship, then become part of my power. After waving his hand and knocking away the two vice admirals with two Qigong bombs, Qin Yu stretched out his hand and the pink meatball that absorbed Crocodile immediately flew in front of him. No. At this time, Huo Shaoshan, who barely managed to stabilize his body, was anxious, and hurriedly stepped on Moonwalk to flash in front of Qin Yu, and then slapped him with one hand. 6 Styles 6 King's Spear. With a bang, a strong and unwavering shock wave gushed out from Huo Shaoshan's palm and instantly hit Qin Yu's heart. Huo Shaoshan didn't expect that his attack could seriously injure Qin Yu. He just hoped to use the 6 King's Spear to force Qin Yu back and prevent him from taking back the pink meatball that absorbed Crocodile. But the next scene made his heart sink into the abyss. Facing the fierce 6 King's Spear, Qin Yu did not dodge or evade, allowing his 6 King's Spear to completely penetrate his left chest, and he also reached out to grab the pink meatball that was close at hand. It's over. Huo Shaoshan closed his eyes weakly. He knew that the nightmare of appearing in Logue Town that day and swallowing the headquarters Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel and the giant Vice Admiral John Giant was repeated again. I said, you can't stop me. Qin Yu looked at the pink meatball completely integrated into his body, and a hint of excitement suddenly appeared on his face. This was not only his first time to absorb Shichibukai, but also the first time to absorb the ability of Logia Sand Fruit in the true sense. When he absorbed Buggy before, he was limited by the insufficient recovery and regeneration speed, and finally had to abandon Chop Fruit and kill Buggy. But now he is completely different from him that day. After absorbing the two Vice Admirals, Flying Squirrel and John Giant, in Logue Town, Qin Yu not only improved his strength, but also all the abilities of Majin Buu that he mastered. Absorption, Super Cell Regeneration, Recovery Technique, and the energy he mastered were all improved geometrically. The recovery speed of his body has long surpassed the speed of damage caused to his body by the curse power of the two devil fruits. Hiss. As Qin Yu completely absorbed Crocodile, his body immediately gushed out bursts of light pink smoke, covering his entire body completely. Still can't stop him. At this time, Ghost Spider crawled out of the deep pit blasted by the Qigong bomb, and when Virgo saw a light pink smoke hovering in the sky, their faces were already ugly. They really didn't expect the situation to develop like this. Obviously, at the beginning, they still had a great advantage. 3 Vice Admirals, plus a 7 Warlords of the Sea. But no one expected that before the battle even started, the strongest of the 4, Crocodile, would fall first. If Crocodile died in battle, Ghost Spider and the others would have accepted it. But Crocodile did not die in battle, but became Qin Yu's nourishment and was completely absorbed by him. When they thought that they would face a terrifying monster that absorbed the 7 Warlords of the Sea, not to mention Virgo, who had ulterior motives, even Ghost Spider and Huo Shaoshan, who had dedicated their lives to Marine, could not help but have a little retreat in their hearts. Chapter 64 I'll give you 1 minute to dance, 4/5, please collect flowers. 65 374. Chapter 64 I'll give you 1 minute to dance, 4/5, please collect flowers. Previous. Next. Qin Yu, what will he become? Nami looked at Qin Yu who was completely wrapped in pink smoke in the sky and said with some difficulty. Although she was the first woman to know Qin Yu in this sea, because Qin Yu had always kept it a secret and never used his absorption ability in front of her, she only knew that Qin Yu had such a terrible ability until now. At this time, she suddenly remembered something. I couldn't find the body of the evil dragon no matter how hard I looked, and Qin Yu was unwilling to take out the body of the evil dragon to exchange for the bounty. It turned out that he absorbed the evil dragon. When she thought of this, she was a little scared because she suddenly saw Qin Yu's absorption ability, but she suddenly calmed down. When she looked up at the figure wrapped in pink smoke in the sky again, there was no panic in her eyes and there was only intimacy as usual. Who knows? This is the first time in my life that I have seen a devil fruit that can be absorbed by even a person with ability. Compared with Nami, Nico Robin felt a chill in his body and mind at this time. In the past, she always thought that death and losing dreams were the most terrible things in the world. But today, Qin Yu's ability and Crocodile's fate told her that there are things in this world that are much more terrifying than death and the loss of dreams. Should we retreat first? As a bystander, Nico Robin felt chilled, not to mention Virgo, Ghost Spider and Huo Shaoshan, who were Qin Yu's opponents. Looking at Qin Yu absorbed by the Sky Vice Admiral Crocodile, Virgo couldn't help but say to Huo Shaoshan and Ghost Spider in a bitter tone. Marine does not allow people who escape without fighting. Although Ghost Spider had a little intention of retreating in his heart, he was quickly killed by him. Even if you really want to retreat, you must find out his current ability and strength before retreating. Only by doing so can the headquarters formulate the best plan to destroy this man. Huo Shaoshan is not as resolute as Ghost Spider. In his opinion, if the three of them cannot defeat Qin Yu together, there is no need to make unnecessary sacrifices. They can die in battle, but they must not die in vain. Just as the three vice admirals were deciding on the next action plan, the smoke surrounding Qin Yu began to shrink suddenly. He's here. The spider demon, who had been using observation haki to sense all the changes in Qin Yu, was startled. Under the extremely solemn gaze of the three vice admirals, as Qin Yu sucked the pink smoke covering his body back into his body, his appearance finally appeared clearly in everyone's sight. At this time, his appearance and body shape were not much different from before absorbing crocodile, and he was still in the posture of Little Buu. If you can't find the difference, it is that after absorbing crocodile, the tentacles on his head have grown slightly longer, and there is a strange khaki pattern on his left arm. His arms and tentacles have changed. Spider Demon stared at Qin Yu's left arm. Those khaki patterns give me the feeling of looking directly into the desert. A terrible thought suddenly emerged in Huo Shaoshan's mind. However, the moment this thought arose, he was forced to suppress it. Although the thought that just came up was suppressed by him, it still lingered in the depths of his heart like a thorn in his bones and could not be removed at all. Do you have this feeling too? When Virgo heard Huo Shaoshan's words, he couldn't help but look at him. Is this what it feels like to absorb Shichibukai? It's really far from being comparable to the vice admiral of the headquarters. Qin Yu first looked at his hands with a little intoxication, and then landed on the ground, and said to the three ghost spiders in front of him in a joking tone. Come on, aren't you going to siege me? I'll give you 1 minute to dance now. Do everything you can to please me. Humph, your appearance hasn't changed much, but your words are much more arrogant than before. I want to see how much you have improved after absorbing Crocodile's useless Shichibukai, which has made you such a wooden golem. A gloomy flashed in Ghost Spider's eyes, and his arms and hair formed 6 arms that grasped the long sword at the same time, and then stabbed towards Qin Yu. Let's go together. Facing Qin Yu, who gave people a completely different feeling after absorbing Crocodile, Huo Shaoshan didn't dare to let Ghost Spider fight alone. Maybe Qin Yu is not as strong as I thought after absorbing Crocodile. Let's give it a try. Even if the 3 vice admirals can't kill him, they should be able to fight him. If I really can't defeat him, I will retreat immediately. Compared with Ghost Spider and Fire Mountain, Virgo was quite reluctant to fight with Qin Yu now. What he wanted to do most now was to leave here and report all the information about Qin Yu to Don Quixote Doflamingo. But Fire Mountain and Ghost Spider had already attacked Qin Yu at this time. If he retreated at this time, it would mean that he would have to give up the identity of Vice Admiral that he had just obtained after lurking in Marine for many years. In desperation, coupled with a bit of luck, Virgo thought about it, and then picked up Ghost Bamboo and followed Ghost Spider and Fire Mountain to besiege Qin Yu. Chapter 65 You are too weak to even please me. 5/5 Please collect flowers. 66 374 Chapter 65 You are too weak to even please me. 5/5 Please collect flowers. Previous. Next. 8 Sword Spider Kiss. With the help of Life Return, Ghost Spider controlled 8 long swords hardened by armament haki and launched 8 terrible slashes at Qin Yu. In the eyes of the people around him, Ghost Spider was no longer a person at this time, but a huge and terrifying spider that was about to devour the enemy. One sword cut the mountain. Huo Shaoshan took a deep breath, and as the long sword in his hand was covered by 2 black streams of light, it turned into a black sword emitting a destructive aura. He immediately burst out with an extremely heavy momentum, and then he raised the sword and chopped forward, releasing a terrifying slash that was enough to split mountains and cut off peaks. Compared to Ghost Spider and Huo Shaoshan, the 2 experienced and real elite vice admirals of the headquarters, Virgo's current strength is much inferior. He used armament haki to harden his whole body and the Ghost Bamboo in his hand, and finally released a spiral impact, which was far inferior to Ghost Spider and Huo Shaoshan in terms of power and destructive power. However, even so, the power of the 3 vice admirals' joint attack was earth-shattering. The 3 of them only attacked together, and the mighty power completely suppressed the momentum of hundreds of marine elites who were fighting with Zoro and others in the distance. Except Hawkeye, Don Quixote Doflamingo, Empress and Bartholomew Kuma, the other 3 Shichibukai could only retreat when facing their joint attack. Is this the power of you 3 vice admirals? It's really too weak, you can't even please me. Facing the attack of the 3, Qin Yu shook his head in disappointment, then opened his right hand, and one Qigong bullet after another bombed out of his hand like bullets fired by a Gatling gun. In an instant, he had released hundreds of Qigong bullets. In front of this light rain formed entirely by Qigong bullets, the attacks of Ghost Spider and others were like tofu dregs, and they were instantly blasted to pieces. Just absorbing a Shichibukai, his strength has increased so much. Ghost Spider looked at the scene in front of him with a look of horror. The special ability of the Devil Fruit that he possesses has become even stronger. As the elite vice admiral of the headquarters, Huo Shaoshan has a lot of experience. Naturally, he does not regard Qin Yu's aura as a high-level armament haki, emission like crocodile. Run. At this moment, Virgo no longer had any luck in his heart, and the only thought left was to escape. As for the position of Marine Vice Admiral, he didn't care about the efforts, dedication, and hard work of undercover Marine for many years. The moment Qin Yu made a move, he realized that even if the 5 elite vice admirals of the headquarters joined forces, they might not be able to beat Qin Yu in front of him. I have seen your strength. It's my turn next. As soon as Qin Yu finished speaking, a light pink aura burst out of his body. In this blazing flame, visible electric sparks flashed out. At the same time, his pink skin began to emit smoke gradually. Demon full power. Witnessing Qin Yu's changes, just when Ghost Spider and Fire Mountain were ready to face Qin Yu's attack, Virgo beside them unexpectedly ran away. But before Virgo ran 10 meters away, Qin Yu, who was 100 meters away from him, had silently come behind him. Since you are here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Don't worry, I said I would give you 1 minute to dance, and I will definitely give you enough. When Virgo heard the teasing voice in his ear, goosebumps all over his body. Knowing that he couldn't escape, he gritted his teeth and swung the ghost bamboo brazenly, slashing at Qin Yu's brain like lightning. Gotcha. But before his ghost bamboo was raised, Qin Yu had cut off his ghost bamboo with a knife, and then backhanded a knife to leave a deep wound on his waist that could be seen to the bone. Ah! Virgo screamed, and fell limply on the desert, blood gushing out from his waist, staining the sand around his body scarlet. A coward! Do you know that you are a marine who represents absolute justice? When Ghost Spider saw Virgo falling to the ground with serious injuries, he not only had no worry or concern, but roared angrily. In his opinion, as a marine, he could not escape even if he died in battle. This behavior was simply smearing marine and trampling on justice. It is human nature to be afraid of death. He is like this, and so are you. Just after Ghost Spider finished speaking, his pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a pinhole. Because he didn't know when a slightly sarcastic voice sounded in his ears. Don't compare me with those rats like Virgo. I am the Vice Admiral of the headquarters, Ghost Spider. Although Ghost Spider was trembling in his heart, his performance was very strong. Realizing that Qin Yu was standing behind him, he immediately manipulated 8 long knives to stab Qin Yu's eyes, nose, ears, mouth, forehead, heart, lungs, and kidneys at the same time. Chapter 66 The 3 Vice Admirals, It's Over. 1/5. Please collect flowers. 67 374ths. Chapter 66 The 3 Vice Admirals, It's Over. 1/5. Please collect flowers. Previous. Next. Really, but in my eyes, you are no different from Virgo. Faced with the extremely ruthless swordsmanship of Ghost Spider, which attacks 8 vital points of the human body at the same time, Qin Yu stood still without dodging or evading, allowing Ghost Spider's 8 long swords to pierce 8 vital points of his body. Ichidao Ryu Ei, with a flash of the sword, Huo Shaoshan, who came quietly behind Qin Yu, swung the sword like lightning and cut Qin Yu's entire body in half. But before he and Ghost Spider could pull their weapons out of Qin Yu's body, the injuries they had just caused to Qin Yu with all their strength had healed. Monster! Ghost Spider and Huo Shaoshan felt their scalps numb. They had already tried their best. Hockey, swordsmanship, physical skills, it can be said that they have used all the top power systems of Grand Line, except for Devil Fruit and technological means. All along, as Vice Admirals of the headquarters, they all believed that although their own strength may not be the top of the sea, they are definitely very versatile. But after fighting with Qin Yu, Ghost Spider and Fire Mountain felt that their abilities were not enough. Are you done? After being slashed by the 2 men for 9 times, Qin Yu raised his lips slightly and stretched out a finger with both hands at the same time. Swish. When Fire Mountain and Ghost Spider saw Qin Yu's action, although they had used one of the 6 styles to shave and dodge at the first time, the 2 pink beams shot out from Qin Yu's fingertips followed them like a shadow. No matter where they ran, they still hit their bodies and pierced their lungs at the same time. HMPH. Although their physiques were many times stronger than ordinary people, they still groaned with pale faces after their lungs were pierced, and then stepped back a few steps and half knelt on the ground. 3 Vice Admirals, it's over. Nico Robin saw that the 3 Vice Admirals who besieged Qin Yu all fell to the ground. She knew in her heart that although these 3 people were not dead, they were finished. From the moment Qin Yu absorbed Crocodile, this battle was no longer suspenseful. She knew very well that it was not that Ghost Spider and others were weak, but that Qin Yu was too strong now. After absorbing Crocodile, Qin Yu completely transcended the category of Vice Admiral and moved towards the top level of Shichibukai. Huo Shaoshan Vice Admiral, Ghost Spider Vice Admiral. The Marine elites who were fighting fiercely with Zoro, Dory and others in the distance saw that their 3 superiors fell down, and they couldn't help but scream. Many Marine elites who were originally besieging Roronoa Zoro and others even turned around and rushed towards Qin Yu, wanting to help Huo Shaoshan and others. Don't come over. Run. Fast. Unlike Ghost Spider, who was cold and cruel and could sacrifice his subordinates at will, Huo Shaoshan was sweating profusely when he saw that the Marine elites he brought with him actually rushed over recklessly. Originally, his lungs were pierced, and every breath was painful like a knife. Now in a hurry, he roared loudly and immediately spit out a mouthful of blood. Zoro, Dory, Blot, all of you step aside. Qin Yu didn't even look at the elite Marines rushing towards him, and directly said to Roronoa Zoro and others. Why? Roronoa Zoro was fighting excitedly, and he was a little unhappy when he heard Qin Yu say that. Although each of these hundreds of Marines was his opponent in a one-on-one fight, they also beat him bloody when they joined forces. If Qin Yu hadn't taught him swordsmanship every day for the past month, hockey, he would have fallen down at this time. But he was also very powerful, as if he had the talent of Shira who became more and more courageous in battle. Not only did he break through the limit of hockey in the fierce battle, he completely practiced the armament hockey, which was only a prototype, and also comprehended the 9-sword style. With armament hockey and his tenacious will, he has resisted many Marines at the officer level and has been fighting until now. If you keep fighting, you'll die. Do you really think you have a lot of blood to bleed? Qin Yu didn't give Roronoa Zoro a chance to say more. He stretched out his hand and waved it. A gentle air blew him, Dory and Brigi out of the crowd. Roronoa Zoro, who had been supported by his indomitable will and his willingness to sacrifice his life, felt a deep fatigue that swept through his body like a tide after he was freed from the siege of many Marines. The triple burst of physical exhaustion, devastating injuries and excessive blood loss almost made him fall to the ground. How powerful is he, this man? Fighting with Shichibukai and 3 vice admirals, he can actually spare some of his energy to pay attention to our situation. Roronoa Zoro, who was a little excited, realized that when Qin Yu was fighting with the 3 vice admirals, he was actually paying attention to them secretly. That is why the other party was able to immediately realize that his body had reached its limit and rescued him from the Marine siege. Chapter 67 Killing you or absorbing you is all in my mind, 2/5, please collect flowers. 68 374. Chapter 67 Killing you or absorbing you is all in my mind, 2/5, please collect flowers. Previous. Next. What do you want to do? When Ghost Spider saw Qin Yu send his 3 companions out of the Marine's encirclement, he immediately smelled an ominous breath. Nothing, I just want to show you something good, Qin Yu said while raising his right hand. The desert, which was originally rolling with wind and sand because of their fight, suddenly shook. Under the horrified eyes of Ghost Spider and others, the desert under their feet suddenly became like a raging sea, and suddenly raised huge sand waves that swept across the sky. Why is the sand moving? I'm caught by these sands. Hurry up and pull me. The Marines who originally wanted to rush towards Qin Yu stopped in their tracks. It's not that they don't want to help Ghost Spider and Huoshaoshan and others, but they can't save themselves at this time. As Qin Yu raised his right hand, the desert within a radius of hundreds of meters rolled like the sea, making all the Marines unable to stand steadily, let alone fight. Facing the sand waves like a river turning over and over, many Marines who mastered the 6 styles used moonwalk to escape in the air. But just when their bodies had just risen a few meters, a large hand made entirely of earthy yellow sand had risen from the ground, grabbed them, and pulled them back into the sand waves. In less than 10 seconds, hundreds of Marine elites had been swallowed by the surging sand waves that were like the mouth of a giant beast. Facing the layers of sand waves that were rolling and rolling like a tsunami, Huoshaoshan and others could vaguely see some Marines struggling and fighting against them at first. But as the endless sand waves rushed up to the sky, as if to turn the sky and the earth of the desert upside down, Huoshaoshan and other vice admirals who fell to the ground could no longer see half of the Marines standing in the endless sand waves. When all the thousands of meters of desert returned to peace, the sand and dust that covered the sky and the sun fell again, and the world became clear again, bursts of cold air suddenly resounded throughout the desert. Nami and the others looked around and saw that the hundreds of Marine elites who were so majestic just now were now all caught up in a giant pyramid made entirely of sand. What was even more horrifying was that each of the Marines caught up in the pyramid had only their heads exposed outside the sand, and the body parts below the heads were all deeply locked in the pyramid. Stop! Don't kill them. We are the ones you want to kill. These Marines are just following orders. If you want to kill or cut, just come at us. Huoshaoshan retracted his gaze from the sand pyramid, then stood up with difficulty and walked towards Qin Yu step by step. As long as you are willing to let them go, I cannot resist and let you absorb them. Huoshaoshan. Ghost Spider was moved when he heard this. Although he was cold and iron-blooded, he was still a human being after all. He could sacrifice other Marine subordinates at will, but Huoshaoshan was a colleague who had graduated from the Marine Academy with him and had spent nearly half his life with him. Now, watching him sacrifice his life for hundreds of his subordinates, his heart couldn't help but twitch. You may not have figured out one thing yet. You are not qualified to bargain with me now. Whether to kill you or absorb you, it's actually just a matter of my thoughts. Qin Yu was not moved at all by Huoshaoshan's words. From the moment Marine forced him to change his career to become a pirate, he had decided that he would either not be a pirate or become the anti-thief that Marine and the world government feared the most. He had no mercy or sympathy for Marine. Not to mention that Huoshaoshan and others in front of him came to Alabasta with the purpose of ambush and kill him. Maybe I can't stop you from absorbing me, but at least I have the ability to make you waste your efforts. Huoshaoshan raised his long knife and put it on his neck. I think your ability to absorb people should only be used on living people. Otherwise, you wouldn't have tried so hard to stop me from killing Crocodile just now. Tell me, if I slash my own throat with a knife now, can you still absorb me? After hearing this, Virgo and Ghost Spider couldn't help but look at Qin Yu. They both knew that as Marine Vice Admirals, they would not be able to escape death, but those Marines had some chance of survival. I hope those Marines can survive. As long as they can leave Alabasta alive, what happened here today will be reported back to Dover. He will also understand the horror of Qin Yu and can prepare to deal with this man early. Virgo naturally didn't care about the life and death of the Marines in front of him. He only cared about the great cause of the Don Quixote family. You're right, if you die, even if I absorb you, I won't get anything. Under the gaze of Ghost Spider and the other 3, Qin Yu slowly nodded and acknowledged Huoshaoshan's words. In that case, you can totally agree to my request. I think for you, the value of a headquarters vice admiral is better than hundreds of ordinary Marines. Huoshaoshan felt a little relieved and couldn't help but secretly said that it was a good thing that he guessed it right. If Qin Yu's absorption ability can even absorb dead people, then he really has no qualifications to negotiate conditions. Chapter 68 You were wrong in forcing me to become a pirate, 3/5, please collect flowers. 69 374. Chapter 68 You were wrong in forcing me to become a pirate. 3/5. Please collect flowers. Previous. Next. I refuse. Qin Yu looked at Huo Shaoshan deeply, as if he could see through all his inner thoughts. Why? Ah. Huo Shaoshan's face suddenly changed. When he was about to ask Qin Yu why he refused him, Qin Yu, who was standing 100 meters away, stretched out a finger at him in vain. Puff as Qin Yu's fingertips flashed a strange pink light, a pink beam of light shot out from his fingertips and instantly pierced through Huo Shaoshan's eyebrows. Huo Shaoshan's eyes widened, his face full of astonishment and confusion. He stretched out his hand to Qin Yu with difficulty, opened his mouth to say something, but in the end he couldn't say anything and could only fall on the desert with his head up. Huo Shaoshan. Looking at Huo Shaoshan with his eyes wide open and a look of unwillingness to close his eyes, Ghost Spider clenched his fists tightly together, and a barely perceptible water light flashed in the depths of his eyes. He took a deep breath, then turned and roared at Qin Yu. Why do you want to kill him? In his eyes, those Marines are just people who follow orders, they are innocent and can be forgiven. But in my eyes, you who give orders and the Marines who follow orders are not innocent, they all deserve to die. From the beginning, he had no qualifications and room to negotiate with him. Qin Yu said to Ghost Spider, while raising his hand and pointing to the Marines sealed in the pyramid not far away. Do you want to know how I plan to deal with them? Even if you kill all the Marines here today, this department will not give up the action of pursuing you. One day, you will be sent to the gallows and executed like as today. Ghost Spider glared at Qin Yu with a grim face, and did not dare to let his eyes move to the pyramid. He can do whatever it takes to achieve his goal, even at the cost of killing his subordinates. But there are limits. He can kill 1, 2, 10, or dozens of them without hesitation. But he couldn't accept the death of hundreds of Marines, let alone sending them to death, even if he saw them die with his own eyes. Unfortunately, that day will never come. After Qin Yu finished speaking, he clenched his 5 fingers on his right hand, and the blood on the faces of hundreds of Marines in the desert pyramid disappeared instantly. When their only faces exposed outside the sand became bloodless, their skin began to dry up, and their eye sockets became extremely empty, like 2 big holes. In the end, even their hair withered to the point of completely dissipating. In a short moment, hundreds of Marine officers in the pyramid had been drained of all their moisture and completely weathered, and finally became like mummies. Just absorbed crocodile, this man has already used sand fruit better than him. Seeing this scene, Ghost Spider closed his eyes weakly. He really didn't expect things to develop to this point. If he had known this would happen, he would have persuaded the headquarters to send out admirals, instead of just letting the 3 vice-admirals to attack Qin Yu. Just when Ghost Spider thought that the matter was over, Qin Yu slapped the ground with his hand. The huge pyramid began to sink layer by layer. Under his control, the desert at the bottom of the pyramid seemed to have turned into a bottomless ocean that could swallow everything. In an instant, the huge pyramid and the bodies of hundreds of Marines had completely sunk into the depths of the desert, and no trace of them could be found. Qin Yu. Ghost Spider knew that Qin Yu destroyed the bodies to avoid the headquarters sending people to track him down, so as to find out his ability. But when he saw with his own eyes that hundreds of Marines were first killed by Qin Yu and then sunk into the deepest part of the desert, and even the bodies could not be found, Ghost Spider still couldn't suppress the anger and resentment in his heart, and suddenly picked up the 8 long knives on the ground, and rushed towards Qin Yu with a tragic momentum of death. I once said that, if all this is really my fault, then I will make you Marines and your world government think it is your fault. You should not force me to take this path. Looking at the crazy Ghost Spider, Qin Yu raised his right hand slowly. When the Ghost Spider was about to rush in front of him and swing his knife at him, a shockwave that penetrated the atmosphere and shook the void with a loud bang instantly burst out from his palm. Bang! The 6 King's Spear that burns the mountain. It turns out that he not only has the ability to absorb people, but also has the ability to learn other people's special moves instantly. The Ghost Spider whose heart was pierced by the 6 King's Spear turned pale and spurted out a blood mist. Before he fell down completely, he stared at Qin Yu with all his strength, as if he wanted to remember the appearance of this man forever. Once he had the opportunity to climb out of hell, he would immediately come to seek revenge on the man in front of him. However, in response to Ghost Spider's extremely resentful look, Qin Yu blew up his heart with the 6 King's Spear, and then he never looked at him again, but walked towards Virgo step by step. Chapter 69 Sorry, I don't have the habit of answering questions from the dead. 4/5. Please collect flowers. 7374. Chapter 69 Sorry, I don't have the habit of answering questions from the dead. 4/5. Please collect flowers. Previous. Next. You win this time. Qin Yu, kill me. Although Virgo is not loyal to Marine, he is loyal to Don Quixote Doflamingo. Before life and death, he did not beg for mercy from Don Quixote Doflamingo's enemies, but stood up and looked at Qin Yu calmly. You are so anxious to die, you want to help Don Quixote Doflamingo cover up the truth of the matter. Qin Yu looked at Virgo deeply, and then a sentence made Virgo, who was ready to die, change color. You are really interesting. When did a pirate like Doflamingo have the right to order Marine to do things? Virgo's ability to control emotions is quite good. Although he changed color because of extreme shock just now, he regained his calmness almost in an instant. If Qin Yu hadn't had excellent eyesight, he wouldn't even notice his face changing in an instant. Ha ha, Qin Yu laughed immediately after hearing this. His laughter made Virgo, who was close at hand, feel uneasy. Just as he was quietly thinking about where the news leaked out, Qin Yu suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed his neck, lifting him up into the air. Are you wondering where the flaw was and where the news leaked out? Why are you thinking so hard? Ask me, I will definitely tell you. Qin Yu stared at Virgo with a cold look in his eyes. I don't know what you are talking about. Although Virgo, who was lifted up in the air by Qin Yu, had difficulty breathing, he still tried his best to help Don Quixote Doflamingo cover up the truth. I forgot to tell you one thing. After I absorb a person, I can not only obtain his abilities but also his memories. Qin Yu saw the sudden change in Virgo's face, and a playful smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. Unfortunately, when I was in Logue Town, I absorbed a vice admiral named Flying Squirrel. Through his memory, I know that he and Smoker came to encircle me because Don Quixote Doflamingo told him that I killed Colonel Mouse. Also, I just absorbed Crocodile. Through his memory, I also know that he would come to trouble me because your good master Don Quixote Doflamingo asked him to do so. Virgo, you, the highest official of Don Quixote, do you know what I am talking about now? You'd better use your brain before you speak. Don't try to say something that challenges the limit of my patience. Don't forget, I can learn that Don Quixote is behind all of this by absorbing Flying Squirrel and Crocodile. Doflamingo planned it, so he can naturally absorb you and learn everything in your memory. Quote, just as Virgo was about to speak, Qin Yu interrupted him. You win, Qin Yu. I don't ask you to let me go, I just want you to tell me, how did you know that I was an undercover sent by Dover to Marine? Virgo said with great difficulty. Neither the Flying Squirrel nor the Crocodile knew that I was the highest cadre of Don Quixote. You can't know my true identity through them. Sorry, I don't have the habit of answering questions about the dead. After Qin Yu finished speaking, Virgo, who was pinching Virgo, suddenly loosened. Good opportunity. Virgo was delighted. Although he didn't know why Qin Yu let go, it was definitely a good opportunity. Before his body landed on the ground, his feet immediately stepped into the air and shot towards Nami. After failing to escape before and being severely injured by Qin Yu, he already knew that with his speed, he could not escape Qin Yu's pursuit. Now there is only one way left in front of him, that is, to hold Qin Yu's crew hostage. Unfortunately, his plan was very thorough, but he lacked the ability to execute it. The moment Virgo stepped into the air, he suddenly found that his whole body was extremely heavy and squeezed. When he reacted, he found that except for his head, his whole body was covered with sand. You are kidding me. Wrapped in sand, Virgo found that his body was rising and soon suspended in the air at a height of 7 or 8 meters. I am not kidding you, but you have no value in survival except to help me test my new ability before you die. Qin Yu said while looking at Nami, who had been holding a surveillance den mushi. Nami, did you take pictures of Virgo's self-exposure just now? Of course, Marine Vice Admiral Virgo is an undercover sent to Marine by Don Quixote Doflamingo. Such a wonderful thing was of course filmed for you without missing a word. Nami said proudly holding the surveillance den mushi. Didn't you take any extra pictures? Qin Yu asked. Don't worry, I only filmed the part where Virgo said he was an undercover sent by Don Quixote Doflamingo to send Marine. I didn't film any scenes that might expose your ability. After Nami said this, Qin Yu was completely relieved, but Virgo was so angry that he was about to explode. You tricked me. After seeing all this, Virgo, who was bound in the air by the sand, didn't know that he was tricked by Qin Yu. Chapter 70. Harvesting the Fruits of Victory, Pludent 5/5, please collect flowers. 71 374. Chapter 70. Harvesting the Fruits of Victory, Pludent 5/5, please collect flowers. Previous. Next. If I hadn't wanted to get you to reveal your relationship with Don Quixote Doflamingo, I would have killed you just now. Why would I have told you so much? Qin Yu sneered. Don't be complacent. Even if you publish this video, it doesn't matter. You don't know Dover's methods and background. With his ability, even if this video falls into the hands of Marine, he can still sit firmly in the position of Shichibukai. Virgo's face was ugly to ultimate. He didn't expect that he was about to die, and he was actually tricked by Qin Yu. So what? From the beginning, I didn't intend to pull him down from the position of Shichibukai with this video. I asked Nami to take this video, but it was because Don Quixote Doflamingo was in New World, and I couldn't kill him, so I used this video to make him and Marine fight each other. Qin Yu said lightly. For him, as long as this video can give Don Quixote Doflamingo a headache and make him uncomfortable, it's fine. As for whether the other party can still be Shichibukai, it doesn't matter at all. Anyway, once he reaches the New World, it will be Don Quixote Doflamingo's death. Okay, you have nothing to do here. Virgo wanted to say something, but Qin Yu suddenly stretched out his hand and clenched it. Virgo, who was in midair, immediately noticed that the sand covering his whole body suddenly burst out with a terrifying squeezing force. Even though he had a strong physique and had even used the armament hockey to harden it, under this continuous pressure, he didn't even have time to say anything. He was crushed by the sand covering him and turned into a bloody meat paste. This move is quite powerful. After gathering armament hockey and chi on the sand, even Virgo, who has hardened his whole body with armament hockey, can be crushed instantly. Qin Yu waved his right hand, and the sand covering Virgo's flesh and blood immediately fell to the desert, then slowly sank, and finally disappeared completely. We won. Watching Qin Yu kill the 3 Vice Admirals, Crocodile, and hundreds of Marine elites one by one, Nami finally couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. At first, When she saw the 3 vice admirals and Crocodile join forces, she was still worried that this would be a tragic battle. But she didn't expect Qin Yu to absorb Crocodile first at the beginning, which directly led to the collapse of Huo Shaoxun's plan in advance. Nico Robin, what do you think of me now? Qin Yu glanced at Roronoa Zoro and others, and then walked in front of Nico Robin. Very powerful. You are the most terrifying person I have ever seen. Nico Robin looked at Qin Yu, who was walking over, as if she saw a sea of blood and corpses rushing towards her, and her feet immediately stepped back uncontrollably. But thinking that she should be able to save her life by betting on both sides in advance, she not only stabilized her body, but also quickly recovered her usual calm and elegance. Then am I qualified to protect you? Qin Yu asked lightly. I think it's hard to find someone more qualified than you in the first half of the Grand Line. Nico Robin smiled. Okay, I provide you with enough power to protect you, and now it's your turn to provide enough value in exchange for my protection. Qin Yu's eyes flashed with a smile. The obstacles on the road to ancient weapon Pluton were finally cleared one by one. In this game, he became the final winner after all. Now he should also go to pick the fruits of victory. I wonder what Mr. Demon wants me to do for you. Nico Robin was not dissatisfied at all, but relieved in her heart. She was afraid that she had no value in Qin Yu's eyes. Didn't you say that you are familiar with Alabasta? Then take me to see the king. Qin Yu said. King. Hearing this, Nico Robin didn't know what he thought of, and his heart, which had just been put down, was lifted again. What, don't you want to? Qin Yu looked at Nico Robin with a smile. How could that be? It's my honor. Nico Robin turned around and walked towards Albana, the capital of Alabasta. But she felt as if her feet were filled with mercury at this moment, and every step was quite difficult. Nami, you put Zoro and the others in place. I will come to you when things are done. After arriving at the capital Albana, Qin Yu did not immediately go to the king, but told Nami. You want me to take care of the 3 patients alone. What if there are enemies like the 3 vice admirals here? I can't protect the 3 of them alone. Nami shook her head when she heard it. If there was only Roronoa Zoro, with her cleverness, she could run away with the enemy. But now there are 2 giants with burly bodies and serious injuries. Once she encounters an enemy, she can't run away even if she wants to. Chapter 71 Destroying Alabasta is not a difficult task for me. 1/10, please subscribe. 72 374. Chapter 71 Destroying Alabasta is not a difficult task for me. 1/10, please subscribe. Previous. Next. If you are in danger, just throw it away. Qin Yu put a pink meatball in Nami's hand. No problem, I promise to take care of them. Knowing that this pink meatball is equivalent to Qin Yu's clone, Nami was relieved. No need to keep staring. You did a good job this time. When you can completely master observation hockey and transfer the hardening of armament hockey to your weapon, I will give you this sword that originally belonged to Huo Shaoxun, Reikiri. Qin Yu saw that Roronoa Zoro's eyes had never left the big sword 21, Reikiri in his hand after the battle, and he couldn't help but feel funny. That's what you said. Then this sword is definitely mine. Roronoa Zoro grinned when he heard it. Although he is currently only guarding the ship, he has never felt any contempt from Qin Yu and Nami. Especially Qin Yu, although he won him back by betting, since he got on board, he has not only helped him expand his horizons and see himself clearly, but also taught him physical skills, swordsmanship, and hockey. That is why, even if Qin Yu encountered enemies that he could not contend with now, he never backed down, and went to fight every time without hesitation. Wait until you meet my requirements before saying this to me. Qin Yu casually threw the 3rd generation Muramasa to Nami, and then carried Ki and Nico Robin into the 5 palaces. Your Majesty, although we know that you have always been against mass conscription, please agree to our conscription proposal this time. In the meeting hall of the Albana Palace, a group of ministers were eagerly begging King Cobra to agree to conscription and expand the army. Ikaram, what do you think? Although this time was the 3rd time the ministers proposed conscription this month, Cobra, who was sitting in his seat, still did not agree. Your Majesty, I agree with conscription. As the captain of the Kingdom Guard, Ikaram, who always followed King Cobra's lead, unexpectedly agreed to the ministers' proposal this time. Why? When Cobra saw that even Cobra agreed, his heart was suddenly trembling. Since the beginning of the Great Pirate Era, the number of pirates invading Alabasta has increased year by year, and our land area is very vast. It is a bit difficult to defend the entire country from the plunder of pirates with the current military force alone. Ikaram analyzed to Cobra, but this conscription, when Cobra heard the word, pirates, his brows furrowed, but conscription was a matter of great importance. If it was not handled properly, it would even cost the people money and time. When he thought about how hard it was to make Alabasta prosperous, he didn't dare to give up easily. If you want to solve the problem of pirate invasion, you don't have to rely on the army. Quote, just when Cobra was struggling whether to agree to Ecolem and the minister's proposal to recruit soldiers, a strange voice suddenly came from outside the door. Who are you? How dare you come to the palace? When the many ministers in the meeting hall turned their heads and found that 2 strange men and women had come to the door, they immediately shouted angrily. As the captain of the kingdom's guard, Ecolem immediately led the guards around to surround the 2 people at the door. Get out of the way. Qin Yu looked at the rifles pointed at him in front of him, and his face did not fluctuate at all. This is the palace, and we are the king's guards, how can we get out of the way? Ecolem was immediately amused when he heard this. 2 people with mysterious origins actually asked them to give way. How is this possible? The king of Alabasta is standing behind them. I came here today to make a deal with the king. If possible, I don't want to conflict with you. Qin Yu said lightly. You mean you can take us down by yourself? Ikaram immediately heard the hidden meaning in Qin Yu's words. If you want to understand it this way, it's not impossible. Qin Yu nodded as a matter of course. Rampant, Ikaram and the soldiers around him were indignant after hearing this. They were the most powerful warriors in Alabasta, but now they were despised by others. Do you need me to solve it? Nico Robin asked proactively. No, you're a little slow. Qin Yu waved his right hand. Dino and everyone in the meeting hall, except King Cobra, was thrown against the wall. Stop, is this the way you make deals with people? If so, no matter what deal you want to make with me, I will refuse it. Cobra quickly stood up from the throne. I came here with sincerity, so I didn't hurt anyone here. You may not believe it, but if I really want to, it won't be difficult for me to destroy the entire Alabasta. Qin Yu walked in front of Cobra. I am doing this for their own good. After all, the conversation between us is not suitable for a fourth person to hear. Chapter 72. I've already given you a chance. Nico Robin 2/10. Please subscribe. 73 374. Chapter 72. I've already given you a chance. Nico Robin 2/10. Please subscribe. Previous. Next. Okay, then please tell me your purpose. Cobra looked at Qin Yu deeply. I don't know whether he recognized Qin Yu's identity or knew that he was weak now, so he just brushed aside what happened just now. I can provide you with a solution to the pirate invasion of Alabasta, but in exchange, you have to take me to the funeral palace. When Qin Yu said this, Cobra's face changed drastically. Why do you want to go to the funeral palace? Cobra took a breath and quickly regained his composure. I have 2 devil fruits and a swordsmanship training method from the vice admiral of the headquarters. With these 3 things, it is no problem to deal with the pirates in the first half of the Grand Line. Qin Yu did not answer Cobra's words, but spoke to himself. I'm sorry, the conditions you offer are indeed very generous, and it is difficult for me to refuse. But the funeral palace is a forbidden place in Alabasta. Even as a king, I can't go there. So, I can only refuse your kindness. 257. When Cobra saw Qin Yu take out 2 devil fruits, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. It is undeniable that he was really tempted. But when he thought of the importance of the funeral hall, he could only grit his teeth and reject Qin Yu's proposal. This guy is finished, Nico Robin said silently in his heart. As that's so, then I can only be rude. Quote. But Nico Robin was quite surprised that Qin Yu did not kill people in anger as she imagined when facing Cobra's rejection. Instead, he walked in front of Cobra and snapped his fingers. Take me to the funeral hall. Yes, at this time, Cobra seemed to have lost his soul. After hearing Qin Yu's words, he actually walked towards the funeral hall. Let's go. And what's that look in your eyes? Qin Yu glanced at Nico Robin and found that she was looking at him with a strange look. I thought you would kill people when Cobra rejected you. Nico Robin said calmly. They are neither marine nor world government, nor pirates. I'm not a murderer, why should I kill them? Qin Yu said as he followed Cobra. This is really a bit surprising. Nico Robin stared at Qin Yu's back, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. She suddenly found that she couldn't see through the man in front of her. He was a good man, and he buried hundreds of marines and 3 vice admirals with a wave of his hand, and even absorbed crocodile like a devil. But he was a bad man, but he didn't kill anyone in this palace. Even if Cobra rejected him, he only controlled him temporarily with the hypnosis technique. This is the holy burial hall guarded by our royal family for generations. After being hypnosis by Qin Yu, Cobra took the 2 to a hall hidden underground, and immediately pointed to the stone tablet in front of him with the historical text engraved on it. You will wake up after you go back. By then, you will forget that you have brought us here. Quote. Qin Yu snapped his fingers at Cobra again. Yes, I will forget all this after I go back. Quote. Cobra nodded dully, and then began to return the same way. Go, now it's time for you to show your value, Nico Robin. Single quote. After Cobra left, Qin Yu turned to Nico Robin, who was looking at the historical text with an obsessed look. Nico Robin walked to the stone tablet and read the historical text in front of him seriously. How is it? Does it say where Pluton is? Qin Yu came to Nico Robin's side without knowing when. Unfortunately, this stone tablet only records the history of the country of Alabasta. There is no word about Pluton or ancient weapon. Nico Robin's heart trembled in vain, and the scene of Qin Yu burying hundreds of marines and absorbing crocodile subconsciously emerged in her mind. Although her mind was filled with various thoughts, she answered calmly on the surface. Really? Qin Yu listened, and a trace of disappointment appeared on his face. Yes, Nico Robin said calmly. As that's so, that's really a pity. Quote. Qin Yu shook his head. Just when Nico Robin thought Qin Yu believed in herself, Qin Yu, who was standing beside her, stretched out his hand and put it on her shoulder in vain. What's wrong? Nico Robin's pupils shrank slightly, but her face was slightly blank. You read more books than me, but it doesn't mean you are better than me. Quote. Qin Yu patted Nico Robin's shoulder, and then under her horrified expression, Qin Yu's hand on her shoulder gradually turned into a pink flesh ball. I have given you a chance, Nico Robin. But why don't you cherish it? No, I didn't lie to you. The stone tablet really doesn't record anything about Pluton. Quote. When Nico Robin thought of Crocodile's fate, her face turned pale and there was no blood at all. She wanted to resist, but when she thought of Qin Yu's almost immortal physique, she was almost desperate. Chapter 73. After I absorb you, I can also understand the historical text, 3/10. Please subscribe. 74 374. Chapter 73. After I absorb you, I can also understand the historical text, 3/10. Please subscribe. Previous. Next. I forgot to tell you that I am different from Crocodile. From the beginning, I already knew that this stone tablet did not record any history, but the location of ancient weapon Pluton. Qin Yu reached out and pressed Nico Robin's head, which was gradually wrapped in pink flesh, and said word by word. Kr. Nico Robin looked at Qin Yu's face, which was so close, and a trace of unprecedented fear emerged in her eyes. She didn't expect that Qin Yu, who obviously didn't know the text of history, could be sure that the stone tablet in front of him recorded the location of Pluton. We had already agreed on this. I will provide the strength to protect you, and you will provide the value that will allow me to protect you. Unfortunately, you broke your promise. Qin Yu shook his head gently. Maybe you don't know, I originally planned to make you a 10-string on my ship, so that you don't have to worry about it anymore, and you don't have to worry about the world government and the Marines forcing you. But you lied to me. Nico Robin, you are the first person who has lied to me since I came to this world. Tell me, what's the point of me keeping you here? No, I didn't lie to you on purpose. Nico Robin said in horror with a pale face. Do you really think you can't find Pluton without me? I've said it before, I'm not Crocodile. Even without you, I can still find Pluton. The only difference is that it will take a little more time. As soon as Qin Yu finished speaking, the pink flesh wrapped around Nico Robin suddenly expanded several times, instantly covering her so that only her pretty face was exposed to the air. After absorbing you, I can understand the historical text myself. Mr. Qin Yu, please forgive me. I will never dare to deceive you again. Please give me another chance. My value is definitely not just translating such a small amount of historical text for you, there are other things. I promise that I will do my duty well in the future and will never have any other intentions. Please believe me, okay. Feeling the powerlessness and weakness coming from her whole body, thinking of the horrific scene when Crocodile was absorbed, Nico Robin was completely terrified. At this moment, she no longer cared about what terrible things would happen to the ancient soldier Pluton after falling into Qin Yu's hands. She just wanted to survive now. Even if she really had to die, she didn't want to choose to die by being absorbed. Faced with Nico Robin's pitiful pleading, Qin Yu didn't say anything, just stared at her expressionlessly. I don't want to die. I still want to find the historical text. Mr. Qin Yu, I promise I will never betray you. Please trust me again, okay? Nico Robin looked at Qin Yu with a pair of begging eyes. Remember what you said in front of me today. The same opportunity will never come again. Qin Yu looked at Nico Robin deeply, then stretched out his hand and the pink meatball wrapped around Nico Robin turned back into his right hand. I will definitely remember it. Sitting on the ground with his lips pale with fear, Nico Robin nodded vigorously. Her life since childhood has made her regard betrayal and betrayal as part of life. No matter who she betrayed, it was as simple as eating and drinking water for her, without any psychological pressure. But this time, she dared not have the slightest disloyalty from the bottom of her heart. Get up. Qin Yu saw Nico Robin still trembling slightly on the ground, so he reached out and pulled her up. Sorry, my legs are a little weak. Can you help me up? It was just that Qin Yu underestimated the degree of shock Nico Robin received, so he let go of his hand. Nico Robin, who had always had a good psychological quality, actually fell limply in his arms. Where is Pluton? Qin Yu asked while supporting Nico Robin. Push the stone tablet away. With the previous lesson, Nico Robin dared not neglect it. When she heard Qin Yu asking about Pluton's location, she said without thinking. Here. Qin Yu picked up Nico Robin with one hand, walked to the front of the stone tablet, and then stretched out his hand, but felt a heavy feeling that was difficult to shake. There is a passage under the stone tablet. However, the entrance is blocked by the stone tablet, and special methods are needed to open it. Nico Robin was held in one hand without any shyness, but said it generously. Bang. Before she finished her words, Qin Yu stretched out his hand and pushed hard. The stone tablet that was deeply rooted in the ground like a 1,000-year-old tree was suddenly pushed out by him. Seeing this scene, Nico Robin was silent. Indeed, with Qin Yu's strength, there is really no need for special methods to push the stone tablet open. Is this the entrance? Qin Yu looked at the entrance that appeared in front of him after the stone tablet was pushed open. According to the text on the stone tablet, this is the road to Pluton's location. Nico Robin nodded. Finally found it. Qin Yu's eyes flashed with expectation, and then he stretched out his hand to hold Nico Robin, passed through the entrance, and came to a dark passage. 5. Chapter 74. Is this the ancient weapon, Pluton? 4/10. Please subscribe. 75 374. Chapter 74. Is this the ancient weapon, Pluton? 4/10. Please subscribe. Previous. Next. Go down. Is Pluton placed on the bottom of Alabasta? Looking at the passage in front of him extending downwards, Qin Yu had an idea in his mind. After walking for nearly half an hour, the two found that although it was still dark in front of them, the space suddenly opened up. DAFDEF. When Qin Yu opened his mouth and released a Qigong bomb, illuminating the space they were in, Nico Robin, who was leaning slightly on Qin Yu's arms, couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. A giant warship with a door-to-door turret exuding a breath of destruction, so huge that even the giants could easily accommodate countless giants, suddenly appeared in the eyes of the two, like a fierce beast, 167, that had been sleeping for hundreds of years. Is this the ancient weapon, Pluton? Looking at this warship with a shape completely different from any ship on the sea, Qin Yu and Nico Robin couldn't help but murmur. Legend has it that the ancient warship Pluton is the worst warship in the history of shipbuilding, with the terrible power to destroy an island with one shot. I didn't believe it before, but now it seems that this rumor should be true. Although it was just a warship, for some reason, Nico Robin found that the moment she saw Pluton, she actually trembled strongly in her heart. Especially when her eyes swept over the dark turrets mounted on the hull of Pluton, an idea suddenly popped up in her mind. She believed it. Just by seeing Pluton for the first time, she believed that the warship in front of her, called Pluton, definitely had the legendary power. Go up and take a look. Qin Yu pulled Nico Robin and landed on the Pluton warship. Before, when they stood in the distance and watched, they could not personally experience the hugeness of this warship. But as they stood on the deck and looked around with the light of the Qigong bomb, they deeply realized their own insignificance and the hugeness of Pluton. Qin Yu looked around and found that although Pluton had gone through 800 years, it seemed that it had not been corroded by time. He felt relieved and walked to the control room with Nico Robin. The passage in front should be connected to the seabed. It seems that people put Pluton here for a reason 800 years ago. As long as you drive Pluton through this passage, you can enter the seabed and let this sinful warship in history return to Grand Line again. Nico Robin pointed to the passage in front of the sea and turned to Qin Yu. How to drive this Pluton? Qin Yu looked down at the high-tech control platform in front of him that looked like an aircraft carrier. He suddenly felt that he had no idea where to start. Before coming to Grand Line, he was just an ordinary person. If it was a sailboat used by most marines and pirates when sailing on the sea, he would be able to drive it. But the Pluton in front of him was obviously not comparable to this kind of sailboat. Instead, it was more like a modern aircraft carrier. Sorry, Mr. Qin Yu. I can only translate historical texts, not ancient weapons. If the buttons on the console and the instruments have historical texts indicating their functions, I can translate them for you. But there is no text on them, so I really don't have any idea. Nico Robin shook his head at first, but after thinking that his answer might not satisfy Qin Yu, he quickly added. I personally suggest that you find a skilled shipbuilder or scientist who may be able to figure out how to use Pluton. Historical text, shipbuilder scientist, Nico Robin, if I give you a Pluton design, can you understand it? After Qin Yu pondered for a moment, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. If you want me to help you build a Pluton battleship with a design, I really can't do it. But if you just understand Pluton's design, it's still okay. But to be on the safe side, I think it's still necessary for you to find a trustworthy shipbuilder to study together. Nico Robin suggested, let's leave here first, I think I know what to do. Qin Yu nodded, and then said to Nico Robin. Nicole Schwani naturally had no objection to this. She looked back at the ancient weapon from 800 years ago, and then followed Qin Yu to leave the underwater space where Pluton was placed. Today we will rest in Albana. We will leave Alabasta at noon tomorrow. When Qin Yu brought Nico Robin back to Albana and found Nami and her group who were resting in a hotel, he announced it first without waiting for Nami to ask about Pluton. Where is Pluton? 1.5 Don't you want that thing? Nami asked in a low voice. It's to get that thing, so I will leave Alabasta early tomorrow morning. Qin Yu briefly told Nami about Pluton. You found Pluton but you don't know how to use it. I really didn't expect this. Quote, Nami was stunned when she learned that Qin Yu had found Pluton but could not sail. But when she thought that this was the ancient weapon from 800 years ago, she was relieved. Where do you plan to find a boat maker who can sail Pluton? Water City. Qin Yu uttered 3 words. Chapter 75 It seems that I, the Shichibukai, haven't killed anyone in a long time. 5/10. Please subscribe. 76 374. Chapter 75 It seems that I, the Shichibukai, haven't killed anyone in a long time. 5/10. Please subscribe. Previous. Next. Water City. Is it the island with shipbuilding technology famous in the Grand Line? I heard that the city there is as beautiful as a fairy tale. Nami's eyes lit up, and a hint of expectation suddenly flashed in his eyes. He really knows everything. I just mentioned shipbuilders and scientists to him, and he thought of Water City. Could it be that he already knew that Pluton was made by shipbuilding technicians in Water City 800 years ago? Nico Robin, who was sitting next to him, also glanced at Qin Yu. She couldn't help but secretly wondered, is this man really a newcomer to the Grand Line? How come he knows more about the Grand Line than herself, who has been in the Grand Line since childhood? Just when Qin Yu decided to go to Water City 23 days before tomorrow, the Palace of New World Dressrosa was in an uproar. Dover, something bad happened. As one of the highest cadres of the Don Quixote family, Torapal rushed into Don Quixote Doflamingo's room with an anxious look on his face. Torapal, why are you so panicked? Is there something wrong with the artificial devil fruit? Don Quixote Doflamingo, who had just hung up the phone with 4 Emperors Kaido, felt a little nervous when he saw Torapal's appearance. He had known Torapal for so many years, but this was the first time he saw him lie like this. It's not the artificial devil fruit. It's, Virgo's life card has burned out. Torapal took a breath and said something that made Don Quixote Doflamingo change color. What did you say? Virgo is dead. Didn't he and Ghost Spider go to Alabasta to ambush Qin Yu? In the first half of the Grand Line, no one could kill Virgo under such circumstances. Don Quixote Doflamingo's face instantly became extremely cold. I don't know what happened. After seeing Virgo's life card suddenly turned into ashes, I ran to inform you as soon as possible. Toribel shook his head. Hearing this, Don Quixote Doflamingo immediately took out his Den Den Mushi and made several calls in a row. When he finished the sixth call, he, who had been sitting upright on the chair, suddenly became furious and punched an extremely expensive desk in front of him to pieces. Qin Yu, you dared to kill my Doflamingo family. You were looking for death. Don Quixote Doflamingo stood up and roared in anger that shook the palace. What, Dover, you said that Virgo was killed by the demon Qin Yu. Impossible, that was the lineup of the 3 vice admirals, plus a 7th C. The demons even came to New World, and it was impossible to kill Virgo in the face of such a lineup. After hearing the cause of Virgo's death, Toribel's first reaction was disbelief. Even though Qin Yu had killed 2 vice admirals before, he didn't believe that Qin Yu could kill Virgo under the siege of Shichibukai and the 3 vice admirals. I don't believe it either, but I've asked. The fire burned the mountain, and the ghost spider's life card also burned out. The time when their life cards turned into ashes was almost the same as the time when Virgo died. And I just called Crocodile. He didn't answer the phone. Don Quixote Doflamingo said word by word. Did Qin Yu kill them all? Toribel murmured with a dull face. Demon Qin Yu, good, you are really good. It seems that I, the Shichibukai, really haven't killed anyone for too long. Now even a newcomer dares to kill my Doflamingo people. Don Quixote Doflamingo raised his head and looked at the method of the first half of the Grand Line. At this time, his eyes were full of endless coldness and murderous intent. Toribel, who was standing aside, heard Don Quixote Doflamingo's words, and his heart suddenly shuddered. He knew that the young master of their Don Quixote family was really angry. Although Don Quixote Doflamingo has not taken any action yet, he can already imagine how big a storm the Grand Line will cause because of Don Quixote Doflamingo. In the vast sea of Grand Line, Don Quixote Doflamingo is not the only one who is angry because of Qin Yu. At this time, in the Marshal's office far away in Naval Headquarters Marineford, as the Marshal of Buddha Sengoku, after learning the news of the death of the 3 people in Huoshaoshan, his anger was even greater than Don Quixote Doflamingo. You are a demon Qin Yu, my marine has lost 3 pillars of talent because of you, a small pirate, it is simply unreasonable. Sitting on the Marshal's seat, Sengoku was like an angry marine king at this time, and the conqueror's haki that made the sea tremble suddenly surged out of his body like a raging sea. Facing Sengoku, who was like a raging Buddha, both Akainu, who was stern and iron-blooded admiral, and Kizaru, who was always casual and always late for work and left early, were silent. At this moment, even as the 3 admirals, they did not dare to offend Sengoku. Chapter 76. The Devil Rises and the Buddha Rages. Let Aokiji get rid of him. 6/10. Please subscribe. 77 374. Chapter 76. The Devil Rises and the Buddha Rages. Let Aokiji get rid of him. 6/10. Please subscribe. Previous. Next. Doberman, notify everyone to raise the bounty on the demon Qin Yu from 200 million to 400 million. After venting his anger, Sengoku calmed down a lot, but everyone in the office clearly sensed that a terrifying murderous intent was still lingering on Sengoku. Facing the increasingly arrogant arrogance of the demon Qin Yu in recent days, this Buddha was completely angry. This time, he seemed to be determined not to give up until Qin Yu, the demon, was completely suppressed. Marshal Sengoku, I think simply raising the bounty on the demon is not very effective. In the first half of the Grand Line, I don't think there are any bounty hunters who have the ability to hunt him. After hearing what Sengoku said, Doberman, the elite vice admiral of the headquarters, shook his head. Of course I know that raising the reward will not help solve the problem of the demon. Sengoku said in a cold tone. Doberman, after the reward is issued, you should contact Aokiji immediately. Let him deal with the demon Qin Yu. I don't want to hear any more about the demon Qin Yu in this sea. I see. First, the demon's reputation is boosted by raising the reward, and then Admiral Aokiji will deal with it. This will not only increase the reputation of the admiral of the headquarters with the fame of the demon, but also eliminate the impact of the loss of 3 vice admirals on the prestige of the marine. A cold light flashed in Doberman's eyes. After figuring out the reason why Sengoku raised the reward for the demon Qin Yu, he immediately responded and left the marshal's office to execute Sengoku's order. This time Aokiji will personally take action, and the matter of the demon should be over. Sengoku muttered, and suddenly remembered another thing. HMPH. Damn demon, why did you kill Crocodile when you could kill any other pirate? Hey, I hope the death of a Shichibukai won't break the balance of the 3 major forces. When he thought that the 3 major forces that had been balancing each other for more than 10 years in Grand Line might be broken by Qin Yu alone, Sengoku gnashed his teeth at Qin Yu. As the marshal of the headquarters, he knew very well that once the balance of power was broken, Grand Line would inevitably set off huge waves, and might even lead to the change of times. Facing the tide of the change of times, even naval headquarters, as the strongest of the 3 major forces, could also sink into the sea. On the other side, Qin Yu, who had left Alabasta and was now in the Water City, looking for a shipwright who could help him control the ancient weapon Pluton, did not know that after he killed the 3 vice admirals and Crocodile, both Don Quixote Doflamingo and Marine Marshal Sengoku had set up a terrifying killing situation for him. Who are we going to find now? Nico Robin asked Qin Yu beside him while walking on the streets of the Water City. She found that since this man set foot on the Water City, he has been moving forward with a purpose, not blindly looking for or searching for a shipwright who can help him control Pluton. In her opinion, Qin Bao had already chosen a target early on. Nico Robin, you have been wandering in the sea for so many years, have you ever hated anyone? Or I should ask you, have you ever thought about revenge? Facing Nico Robin's question, Qin Yu not only did not answer, but suddenly threw out a question that caught Nico Robin off guard. Revenge. Haha, for someone who has to rack his brains every day to survive, the word revenge is too far away. Nico Robin was stunned for a moment, and a man suddenly appeared in his mind. Spandine, the man who launched Buster Call to destroy Ohara. Although you said so, I heard hatred from your tone. You don't want to, but you don't have the ability. Although Nico Robin hit it well, with the fierce battles again and again, Qin Yu, who has become more and more powerful in observation hockey, can clearly feel that just now, cold and piercing generosity is entrenched in Nico Robin. Is there a difference? When talking about the past, Nico Robin's mood was obviously a little low. Of course there is. Qin Yu suddenly said something that stunned Nico Robin. As long as you help me start Pluton, I will help you get revenge. Do you know who my enemy is? Nico Robin raised her head suddenly, her beautiful eyes staring at Qin Yu. It is undeniable that at this moment, she was moved by Qin Yu's words. Spandam, is that enough? If not, then add the current Marine Master, Sengoku of Buddha. You may not know that Sengoku was the mastermind behind the destruction of Ohara, and Spandam was just his tool. It was also him who gave Spandam the opportunity to use Buster Call that year. Qin Yu's voice was like the temptation of a devil, step by step triggering the hatred that Nico Robin had buried deep in her heart. Chapter 77. Facing the temptation of the devil, I was tempted. 7/10. Please subscribe. 78 374. Chapter 77. Facing the temptation of the devil, I was tempted. 7/10. Please subscribe. Previous. Next. Are you serious? Nico Robin barely suppressed the hatred that surged in his heart, and then stared at Qin Yu with burning eyes. You just got on board, and your understanding of me is still very limited. You may not believe it, but I don't want to be a pirate at all. But since I have already changed my career, I have to do it thoroughly. Either don't do it, or I will be the best among pirates. After seeing a glimmer of hope in Nico Robin's eyes, Qin Yu's mouth corners suddenly curled slightly. Pirate King, Nico Robin said reflexively after hearing this. Rebel. Qin Yu shook his head, and then uttered two words that made Nico Robin shudder. Is he going to find ancient weapon? So this is his purpose. Nico Robin's pupils suddenly shrank, and waves of shock surged in his heart. Now you should know whether what I asked you just now was a joke or a serious one. Qin Yu looked at Nico Robin with interest. You are truly a demon. But I was tempted by the demon. Nico Robin looked at Qin Yu deeply, then gritted his teeth. As long as you are willing to avenge Ohara and my mother, I will never complain if you ask me to do anything. Then you must be mentally prepared. Maybe revenge, something you never dared to think about before, will happen soon. Qin Yu showed a perplexed smile on his face, then reached out and knocked on the door in front of him. Well, who is looking for me? Frankie. After the knock on the door, a voice with a rather strange tone came from the room, and then the door was opened by a man with a blue airplane head, a very burly upper body, and a slightly thin lower body. Hello, my name is Qin Yu. Qin Yu said to Franjo, who was dressed in front of him, and his appearance was quite strange, but his shipbuilding technology was the best in Grand Line. I don't think I know you. When Frankie heard Qin Yu's name, his eyes narrowed imperceptibly, but soon returned to normal. In 30 seconds, you will be happy to know me. Qin Yu said. 30 seconds. Okay, I'm in a very good mood today, I'll listen to you for 30 seconds. Frankie listened, and a playful look suddenly appeared on his face. Kate Fram, the apprentice of the shipwright Tom, was seriously injured by a sea train when he was young because he wanted to stop the world government from taking Tom away. He was forced to make himself a cyborg. Although you survived, because of Spandam's frame-up, you can only live in this water city under the name of Frankie. Quote, as soon as Qin Yu opened his mouth, the smile on Lanky's face froze. Just when he couldn't help but interrupt, Qin Yu's next sentence made him feel like he was struck by lightning. Your master was wrongly killed, you were also seriously injured, and you can't even live under your real name, Kate Fram. Have you ever thought about revenge? What do you want to say? After Frankie came back to his senses from his daze, he immediately said angrily. I am currently short of a shipwright on my ship. As long as you are willing to work as a shipwright on my ship, I will help you avenge Tom and you. Quote, Qin Yu pointed at Frankie and spoke word by word. Just you. Frankie said disdainfully. Yes, wait for me. Qin Yu raised the corner of his mouth, and without any movement, he disappeared from the spot. Almost at the same time, he came in front of Frankie, stretched out his hand to grab him, and then threw him back. Frankie flew out of the gate and fell to the sky 100 meters high. UBD, what do you want to do to the Super Me? Frankie glanced at the ground below, which was 100 meters away from him, and a hint of tension flashed in his eyes. It's true that he is a cyborg, but it doesn't mean that he can't die from falling. Falling from more than 100 meters high to the ground, even if he doesn't die, he will definitely be seriously injured. Let me show you something interesting. Quote, Qin Yu flashed in front of Frankie, stretched out his hand to hold his shoulder, flashed to an unmanned beach in the water city at a very fast speed, and then put him on the ground. How dare you do this to a super, uncle? Do you really think that super? Frankie is just a name for nothing. After Frankie landed, his face suddenly turned cold, and his right hand suddenly clenched into a fist and hit Qin Yu's abdomen. Strong iron hammer, iron body. With a bang, his right fist hit Qin Yu's abdomen. How come this man's abdomen is harder than steel? Frankie looked at Qin Yu in disbelief. When he punched Qin Yu, it felt harder than hitting steel. You'd better be quiet for a while. Qin Yu stretched out a finger and flicked Frankie's forehead lightly. Boom. Frankie suddenly felt like he was hit by a sea train when he was a child, and the whole person flew backwards nearly 100 meters away. Chapter 78. Is this the weight of the demon Qin Yu? 8/10. Please subscribe. 79 374. Chapter 78. Is this the weight of the demon Qin Yu? 8/10. Please subscribe. Previous. Next. Is this the weight of a demon? The bounty of 400 million is really not a bit of water. When Frankie got up from the ground, his face was already full of horror. He knew that Qin Yu had shown mercy to the ultimate level in that attack just now, otherwise, that finger would not have bounced him away, but would have exploded his head. Frankie, weren't you questioning my ability just now? Then you have to see clearly. After Frankie looked over, Qin Yu immediately opened his right hand and aimed at an island with a diameter of more than 100 meters in the distant sea. As a ray of white light bloomed in his palm, a wave of qigong shot out and hit an island hundreds of meters away. Boom. Under Frankie's dull eyes, a huge ball of light suddenly covered the island, and the next moment, a huge explosion instantly dismembered the entire island into countless pieces. I will stay in the water city until the end of 12 o'clock tonight. If you figure it out, come to me. I think with your spies in the water city, it shouldn't be difficult to find me. Quote. Qin Yu patted Frankie's shoulder, awakening him from his daze, and then he walked away, leaving Frankie standing quietly on the beach with a gloomy face. That night, except for Dory and Raji who stayed at the dock to guard the boat, Qin Yu and others who had been strolling in the water city for a day came to a very famous local bar. When Qin Yu walked through the door and stepped into the bar, the originally bustling bar suddenly became quiet. When the pirates and bounty hunters who were surrounding the bar counter saw him, their faces changed drastically. The pirates and bounty hunters who were still bragging, singing loudly and drinking unscrupulously were staring at him intently. That's him. Yes, he is the demon Qin Yu with a bounty of 400 million berries. The man who killed Shichibukai crocodile and Marine Vice Admiral. It is said that he ate the devil fruit, a mythical beast species that is rarer than Logia. Quote. If it was before, facing a bunch of pirates whispering in front of him, he and Nami would have been hunting and counting money. But now he has changed his career to become a pirate, as long as they don't make trouble in front of him and don't bother him, he is too lazy to help Marine as a free cleaner. It's almost 12 o'clock. If Frankie doesn't come in the end, what are you going to do? Nami, who had been walking around the water city for a day, was obviously a little tired. After sitting down at a table, she drank a bottle of drink in one breath before speaking. He will come. Qin Yu leaned back in his chair and said with a look of certainty. What if he doesn't come? Perhaps because he opened his heart a little and talked to Qin Yu today, Nico Robin's tone of voice was less honorific and more intimate. No ifs. Qin Yu shook his head. Are you so sure? Nami looked at Qin Yu with a little surprise. Turning around and looking at the door of the bar, you will know why I am so sure. Qin Yu glanced in the direction of the door of the bar. Is he Frankie? Nami turned around and immediately saw a strange man with a strange look, a crew cut, and only black underwear walking towards them. If I agree to be your shipwright, what will you do? ... Please give me flowers. Frankie sat down on the chair opposite Qin Yu. If I answer this question with words, it will not be convincing. I think it's better for you to see it with your own eyes. Qin Yu flicked his finger, and a bottle of Coke placed in the middle of the table immediately fell into Frankie's hand. What do you mean? Frankie drank the Coke in his hand in one gulp, and then asked seriously. It means literally. Qin Yu took out 5,000 berries from his pocket and put them on the table, then stood up and walked towards the door of the bar. Follow me and you will know. Frankie gritted his teeth, and then followed Qin Yu out of the bar. But Frankie didn't see that after he stepped out of the bar door, the bar owner who was originally standing on the bar in the distance and had a hairstyle like two bullhorns also quickly left the bar and sat in a room located in the basement of the bar. Frankie is very likely to board the ship of the demon Qin Yu. Based on the clues we have investigated so far, he is very likely to be the rumored dead Cat Fram. If he is really Kate Fram, then what we are looking for is very likely on him. Single quote. Although it is not certain that Frankie is Kate Fram, as long as there is a 1 in 10,000 chance, it is absolutely impossible for him to board the demon's ship. As soon as the bar owner came in, he immediately discussed with the 2 men and 1 woman who had been waiting for him in the room. After a brief discussion and a decision, the 4 of them immediately put on masks, left the bar through an underground passage, and flew towards the dock of the water city. Chapter 79. The one who has the final say here is not you, but me. 9/10. Please subscribe. 8374. Chapter 79. The one who has the final say here is not you, but me. 9/10. Please subscribe. Previous. Next. Hey, where are you taking me? After leaving the bar, Frankie, who had been walking with Qin Yu for half an hour, could no longer suppress his curiosity and asked Qin Yu directly. Any's lobby, Qin Yu said as he walked. Are you crazy? That is the island that never sleeps set up by the world government. No one has ever walked out alive after entering there. Frankie said excitedly. I'm not asking you to go in, you just need to stand at the door and watch. Qin Yu said in a very casual tone. It seems that in his eyes, Eni's lobby is not a dangerous place, but a fairy tale city like the Water City. I won't go crazy with you. Frankie subconsciously recalled the scene of Tom being taken to Eni's lobby by the sea train. 23 inches when you were a child, you dared to stop the sea train with your body. Now that you have grown up, how come you don't even have the courage to stand at the door of Eni's lobby and watch Tom's enemies die? Qin Yu walked towards the place where his battleship was docked without stopping. Who said that I dare not go to the super, powerful one? Frankie, who had stopped walking, blushed and followed Qin Yu when he heard Qin Yu say this. Isn't it just Eni's lobby? It's not like I haven't been there before. Just when Frankie jumped over Qin Yu with big strides and wanted to walk in front to show his courage, Qin Yu suddenly stopped. Not only him, but also Roronoa Zoro and Nico Robin stopped. What's wrong? Didn't you say you would take me to Eni's lobby? Are you trying to back off? Frankie saw Qin Yu and his group stopped and couldn't help but sneered. Do you want to get out of here on your own initiative, or do you want me to pull you out myself? Qin Yu ignored Frankie and turned to look at a house not far away that was shrouded in darkness. As soon as he finished speaking, 4 masked figures, who were completely unclear whether they were men or women, suddenly flashed from behind the house and came to them. Demon Qin Yu, we have no intention of being your enemy. As long as you leave Frankie behind, you can leave. The man who was the leader of the 4 said. Hee hee. Qin Yu shook his head and laughed. I suggest you better distinguish between the banker and the idler before you speak. The person who has the final say here is not you, but me. While his laughter was still echoing in the air, he had already come to the man who had just spoken, stretched out his hand to pinch his neck, and lifted him up into the air. Finger pistol. Although the man who was lifted up in the air was shocked by Qin Yu's speed, his reaction was also extraordinary. Almost the moment he was lifted up by Qin Yu, he raised his index finger and stabbed Qin Yu's heart. Bang. Crack. But what he found unbelievable was that when the finger pistol, which had always been successful in the past, hit Qin Yu's left chest, it was like stabbing a piece of steel weighing tens of tons. Not only did his finger not pierce Qin Yu's skin, but when his finger poked Qin Yu's body, there was even a sound of bone fracture. Finger pistol. Let me teach you what finger pistol is. Qin Yu raised his right index finger, and with a bang, it penetrated the abdomen of the man in front of him like a sniper bullet. With just one finger, the man's abdomen was completely pierced. Tempest kick. Iron body wheel. Seeing their companions being severely injured by Qin Yu's attack, the other 3 were shocked by Qin Yu's strength, but they did not intend to abandon their companions and escape alone. 2 of them teamed up to kick Qin Yu with a 10-meter-long vacuum slash. At the same time, the most burly of the 4 performed a shave, flashed to Qin Yu's back, and kicked Qin Yu's back with a high-speed vertical rotation. Clang crack. It's a pity that their slashes and kicks fell on Qin Yu, like a piece of tofu hitting the wall. The vacuum slash was shattered instantly. The right foot that kicked Qin Yu's back was shattered on the spot. How could this happen? Although the 3 people were wearing masks, Nami 707 and others standing by could imagine that their faces under the masks must be filled with deep shock at this time. What a weak Lu Shi. Quote. Qin Yu raised his hand and pressed it, and the energy gathered in his palm exploded instantly. The 4 people standing in front of him were beaten so hard that their masks were broken, and they vomited blood and flew backwards. Lucci, Khalifa, Bluno and Yukaku. What game are you 4 playing? When Frankie, who had been wondering who was targeting him, saw the appearance of the 4 people in front of him clearly, 4 names suddenly came out of his mouth. CP9. That's all. Qin Yu's indifferent eyes swept over the 4 people in front of him. You know our identities, but you still dare to stop us from arresting Frankie. Do you want to be an enemy of the world government? Rob Lucci covered his pierced abdomen and stared at Qin Bao with an ugly face. If I say yes, what are you going to do? Qin Yu looked at Rob Lucci and others with a playful look, who were horrified by his words. Chapter 80. The Tuition Fee of the 6 Kings Spear. Your life 10 out of 10, please subscribe. 81 374. Chapter 80. The Tuition Fee of the 6 Kings Spear. Your life 10 out of 10, please subscribe. Previous. Next. You will regret it. Rob Lucci looked at Qin Yu deeply, and then whispered, retreat. Come as you like, leave as you like. This is not your Eni's lobby. Just as the 4 wanted to use the 6-style shaving to retreat, Qin Yu stretched out his hand and pointed at the void. A pink beam instantly pierced the heart of Bluno, who was unable to move due to a comminuted fracture of his right foot. Bluno. Seeing Bluno, who grew up together, suddenly die in front of them, Rob Lucci and the other 2's faces changed instantly. You guys go, I'll cover you. Although Rob Lucci wanted to join forces with others to avenge Bluno, after the brief teaching just now, he already knew that their CP9 and Qin Yu were not opponents of the same level. At this time, if they don't leave, they may be wiped out here tonight. After he finished speaking, he didn't give Kaku and Khalifa a chance to say more, and his body suddenly turned into a murderous, burly and strong leopard man, and then flew towards Qin Yu. Lucci. Kaku saw Rob Lucci's move and immediately reached out to grab him. But unfortunately, his right hand had just stretched out, and Rob Lucci had already pounced on Qin Shui. Go! Rob Lucci, who turned into a leopard man, roared without looking back, and immediately flashed behind Qin Yu at a teleportation speed, wrapped his tail around his body, and then pushed his hands forward. 6 styles the biggest round 6 King's Spear. Bang! Just as Rob Lucci when Lucci mobilized all his strength and wanted to release the strongest 6 King's Spear, he suddenly found that his eyes went dark and his face tightened. Before he could react, Qin Yu had already reached out and pressed his face, and then pressed it hard on the ground with his backhand. When he reacted, his whole head was deeply buried in the ground. This is how to use the 6 King's Spear. Qin Yu pressed Rob Lucci's right hand on the back of his head and suddenly stirred up a terrifying shock wave. Ah! With a bang, Rob Lucci, who was still struggling on the ground and trying to get up, was penetrated by the shock wave shot out from Qin Yu's palm. His body suddenly stiffened and then twitched on the ground. The next second, he was like a soft-skinned snake with its bones pulled out, and the whole person was drooping on the ground, without any trace of struggle. Your life is the tuition for me to teach you how to use the 6 King's Spear. Qin Yu slowly retracted his right hand that was pressing on the back of Rob Lucci's head. As for Rob Lucci, who was lying in the deep pit and was known as the strongest of CP 9,800 years ago, he never looked at him again. After being hit by the 6 King's Spear, let alone Rob Lucci's fruit ability has not awakened yet, even if it has awakened, his brain will still be crushed into paste. Lucci, Kaku, who was standing aside, saw Rob Lucci lying motionless in the deep pit. He only felt a bang in his brain, as if a bomb exploded, and his whole mind fell into a stagnation. Where did you steal our CP9 Superman 6 styles? Khalifa saw this scene, and her cold and beautiful face was now bloodless with fear. She never expected that Rob Lucci, the most powerful of CP9, could not get through Qin Fengfeng's car for 10 rounds after transforming into a leopard man. What made her even more unacceptable was that Qin Yu could use the naval headquarters' untransmitted physical skills like them, 6 styles. Even the level of 6 styles is far superior to those CP9 members who have been practicing 6 styles since childhood. Learn from stealing. Do you think too highly of your Marine 6 styles, or underestimate me? This kind of physical skills does not need to be learned from stealing. I only need to watch you perform it openly once, and I can learn it. As soon as Qin Yu finished speaking, he raised his foot and kicked Kaku next to Khalifa. Kaku. Khalifa saw Kaku standing there blankly as if he had lost his soul, and immediately shouted anxiously. Swish. Ah! When Khalifa woke up from Khalifa's shout, Kaku found that a huge vacuum slash of dozens of meters had flown in front of him. It was too late for him to dodge at this time. In a hurry, he could only use Iron Body to resist. Unfortunately, after his Iron Body, which he thought was indestructible, met Qin Yu's Tempest Kick, his body was immediately cut in half by the oncoming vacuum slash like tofu. Kaku, Wong Li's. Khalifa immediately ran to the front of Kaku whose body was broken in half. At this moment, she, the superwoman in CP9, was so anxious that her pretty face turned pale and her forehead was covered with cold sweat. Seeing that her powerful companions fell in a pool of blood one after another, her heart was as chaotic as an ant on a hot pot. Hurry, don't worry about the mission anymore. Khalifa, Kaku said to Khalifa with difficulty. Puff. Just as he managed to say a word, a thin pink qigong wave like a laser had already pierced through his heart. No, seeing that even the last companion Kaku died in front of him, Khalifa suddenly sat down on the ground powerlessly. Chapter 81 A Giant Who Can't Do Hockey. Just a high-level target, 1/5, please subscribe. 82 374ths. Chapter 81 A Giant Who Can't Do Hockey. Just a high-level target, 1/5, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Hey, you don't want to kill her too. Seeing Qin Yu raise his finger and point at Khalifa, Frankie said with a little reluctance. Although he had seen that Rob Lucci and others had a questionable background, and they came to him tonight with bad intentions, they knew each other after all. Seeing these people die one after another in front of him, he couldn't help but feel compassion. If you knew why they came to find you, and what would happen to you after they took you away, I think you wouldn't have that bit of pity. Quote, Qin Yu saw Khalifa's empty, lifeless face, but when she looked at him, she showed a piercing hatred. He knew that this woman could not be kept. Although he also admitted that this woman was a talent for intelligence members, if she could be used by him, it would definitely bring huge returns, but he knew even more clearly that these spies trained by the world government would not join him as a pirate. Not to mention that he just killed Khalifa's 3 companions. Wait, just when Qin Yu was about to raise his hand to kill Khalifa with a qigong wave, Nico Robin, who was standing aside, suddenly came over and put his hand on Qin Yu's index finger. You won't tell me that you also feel sympathy for her, right? You should know the identities of the 4 of them. Quote, Qin Yu looked at Nico Robin with a little surprise. If it was Nami who stopped him, then he would not be an exception. After all, Nami herself has a kind heart, otherwise when he met Hyan in East Blue, Nami would not have tried her best to save him, a stranger. But now, after knowing that Khalifa is CP9, Nami did not come out to dissuade her, but Nico Robin, who had experienced the ups and downs of life since childhood and could hardly see the light, came out. CDDH, I just think that they are here to find Frankie after all. Even if you want to kill him, at least let Frankie know their intentions. Quote, Nico Robin explained calmly. You are still careful. Qin Yu glanced at Frankie, and instantly understood Nico Robin's intention. He knew that Nico Robin did this to avoid Frankie, who had just boarded the ship, from having any resistance to him, or even to leave a gap. Come to think of it, Frankie is not a ruthless person. In addition, he knew the identities and purposes of CP9 and others, but Frankie didn't know. If Khalifa was killed in front of Frankie at this time, Frankie would inevitably have a bad impression of him. Thinking of this, he felt that the decision to give up absorbing Nico Robin in Alabasta was indeed right. The value of this woman is indeed far more than just being able to translate the historical text. Once she is absorbed, Qin Yu will only get the ability to understand the historical text, but he will lose an almost omnipotent, careful, and considerate assistant. Leave her to me. As a captain, you can't do everything yourself. Otherwise, the other crew members will have no chance to show their value. Quote, Nico Robin used his fruit power to transform into 8 hands and took Khalifa on board, then put handcuffs on her hands and feet. Captain, this ship is really good, both in terms of space and firepower. It can even accommodate our giants easily. But we are pirates, and it always feels a bit strange to use marine warships. Quote, after seeing Qin Yu board the ship, Dory, who had been in charge of guarding the ship, immediately walked over with heavy steps. Soon, our new ship will be in this sea soon. By then, I promise you will like the new ship. Quote, Qin Yu thought that Frankie had already boarded the ship, and there was no obstacle for ancient weapon, Pluton to return to this sea, so a glimmer of expectation flashed in his eyes. Before that, you just have to make do with this Buster Call battleship first. After he killed the 3 vice admirals in Alabasta, in order to be able to carry the 2 giants Dory and Brigitte, he simply took the Buster Call battleship that Ghost Spider and the others drove to Alabasta. Whether it was the seastone handcuffs Nico Robin used just now, or the permanent pointer that led them to the Water City, they were all obtained from this Buster Call battleship. A new ship. This is really exciting. When Brigitte, who came with Dory, heard what Qin Yu said, he also showed an excited smile on his face. Although he didn't know about Pluton, Qin Yu also implicitly mentioned to them that the new ship would be a ship larger than the Buster Call under their feet. Call warships are more magnificent than warships. For the giants, cannons, firepower, and ship speed are secondary. The most important thing is the space of the ship. Don't expect it yet. Let me ask you, have you mastered armament hockey? Qin Yu said to Dory and Brawley. This thing is really hard to master. Brigitte and Dory heard this and smiled bitterly with a little embarrassment. It is true that the giants have an overwhelming advantage in physique and strength compared to ordinary people. But facing a real master, you who don't know hockey are just a high-level target. Not to mention the admiral of the headquarters, even if you pull out a vice admiral, you can be pressed to the ground and rubbed. Qin Yu warned. Chapter 82 You almost became a part of me, 2/5, please subscribe. 83 374. Chapter 82 You almost became a part of me, 2/5, please subscribe. Previous. Next. After a period of getting along, Qin Yu has a certain understanding of the giants. These giants who value honor and force above all else have a blind confidence in their bodies and strength. Whether it is Dory or Brigitte, they often only focus on the advantages of the body and hardly pay attention to hockey. In fact, in this sea, most giants have the same common problem as Brigitte and Dory. They pay too much attention to their own physique and strength, and ignore the practice of hockey. That is why, after inviting Dory and Brigitte aboard the ship, he immediately asked them to learn hockey as the captain. After all, in Qin Yu's view, only the giants who can use hockey are the real first strong tribe of the Grand Line. The giants who can't use hockey can fight marines below Vice Admiral, but once they encounter Vice Admiral or Logia ability users, they can only be pressed to the ground. We will work hard. Facing Qin Yu's warning, Brigitte and Dory looked at each other and nodded very honestly. There is no way. Before they didn't pay attention to hockey, they were often beaten by Qin Yu. Fortunately, after being beaten again and again, the two of them may have a correct understanding of hockey, and finally Qin Yu beat them to enlightenment. They no longer focus on physical training and ignore hockey training as they did in the past. Great. There is a record pointer pointing to Eni's lobby in this warship. In this way, we don't have to follow the track of the sea train, and we can completely avoid the possibility of being discovered by Marine on the way to Eni's lobby. At this time, Nami's cheerful voice suddenly came from behind. It doesn't matter even if we are discovered. Qin Yu didn't care much about it. Of course, troubles are as few as possible. Quote, Nami rolled her eyes at Qin Yu, then said to Dory and Brigitte. What are you two still standing there for? Why don't you go and start the boat? Yes. After hearing her words, Brigitte and Dory immediately went to start the boat with a smile on their faces. The reason why they obeyed Nami was not only because Nami was spoiled to the core by the captain Qin Yu, and was equivalent to a princess on the ship, but also because they both liked Nami, a navigator with a bright smile. Just as Nami started the warship and sailed towards Eni's lobby, Nico Robin suddenly walked to Qin Yu, who was standing at the bow and looking towards Eni's lobby. Has the problem of Khalifa been solved? Qin Yu, who always had observation hockey turned on, didn't need to look back, and he already knew who Nico Robin was. There are many ways to solve her, it depends on what kind of result you want. Nico Robin said, you should know what I want most. After all, you almost became a part of me at the beginning. Quote, Qin Yu glanced at Nico Robin, and seeing her calm and elegant appearance, a wicked smile suddenly appeared on his face. Please, your joke is not funny at all. Although Nico Robin knew that Qin Yu was teasing her, she couldn't help shuddering when she thought of the scene when she was almost absorbed by Qin Yu. She was no longer elegant and noble. Hee, I didn't expect you to be so frightened. Seeing Nico Robin's pitiful appearance, Qin Yu laughed immediately. It's not that I have a poor psychological quality, but Mr. Demon, your methods are too terrifying. Dot 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 dot. Nico Robin glared at Qin Yu unhappily, and then said, I racked my brains to help you think of a best of both worlds method just now, but I didn't expect that you would repay me like this when I came here. Okay, I'm not good this time. I won't scare you with this topic anymore, is that okay? Qin Yu immediately stopped smiling when he heard Nico Robin say there was a way to have the best of both worlds. That's more like it. Nico Robin breathed a sigh of relief, adjusted his mood, and returned to his usual elegance and noble demeanor before saying, 0. Although you are quite disdainful of CP9's strength, I can still see that you actually admire their abilities. It's just that you were limited by your identity as a pirate and their loyalty to the world government, so you didn't hesitate to kill them. Khalifa is indeed a talent, but I don't care whether she is dead or alive. I only care about Pluton and Frankie, the shipwright. Quote. Qin Yu shook his head. What if I have a way to let you conquer Frankie, the shipbuilder, and Khalifa, the spy, at the same time? Nico Robin showed a confident smile. Are you sure? Qin Yu looked at Nico Robin with surprise when he heard this. The premise is that you have to tell me what you will do after you arrive at Eni's lobby. Nico Robin asked instead of answering. I think you will like my approach too. Qin Yu saw the inquiry in Nico Robin's eyes, so he lowered his head and whispered a word in her ear that only she could hear. Chapter 83 Kamehameha. Erasing Eni's lobby and Spandam, 3/5, please subscribe. 84 374. Chapter 83 Kamehameha. Erasing Eni's lobby and Spandam, 3/5, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Are you really going to do this? After hearing Qin Yu's whisper, Nico Robin couldn't help showing a hint of horror on her face, although she had guessed it in her heart. Isn't this great? You help me get Frankie and Khalifa at the same time. And I help you and Frankie get revenge at the same time. Although Qin Yu's face was full of smiles, Nicole Lingshi saw that Qin Yu's eyes were gathering cold murderous intent. Just for what you said, Mr. Demon, I will definitely make you get what you want. Nico Robin thought of O'Hara's tragedy, and a hint of hatred flashed in his eyes. 197, I'll wait for your good news. Qin Yu looked at Nico Robin's back as he walked towards Khalifa, and the smile on his face became more intense. I really like you more and more, Nico Robin. You were really right, your value is indeed not just translating historical texts. As for what Nico Robin was going to do, Qin Yu did not explore it, but let her do it directly. With Nico Robin as his assistant, Qin Yu no longer had to worry about other things, and he looked back at Eni's lobby in the distance. When he thought about going to that island and getting all of this, a hint of excitement gradually emerged in his eyes. Although the speed of the Buster Call battleship was not as fast as the sea train, the distance between Eni's lobby and the water city was not far. Qin Yu and others only sailed on the sea for half a day, and found that the night sky began to turn into daytime, and at the same time, the outline of a giant island surrounded by iron fences also appeared faintly in their sight. Seeing all this, everyone knew that the island that never sleeps, Eni's lobby had arrived. Hey, you said to let me come with you to Eni's lobby. Now I'm here with you. You're not going to let me revisit the old place and then go back to the water city, are you? Seeing Eni's lobby so close, Frankie's mind would occasionally emerge with the scenes of Tom being taken away and him being hit by the sea train. These memories that he had suppressed for many years kept reappearing, making him feel worse and worse. See clearly, every tree, every building, and even everything in Eni's lobby, you and I should open our eyes and see clearly. Qin Yu said to Frankie meaningfully. Humph, what's so good about this damn place? Frankie said this, but his eyes still fell on Eni's lobby. Obviously, he was really more and more curious about what Qin Yu was planning. Not only Frankie, but also you, Nicole. See clearly, it will be difficult for you to see this Eni's lobby again in the future. Quote. Qin Yu glanced at Nico Robin standing at the bow, and then under the surprised, curious, and puzzled eyes of most people, his body slowly rose into the air, and when he rose to a height high enough to overlook the entire Eni's lobby, his body stagnated in the void. Can he still fly? Frankie widened his eyes. Although he had seen CP9 perform moonwalk, he knew very well that Qin Yu's feet were not stepping on the air at all. Rorno Azoro and others looked at Nami, and even Nico Robin, who already knew Qin Yu's plan, set his eyes on Nami. What are you looking at me for? I just found out that he can fly now. Nami saw that everyone was looking at her with inquiring eyes, and she said unhappily. Frankie, this is where your master Tom was executed, and it is also the residents of Spandam who ordered Tom's execution. I think you don't want to see Eni's lobby or Spandam anymore. Qin Yu slowly transformed into Majin Buu under Frankie's shocked gaze. Then I will completely wipe out Eni's lobby and Spandam from the Grand Line. As soon as the voice fell, a dazzling light pink flame suddenly gushed out from Qin Yu's body. As he raised the energy in his body bit by bit, the blazing light pink flame began to gradually turn pink. When he raised his energy to ultimate and his whole body's energy turned bright pink, he slowly formed his hands into a calyx shape and placed them on his waist. Kamaha, swish. A series of dazzling blue beams that made the sky of Eni's lobby, which never had a night, pale in comparison suddenly burst out, and then circled around Qin Yu's palm and kept spinning. As the blue beams rotated, the palms of his two hands quickly condensed into a blue-white ball of light that seemed to be the intention of heaven and earth. Can he really wipe out the entire Eni's lobby with one strike? When Nami and others below saw Qin Yu's actions, they couldn't help but widen their eyes. Is he serious? Frankie slowly took off the sunglasses on his nose, and then looked at Qin Yu with burning eyes. At this moment, an idea actually emerged in his mind. If he really dares to help Mr. Tom take revenge despite the world's disapproval, then why not let me, Frankie, get on his boat? Chapter 84 This Kamehameha is my answer to you, 4/5. Please subscribe. 85 374. Chapter 84 This Kamehameha is my answer to you, 4/5. Please subscribe. Previous. Next. Not enough. Suspended in the air, Qin Yu frowned slightly as he gathered the chi in his palm. Gathering such chi, the power is certainly huge, but it still does not meet his expectations. Thinking of this, his body began to gradually emit bursts of pink mist, and the pink skin on his body seemed to be covered with a layer of luster. At the same time, his muscles began to swell. Originally, the Majin Buu that Qin Yu transformed into was the appearance of Little Buu. But now that his muscles have expanded, he has become like Little Buu who absorbed the South Kai in Dragon Ball. His muscles have expanded and become extremely strong. Although the speed will drop a lot after the muscles are extremely expanded, the chi is indeed much higher than normal. Feeling the changes in the chi in his body, Qin Yu's eyes suddenly flashed with a gleam of light. Without any hesitation, he instantly gathered all the chi in his body in his hands. Swish. As a large amount of chi gathered on the blue light ball in the palm of Qin Yu's hand suddenly expanded by nearly twice as much as before. Not only that, in addition to the huge blue light pillars that shot straight into the sky around the light ball, blue electric sparks that were visible to the naked eye gradually flashed. Frankie, before leaving the water city, you once asked me, if you were my shipwright, what would I do? This Kamehameha is my answer to you. Qin Yu shouted to the sky, and then under the gaze of Frankie, who was trembling with excitement, he violently pushed the blue light ball in his abdomen towards Eni's lobby below. Boom. When Qin Yu pushed out Kamehameha with both hands, the blue light ball in his hands instantly turned into a huge blue qigong wave that seemed to split the sky and the sea in half. The moment this qigong wave gushed out from Qin Yu's hands, it immediately hit Eni's lobby from high in the sky like a meteor, dragging a blue-white starlight tail. What is that? When Qin Yu suddenly appeared in the sky above Eni's lobby, many Marines on the island had already noticed his presence. But before they could react and organize an offensive, Qin Yu had already condensed Kamehameha in an instant and blasted towards Eni's lobby. Enemy attack. No, run. At this time, everyone in Eni's lobby was panicked and no longer had any resistance. They could only run around like blind flies. But their panicked actions and confused expressions soon solidified. When Kamehameha fell and hit Eni's lobby, it turned into a huge blue-white energy ball that was enough to swallow everyone, and almost everyone in Eni's lobby froze. Once the terrifying power contained in Kamehameha erupted, countless marines and buildings were instantly turned into nothingness on the spot. As the blue-white energy ball continued to spread around Eni's lobby, the entire island began to shake continuously. The famous buildings in Eni's lobby began to collapse one by one. First, the passage connecting the front island and the main island, hanging on the huge waterfall, collapsed instantly under the violent vibration. Then the Judgment House on the main island was affected by the blue energy ball and turned into dust in an instant. Finally, the Tower of Justice where CP9 and Spandam lived, and the most famous Bridge of Hesitation, all collapsed layer by layer under the spreading Kamehameha, and finally turned into nothing. A minute later, the huge blue energy ball that almost enveloped the huge Eni's lobby, and the thick smoke that covered the sky and the sun completely dissipated, and bursts of gas suddenly came from the marine battleship. Nami and others standing on the marine battleship looked around and saw that the Eni's lobby, which was still majestic and towering above the sea a minute ago, had disappeared. The front island, the main island, the death footprint, and the hesitation bridge that make up Eni's lobby, as well as all the marines and government personnel on the island, have all disappeared, leaving only a huge pit. If there were not some broken bricks and tiles in the pit, Nami and others would not even believe that the world-famous Eni's lobby was located on this 070 island a minute ago. He really did it. Nico Robin looked at Qin Yu, who was suspended in the air like a god, with burning eyes. Although she had already learned in advance on the way to Eni's lobby that Qin Yu would destroy the entire Eni's lobby as a bargaining chip to recruit Frankie. But when she saw it all happen, she was still shocked and excited. Today he can help Frankie get revenge and destroy Eni's lobby. Then what he said before to help me get revenge is true. This time it's Eni's lobby, and next time it's naval headquarters. I will do the same to Marineford as Marine destroyed O'Hara that day. Qin Yu descended from the void, met Nico Robin's eyes full of anxiety, hope, and desire, and said word by word. I'll wait and see. Nico Robin wiped away the imperceptible water in the corner of his eyes, and nodded deeply to Qin Yu. Chapter 85 I didn't expect you to do something so suicidal, 5/5, please subscribe. 86 374. Chapter 85 I didn't expect you to do something so suicidal, 5/5, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Mr. Tom, did you see it? The place where you were persecuted to death, that damn Spandam has disappeared. Standing on the bow, Frankie looked at the remains of Eni's lobby that Qin Yu had completely wiped out from the Grand Line, and clenched his fists excitedly. When he looked up at Qin Yu who fell from the sky and landed on the deck again, there was already a touch of gratitude and recognition in his eyes. Jabra, Weichu, Fukuro. Compared to Frankie's joyful excitement, Khalifa's face was also full of encouragement at this time. But her excitement was anger, sadness, and powerlessness. At first, She didn't believe that Qin Yu could destroy Eni's lobby, but when she saw Qin Yu condensing Kamehameha in the sky, her heart began to fear. She felt that the scene she least wanted to see was likely to appear. Sure enough, a minute later, the place where she used to work and live, as well as her remaining companions, all disappeared under Qin Yu's Kamehameha. You lied to me. After calling his companion's name several times without any response, Khalifa could no longer hold back and rushed to Qin Yu. Nico Robin clearly told me that as long as I surrendered and obeyed you from now on, you would spare my companions in Eni's lobby and give them a chance to leave Eni's lobby alive. Why did you go back on your word? Why did you lie to me? Eni's lobby is destroyed, Spandam is dead, but it does not mean that the CP9 on the island are also dead. Facing Khalifa, who rushed over and bared his teeth like an angry lioness, Qin Yu said calmly. You still want to deceive me? Under such an attack, the entire Eni's lobby has been destroyed. How could they still survive? Khalifa glared at Qin Yu with a mocking look on his face. Although the CP9 members in Eni's lobby were stronger than her, after witnessing the power of Qin Yu's Kamehameha, she didn't think Jabra and others could escape death under Qin Yu's Kamehameha. Wait for me here, Qin Yu first said to Nami and others, then lifted Khalifa's arm and flew into the sky, flying to the original location of the Tower of Justice. When the two came to the ruins of the Tower of Justice, there was only a dilapidated ruin left. Where are they? Khalifa stared at Qin Yu intently. Qin Yu didn't speak, but raised his hand and pushed forward, and an invisible impact instantly blew away a large area of rubble and tiles in front of him. Jabra, Fukuro, Fukuro. Khalifa looked down and immediately found three familiar figures lying quietly in a pool of blood. Seeing the only three remaining companions, she hurried over. When she found that although Jabra and the others were covered in blood and looked seriously injured, their breathing was relatively stable and they were not in danger of life, she couldn't help but breathe a long sigh of relief. It's you, Khalifa. Why are you here? You should be on a mission at this time. Jabra, who had the highest Dao power among the three remaining CP9 members and had eaten the Zoan Devil Fruit, may have noticed someone in front of him and woke up quickly. When he opened his eyes and saw Khalifa standing in front of him, he was happy at first, but immediately turned into doubt. The mission has failed, and from today on I am no longer a member of CP9. Khalifa looked at Qin Yu cautiously, and then said to Jabra as if he was risking his life. What, are you crazy? Don't you know that you will be hunted down to death by the world government if you do this? Tell me, is there anyone forcing you? Jabra wanted to stand up excitedly. With the recovery ability of the Zoan Devil Fruit, he quickly stood up by force. No one forced me, this is my own choice. Khalifa shook her head. Do you have any difficulties? Tell me, I will definitely help you find a solution. Jabra stared at Khalifa, as if to see through her true thoughts. Enough, Jabra, I'll say it again for the last time, this is my decision, don't interfere. Now Eni's lobby has been destroyed, and CP9 is left with only a few of you. What you should do is not to ask me the reason, but to take Fukuro and the others away from here. Khalifa saw Jabra constantly testing the edge of death, and she quickly scolded her. Only a few of us are left. You, no Zhao, appear here. Could it be that Lu Qi and the others are all dead? Jabra's face changed suddenly, and then he suddenly changed from a human to a werewolf, and then stared at Qin Yu not far away with his fierce wolf eyes. Lu Qi's death, and Khalifa said that he would quit CP9, are all related to you. Boy, if you don't explain clearly, you can't leave here today. It's bad. Khalifa's pupils suddenly shrank when he saw Jabra's actions. It's really surprising. I didn't expect you to do such a suicidal act. Qin Yu seemed to be angry because of Jabra's words, and his right hand suddenly opened, and a pink ball condensed into shape in an instant. Chapter 86 Either I Die or She Dies 1/5, please subscribe. 87 374. Chapter 86 Either I Die or She Dies 1/5, please subscribe. Previous. Next. You destroyed Eni's lobby. When Jabra, who had a fierce face, saw the Qigong bullet in Qin Yu's hand, his face was instantly filled with horror. Facing Jabra with a horrified face, Qin Yu said nothing, and directly raised his hand and pushed it. The pink light ball in his palm immediately turned into a Qigong wave and shot out in the direction of Jabra. Khalifa rushed over. It's a pity that her speed is really not worth mentioning in front of Qin Yu's Qigong bullet. She just performed it, and her figure just flashed out, and the Qigong wave had already flown in front of Jabra. It's over. When Jabra and Khalifa saw this scene, they both closed their eyes helplessly. Just when one of them closed his eyes and waited for death, and the other couldn't bear to see his companion die, the expected screams and huge explosions did not appear. Is it okay? The two people, who were full of doubts and confusion in their hearts, opened their eyes nervously when 913 was down. As soon as they opened their eyes, they found that although Qin Yu's Qigong wave was shooting towards Jabra's direction, it passed by him when it was about to hit Jabra and continued to fly away. Did it miss? Jabra couldn't help but have a thought in his mind. With his strength, it is impossible for him to miss. The only explanation is that his target was not Jabra from the beginning. Khalifa, who had faced Qin Yu and personally experienced how powerful he was, reacted immediately. Just as Khalifa turned his head to look at the direction where the Qigong wave was shooting out, secretly speculating in his heart who Qin Yu was going to attack, Nami, who was in the warship docked in the waters near Eni's lobby and was listening to Frankie's story about his grievances with the world government and Spandam, suddenly heard an urgent cold shout in her ear. Nami, get down. Standing on the side of the deck, Rorno Azoro, who was practicing sword, seemed to sense something, and a trace of surprise and anger appeared on his face, and then he instantly pulled out the third-generation Ghost Chaiyan Snow Walker from his waist. In a flash, he swung 3 swords fiercely, releasing 3 tornado-like slashes, soaring towards Nami. Bellyband man, what do you want to do? Frankie, who was sitting opposite Nami, saw Roronoa Zoro's actions for the first time, and his face immediately showed a trace of anger. Although he and Nami just met today, they got along surprisingly well. Not to mention that Qin Yu had just helped him get revenge not long ago. Whether it was out of gratitude or for this congeniality, he would never let anyone hurt Nami. Get down. Compared to Frankie's doubts about Roronoa Zoro, Nami, who had experienced the Battle of Low Town and regarded Roronoa Zoro as the most trusted crew member, not only got down as he was told, but also pushed Frankie to the ground. Clang clang. Almost when Frankie fell to the ground and Nami dodged and pounced on the deck, the Dragon CDDA scroll/released by Roronoa Zoro had collided with a thick wire column above their heads. Although Roronoa Zoro's strength was still a distance away from Vice Admiral, he was also a swordsman who had comprehended the breadth of all things and had the power to cut iron. Not to mention a wire column, even a bundle of steel could be cut in an instant. But this time, when Roronoa Zoro's tornado-slash landed on this unknown thick wire column, it not only did not cut it off in an instant, but even after a burst of sharp metal clashing sounds, the wire column broke Roronoa Zoro's tornado-slash. What? Roronoa Zoro's face changed drastically. He was horrified by the power of this mysterious wire column, and worried about Nami's safety. He knew very well that after his slash was defeated, Nami would be waiting for a death by having her intestines ripped open. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth, kicked his feet hard on the deck, and the whole person rushed to the wire column like a wild bull. 3 swords flow bull needle. Clang clang. What a great power. Is this really a bundle of wire? Even the power of the giants is only this much, right? Roronoa Zoro's pupils were full of disbelief as he wrestled with the wire column at close range. Since Dory and Brigitte came on board, he has practiced with them a lot in order to improve his strength, strengthen his physique, and strengthen his slashing. In his opinion, this wire column is not only harder than steel, but also contains the power of a giant. I can't stop it. Roronoa Zoro looked at his hands that were gradually shaking, and the blades of the third-generation Kidetsu and Snow Zoro began to bend and crack. He knew that both he and the 2 good swords in his hands had reached their limits. If he didn't dodge, once the third-generation Kidetsu and Snow Zoro broke, he would be ripped open. Either I die, or she dies. Thinking of this, Roronoa Zoro glanced at Nami behind him. Just this one glance, a look of determination appeared on his face. Chapter 87 How can I thank you for your kindness? Doflamingo 2/5, please subscribe. 88 374. Chapter 87 How can I thank you for your kindness? Doflamingo 2/5, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Crack. At this critical moment, Roronoa Zoro did not dodge. Even though third-generation Kidetsu and Yukizo had been broken by the mysterious pillar, he still stood in front of Nami. Obviously, he intended to use his body to resist the attack of the pillar. Bellyband man, Frankie, who was pushed to the ground by Nami and whose eyes just happened to see every move of Roronoa Zoro, changed his face. He knew that he had misunderstood this sword pressure who was holding 3 knives and acting like an acrobatic. This guy didn't want to kill Nami, but wanted to save Nami. He even risked his life to save the crew. Damn it, super, I can't even protect a crew member on my first day on the ship, and I need a woman and a man in a bellyband to save me. It's really shameful. When Frankie thought of this, he was full of self-blame and frustration. As long as he can withstand this blow, Qin Yu should be able to get back in time. In the air, Roronoa Zoro looked at the wire pillar that was close at hand, and then gritted his teeth and rushed forward. Bang! But just when he was about to use his flesh and blood to resist the wire pillar that even the third-generation Kidetsu and Shizu could break with their sharp swords, a pink light suddenly flashed from the direction of Eni's lobby. As the pink light flashed, a qigong wave that broke through the air had already rushed to the wire pillar and blasted the entire wire pillar away before it pierced Roronoa Zoro's body. It's more timely than I thought. It seems that although he is in Eni's lobby, Observation Haki has been paying attention to this ship. Seeing this scene, Roronoa Zoro, who fell from midair to the deck, immediately showed a relieved smile on his face. He knew that he was saved. Not only him, but also Nami, and even everyone on the entire ship. Enemy attack. At this time, everyone on the ship reacted. Dory and Brigitte, 2 giants, ran over immediately and stood in front of Roronoa Zoro and others. At this time, even if Qin Yu no longer released qigong waves from a distance to rescue, the mysterious person who released the line column could only penetrate the bodies of the 2 giants first to kill anyone on the ship. Who on earth is it? How could he manipulate such a weak thread to launch such a terrible attack? Frankie stood up and looked at the string column that was blown to the sea by the qigong wave. Just a bundle of thread broke my 2 swords. This person's fruit ability is too terrifying. No, not only the fruit ability, but also Haki. Roronoa Zoro looked down at the 2 broken blades at his feet, and a solemn look flashed in his eyes. Although he only had a very brief fight with the person who manipulated the line, he was sure that the other party was not only an extremely powerful ability user, but also 10 Tyrant 3 Masters. Whether it was the fruit ability or Haki, any one of them would crush the headquarters Vice Admiral. The 2 together are many times more powerful than the Vice Admiral. This person is no worse than Qin Yu in the development of fruit ability or haki. Quote, after a careful comparison, Roronoa Zoro came to a conclusion that shocked himself. That is, the overall ability of the person who attacked Nami is no worse than Qin Yu. Lines, could it be him? Nico Robin, who was also shocked by the sudden attack, stared at the lines on the sea after calming down, as if he had thought of something. When Roronoa Zoro and others were already on martial law, paying attention to the movements around the sea with a vigilant look, on the tracks of the sea train several kilometers away from their pirate battleship, a man wearing sunglasses, a pink feather coat, 9-point pants and pointed shoes, with a cold smile on his face from time to time, was looking at the direction of Eni's lobby with an indifferent look. Ask for flowers. 0. Foo. I thought that except for that man, everyone else on this ship was vulnerable. 2. I didn't expect there was actually a decent swordsman. I know how to use haki before I even reach the new world. It seems that I really came to the right place this time. If such an enemy continues to grow, things will really become extremely difficult. 0. The man wearing sunglasses looked as if he could penetrate the void and directly looked at Roronoa Zoro and others on the battleship. It's better to let you all die here today. He stood on the track and murmured, and then he actually took off into the air and flew away at an astonishing speed. As if it was a fateful encounter and collision, just when this mysterious man failed to attack Nami several kilometers away and then flashed towards Nami and others, Qin Yu, who was far away at the ruins of the Tower of Death in Eni's lobby, also slowly rose into the air. Haha, life is really full of unexpected surprises and surprises. I think even the most powerful observation haki can't spy on all these variables in advance. Quote, Qin Yu looked at the direction of the sea train, and a cold smile gradually appeared on his face, and then he suddenly broke through the air under the suspicious eyes of Khalifa and Jabra. Before, I thought that if I wanted to settle accounts with you, I would have to wait until I got to New World. I didn't expect that you would be so impatient to come to me. How can I thank you, Don Quixote da Flamingo Towel? Quote. Chapter 88. The Meeting of Two Heroes, the collision between the demon and heavenly yaksha, 3/5, please subscribe. 89 374. Chapter 88. The Meeting of Two Heroes, the collision between the demon and heavenly yaksha, 3/5, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Khalifa, what's going on? I think you should be able to explain it now. After watching Qin Yu's back completely disappear from sight, Jabra immediately turned to Khalifa in front of him and asked. That was simply a nightmare. Khalifa sighed very complicatedly before saying, we went to Water City to carry out the mission, you know this. Jabra nodded. After our investigation, we suspected that Frankie was the target of the mission, but unfortunately, the demon Qin Yu just came to Water City and invited Frankie to board the ship. Although we, 907, knew that the demon was notorious, we still went to him out of confidence in our own strength. Khalifa paused slightly, and a trace of fear suddenly appeared in his eyes. Then what? When Jabra saw the change in Khalifa's expression, he was suddenly awed. What happened to scare a CP9 intelligence officer like this? Then, what else could there be? Of course, we suffered an unprecedented defeat. Facing the demon, Blueno was hit through the heart, Kaku was cut in half, and even Lucci, whose power value exceeded 4,000 after transforming into a leopard man, could not survive a single move in his hands. Khalifa covered his head with a painful look on his face and told the tragedy that happened in the Water City not long ago. Are they all dead? Then why didn't he kill us too? He can easily destroy Eni's lobby, so he should be able to wipe us out together. Jabra stood there in a daze. At first, I thought that I and you were all doomed. But on the way to Eni's lobby, Nico Robin suddenly found me. She proposed a deal to me, exchanging my loyalty for the lives of the three of you. Khalifa exhaled deeply. So, don't ask any more. Leave Eni's lobby quickly, never come back to me, and don't try to seek revenge on this man. We are not in the same league at all. No, Lucci and the others are dead, we absolutely can't abandon you. You go with the others, he looks like he's been held back by something. Let's leave Eni's lobby together now. Jabra said excitedly. No, I can't go with you. The demon has an ability called Sensing Aura, which can accurately find a person from a very long distance. When he brought me here to find you just now, he should have remembered your aura. If I don't go back, you will definitely die. Khalifa shook his head, and then ran towards the pirate battleship regardless of Jabra's obstruction. Khalifa. Jabra stretched out his hand to grab Khalifa, but before he could stretch out his hand due to his severe injuries, Khalifa had already dodged and ran 100 meters away. Looking at Khalifa's back as he left, at this moment he hated his weakness and incompetence. As a spy of the world government and one of the best masters in CP9, he actually had to rely on Khalifa's sacrifice to continue to survive in this sea. At this moment, he felt a piercing taste. On the other side, Qin Yu, who was flying in the sky at high speed with white flames all over his body, and Don Quixote da Flamingo, who was flying in the sky with silk threads connecting clouds, seemed to have some kind of tacit understanding. The two of them actually landed from high altitude on the guardrails on the left and right sides of the pirate warship at the same time. It's him who manipulates the silk thread to attack. The most dangerous man among the Shichibukai, Don Quixote da Flamingo. Nico Robin, who had already guessed it in his heart, blurted out when he saw Don Quixote da Flamingo, who was surrounded by a cold and evil aura. What? Another Shichibukai? Nami and others were shocked when they heard it. Fortunately, Qin Yu was back. But when they saw Qin Yu and Don Quixote Doflamingo appear at the same time, the panic in their hearts seemed to be smoothed by a big hand, and the whole people calmed down. Unconsciously, they have developed a habit. No matter how powerful the opponent is, no matter how bad the situation is, as long as Qin Yu is there, they will have a way to get through. You came quite quickly. What a surprising kid. He has never even stepped into the new world, but he has practiced observation hockey to this level. Quote, Don Quixote Doflamingo was clearly half crouching on the deck and staring at 5.3 Qin Yu, but Nami and others on the side felt like they were being looked down upon by a high and mighty king. Facing this feeling of being looked down upon like a king, as if they were about to be executed by the emperor's words at any time, except for Roronoa Zoro, even the strong giants Dory and Reggie felt a strong discomfort. You should be glad that I haven't set foot in the new world yet, otherwise you, the Shichibukai, would not have the chance to live until now. Qin Yu glanced at Nami and others whose faces were getting paler and paler, then walked down the guardrail and blocked Nami, Frankie, and Nico Robin behind him. Chapter 89 Put away your weak conquerors, 4/5, please subscribe. 9374. Chapter 89 Put away your weak conquerors, 4/5, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Hee, kid, do you think you were a big shot just because you solved the crocodile? Although the New World and Paradise are both part of the Grand Line, the difference between the second half and the first half is as big as heaven and earth. The same is true for creatures like Shichibukai. Except for the Empress, the Shichibukai in Paradise are not even worthy of carrying shoes for the Shichibukai in the New World. Don Quixote Doflamingo stared at Qin Yu, and a cruel smile gradually appeared on his face. Maybe in your eyes, the Shichibukai in Paradise and New World are creatures of two different levels. But in my eyes, there are only two differences. Quote, Qin Yu felt the murderous intent brewing in Don Quixote Doflamingo, but his face did not fluctuate at all. Deserve to die and not deserve to die. Then I should belong to the third type. Don Quixote Doflamingo heard this, and the smile on his face became brighter and brighter. Send you to death. As soon as he finished speaking, an indescribable terrifying aura, as if standing at the top of the food chain, suddenly spread out in all directions with his body as the center. As soon as this aura was released, the surrounding sea area was instantly silent. The clouds that were originally floating in the sky first solidified, and then exploded into nothingness in an instant. Dory and Brigitte, who were closest to Don Quixote Doflamingo and were holding huge weapons to surround him, were the first to encounter this terrifying aura that was almost as terrifying as teleportation. Even though the two of them had the power to easily destroy a Buster Call battleship, facing this aura was like a cat encountering a Tyrannosaurus Rex. They both felt as if a bomb exploded in their brains, and then a strong and irresistible dizziness made them stagger on the deck, and they could hardly stand. Stay away. Qin Yu saw the two people and knew that they had neither the qualifications nor the courage to fight against Conqueror's Haki. Facing Conqueror's Haki, which could ignore the difference in strength to a large extent and kill the opponent instantly, Dory and Reggie were simply defeated at the first touch. They had strong physiques and martial arts, but they had no room to play. I feel dizzy. Captain, my body is a little out of control. Although Dory and Reggie were not shocked to unconsciousness by Don Quixote Doflamingo's Conqueror's Haki, they looked like drunkards who could fall to the ground at any time. What's wrong with them? Nami, who was standing behind Qin Yu, looked puzzled at Conqueror's Haki, who couldn't stand Don Quixote Doflamingo in the end, and Dory and Reggie, who sat on the deck. Hey, what on earth did this guy do? Those two super powerful giants actually fell down at once. Frankie was also confused. Conquerors. It is a kind of hockey different from observation hockey and armed hockey. It is said that only one person in a million people has a magical power. People who are familiar with and master this power often don't need to do anything, and can deter all enemies with their strong spirit. Facing this kind of chosen person with conquerors, unless the strength reaches a certain level, the human wave tactics are meaningless. Brigitte and Dory are the best examples. Just when the two felt a little scared, Nico Robin suddenly spoke up and revealed the power of Don Quixote Doflamingo. So this is Conqueror's Haki. It is completely different from armament hockey and observation hockey. This feeling is much stronger than murderous intent, momentum, and aura. It is almost a materialized spiritual power. Roronoa Zoro heard this and a flash of realization flashed in his eyes. He is also the only person on this ship, except Qin Yu, who is not affected by Don Quixote Doflamingo's Conqueror's Haki. Foo. You are bringing me more and more surprises. In the Grand Line, conquerors can only be fought by conquerors. But you broke this iron rule that has existed in the Grand Line for who knows how many years. Without using 740 conquerors, you can actually protect the people behind you and prevent them from being shocked by my dominance color. Is this also the magical power of the devil fruit you ate? Don Quixote Doflamingo looked at Nami and others standing behind Qin Yu with interest, who were not affected by Conqueror's Haki at all. Although he could not use chi, with the help of observation Haki, he could clearly sense that there was a layer of energy that he could not understand, forming a barrier to protect Nami and others. It was also with this strange energy that he could isolate his Conqueror's Haki from the outside. Don't come in front of me, Qin Yu first said to Nami and the others behind him, and then walked towards Don Quixote Doflamingo. Put away your weak conquerors. This kind of thing will not work in front of me. As long as I want, your conquerors will not only be useless to me, but also useless in front of my crew. Chapter 90 Your life or death is up to me, not you. 5/5, please subscribe. 91 374. Chapter 90 Your life or death is up to me, not you. 5/5. Please subscribe. Previous. Next. I really admire you more and more. Let's put it this way. You have no future as a captain in this small pirate group. Why don't you come to my place? Although my power is not as strong as the 4 emperors, in terms of industry, the scope of my power is definitely above the 4 emperors. As long as you come to my place, I will not only forgive you for the past, but also promise you the position of deputy leader of the Don Quixote family. Don Quixote Doflamingo looked at Qin Yu deeply, and then said shockingly. After hearing his words, Rorno Azoro and others all looked at Qin Yu. It is undeniable that Don Quixote Doflamingo's conditions are indeed very generous. If it were 99% of the pirates who have not yet entered the New World at this stage, they would definitely agree without hesitation. Doflamingo, your idea really coincides with mine. Coincidentally, I admire you very much. It only took a few decades to build such a foundation from scratch. Maybe you are not the strongest in Shichibukai, but you are indeed the one with the best business acumen. Faced with Don Quixote Doflamingo's recruitment, Qin Yu asked back seriously. I will give you a chance now. As long as you bring your Don Quixote family power to me, I will give you a position as a deputy captain. Haha, deputy captain, you dare to recruit me as a deputy captain with only a broken ship and 3 or 5 crew members. Qin Yu, I always thought that my heart was big enough. I didn't expect that you are bigger than me. You want to swallow up my decades of foundation of Don Quixote Doflamingo with just one sentence. Who do you think you are? 4 emperors, kid. Don Quixote Doflamingo's recruitment heard this and couldn't help but put his hand on his forehead, with an expression that said I was amused by you. Even if it's 4 emperors, Kaido wouldn't dare to ask for my Doflamingo forces with just one word. Why do you do that? Just based on your current insignificant achievements. His voice suddenly turned cold, and then a thread wrapped around armament hockey shot in front of Qin Yu without warning, instantly piercing his heart. It's based on your life and death being up to me, not you. Quote. Qin Yu smiled and reached out to grab the thread that pierced his heart under Don Quixote Doflamingo's gradually solemn gaze. Then a ball of pink flames rose from his right hand, and then he twisted it violently. Don Quixote Doflamingo's thread, which was much tougher than steel, suddenly broke into 2 halves. You won't die even if your heart is pierced. Such a physique is even more terrifying than Kaido. No wonder Virgo and Crocodile all died in his hands. Quote. Don Quixote Doflamingo's eyes showed a trace of caution for the first time. In his opinion, Qin Yu, who has such a physique, should be treated with caution no matter who he is. Otherwise, it is normal to capsize in the gutter. I don't need any power, status, or glory to recruit you. The ability to control your life and death is enough. Quote. Qin Yu threw Don Quixote Doflamingo's thread on the ground. Fu. I finally understand why I admire you so much, and why I can't wait to run from New World to Paradise to get rid of you. It turns out that you and I are the same kind of people. When you meet someone you admire, you either use your strength to convince the other party, or use your strength to kill the other party. Quote. Don Quixote Doflamingo slowly raised the corner of his mouth with a cold murderous look. Just now, I gave you the opportunity to bow your head. But you gave up. Since you don't want to be my deputy, then go to hell. His voice had just fallen, and he had flashed in the void like a ghost, and the whole person appeared in front of Qin Yu out of thin air like teleportation, and then his right hand was like a tiger claw, grabbing down fiercely. 5 thin silk threads that were difficult to distinguish with the naked eye instantly fell on Qin Yu's body, cutting his body into 5 pieces on the spot. What made Don Quixote Doflamingo's face change slightly was that Qin Yu, who was cut into 5 pieces, seemed to be fine. He opened his right hand towards him and released a Qigong wave instantly. Spider's web wall. Don Quixote Doflamingo, who had seen through Qin Yu's intentions in advance with the help of observation hockey, raised his hand at the critical moment, and hundreds of silk threads suddenly condensed into a spider web-like wall. With this spider's web wall that was tougher than steel, he forcibly, God Jiao Hao, blocked the oncoming Qigong wave. Paradise is compared with the Shichibukai of the New World, they are really not on the same level. Quote. In the instant of fighting, Qin Yu saw Don Quixote Doflamingo facing his attack with ease, and knew that his strength was not only far beyond the vice admiral of the headquarters but also far beyond Crocodile. This guy's ability is really troublesome. Ordinary attacks have no effect on him at all. It seems that I can only try this trick. Quote. When Qin Yu secretly sighed in his heart that Don Quixote Doflamingo's strength was extraordinary, Don Quixote Doflamingo was also afraid that Qin Yu's ability was too weird and unpredictable. Chapter 91. The Demon and the King. The Battle Between Buu Fruit and String Fruit. 1/5. Please subscribe. 92 374. Chapter 91. The Demon and the King. The Battle Between Buu Fruit and String Fruit. 1/5. Please subscribe. Previous. Next. Parasite String. After seeing how difficult Qin Yu was, Don Quixote Doflamingo decisively changed his attack method. He did not use the string fruit to launch a fierce attack as before, but instead shot out thin and invisible silk threads into the air with a flick of his finger. Then, these silk threads fell silently on Qin Yu's body and pierced into his body. No matter how special your physique is, as long as you become my puppet, you can't do anything. When Don Quixote Doflamingo saw that his parasite string successfully hit Qin Yu, his eyes under the sunglasses first flashed a hint of viciousness, and then his eyes immediately shifted to Nami. Didn't you release your ability to save her even though you were several kilometers away just now? This time I want to see how you save her. Thinking of this, Don Quixote Doflamingo's 5 fingers gently jumped in the air, as if he was manipulating a puppet. Feel the taste of killing your own crew members with your own power. Under his control, Qin Yu suddenly turned around to look at Nami, and then his right hand suddenly condensed a Qigong bullet. Something's wrong. The demon looks like he's going to attack Nami. Frankie's pupils suddenly shrank. What a joke. How could he attack Nami? Dory, who was still slumped on the deck after being hit by Don Quixote Doflamingo's Conqueror's Haki, immediately retorted. Normally, it won't happen, but if it's controlled, it may not be. Roronoa Zoro concentrated his mind and maximized his perception. In a trance, he sensed that Qin Yu's body was being pierced by lines that were difficult to see with the naked eye. It's silk thread. Roronoa Zoro's face changed drastically, and he immediately pulled out the last remaining big fast CDCC sword, Wado Ikimonji, and then quickly blocked in front of Nami. Yes, that's it. Kill your favorite crew members and most loyal subordinates in one go. This is the price you have to pay for killing my family, Virgo. Don Quixote Doflamingo smiled coldly, and then moved his right hand violently. Almost at the moment when the 5 fingers of his right hand jumped, Qin Yu also shot the Qigong bullet in his hand towards Nami. Nami, step back. I may not be able to withstand Qin Yu's Qigong bullet. Facing the Qigong bullet that was flying close and exuding a terrifying aura, 00 Noa Zoro did not retreat. Under the pressure of the Qigong bullet, he didn't know whether it was a blessing or a breakthrough of his own limit. Originally, he could only wrap his armament haki, but at this moment, he actually transferred the power of armament haki hardening to Wado Ikimonji. Under the cover of 2 black streams visible to the naked eye, the Wado Ikimonji held by Roronoa Zoro instantly turned into a blade of destruction. Stop it! Roronoa Zoro roared. The muscles in his arms suddenly swelled, and then he leapt up and chopped the Qigong bullet fiercely. What caught him off guard was that just when his Wado Ikimonji was about to hit the Qigong bullet that was already close at hand turned around in vain and instantly turned around and bombarded Don Quixote Doflamingo. Even Don Quixote Doflamingo was caught off guard by this sudden change. By the time he used observation haki to predict it, it was already too late. The flying speed of the Qigong bullet itself was extremely fast, like light. Even the slightest delay or negligence would miss the opportunity to resist and dodge. This was the case for Don Quixote Doflamingo at this moment. He originally thought that Qin Yu would definitely kill his 2 crew members under his control, but he did not expect that Qin Yu did it according to his control. But what he never expected was that the Qigong bullet would turn around temporarily. Boom. Damn it, aren't you controlled by my parasite string? How can you still attack me? What made Don Quixote Doflamingo even more uncomfortable was that the Qigong bullet that was just turning around and flying over was only the size of a palm, but when it hit him, it instantly expanded into a huge energy ball with a radius of several meters. In a hurry, he had no time to dodge or use the power of the fruit. He had almost no ability to resist and was directly hit by Qin Yu's Qigong bullet into Eni's lobby. Unfortunately, your parasite string can only control my body, not my will. Controlling Qi is not based on the body, but the will. Qin Yu sneered, and his body suddenly turned into a ball of pink liquid, and he broke away from the parasite string directly. Almost at the moment of breaking away, he put his hands on his waist, and a series of light beams that shot straight into the sky flashed out instantly, and then swirled around his palms. Kameha. As the Qi in his body gathered in his palms and condensed into a dazzling blue-white light ball, he suddenly pushed the Kamehameha in his hand towards Don Quixote Doflamingo in Eni's lobby. Chapter 92 2 Kamehameha. Eni's lobby is disintegrated 2/5. Please subscribe. 93 374. Chapter 92 2 Kamehameha. Eni's lobby is disintegrated 2/5. Please subscribe. Previous. Next. Boom. The blue light ball in Qin Yu's palm turned into a huge blue Qigong wave as he pushed his hands forward, tearing the atmosphere in front of him, and shuttled through the void at a speed almost as fast as light, directly in front of Don Quixote Doflamingo. I still underestimated his weird ability. Don Quixote Doflamingo, who had just stood up from the ground, immediately became ugly when he saw the Kamehameha coming towards him. He didn't expect that after his failure, he would fall into a passive situation. At this time, he had a very intuitive understanding of Qin Yu's strength. He knew very well that the only way to turn the situation around was to defeat the Kamehameha in front of him. Thinking of this, Don Quixote Doflamingo pulled his hands back and then quickly swung them forward. 2 long whips, which flashed with hot red light and were composed entirely of silk threads, shot out instantly and hit the Kamehameha in front of them fiercely. Excess whip string. Crack. When Don Quixote Doflamingo's excess whip string collided with Qin Yu's Kamehameha, a huge wind ball visible to the naked eye instantly bloomed from the center of the collision between the two. At this time, Kamehameha and excess whip string seemed to have turned into typhoon makers. With the continuous collision, terrifying wind pressure would burst out every second. Even the Buster Call warship standing in the sea near Eni's lobby was constantly pushed away by the surging wind ball. Did you hold on? Don Quixote Doflamingo was relieved when he saw that the 2 excess whip strings he released did not smash the Kamehameha, but blocked it. Although this could not reverse the situation, it at least prevented the situation of being hit by Qin Yu's thunderbolt. Break. Just when Don Quixote Doflamingo was slightly relieved, Qin Yu shouted in vain. His muscles suddenly swelled up, and he looked like he had turned from Little Boo into Big Boo. It was not just his muscles that swelled up. After his body swelled up, the Kamehameha Qigong condensed in his hands also became stronger, like a blue beam of light tearing through the sea, instantly breaking Don Quixote Doflamingo's two more cunning whips, and then slamming him hard. Boom! Accompanied by a huge boom, a huge ball of light with a radius of hundreds of meters instantly swallowed Doflamingo's entire body. When the power of Kamehameha Qigong was completely erupted, Eni's lobby, which had already been hit by a Kamehameha Qigong and had long been reduced to ruins, now had a series of hideous cracks. After these cracks appeared, they immediately extended in all directions of the island like snakes. Eni's lobby is about to disintegrate. Standing on the battleship, Frankie saw that the entire Eni's lobby was shaking and collapsing. He knew that this was a prelude to the collapse of the island and its imminent disintegration. Although Qin Yu's second Kamehameha was not as powerful as the first Kamehameha that wiped out all the buildings and government personnel on Eni's lobby, after all, the first Kamehameha took a long time to gather energy, but after two Kamehameha, the huge Eni's lobby was still on the verge of collapse. Such destructive power has even surpassed almost all Shichibukai, catching up with those admirals who used Logia Devil Fruit to the point of natural disasters. Fortunately, I left immediately. Otherwise, both me and Jabra would have died by now. Quote, at this time, Khalifa, who had already run to the edge of the ruins of Eni's lobby, was relieved when she saw Qin Yu crush Don Quixote Doflamingo with Kamehameha. Then she immediately performed moonwalk and stepped into the air towards the Buster Call battleship docked on the sea not far away. Oh. After such an attack, even a Shichibukai like Don Quixote Doflamingo should be dead. Nami pressed the guardrail with both hands and looked at the blue light ball gradually disappearing on the Eni's lobby in front of her. The distance is a bit far, and my observation haki can't sense it. Roronoa Zoro shook his head. His observation haki had just awakened, and he was not born with a strong observation haki. When he just awakened, the range was not very large, which was just covering a distance of 100 meters. At this time, he found that compared with the observation haki, he was obviously more talented in the attainment of armament haki. It should be dead. Even Eni's lobby is about to disintegrate. How could he not be dead? Seeing Eni's lobby on the verge of disintegration, Frankie was a little bit unconvinced that Don Quixote Doflamingo could still survive. In his opinion, Tien Wukai is also a human being. Facing such a force that is almost destroying the island, how could a person not be dead after being hit head-on? Chapter 93. If you want to save people, you will never be able to kill me. 3/5. Please subscribe. 94 374. Chapter 93. If you want to save people, you will never be able to kill me. 3/5. Please subscribe. Previous. Next. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. No one expected that just as Frankie finished speaking, Eni's lobby suddenly shot out thousands of huge silk threads. These silk threads all shot up into the sky like a volcanic eruption, and gathered in the void, presenting an extremely magnificent picture. He is not dead yet. Could it be that these Shichibukai also have the same immune to death physique as Qin Yu? Frankie saw this scene and his face immediately turned pale. No, Don Quixote Doflamingo doesn't have the immortality of Qin Yu. Nami took a pair of binoculars from Nico Robin and looked towards the island. Suddenly, she saw a figure that looked very similar to Don Quixote Doflamingo but had no head, which was constantly spraying silk threads into the sky in a huge crater blasted out by Qin Yu's Kamehameha. It's a puppet made of silk threads, a clone or something like that. These silk threads were all sprayed from a silk thread puppet that looked exactly like Don Quixote Doflamingo but had no head. So, he should have used this clone to take Qin Yu's Kamehameha instead of himself. Frankie suddenly realized, only this can explain why he could survive Qin Yu's Kamehameha. Roronoa Zoro looked at the countless silk threads gathered in the sky. Although these silk threads did not hurt anyone at the moment, he didn't know why he still felt a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart. That was a close call. The destructive power of that attack just now was no less than the large-scale attack of Logia from the headquarters admiral. If Shadow Knight String hadn't taken that attack from me, I would have been seriously injured if not dead. When Roronoa Zoro was thinking about the use of the silk threads in the sky, not far from the sinkhole created by Kamehameha, the embarrassed Don Quixote Doflamingo first stared at Qin Yu, who almost killed him with a Kamehameha, with a gloomy face, and then his two fingers jumped slightly. The silk threads gathered in the void suddenly fell from the sky like countless meteors from outer space, and instantly gushed towards different locations on the ground. Almost in the blink of an eye, these silk threads fell in different locations on the sea and the island, forming a birdcage composed entirely of large silk threads. Oh no, we are trapped. Look, those silk threads falling in all directions are shrinking towards Don Quixote Doflamingo. Nami and others on the battleship saw this scene, and their faces changed drastically. Their battleship happened to be covered by the birdcage, and it was not too far away from those silk threads. Seeing those silk threads shrinking inwards, Nami quickly asked Frankie and Zoro to drive the boat towards Eni's lobby. 3 Swords Style 108 Trouble Phoenix. Quote, Roronoa Zoro picked up the 2 broken swords on the ground and released 3 tornado-like slashing waves towards the birdcage not far away. But when his slashing waves fell on the birdcage, it was like taking a piece of tofu and smashing it against the wall, and it broke instantly. It's useless. Nico Robin's face showed a solemn look. Although she was not on the ship for a long time, she also saw Roronoa Zoro's strength increasing at an astonishing speed every day. In her opinion, Roronoa Zoro's full-strength slashing attack can forcibly cut through even a house made of steel. But now facing the birdcage in front of him, he couldn't even shake it. These are not ordinary silk threads. They are much tougher than the silk threads that Doflamingo used to sneak attack us just now. Unless my swordsmanship reaches the top of the swordsman, or armament haki is improved several times than it is now, there is no way to cut this birdcage. Quote, after trying several times and finding that he still couldn't shake the birdcage, Roronoa Zoro also realized that he couldn't break the birdcage with his current strength. It seems that this Shichibukai not only wants to trap us, but also wants to kill us together. Nico Robin turned his head and looked at Don Quixote Doflamingo, who had risen from the ground of Eni's lobby and was now confronting Qin Yu. Even the birdcage was taken out to buy yourself time to repair your injuries. It seems that you are also afraid of death, Doflamingo. In the sky of Eni's lobby, Qin Yu first glanced at the huge birdcage that covered the sky, and then looked at Don Quixote Doflamingo with a deep gaze, as if he wanted to see through all his thoughts. Fufufu, the winner is the king, the loser is the enemy. As long as you can win, the process is not important at all. Okay Qin Yu, what should you do next? 4.4. Save your crew, or take the opportunity to kill me. Let me calculate for you. According to the shrinking speed of the birdcage and the sailing speed of the warship you hijacked from the Marine, their bodies will be cut apart by the shrinking birdcage in about 2 minutes. If you want to kill me, you must do it within 2 minutes, otherwise you must be prepared to collect the bodies of your companions. If you go to save people, you will never be able to kill me. Don Quixote Doflamingo said to Qin Yu in a joking tone, while quietly using the ability of String Fruit to repair his injuries. Chapter 94. 2 minutes is not much, but it is enough to kill you. 4/5. Please subscribe. 95 374. Chapter 94. 2 minutes is not much, but it is enough to kill you. 4/5. Please subscribe. Previous. Next. The destructive power and range of Kamehameha just now were too great. Even though Don Quixote Doflamingo had used Shadow Knight String to create a doll to block Kamehameha on his behalf, he was still affected and injured. With his strength, if he was just dealing with ordinary people, even if he was injured, it would not be a problem, but it would be a bit difficult to deal with Qin Yu, whose strength was not inferior to his. That is why he did not hesitate to use Birdcage to wrap up Nami and others, so as to buy time to repair his injuries. I can never kill you. Doflamingo, you think too highly of yourself. Qin Yu glanced at the shrinking birdcage, and then looked at Don Quixote Doflamingo with his eyes gradually showing murderous intent. So you are going to choose to kill me? Are you sure you can do it within 2 minutes? Don Quixote Doflamingo heard this and a hint of amusement suddenly appeared on his face. Although Qin Yu had a slight advantage in the fight just now, he would never believe that Qin Yu could kill him within 2 minutes. After all, who can build such an amazing force in New World without a trump card? Although 2 minutes is not much, it is enough to kill you. Qin Yu nodded as a matter of course. Well, I want to see whether you will carry my head to save your companions in 2 minutes, or I will watch you collect the bodies of your companions. Don Quixote Doflamingo was not angry, but grinned. For him, as long as he could strike Qin Yu's heart, he would have won most of the battle. The most troublesome thing about fighting a king with conquerors is that once his will retreats, his strength will hardly be able to exert half of his usual level. What's more terrifying is that once he is defeated by someone with the qualifications of a king, the king's spirit will go a step further and become stronger than before. Don Quixote Doflamingo also knew all this, so he was so relentless in striking Qin Yu's will. Open your eyes and look around. In 2 minutes, you will never have the chance to see the sea and sky of Grand Line again. Qin Yu said lightly, and then his hands suddenly clenched into fists, and a touch of pink flames visible to the naked eye burned fiercely. When his body was covered by the pink flame, 2 mysterious black patterns like clouds began to climb up his upper chest, and then, the burning pink flame that originally surrounded him instantly gushed upward at a high speed, turning into a surging jet-like pink flame. Doflamingo, you should feel honored. Because you are the only one in the Grand Line who can see me in this state before dying. After completing the transformation in a flash, Qin Yu first glanced at Don Quixote Doflamingo lightly, and then the jet-like pink flame surrounding him suddenly burst into visible lightning. It's just that there are more patterns on the body, and the shape of the flame has changed a little bit. Quote, Don Quixote Doflamingo was about to laugh at Qin Yu for being so arrogant just because he had a few more patterns on his body and the shape of the flame changed, when Qin Yu, who was originally standing 100 meters away, suddenly disappeared on the spot. Almost at the same time, he had teleported to Don Quixote Doflamingo's front. So fast, if observation haki hadn't predicted it in advance, I wouldn't even have time to react. Looking at Qin Yu who flashed in front of him in the blink of an eye, Don Quixote Doflamingo's face suddenly changed. Without any hesitation, he raised his right hand, which had become as black as ink after being hardened by armament haki, and then punched Qin Yu. Most people in the Grand Line only know that his haki and fruit abilities are powerful, but few people know that in addition to haki and fruit abilities, his physique has also been tempered. Although not as pervert as 4 emperors and admiral, it is also outrageously powerful. In the New World, he often does not need to use the fruit ability to deal with the enemy, and can directly use armament haki to harden his fist to solve the enemy. However, after the fist that was always invincible hit Qin Yu, Don Quixote Doflamingo felt a torrent-like recoil from his fist, which pushed him back a few steps, and there was no effect at all. Impossible. His immortality comes from the devil fruit. With my armament haki, even if I can't break his body, it's impossible for me to hit him with one punch and be pushed back. Don Quixote Doflamingo looked at Qin Yu in disbelief. As the fight over, Qin Yu asked lightly, if it's over, then it's my turn. After he finished speaking, he didn't see any movement, and his fist had already arrived in front of Don Quixote. Chapter 95. You are not the only one so special, Demon 5/5, please subscribe. 96 374. Chapter 95. You are not the only one so special, Demon 5/5, please subscribe. Previous. Next. My body can't keep up. Faced with Qin Yu's lightning-fast fist, Don Quixote reflexively raised his hands hardened by armament hockey and crossed them in front of him, trying to block it. But when Qin Yu's fist touched his arm, his facial features suddenly twisted into a ball, and almost squeezed the sunglasses on his nose that he almost never took off and fell to the ground. What kind of punch is this? What's wrong with this man? In such a short time, his body has changed so much. He is completely different from the last time he fought with me. Don Quixote's eyes widened. Even though he had tried his best to stabilize his body, the punch power contained in Qin Yu's fist passed through his arm and poured into him, and still hit him like a rocket and flew hundreds of meters away. Fortunately, I blocked it. Just when Don Quixote used one silk thread after another in the void to dissolve Qin Yu's punch, Qin Yu, who was hundreds of meters away, had already arrived in front of him. Without waiting for him to catch his breath, Qin Yu had already punched again and sank into his abdomen. Like a volcanic eruption, the power of the sea erupted instantly, and Don Quixote's face instantly turned ashen. He had just stabilized his body and immediately spurted out a mouthful of blood, then turned into a meteor again, rubbing against the ground and sliding more than 400 meters. Tempest kick backquote. Qin Yu, who punched Don Quixote and made him spit blood and fly backwards with 2 punches, did not give Don Quixote a chance to catch his breath. While Don Quixote was still rubbing against the ground and flying backwards, he had already raised his foot and kicked out a blue vacuum slash that spanned the void and was 10 meters long. Don't push it any further, demon. Don Quixote saw that Qin Yu was going to beat him to death, and his eyes behind his sunglasses flashed with anger. The most terrifying thing about Grand Line is not the ability users, but the kings. With a cold roar, a huge wave of Conqueror's Haki suddenly pressed towards Qin Yu like a wave. I've said it before, you should not use Conqueror's Haki of this level to embarrass yourself. Qin Yu's eyes flashed with disdain. At the moment when Conqueror's Haki swept over, he had already opened his right hand, and the chi in his body gushed out like magma, and in an instant, an invisible air shield that was difficult to see with the naked eye was formed on the surface of his body. Under Don Quixote's anger, Conqueror's Haki could not touch Qin Yu's spirit at all and was rejected. But this time Don Quixote was obviously angry. The Conqueror's Haki he released at this time was several times more powerful than when he used it to shock Nami and others on the ship. Even if Qin Yu used chi to lay an invisible air shield to resist, Don Quixote's Conqueror's Haki still hit the invisible air shield like a wave, wave after wave. In the strong collision between Conquerors and Chi, a situation similar to Conqueror's collision was formed in the void. With Qin Yu and Don Quixote's bodies as the center, the space within a kilometer radius was filled with huge purple and pink lightning visible to the naked eye. Under the repeated collisions between Conquerors and Chi, waves of strange energy that made the sky and the earth change color and the wind and clouds surged continuously. What kind of power is that? Obviously, only Conquerors can resist Conquerors. But he can use this power to forcibly defend Conquerors, which is incredible. Don Quixote deeply suppressed the shock in his heart. He knew that there was no time for him to be shocked now. Although he delayed Qin Yu for a moment with Conqueror's Haki, the 100-meter-long vacuum slash had already flown in front of him. At this critical moment of life and death, Don Quixote showed an impressive kingly spirit. He seemed to not know what death was, or he had the kingly spirit of watching the wind and clouds with a smile and ignoring life and death. Facing the close-up vacuum attack, he no longer stabilized his body, but directly stretched out his hand and slapped the ground. A large area of land suddenly turned into tens of thousands of white silk threads like waves. Shield white line. After these tens of thousands of lines appeared, they immediately condensed into 2 huge Manuojout lines, and then blocked in front of them like a shield, and took Qin Yu's Tempest Kick. Finally used it. The awakening of Paramesha Devil Fruit. When Qin Yu saw this scene, his face was not worried at all, but a smile appeared on his face. It seemed that he had been looking forward to this scene for a long time. You are not the only special demon in the Grand Line. After Don Quixote performed the awakening of String Fruit, his courage and confidence seemed to be blessed. When he stood up again on the ground, the Stormlight Conqueror's Haki that was entrenched on him became more majestic. Chapter 96. I don't need to beat you to death. Devil Fruit Awakening 1/6, please subscribe. 97 374. Chapter 96. I don't need to beat you to death. Devil Fruit Awakening 1/6, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Your Devil Fruit is indeed very powerful, and you have developed it well. You have developed such power without awakening. But unfortunately, you have not yet realized the awakening of Devil Fruit. On the contrary, I have not only mastered the awakening of String Fruit, but I have also clearly understood the secrets of your current state. Don Quixote walked towards Qin Yu step by step. Wherever he stepped on, it turned into a world composed entirely of silk threads. At this moment, he seemed to no longer be a Shichibukai, but a god who controlled silk threads. Wherever he went, everything would turn into his silk threads. Your current state is nothing more than using the transformation ability of the Devil Fruit as a container, and then using Armament Haki to greatly enhance the carrying limit of the container itself, and finally you inject the special ability of 930 mastered by your Devil Fruit, a power called Qi into every inch of the muscle of this container. Since your body has been strengthened by Armament Haki, the limit of endurance has been greatly increased, and your body can fully withstand the injection of a large amount of Qi. Quote, Don Quixote Doflamingo stared at Qin Yu's body, his eyes seemed to have the ability to see through everything. If you do this, you can indeed get an extremely strong physique that can burst out incredible power. But to maintain such power, the consumption must be extremely huge. Not only does your body have to bear a huge burden every moment, your Armament Haki, and the consumption of the Qi you control is extremely huge every minute and every second. I'm curious, with your physical strength, Armament Haki, and the current rate of consumption of Qi, I wonder if you can still maintain this demon full power state for another 1 or 2 minutes. I said, 2 minutes is not much, but it is enough to kill you. Although Qin Yu was secretly surprised that Don Quixote Doflamingo's keen insight and observation Haki's powerful perception ability could see through all the secrets of his demon full power in such a short time, he was not worried at all. He really couldn't maintain the demon full power for too long, just as Don Quixote Doflamingo said, but he was confident that it would be no problem to kill Don Quixote Doflamingo before the time was up. Foo, who doesn't talk big? If you understand the awakening of the Devil Fruit, plus this demon full power state, there is still a chance that you can do it within 2 minutes. As for now, I'll send you and your companions to death. Don Quixote Doflamingo raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and then opened his hand and waved. Hundreds of thousands of white silk threads instantly formed a terrifying silk thread wave, and then burst towards Qin Yu like a sea of threads. I don't need Devil Fruit awakening to kill you. Qin Yu raised his foot and kicked, and a vacuum slash spanning 100 meters instantly split the atmosphere, cutting off the oncoming waves of silk threads. But just as he was about to destroy the silk thread wave, more CDBH silk thread waves immediately surged up on the ground. In the blink of an eye, waves of silk thread waves had completely surrounded Qin Yu. Hayuan Shiraha, Don Quixote Doflamingo stretched out his hand and pressed, and the silk thread sea that completely surrounded Qin Yu suddenly shot out a series of waves that seemed like pythons and nine-tails fox-tail wire pillars. As soon as these wire pillars appeared, they immediately strangled Qin Yu at an incredible speed. Shave. Qin Yu stepped on his feet and burst out with amazing speed, instantly avoiding all the wire pillars, and then punched Don Quixote Doflamingo from a distance. 6 Styles 6 King's Spear. Bang. When Qin Yu's fist hit the air, the atmosphere within a radius of dozens of meters seemed to be dented by him, and then a visible shock wave instantly blew up the sea of silk threads, and then fell on Don Quixote Doflamingo's abdomen. Puff. Don Quixote Doflamingo's face turned pale, and a trace of blood immediately overflowed from the corner of his mouth. When Qin Yu punched just now, he not only arranged the sea of silk threads to block it in the first time, but also made a dodging action. But Qin Yu's strength and speed in the demon full power state are really too terrifying. One punch and one kick have the power to break the mountains and trample the earth. On this basis, Yu's Marine developed the Superman 6 Styles, which specifically explodes all the power of the human body to the ultimate. It has the power to break through the island fist ocean. In front of his punch, even the silk thread ocean released after Don Quixote Doflamingo's awakening can only retreat. Damn it, I still underestimated the power he has in this state. Don Quixote Doflamingo saw Qin Yu's punch breaking through his silk thread wave and severely damaging his internal organs, and a storm suddenly rose in his heart. At this moment, how dare he let Qin Yu perform the 6 Styles again and burst out that terrifying power. At this moment, he immediately manipulated the majestic silk threads to form thousands of white thread guns like long spears and sharp swords. The moment these thread guns were formed, they immediately wrapped around Armament Haki, hardened it, and then shot out like flamingos before Qin Yu threw the second punch. Chapter 97 Your time is up, Doflamingo. 2/6, please subscribe. 98 374. Chapter 97 Your time is up, Doflamingo. 2/6, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Surrounded by a sea of silk threads on all sides, facing thousands of white thread spears coming towards him, no matter how fast Qin Yu was, he couldn't avoid them in such a narrow environment. After all, his observation Haki had not yet been cultivated to the point of predicting the future. Don Quixote Doflamingo created such a combat environment with the awakening ability of String Fruit precisely to make Qin Yu unable to hide and limit his speed and strength. Thousands of arrows pierce the heart and strike the line. Under his careful planning, the thousands of silk thread spears he condensed and hardened by Armament Haki all pierced Qin Yu without any accident. Bang bang bang. With a series of heavy metal collisions, with Qin Yu's body as the center, waves of overwhelming storms burst out instantly sweeping the entire Enies lobby. Enies lobby, which was already on the verge of collapse, accelerated the speed of the island's dismemberment. Under this storm, huge rocks that looked like small islands continued to split from Enies lobby and then drifted away along the ocean. The terrifying storm that caused Enies lobby to split and collapse was completely caused by Don Quixote Doflamingo's thousands of silk thread guns bombarding Qin Yu. The aftermath of the power that spread out in all directions was so terrifying. It can be imagined how destructive his move was and how terrible the blow Qin Yu suffered. Is he dead? After releasing such a terrifying attack on Qin Yu, Don Quixote Doflamingo did not stop. He once again manipulated the silk thread ocean around Qin Yu, turning it into waves of terrifying silk thread waves that frantically slapped Qin Yu's body until Qin Yu was completely submerged in the silk thread ocean. He just slowed down his offensive a little. If possible, he would also like to continue such an attack, but the consumption of haki and fruit power is also a huge burden for him. Even he could not maintain such a terrifying trick for a long time. Swish. Just as Don Quixote Doflamingo was about to release observation haki to sense Qin Yu's situation in the sea of silk threads, a huge pink beam of light suddenly gushed out from the sea of silk threads. After tearing through countless silk threads, soaring into the sky, and fiercely piercing into the clouds, this beam of light began to spread out in all directions. Wherever the pink beam of light passed, whether it was the silk thread wave or the thousands of silk thread guns hardened by armament haki that Don Quixote Doflamingo had just released, they all turned into nothingness in an instant. Evil bomb. What? At this time, Don Quixote Doflamingo did not need observation haki to sense, and could see that Qin Yu was standing safely in a pink beam of light that was rushing straight into the sky. Seeing the pink beam of light that was constantly expanding towards him, he did not care about the consumption of physical strength and haki, and instantly jumped all the armament haki in his body, and then entangled it on the 16 huge waves of white lines created by his string fruit. After being hardened by a large amount of high-density armament haki, the white line of the huge wave instantly turned into 6 paths that tore through the atmosphere and penetrated the void. The purple light hit the oncoming pink light column like a laser, 16 sacred bullets, God slaying. Bang! When Don Quixote Doflamingo's strongest move collided with Qin Yu's pink light column, a thunderous sound instantly exploded the entire Enies lobby. Even Nami and others who were trapped in the birdcage outside Enies lobby only felt a tinnitus in their ears. After the deafening roar, one wave after another of storms-like waves continued to surge out. The Enies lobby under the feet of the two finally couldn't bear their power release and completely collapsed. With the two people's bodies as the center, long, bottomless cracks instantly extended like a giant python. When these cracks extended to the entire Enies lobby exploded on the spot into hundreds of pieces. At this time, the power collision between Qin Yu and Don Quixote Doflamingo also reached the most intense and white-hot state. Knowing that the outcome in the life and death battle would be revealed after this blow, the two did not hold back at all. Haki, the fruit ability was vented crazily, regardless of the burden on the body and the consumption of physical strength. Your time is up, Doflamingo. In the pink light column, Qin Yu took a deep look at Don 2.7 Quixote Doflamingo who was suspended in the void, and then he pressed his right hand, and the pink light column burst again. Don Quixote Doflamingo's 16 white waves wrapped around armament haki suddenly broke layer by layer. After losing the strongest white wave line to suppress the pink light column, the expansion speed of the pink light column covering Qin Yu increased by more than 100 times compared to before. Almost in the blink of an eye, the pink light column had expanded in front of Don Quixote Doflamingo, and instantly blasted him to the largest island fragment 1,000 meters away. Chapter 98 Did even Heavenly Yaksha die in his hands? 3/6, please subscribe. 99 374. Chapter 98 Did even Heavenly Yaksha die in his hands? 3/6, please subscribe. Previous. Next. 2 minutes is just right. Qin Yu looked down at Don Quixote Doflamingo lying on a fragment of Enies lobby that was equivalent to a small island, and then he opened his right hand to him with an expression that was hard to see ultimate. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, hundreds of Qigong bullets were like Gatling guns, instantly turning into a rainstorm and completely submerging Don Quixote Doflamingo. Swish, swish. Almost at the same time when Qin Yu's Qigong bullets engulfed Don Quixote Doflamingo, the birdcage that completely trapped the huge Enies lobby and even the nearby sea area also dispersed and fell. Nami and others standing on the marine battleship saw this scene and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Qin Yu finally caught up. Nami 23 glanced at the large fragment of Enies lobby in front of them. If Qin Yu had not defeated Don Quixote Doflamingo at this time, they would have had to abandon this battleship and directly board the huge rock that looked like a small island to avoid Birdcage's pursuit. Even Birdcage has been solved, it seems that Doflamingo is dead. Frankie breathed a sigh of relief. It was the first time he found that this sea was so dangerous. Any Shichibukai who jumped out at random had the power to destroy a country and a large island. Fortunately, they also had a captain with such combat power on their ship, otherwise it would be really dangerous today. Could it be that Don Quixote Doflamingo, the man known as the most dangerous among Shichibukai, also died in his hands? What a terrifying man. Khalifa took a deep look in the direction of Qin Yu, and a trace of fear appeared on her pretty face. Unlike Nami and others on the ship, as CP9, she knew the horror of Don Quixote Doflamingo better than anyone else. That is the Shichibukai that is powerful enough to intimidate the New World pirates, and its influence spreads throughout the Grand Line. In addition to the underworld forces, the white forces are also extremely terrifying. The most important thing is that she also knows a secret about Don Quixote Doflamingo. He dares to fight celestial dragons, what else in this world does he not dare to do? Mr. Swordsman, Doflamingo has been solved, you should be happy now, why are you still looking so unhappy? Is it because of the 2 swords? Although it is a pity to break 2 good swords, you don't have to be so disappointed. You performed so well this time, I think Mr. Demon should be happy to give you his big sword Reikiri and the good sword Daimuramasa. Seeing the birdcage released, Nico Robin, who knew that Qin Yu had solved Don Quixote Doflamingo, also showed a relieved smile. Although Qin Yu almost absorbed her before, she is also a member of this ship now. If Qin Yu loses, with Don Quixote Doflamingo's extremely bad character, he will definitely kill everyone on their ship before he stops. Now that the crisis is resolved, Nico Robin found that everyone on the boat, including her, smiled, except Roronoa Zoro, who was holding 2 broken swords, with a heavy face. At first, Nico Robin thought that Roronoa Zoro was upset because Don Quixote Doflamingo had broken 2 swords before, but soon she found that he didn't pay attention to the 2 broken swords at all, but stared at Qin Yu's direction. Not only that, Nico Robin also found that Roronoa Zoro's face was gradually changing, heavy at first, and then turned into horror at the end. Zoro, what's your expression? Soon, not only Nico Robin, but also Nami and others noticed Roronoa Zoro's abnormality. Strong, really strong to the point of despair. Is this the power that stands at the top of the world like Hawkeye? Roronoa Zoro seemed to be answering Nami and others, but also seemed to be talking to himself. Even Don Quixote Doflamingo can be defeated, so of course we know that the demon is strong. Quote, Frankie sighed, I'm not talking about him, but the other one of you. Roronoa Zoro turned around and looked at Nami and others. At this time, everyone found that his originally solemn face had a hint of determination. Nami, start the boat. Run as far as you can immediately, otherwise we will only drag Qin Yu to death here. Quote, what are you talking about? What other person? Didn't Qin Yu take care of Doflamingo? Nami, Frankie and others were confused when they heard this. The temperature has dropped. This feeling can't be wrong. He's coming. At first, Nico Robin didn't understand what Roronoa Zoro said, just like everyone else. But as she noticed that the temperature around her began to drop, she gradually felt a palpitation in her heart, and a person's name suddenly jumped out of her mind. Nami, listen to Zoro, start the boat immediately. Hurry up, if we don't leave now, we will really drag Qin Yu to death here as Zoro said. Only if we leave, Qin Yu will have no worries and have a chance to leave. Chapter 99. The Admiral has finally arrived. Marine's highest combat power Aokiji, 4/6, please subscribe. 100-374. Chapter 99. The Admiral has finally arrived. Marine's highest combat power Aokiji, 4/6, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Seeing that Roronoa Zoro and Nico Robin's reactions were so strange, Nami didn't know what was going on, but she didn't bother to ask, and quickly asked Dory and Reggie to drive the ship. But just when Dory and Reggie had just let the battleship sail in the opposite direction of Eni's lobby, the temperature around them dropped rapidly. The fragments of Eni's lobby floating on the sea began to emit a blue light, and then the cold air rose. Nami, Nico Robin and others looked around and found that a large area of ice began to spread. First, the fragments of Eni's lobby on the sea surface, then the entire sea, and finally, even the battleship under their feet was completely frozen by the endless ice. The sea, the island, and the ship are all frozen. Looking at the endless ice world in front of her, Nami's face changed instantly. Hey, what's going on? Frankie looked at the scene in front of him with horror. Too late. When Nico Robin saw the sea and the ship frozen, she seemed to have lost all her strength and fell to the deck. Could this also be done by Don Quixote Doflamingo? Dory looked at the frozen sea in disbelief. No, Doflamingo is powerful, but he doesn't have the power to freeze the sea. Nico Robin, who was sitting on the ground, shook his head weakly, and then said in a tone of fear and a little nostalgia. There is only one person in this world who can freeze 1,000 miles of sea in the blink of an eye. Who? Frankie asked. One of the strongest forces of naval headquarters, Admiral Aokiji. Nico Robin said a person's name with a difficult tone with a pale face. What day is today? It's okay for a Shichibukai to come from New World, but why is there an admiral from the headquarters? Nami was so shocked that her face turned pale. I don't know, maybe Mr. Majin has been too popular recently. 5 vice admirals have died in his hands just after entering the Grand Line. In addition, a Shichibukai was also killed. It is normal that such a high-profile existence would attract the attention of the headquarters admiral. But I didn't expect it to come so suddenly. Nico Robin shook his head. It seems that your pirate journey has come to an end. No matter how powerful Majin is, he debuted too short after all. If he went to the New World, I think it would be difficult for the Admiral to take him down again. Look at it now, he is still a little tender when facing the Admiral. Not to mention, Majin just fought with Shichibukai, and both his physical strength and haki must have been consumed greatly. Khalifa, the only one present who was not panicked but had a happy face, suddenly said. Frankie, lock her hands and feet with seastone handcuffs. Also, if she makes any unusual movements, no matter what deal she made with Qin Yu before, just kill her. After Roronoa Zoro said to Frankie, he said to Nami, Nami, give me Reikiri and 3rd generation Muramasa. Are you going to join the battle? That's the admiral of the headquarters, far more terrifying than Doflamingo of Shichibukai. Nico Robin looked at Roronoa Zoro with surprise. She always thought that she had underestimated this swordsman as much as possible. But now she realized that she still underestimated Roronoa Zoro in front of her. Not to mention how strong this swordsman is, his strong spirit alone is incredible. When faced with an admiral, the first thing he does is either run or get scared. But Roronoa Zoro actually chose to face the challenge. My job in this ship is to guard the crew. This job is not only to guard the ship under my feet, but also to guard the crew on this ship. I think I have no reason to escape this battle. Quote, after Roronoa Zoro took Reikiri and 3rd generation Muramasa from Nami, he immediately climbed over the guardrail on the ship and ran towards the center of the battlefield, where Admiral Aokiji was, without looking back. Brigitte, let's go too. As a giant, the glory of the giants makes us not afraid of fighting like a coward. We will also join the battle. Dory carried a large sword of more than 10 meters, and then chased Roronoa Zoro with Brigitte in 10 steps. Are they all crazy? Khalifa, whose hands and feet were locked by sea-stone handcuffs, found it hard to understand when she saw Roronoa Zoro and others throwing themselves into the battlefield one after another. The opponent was Admiral. Knowing that he would die, he still went. As a pirate, shouldn't he run for his life at this time? It seems that our captain has not only become the backbone of everyone, but has also won the support of the whole ship without knowing it. Nico Robin watched Roronoa Zoro, Brigitte, and Dory walk towards the place where Admiral Aokiji was without caring about their own lives. She suddenly found that the fear caused by Aokiji's arrival in her heart was slowly disappearing. Chapter 100 Demon, please come with me to impel down 5/6, please subscribe. 101 374. Chapter 100 Demon, please come with me to impel down 5/6, please subscribe. Previous, next, if it were me in the past, I would have run too. Now, I find it a little unbelievable even for myself. That man almost absorbed me not long ago, but now I can't help wanting to help him. Nico Robin shook his head and laughed, then stepped out of the warship. You can't go. At this time, Frankie suddenly called out to Nichuner. Although I'm not the main combatant on this ship, he is the only one in this seat who made such a promise to me. Nico Robin looked back at Frankie. Whenever she was afraid, the scene of Qin Yu's promise to her in the Water City would unconsciously appear in her mind. I can't let him die before he fulfills his promise and avenges Ohara. Like you, I also have the same reason that I can't let the captain die here. So, I can't let you go to the battle, because only by doing so can we have a chance to save everyone and help the captain out of this predicament. Frankie said word by word. What did you say? Do you have a way to deal with the admiral of the headquarters? Nami heard this and looked at Frankie with hope. What do you want to do? Nico Robin looked at Frankie deeply, and after seeing the seriousness in his eyes, she asked. Don't joke. Even if I am a super, I am far from being able to stand up to the admiral. Although I can't beat the admiral, as long as I use Nico Robin's ability, I can complete the transformation of this ship in the shortest time. Maybe I can give Aokiji a surprise then. Just as Frankie slowly told his thoughts, in the center of the completely broken Eni's lobby, Qin Yu, who was suspended in the sky, was looking solemnly at the man who suddenly appeared next to Don Quixote Doflamingo. You came at a really bad time, Aokiji. Qin Yu said in a deep voice. Ah la la la, I'm really sorry for ruining your plan. To be honest, I really don't want to stop you from killing Doflamingo. But the marshal once said that Shichibukai can't die, at least not now. Especially Shichibukai like Doflamingo. As a marine, although I'm reluctant, since I'm here, I can only obey the marshal's words. Aokiji rubbed his head, with an expression that he didn't want to save Don Quixote Doflamingo either. Follow Marshal Sengoku's words. Does this also include the massacre of ordinary people in Ohara and the freezing of your comrade Jaguar D. Sol? Qin Yu's words made Aokiji's slightly lazy expression suddenly change. I won't deny these things. I don't understand or accept the justice of the government, but I won't hinder it. The only thing I will do and can do is to enforce my own justice. Aokiji was silent for a while, then looked at Qin Yu with indifferent eyes. So, demon, today I can only trouble you to go to impel down with me. Are you going to catch me? That's right. After all, I am now a pirate. Although I was forced to change my career by you Marines. Hearing that Aokiji wanted to catch him, Qin Yu was not panicked at all, but said calmly. Kuzan, you came at the right time. Please give me flowers 0. You actually got the advantage. The demon is now the weakest in history. Before Aokiji spoke, Don Quixote Doflamingo, who was lying on the ground, suddenly got up, and said to Qin Yu with a sinister face. What a pity, demon. Although you really managed to kill me within 2 minutes, you still couldn't change the outcome of your defeat in the end. This is the gap between you and me. Power, identity, background, just these, I can crush you to death. Just like now, you and I are both pirates, I am even more vicious than you, but the admiral came, not only did he not catch me, but he had to choose to save me. On the contrary, not only can you not kill me, but you will be captured and impelled down by Kuzan. The admiral of the headquarters. It is still uncertain who will win. Qin Yu stared at Aokiji with a burning gaze, without a trace of fear in his eyes. You also heard Kuzan. There are pirates calling you. Why don't you arrest him quickly? Don Quixote Doflamingo saw that Qin Yu was still stubborn when he was about to die, and immediately said to Aokiji, the demon at this time is the easiest to deal with. His physical strength and haki, as well as the special ability of the mythical beast devil fruit he ate, Chi, have been greatly consumed, and only 1/10 or 1/12 of his peak period remain. If you still can't arrest him, it will really damage your reputation as admiral. Are you done? Kuzan glanced at Don Quixote Doflamingo calmly, and then a touch of ice suddenly emerged from Don Quixote Doflamingo's feet, and then spread all the way up his body. Chapter 101 Is this the weight of the admiral of this department? 6/6, please subscribe. 102 374. Chapter 101 Is this the weight of the admiral of this department? 6/6, please subscribe. Previous, next, do you know what you are doing? Kuzan. Don Quixote Doflamingo saw Aokiji suddenly attack him, and his face suddenly darkened. Although he knew that Aokiji would not dare to do anything to him, and at most he would just make him suffer, he still felt unhappy. Of course I know what I am doing. The marshal explained it before I came. Although I cannot arrest you for the time being because of your identity as a Shichibukai, I can still teach you a lesson if I meet you. Facing Don Quixote Doflamingo's cold eyes, Aokiji said calmly. 413, Mog, I haven't settled the score with you about the flying squirrel. If it weren't for you, there wouldn't be so many things, and Virgo. Marine will settle accounts with you sooner or later for these things. I hope the name of Shichibukai can still protect you by then. Damn Qin Yu, and you Ku. Don Quixote Doflamingo immediately glared at Qin Yu with a cold look when he heard Aokiji say this. He knew that the reason why Aokiji suddenly attacked him was because Qin Yu used the video Den Den Mushi to take a picture of Virgo's self-explosion, which showed that he was the one who sent him to Marine as an undercover. But he, who has always been lawless, naturally doesn't care whether he is right or wrong in this matter. He only cares that Aokiji attacked him. But facing Admiral Aokiji, if it were his usual self, he would still have some ability to resist, but now he was completely frozen by Aokiji before he even finished speaking, and turned into a Shichibukai ice sculpture. Is this the weight of the Admiral of the headquarters? As expected, he is one of the men closest to the four emperors. The only one in Shichibukai who is truly capable of competing with the Admiral as the world's #1 swordsman, Dracula Mahawk. As for others, such as Don Quixote Doflamingo, they are completely vulnerable in front of the Admiral. Qin Yu was slightly shocked when he saw Aokiji freeze Don Quixote Doflamingo, whose strength was no less than his normal state, in a snap of his fingers. Although Don Quixote Doflamingo had fought a battle with him and was not only seriously injured, but also his physical strength and haki were less than 1/10 of his peak period, Aokiji was able to easily defeat a powerful man who ranked very high in Shichibukai, which still made Qin Yu deeply feel the power of the Admiral. Okay, the troublemaker has been dealt with. After freezing Don Quixote Doflamingo into an ice sculpture, Aokiji never looked at him again, but said to Qin Yu in a casual tone. Go ahead, although I am taking advantage of someone's misfortune, first I'm a marine, and you are a pirate. If I miss this opportunity, it will be difficult to catch you in the future. There are still 30 seconds. If I can't hurt him badly in these 30 seconds, I will lose. Qin Yu did not speak, and decisively entered the state of Majin Buu full power again. But even if he took advantage of the conflict between Aokiji and Don Quixote Doflamingo to buy time to recover his physical strength, haki and chi, at this time he could only maintain the state of full power of the main field's second Majin. After all, I haven't developed the Buu Fruit to the awakening level. If it can be awakened, then the vitality, stamina, recovery speed, and regeneration speed will be many times higher than now. It is even possible to reach the infinite stamina of Kid Buu in Dragon Ball in the awakened state. If I have the immortality of Kid Buu, I can completely maintain the state of demon full power forever. At that time, let alone being fought by an admiral and a Shichibukai, I will not be afraid even if I am surrounded by the four emperors. Qin Yu secretly decided in his heart that after this fight with Aokiji, no matter who wins or loses, he must master the awakening of the Buu Fruit. He has a hunch that once this mythical beast Buu Fruit awakens, it will bring him a new power. Oh, did you defeat Don Quixote Doflamingo in 2 minutes with this state? What an ingenious way to use your abilities. The transformation ability, special ability and haki of the mythical beasts are perfectly combined. No wonder you can burst out such amazing power. When Aokiji saw Qin Yu enter the Majin Buu full power state, his lazy expression was slightly startled. He was a little curious before. How did Qin Yu defeat Don Quixote Doflamingo in 1.2 within 2 minutes? Until now, after seeing Qin Yu in this state, he finally understood. The insight and observation haki are more terrifying than Don Quixote Doflamingo. Just a glance and you can see through the secret of Majin Buu full power. After feeling the boundless pressure from Aokiji, Qin Yu's heart trembled, but he did not have the slightest intention of retreating. His whole body was burning with jets of pink flames, and then it turned into a pink electric light, flashing in front of Aokiji in an instant, and raised his hand to punch Aokiji's heart. Chapter 102 This is not something you can decide with your mouth. Aokiji, 1/6, please subscribe. 103 374. Chapter 102 This is not something you can decide with your mouth. Aokiji, 1/6, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Hey, I don't even want to be hit by such a punch. Kuzan's eyes flickered slightly. Facing Qin Yu's fist, he, the highest combat power of naval headquarters, did not step back or dodge, and even did not use his fruit ability. He directly clenched his right hand into a fist, and then slammed into Qin Yu's fist fiercely. Bang! As Qin Yu and Aokiji's fists collided fiercely in midair, the layers of ice under their feet suddenly burst open, forming a crack that was more than hundreds of meters long, like a winding python. When their fists collided with each other, the power that erupted instantly formed a huge storm in the 1,000-mile ice land frozen by Aokiji. Even the clouds in the sky, under the power of the two people, could only be blown to pieces in front of the fist wind they emitted. You didn't even use the power of the fruit, you just used haki and took my full force attack. Qin Yu saw that Aokiji didn't even use the power of the frozen fruit, and directly used his strong physique to fight with haki and took his punch steadily, and a storm suddenly rose in his heart. In the past, he had always lacked a clear and intuitive understanding of the strength of the admiral. Until now, After fighting with Aokiji, he began to experience and understand why the three admirals of the headquarters were praised as the highest combat power of the Marine and also the highest combat power of the world government. If the Vice Admiral of the headquarters is a Grandmaster in everything, without any shortcomings, then the three admirals are Grandmasters in everything, without any shortcomings and weaknesses, and have also improved every ability to the point of being almost ultimate. Physical strength, physical skills, swordsmanship, hockey, and fruit abilities are all refined and strong. Aokiji is like this, and so are the other two admirals of the headquarters. Your punching power is one of the best in Shichibukai. No wonder Doflamingo was beaten so badly by you. After Aokiji took Qin Yu's punch lightly, a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. Then I can't let you leave this sea today. You can't say that, Aokiji. Qin Yu's eyes condensed, and his right hand, which collided with Aokiji's fist, suddenly changed from a fist to a palm. Qigong wave. In a flash, a Qigong wave shining with pink light gushed out and instantly swallowed up Aokiji's body. Can this energy also directly attack the body of the Logia ability user after it is transformed into an element, just like armament haki? Aokiji thought to himself while covering his body with armament haki, completely resisting Qin Yu's Qigong wave, and then he clenched his left hand in the air, and an ice knife condensed out of thin air, and then he waved his right hand. Not only was Qin Yu's body cut in half, but the wound was also covered with a large amount of ice. What's even more terrifying is that after these ices covered the two halves of Qin Yu's body, they actually began to spread all the way to other places. Frozen moment. Aokiji raised his hand and waved, stabbing half of Qin Yu's body. The body that was originally frozen by ice instantly turned into an ice sculpture. 6 Styles 6 King's Spear. What Aokiji didn't expect was that Qin Yu, who only had half of his body left, not only did not die, but also grew another half of his body again, and then seized the opportunity and slammed Aokiji with a palm. A powerful shock wave burst out, instantly penetrating Aokiji's body and sending him flying 800 meters away. It is indeed true. Even if the body is cut in half, it will not die, and it will even regenerate the lost part of the body tissue immediately. Such an ability is really terrifying. Once he grows up, he will be a monster more terrifying than Kaido. Aokiji, who fell 100 meters away, gently patted the dust off his body. He was hit by Qin Yu's 6 King's Spear head-on, but he was not injured at all. Blocked with emission. Sure enough, the three admirals not only have powerful fruit abilities, but also have mastered this high-level armament haki. This is really a bit troublesome. If you don't break his armament haki, you can't hurt his body at all. After Qin Yu saw that his 6 King's Spear had no effect on Aokiji, he immediately realized that Aokiji was using high-level armament haki to directly form an invisible armor on his body surface. It was the first time he faced this high-level armament haki, and he also felt it was quite difficult. This is simply a turtle shell, with insufficient destructive power. Even if Aokiji stood and let him hit him, he couldn't hurt him. It seems that ordinary attacks are useless. The only way is to freeze him directly. Anyway, with his physique, he shouldn't die in a short time. Just when Qin Yu was thinking about how to break Aokiji's advanced armament haki emission, Aokiji had already made a decision. After deciding how to deal with Qin Yu, he was not lazy at all, but showed an extremely swift and capable attitude. He jumped up and flew to a height of 100 meters. Then he opened his hands and 2 icicles flew towards Qin Yu. Chapter 103 Go to Hell and Ask Crocodile 2/6 Please subscribe. 104 374. Chapter 103 Go to Hell and Ask Crocodile 2/6 Please subscribe. Previous. Next. Qigong Wave. Qin Yu pushed his hands forward, and a pink Qigong wave broke through the air and hit Aokiji's 2 ice pillars. He originally thought that one blow would break Aokiji's 2 ice pillars. But he never expected that Aokiji's ice pillars were hit by his Qigong wave. Not only did they not move at all, without any damage, but they even connected his Qigong wave and controlled the ice to spread along the Qigong wave to his position. Even Qigong waves can freeze. To what extent has Aokiji developed frozen fruit? Qin Yu saw this scene and felt his scalp tingling. At that moment, he stopped the Qigong wave without any hesitation, and combined the Qi in his body with the dance in the air and moonwalk, bursting out with an extremely powerful air movement speed. Almost in the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the spot, flashed behind Aokiji, and then raised his hand and punched Aokiji in the back of the head. Frozen time capsule. But Qin Yu was fast, and he was just as slow. Almost at the same time when Qin Yu dodged behind him, he had already stretched out his hand to his back and released a freezing shock wave. Oh no, not only the armament haki, but even the observation haki is very different. It's really an all-round crushing. The 2-color haki, the development of the fruit ability, the strength of the physique and physical skills are all nothing that can compete with Admiral. Qin Yu thought while controlling his body, turning into a ball of pink liquid and moving irregularly in the void. At this time, he was like a winding python, avoiding the oncoming freezing shock wave in an extremely weird way. Want to use the 6 King's Spear again? It's a pity that this method, what? Aokiji, with his observation haki far superior to Qin Yu, had seen through all of Qin Yu's movements in advance. But soon, as if he had noticed something incredible, a look of shock suddenly appeared on his face. This was the only time he lost his composure since the war with Qin Yu began. Erosion reincarnation. Just when Aokiji lost his composure, Qin Yu stretched out his hand and grabbed it in the air. The tens of meters of ice under Aokiji's feet suddenly turned into a piece of yellow sand at an astonishing speed. Then this piece of yellow sand bound his body like a salon and began to absorb the moisture from his whole body. This is Crocodile's ability. You are obviously a mythical beast ability user. Why do you use Crocodile's sand fruit? Aokiji looked at Qin Yu in disbelief. If you want to know, go to hell and ask Crocodile yourself. Qin Yu knew that the erosion reincarnation could not trap Aokiji for long, and it was even more impossible to drain Aokiji's moisture. Let alone, Aokiji's whole body was protected by the advanced armament haki, emission in all directions, and the erosion reincarnation could not shake Aokiji's share. And he did not intend to use the ability of sand fruit to deal with Qin Yu. He just wanted to catch the other party off guard and buy enough time for himself. Kamaha. After suddenly performing sand fruit, catching Aokiji off guard and trapping him in the yellow sand, Qin Yu's hands suddenly collided together, and his calyx hands quickly placed on his waist. In an instant, he raised his chi to the ultimate that could be raised. Under Aokiji's surprised eyes, huge blue light pillars shot up into the sky, surrounded his palms, and formed a blue light ball visible to the naked eye. Get down! Qin Yu roared. In Majin Buu, the strongest Kamehameha burst out at full power. As he pushed his hands forward, the sky instantly burst into a dazzling blue light that penetrated thousands of meters into the sky. When the blue light shone out, the blue light ball in Qin Yu's palm immediately turned into a blue qigong wave that tore the earth, sank the island, and caused a huge heaven and earth phenomenon in the broken Eni's lobby sky. As the Kamehameha poured out from Qin Yu's hands, the clouds in the sky seemed to be unable to bear the pressure and suddenly split apart, forming a crack in the sky. At the same time, violent gale broke out at the same time, causing huge waves in the sea outside the ice. This attack is very strong. A rare seriousness appeared in Aokiji's eyes. Just such a change in his eyes can show how powerful Qin Yu's Kamehameha is. Just when he decided to be more serious, the Kamehameha released by Qin Yu, Nuo Jiao, had already hit him head-on. When the Kamehameha engulfed his entire body, a huge blue light ball with a radius of 1 kilometer instantly settled on the 1,000-mile ice and snow land created by Aokiji. The terrifying energy was vented unscrupulously from the blue light ball, and the cracks that spread over the 1,000-mile ice and snow land continued to extend. The originally frozen sea began to gush out a large amount of seawater as these cracks appeared. After being hit by Qin Yu's Kamehameha, the ice and snow world frozen by Aokiji, which covered an area no less than Eni's lobby, began to shake, crack, and even began to disintegrate bit by bit in the end. Chapter 104. You don't think you can turn the tables, do you? 3/6, please subscribe. 105 374. Chapter 104. You don't think you can turn the tables, do you? 3/6, please subscribe. Previous. Next. As this Qin Yu's power. He has already fought with Doflamingo, and he can still burst out such a powerful force. How powerful is Admiral Aokiji who can force him to exert such power? After stepping into the ice and snow, Roronoa Zoro rushed towards Qin Yu at an astonishing speed. He saw the blue light ball in front of him that looked like a doomsday disaster. He saw the endless wind balls venting in all directions with the light ball as the center. He saw the cracked ice and snow under his feet, and he couldn't help but take a breath. Let's hurry over. Thinking of this, Roronoa Zoro immediately suppressed the shock in his heart, and then rushed towards the direction of the light ball as fast as a meteor. On the other side, Qin Yu used all his strength to raise his chi to the limit in an instant, and then released Kamehameha, and the whole person fell from the air. At this time, he could not only not maintain the state of Majin Buu full power, but he could not even transform into Majin Buu, and turned back to human form. After all, the battle between 727 and Doflamingo consumed too much physical strength. Whether it is the armed color, the chi, or even the fruit ability, it requires sufficient physical strength to support. After Qin Yu landed on the ground, he immediately gasped for breath. Since he came to this world and obtained the Buu Fruit, it was the first time that he had shortness of breath and the first time he felt what fatigue was. In the past, he had almost never tried to exhaust his physical strength. After all, although his recovery ability is not as good as that of Little Buu in the Dragon Ball world, it is not inferior to Buu in other forms. Even if his physical strength and chi are consumed too much, he can recover at an amazing speed. But now, after fighting with Shichibukai Don Quixote Doflamingo and Admiral Aokiji in succession, his physical strength was forcibly exhausted. Haki, the energy was consumed to an unprecedented level. Even if his recovery ability was strong, he couldn't recover to the peak level in a short time. I hope this attack will be useful. Qin Yu looked at the deep pit with a radius of more than 1,000 meters that he had blasted out in front of him. As soon as this thought came to his mind, the ice layer in front of him that was blasted by his Kamehameha Qigong and the large amount of seawater that emerged began to freeze again. When the deep pit blasted out by his Kamehameha Qigong was filled with ice again and restored to its original state, a human-shaped ice block slowly pulled out of the ice and finally turned into the appearance of Admiral Aokiji again. It's really a bit dangerous. This move of yours not only almost injured me, but also almost blasted me into the bottom of the sea. If you really succeed, I might become the first admiral to be drowned by the sea since the establishment of Marine. Aokiji twisted his neck slightly, and then said to Qin Yu with a hint of sarcasm. Is it still a little short? Qin Yu's face remained unchanged, but his eyes flashed with an unprecedented solemnity. He knew that this time he really encountered the biggest crisis in history. If you hadn't fought Don Quixote Doflamingo before I fought, I think you really had a chance to blast me into the sea. CDEJ, but unfortunately, in your weak state, it is impossible to do it. Aokiji took a step and walked towards Qin Yu step by step with an unparalleled pressure. Give up, now you can't even maintain the state of defeating Don Quixote Doflamingo just now, and you can't even transform into the fantasy beast demon fruit power. Rather than being frozen into an ice sculpture by me and brought back to impel down, why not just come with me? It seems that Don Quixote Doflamingo can only be absorbed. Although he may not be able to beat Aokiji after being absorbed, at least his chi, physical strength, and haki can be fully restored, and he can also reach a whole new level. At that time, the initiative of whether to fight or retreat will be in my hands. Qin Yu ignored Aokiji's words, but used observation haki to find Don Quixote Doflamingo. But when he found him, his eyes became a little gloomy. At this time, Don Quixote Doflamingo was behind Aokiji, but he, who was originally frozen into an ice sculpture by Aokiji, had now broken out of the ice and looked at him with a playful look on his face. Damn, it would be fine if he was frozen. Now that he has broken out of the ice, it is a question whether I can absorb him in my state. Quote, Qin Yu couldn't help but curse in his heart. If it was before the fight with Aokiji, then even if Don Quixote Doflamingo broke through the ice, he would be sure to defeat the opponent and absorb it. But now, it's hard to say. What are you still thinking about? At this point, you don't think you still have a chance to turn the tables, right? Aokiji said lightly, I'm sorry to disappoint you, I really think so. Qin Yu sighed secretly, it seems that he can only use that trick. In this case, I have to freeze you completely and take you back to naval headquarters. Aokiji naturally saw that Qin Yu was at the end of his strength, but when he saw Qin Yu's resolute eyes, he still felt a little uneasy in his heart. Chapter 105. A Minute That Changes Destiny, 4/6, please subscribe. 106 374. Chapter 105. A Minute That Changes Destiny, 4/6, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Ice Ball. Having already decided to freeze Qin Yu completely, Aokiji said no more and released 5 huge ice pillars from his hands, bombarding Qin Yu. Once these 5 ice pillars landed on Qin Yu, he would inevitably be frozen into an ice sculpture. Hakoku. 3-sword style 108 Troubled Phoenix. Looking at the 5 ice pillars shot by Aokiji, Qin Yu immediately noticed something when he was about to dodge, and his steps stopped immediately. At the same time, 2 powerful shock waves and 3 flying slashing waves suddenly shot from his back, and he took off Aokiji's 5 ice pillars. Tisk, what a lucky 400 guy. I didn't expect that someone would come to save him when he was at the end of his rope. Standing in the distance, Don Quixote Doflamingo saw this scene, and immediately curled his lips and muttered in a slightly unhappy tone. Is this your crew? Even the giants are willing to work for you. Aokiji looked at Dori, Brigi and Roronoa Zoro who were coming from behind Qin Yu. When he saw the 2 giants, his eyes towards Qin Yu changed slightly. Before, he thought Qin Yu was just a powerful existence, but now it seems that it is not that simple. It is quite rare that this person can get the support of the giants who regard honor as more important than life. You know, even the first force of the Grand Line, such as naval headquarters, relied on the alliance and friendship between the world government and the giants, plus some policy needs, to get a small number of giants from the giants to serve as vice admirals in the headquarters. Others may underestimate the giants and think that the giants who can't hockey are just targets in front of real masters. But as the admiral of the headquarters, Aokiji will not despise any giant. He knows very well how important a giant is in a real large-scale war. In his opinion, even a giant who can't hockey also plays a pivotal role. Knowing that the admiral is here, you should run. At least, if you leave, I think it will be easier to retreat. Qin Yu glanced at Roronoa Zoro. I want to leave too, but Aokiji not only froze the sea, but also the warships. Roronoa Zoro said, besides, the captain can't fight all opponents alone. After all, I am also guarding the ship. What about you? Qin Yu looked at Brigi and Dori. The honor of a warrior does not allow us to escape from the battle. Brigi and Dori looked at each other and said in unison. Really, but the opponent is Admiral Aokiji. That will kill people, Qin Yu said faintly. Compared to losing the honor of being a warrior, we would rather die here. Speaking of which, since we joined your pirate group, we have not participated in a decent battle. This time, we can make up for all the battles we didn't participate in before. Brigi smiled boldly. Haha, that's what I meant. Dori raised the big sword in his hand and laughed like Brigi. Don't act like I'm the villain. I'm the Marine, okay. Aokiji looked at Roronoa Zoro and the others, and his heart became a little more serious. He was not serious because of the strength of these people, but because he saw a kind of determination in the eyes of Qin Shui's crew. Obviously, each of them was ready to die before stepping onto the battlefield. Hey, forget it, villains are villains. Since you are all mentally prepared, I have to ask you all to die here. Aokiji rubbed his eyebrows and said in a very casual tone. That's not necessarily true. Qin Yu quietly used his chi to block the spread of sound, and then whispered to Roronoa Zoro and others beside him, listen carefully to every word I say next. I have seen the strength of Admiral. I am not afraid to tell you the truth. Even if you join me, I can't defeat Aokiji in my current state, and I can't even compete with him. I have thought about it. The only way to break the dilemma now is not for us to besiege Aokiji together, but for you to do everything you can to buy me 10 minutes. 1 minute. Roronoa Zoro lowered his voice and found that Aokiji seemed to be unable to hear him, so he asked directly, "Are you sure you can fully recover in only 1 minute and have the strength to defeat Aokiji?" He obviously thought that Qin Yu wanted to use 1 minute to use the pervert recovery ability of the immortal body to recover all the consumption caused by the fierce battle with Aokiji. 0.2 Don Quixote Doflamingo. I don't know if I can defeat Aokiji, but as long as you guys can buy me 1 minute, at least I can take everyone away. Of course, the premise is that you don't die in Aokiji's hands in this minute. Qin Yu shook his head. 1 minute to change your fate. Okay, no matter what, I will buy you this minute. Roronoa Zoro looked at Dori and Raji, and then resolutely pulled out the Wado Ikimonji, 3rd generation Muramasa and Reikiri from his waist. Chapter 106. It seems that I can only let you all die here. 5/6. Please subscribe. 107 374. Chapter 106. It seems that I can only let you all die here. 5/6. Please subscribe. Previous. Next. Don't die. Dracula Mahawk and the world's strongest black knife are still waiting for you in the new world. And I haven't let you see how the new world is born yet. Qin Yu looked at Roronoa Zoro's back, which exuded a tragic atmosphere, and suddenly said, "Before that, I won't die. But if you can't let me see all this, then you should be prepared to commit seppuku." Roronoa Zoro turned his head slightly and grinned at Qin Yu, then rushed towards Aokiji with Dori and Raji at the same time. "Have you forgotten? Even if I commit seppuku, I won't die." Qin Yu raised a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, and then slowly clenched his hands into fists. A slightly dim pink flame gradually rose in his body. But soon, as time passed, the flame covering his body surface burned more and more vigorously. The pink flame also changed from dim to bright, from burning to jet-like, and finally began to shrink towards his body little by little. It was as if the pink flame was constantly compressing. Hurry up, faster. Qin Yu tried his best to speed up the gathering of energy, watching the master Roronoa Zoro who had already started fighting with Aokiji. Armament hardening. Under his gaze, Roronoa Zoro, holding 3 bright swords, first used armament haki to turn the 3 swords into black swords with a strong destructive aura, and then exuded waves of ominous aura-like ghosts and demons. Ghost Chi 9 swords Ashura 1 mist silver. In a trance, Roronoa Zoro turned into Ashura with 3 heads and 6 arms under the cold ghost aura. With the 6 arms and 3 heads moving slightly, a wave of slashing that turned everything into mold instantly gushed onto Aokiji's body. Have you mastered the technique of using haki before entering the new world? Although this pirate group is small in number, it cannot be underestimated. If it is allowed to develop, it will sooner or later become a major threat to Marine. Aokiji's eyes flickered slightly, and he was a little surprised that Roronoa Zoro had mastered armament haki just by walking to the water city. But he didn't know that Don Quixote Doflamingo, who was standing far behind him, was more surprised than him when he saw Roronoa Zoro's move. How could this happen? This swordsman is like 2 different people compared to the one I fought with before. How did he do it? In such a short time, his swordsmanship and haki have been completely transformed, like a completely different person. Don Quixote Doflamingo widened his eyes in disbelief. He was sure that when he fought with Roronoa Zoro on the battleship before, this swordsman did not have the current strength. If he could defeat the previous Roronoa Zoro in a snap of his fingers, then facing the current Roronoa Zoro, although he could easily defeat him, it would take at least dozens of moves to defeat him. This huge improvement was actually achieved in just a few dozen minutes. In his opinion, this is simply incredible. Sure enough, it is just as Qin Yu said. The key to improving haki is not training, but fighting. The more extreme the battle, the easier it is to break through the level of haki. It is not only Don Quixote Doflamingo who noticed the change in Roronoa Zoro, but also himself. At the moment when he attacked Aokiji, Roronoa Zoro found that the haki in his body seemed to have reached a critical point under the pressure from Admiral Aokiji, and then suddenly broke this critical point under the huge pressure. Now, he can not only easily transfer the power of the hardened armament haki to the 3 swords, but also perfectly combine it with his own swordsmanship. If I don't die this time, I should really have the potential to challenge Dracula Mahawk. When he thought of 660, Roronoa Zoro's eyes suddenly flashed with a terrifying fierce light. The power of the slashing wave originally released by him suddenly increased by 3 points. You, a swordsman, are not simple at all. Aokiji looked at Roronoa Zoro meaningfully, then gently waved the ice knife in his hand, and cut the oncoming slashing wave like cutting a watermelon. He attacked with a casualness, like cutting fruit, and turned the slashing wave released by Roronoa Zoro into dust. It seems that today I can only let you all die here. As soon as Aokiji finished speaking, he swung the ice knife in his right hand again. He still casually cut through the air, but when his blade fell, a huge vacuum slash had already flown in front of Roronoa Zoro. Ghost Chi 9 swords Ashura magic 9 flashes. Roronoa Zoro looked at it, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Chapter 107 Trafalgar Law, Are You Looking for Death? 6/6. Please subscribe. 108 374. Chapter 107 Trafalgar Law, Are You Looking for Death? 6/6. Please subscribe. Previous. Next. Facing Aokiji's sword, Roronoa Zoro didn't dare to be negligent at all. He immediately burst all his strength to ultimate, and the whole person spun rapidly like a gyroscope, and then burst out a powerful slash to slash on the vacuum slash released by Aokiji. But what made his face change drastically was that at the moment he slashed on Aokiji's vacuum slash, his whole face instantly turned ashen, and then he was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, and the whole person instantly flew backwards hundreds of meters away. Puff. Is this the power of the headquarters admiral? How did Qin Yu fight him for so long alone? And after defeating Don Quixote Doflamingo, he fought him so brilliantly with such a huge consumption. Roronoa Zoro, who was knocked away by Aokiji's sword, looked down at the hideous wound on his chest in disbelief. Aokiji just hit him hard with a casual sword. He originally thought that with the pressure from Don Quixote Doflamingo and Aokiji, he would be able to take 2 or 3 moves from Aokiji after breaking through his limits. The reality turned out to be 100 times more cruel than he expected. I can't even take a single move. Bang. After flying hundreds of meters away, Roronoa Zoro fell to the ground like a rag. Scarlet and dazzling blood slowly flowed out of his wound. Zoro, standing in the distance, Qin Yu, who was trying his best to gather his energy, saw this scene and his face sank slightly. Don't come over. I can do it. What you need to do now, is to do what you should do. And I will die for you for 1 minute. Just when Qin Yu wanted to rush over, Zoro, who was lying on the ground and was seriously injured, suddenly roared. Then, like a sheer evil ghost who would fight to death as long as the blood did not run out, he stood up from the ice with his badly injured body. 1 minute. Although I don't know what you want to do in this minute, my intuition tells me that this is not a good thing. Quote, after Don Quixote Doflamingo took in everything with the help of observation haki, he first grinned, then slowly stood up. Although he did not believe that Qin Yu could turn the tables in Aokiji's hands in a minute, as long as he could hit Qin Yu's hope and will, he was still very happy to ruin Qin Yu's good deeds. Bullet string. Standing up, Don Quixote Doflamingo looked at Qin Yu with a slightly sinister look, then stretched out a finger and tapped him lightly. A tough silk thread broke through the air like a sniper bullet towards Qin Yu. Although he knew that this attack could not hurt Qin Yu, he knew that this attack could interrupt what Qin Yu was doing now. Doflamingo, you are looking for death. Roronoa Zoro was furious when he saw it. He, Dory, and Brigitte risked their lives, and in a short time, they paid the price of him and Brigitte being seriously injured and falling to the ground, and finally dragged Aokiji. But at this time, Don Quixote Doflamingo suddenly jumped out. How could he not be angry? Room scan. Just when Roronoa Zoro was about to rush over to block Don Quixote Doflamingo's attack, a translucent spherical space suddenly enveloped Qin Yu. The next second, Qin Yu disappeared out of thin air. His disappearance also made Don Quixote Doflamingo's bullet string fall. Although I don't know who you are and what your purpose is, I think you can attack at this time and should be a friend rather than an enemy. As long as you don't let anyone disturb Qin Yu in this minute, we will do our best to help you achieve your purpose after that. Roronoa Zoro looked at the man who suddenly appeared beside Qin Yu, wearing a furry winter hat with leopard madara dots, wearing casual long-sleeved clothes, and carrying a long sword in his fur. Trafalgar Law, are you looking for death? Before the man carrying the long sword spoke, Don Quixote Doflamingo in the distance had already taken the lead in shouting at him coldly. My goal is very simple, that is to prevent anyone from disturbing the head of Qin Yu. So, just go and hold Aokiji. Don Quixote Doflamingo, leave it to me. Although I can't beat him, I can still hold him for a minute. Trafalgar Law ignored Don Quixote Doflamingo, Li Ma Jiao, and spoke to Roronoa Zoro. Please. Seeing Dory in the distance was also knocked down by Aokiji with a knife, Roronoa Zoro said no more, and immediately rushed towards Aokiji with his seriously injured body. Boss Qin Yu, my name is Trafalgar Law. I will tell you about other things later. You don't need to worry about anything in the next minute. As long as I haven't fallen down, I won't let Don Quixote Doflamingo disturb you. Trafalgar Law turned his head and said to Qin Yu, then stared at Don Quixote Doflamingo, whose face became extremely ugly because of his disregard and his actions. Chapter 108. The Demon Pirates Guarding the Crew. Roronoa Zoro, 1/6, please subscribe. 109 374. Chapter 108. The Demon Pirates Guarding the Crew. Roronoa Zoro, 1/6, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Thank you, Qin Yu said to Trafalgar Law lightly, and then continued to concentrate on gathering more chi. Can you still stand up? This man, what is supporting him from behind? He is already injured to this extent, but he can still stand up. Just as Qin Yu was concentrating on gathering chi, Roronoa Zoro had once again blocked Aokiji, who had chopped Brigitte and Dory to the ground. At this time, Aokiji looked at Roronoa Zoro, who had a hideous knife wound deep enough to see the bone on his body. A normal person would have died long ago, but he could still get up and stand in front of him, which made Aokiji feel a little surprised and solemn. He didn't take Roronoa Zoro's strength seriously. What really concerned him was his will. It's already like this, why do you still want to stand up? 337 Are you not afraid of death, or do you think you won't die? Aokiji looked at Roronoa Zoro deeply. I just feel that there is something I must do. Roronoa Zoro exhaled a bloody breath. Do you want to do it even if you die? Aokiji asked word by word. If you don't do it, I want to die. After Roronoa Zoro's sonorous voice came out of his mouth, Aokiji, Don Quixote Doflamingo and Trafalgar Law were all shocked. Swordsman, tell me your name. Aokiji put away the slightly casual and leisurely look on his face and replaced it with a serious look. The guard of the demon pirates, Roronoa Zoro. Roronoa Zoro looked back at Qin Yu, who was gathering his energy, and then said 14 words in a deep voice. I remember you, you are a powerful swordsman. If I can, I really don't want to kill you, but I can't let you continue to sail in this sea. The main reason is that the man behind you is too terrifying. Although I don't know what he is doing, my intuition tells me that it is definitely not a good thing to let him continue like this, so Roronoa Zoro, please die here. As soon as Aokiji finished speaking, his right hand holding the saber tightened slightly, and then he slashed at Roronoa Zoro. Ghost Chi 9 Swords Ashura piercing power. Facing Aokiji's swing, Roronoa Zoro did not retreat or fear at all. He suddenly stepped on the ground with both feet, and the whole person seemed to have turned into a Shira holding a sharp blade, trying to poke the sky open, and stabbed towards Aokiji fiercely. Swish. As the two passed each other on the ice and snow, Roronoa Zoro's body suddenly spurted out a stream of blood. Before he fell to the ground, a touch of ice had swept over his whole body, turning him into an ice sculpture. The last obstacle has been cleared. Qin Yu, no one can help you next. After Aokiji glanced at Roronoa Zoro who had turned into an ice sculpture, his eyes immediately shifted to Qin Yu. See, Luo, you betrayed me to help the demon, but your action failed. Don Quixote Doflamingo saw that Roronoa Zoro had turned into an ice sculpture, and immediately said to Trafalgar Law jokingly. Do you think I don't know what you are thinking? You want to save the demon and use the demon's power to deal with me. It's a pity that today, both you and the demon can only disappear completely from this sea. Is it really the limit? Trafalgar Law, standing in front of Qin Yu, glanced at Roronoa Zoro, and his heart gradually sank to the bottom. Just facing the seriously injured Don Quixote Doflamingo, he was beaten and scarred in a short time. If there is another Aokiji admiral, he is afraid that he can't even hold on for a second. Boss Qin Yu, are you still not well? Trafalgar Law ignored Don Quixote Doflamingo's ridicule, but asked Qin Yu behind him. As he turned his head, he immediately found that Qin Yu's eyes had become more ferocious than Sea King's. Just by touching this pair of eyes, he felt his heart trembling. 10 seconds left. Qin Yu uttered 4 words with a gloomy face. He looked as if he was not in a hurry at all, but if you look closely at his hands, you will find that his fists were clenched so tightly that the veins were exposed. 10 seconds. I'll try my best. Trafalgar Law thought about running away, but when he thought of the figure who was killed by Don Quixote Doflamingo many years ago, he gritted his teeth and went to meet Don Quixote Doflamingo and Aokiji. Aokiji, I'll take care of Luo. You just go and do what you should do as an admiral. Don Quixote Doflamingo saw that Trafalgar Law was going to fight him to the end, and his face suddenly showed a bit of ferocity. Chapter 109 It's a pity that you are a pirate. 2/6, please subscribe. 110 374. Chapter 109 It's a pity that you are a pirate. 2/6, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Aokiji looked at Don Quixote Doflamingo and Trafalgar Law meaningfully, as if he saw some unusual connection between the two. But he didn't say much at this time. Whether it was Trafalgar Law or Don Quixote Doflamingo, in Aokiji's view, they were far less important than Qin Yu in front of him. Although he didn't know what Roronoa Zoro and others were doing to fight for this minute for Qin Yu, he believed that this would definitely not be a good thing for him. Thinking of this, he ignored Don Quixote Doflamingo, but directly swung the ice knife at Qin Yu. Bang! Just as Aokiji's blade fell, he suddenly found that his arm sank slightly. When Aokiji turned his head, he immediately saw a scene that made him shudder and even unforgettable for a lifetime. Under his gaze, Roronoa Zoro, who had been frozen, stretched out a hand from the ice and grabbed his arm. Although the force that grabbed his hand seemed so weak to Aokiji. But the strong will of the man in the ice sculpture moved him. You want to stop me even if you die. Even if it was frozen, the hand could still break through the ice. Aokiji sighed deeply, but his eyes turned cold in an instant. I'm sorry, if you were Marine, I would definitely do my best to train you to be the best general. But unfortunately, you are a pirate. He muttered to himself, and swung the ice blade back with his right hand, directly slashing Roronoa Zoro's arm. This knife will not only cut off Roronoa Zoro's arm on the spot, but also make the ice layer that freezes him more solid. Aokiji. When Aokiji's blade fell, Qin Yu, who had been gathering energy, shouted in vain, and then the pink flame that was constantly compressed towards his body suddenly surged and turned into a sky-high flame as high as 18 meters. In addition to Aokiji, even Don Quixote Doflamingo only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and when he came to his senses, he found that Qin Yu, who was still 100 meters away, had teleported to Aokiji out of thin air, grabbed his ice blade with one hand, and then squeezed it hard. With a click, the ice blade was shattered by his hand. Including everyone who saw this scene, including Aokiji, showed a touch of shock on their faces. It's not even a minute yet. Is this really okay? After being shocked, Trafalgar Law felt a little worried. As a doctor and also an Ate Fruit user, he always felt that it was definitely not a good thing for Qin Yu to take action in advance. It seems that you don't have to wait a minute to take action. Quote, as soon as Aokiji finished speaking, a fist had occupied his pupil. Facing Qin Yu's lightning-fast punch, Aokiji blocked it with his palm as casually as before. But when his palm collided with Qin Yu's fist, his face suddenly changed. A force far exceeding 10 times that of the previous one surged from Qin Yu's hand like a raging sea. Under the unreserved pouring of the mighty force, Aokiji was immediately blasted out 100 meters away like a cannonball. This force, in just over 50 seconds, what changes happened in this man's body? Aokiji dissolved the force from his palm in midair, and after landing steadily, he looked at Qin Yu with a surprised look at the first time. The previous punch made him feel like he was punched by Garp. Although the punch strength was still a long way from Garp, it had already faintly surpassed the scope of Admiral in terms of punch strength. After all, the three Admirals are all Logia users, not zones. Although their physiques are strong, they are definitely not as strong as those of the same level who have eaten zones. Now Aokiji is facing Qin Yu, and it feels like he is facing an Admiral-level strongman who has eaten the devil fruit of the mythical beast species. Crack! Qin Yu ignored the shocked Aokiji, and slapped the ice on Roronoa Zoro with his backhand. The nearly 1 meter thick ice layer instantly turned into ice chips. It seems that it hasn't been a minute yet. After breaking through the ice, Roronoa Zoro's first concern was not his own situation, but Qin Yu's early action. If I really wait for a minute, I will lose the best guard in the world. Quote. Qin Yu smiled faintly, and then handed Roronoa Zoro to Trafalgar 02. Please help me keep an eye on him for the time being. No problem. Although Qin Yu's tone was very calm, and even polite, facing him at this time, Trafalgar Law was like an ordinary person facing a flood and a beast, and his whole body was covered with goosebumps. He had never experienced this feeling even in Don Quixote de Fran's character. Under the influence of his inner trembling, Shirafar nodded and agreed almost reflexively. Chapter 110 Since I Can't Kill Him, I'll Kill You 36, please subscribe. 111 374. Chapter 110 Since I Can't Kill Him, I'll Kill You 36, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Doflamingo. After handing Roronoa Zoro over to Trafalgar Law, Qin Yu glanced at Don Quixote Doflamingo not far away. Just a glance made the man who was known as the most dangerous among Shichibukai feel like he was in an icy cave. Although I don't know what you've been through, your current opponent is not Don Quixote. Doflamingo's heart was chilled, but as a king, he said to Qin Yu with an evil smile as usual. But he was only halfway through his words when Qin Shui raised his right hand and pointed it at him from a distance. This action made Don Quixote Doflamingo's hair stand on end, and before he could react, an invisible force of overwhelming power had been exerted on him. Bang! Ah! Don Quixote Doflamingo's face turned pale, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Then the ice layer under his feet instantly blasted out a large pit with a radius of hundreds of meters. The next second, he flew backwards 1,000 meters away like a broken wind, smashed the ice layer on the ground fiercely, and then fell into the sea. Ah! I said, you can't kill him for the time being. Just as Qin Yu was about to add another Qigong bullet to kill Don Quixote when Doflamingo was sent directly to hell, a cold air suddenly hit him. Since I can't kill him, I'll kill you. Qin Yu glanced at Aokiji, and as a cold light burst out from his eyes, he turned into a pink flash, broke through the atmosphere, and came to Aokiji with a violent wind. Facing Qin Yu, whose strength had suddenly increased explosively after some unknown changes, even Aokiji did not dare to underestimate him. The punch just now had made Aokiji understand that Qin Yu was no longer the same as before. Although he also knew that Qin Yu's state would not last long, as long as the other party still had this power, even if it was only for 1 second, he would still treat it with caution. After all, even if a nuclear bomb can only explode for 1 second, it is still a nuclear bomb. It does not shorten people's fear of nuclear bombs because of the length of its explosion time. With this idea in mind, Aokiji was completely different from before when facing Qin Yu who broke through the air. Although he had not yet given his all, he was also taking it seriously. When Qin Yu's fist hit him, he condensed 2 ice knives like lightning and slashed them on Qin Yu's fists. Bang! The ice beneath their feet broke instantly when the knives and fists collided, and then collapsed layer by layer until all the ice was shaken into ice chips, causing the seawater to gush out from under their feet again. If it were an ordinary ability user facing this situation, it would have been a death sentence, but Aokiji, one of whom had the chi to perform the air dance technique, and the other mastered moonwalk, one of the Marine 6 styles, even though there was nothing under their feet, they still did not fall into the sea. Without any scruples, the impact of the force generated by the collision of the two people's fists and knives made Trafalgar Law and others in the distance change color, and quickly reached out to grab a piece of Eni's lobby fragment in front of them that was frozen by the soldiers. As for Brigitte and Dory, who fell to the ground and couldn't hold on to the obstacles around them to stabilize their bodies, even though they were giants with amazing weight, they were still blown away by the strong wind generated by the collision of Qin Yu and Aokiji's fists and swords. Your strength has indeed improved amazingly. Now you are probably capable of fighting Admiral head-on. It's a pity that you can't change anything after all. You can't maintain this state for long. Once your strength begins to decline, both you and those people in the distance will have to stay here. Aokiji held Qin Yu's fist firmly with his ice knife, not letting his fist move forward at all. That's not necessarily true, Aokiji. Frankie's roar suddenly came from the ice and snow where Qin Yu hadn't spoken yet. Then, under the perception of Aokiji and Qin Yu's observation haki, a huge warship actually sailed quickly on the ice and headed towards them. Didn't I freeze the ship? Besides, how could the ship sail on the ice? Aokiji's face changed slightly. It seems that things are not going as you said, Kai. Qin Yu's fists burning with pink flames suddenly burst out with a mighty impact. Without any preparation, the Six Kings spear burst out in a moment of thought. Aokiji was not injured in the face of the sudden Six Kings spear, but he was also blown away by the overwhelming force, causing his hands holding the knife to tremble slightly. Obviously, in the confrontation between physique and physical skills, he has begun to fall a little bit behind. After all, he is a Logia ability user, and Qin Yu is a Zone Fantasy Beast ability user. Among the strong people of the same level, the physique and physical skills of the Fantasy Beast ability users are naturally better than those of Logia and Paramesha. Chapter 111 No one can kill me, not even the Admiral. 46, please subscribe. 112 374. Chapter 111 No one can kill me, not even the Admiral. 46, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Luo, use your ability to send everyone to that ship. Qin Yu thought about it, and after using the Six Kings Spear to send Aokiji flying, he immediately shouted to Trafalgar Law who was supporting Roronoa Zoro. Okay. Hearing this, Trafalgar Law immediately opened the space of Op Fruit to transfer Brigitte and Dory together, and then, regardless of the consumption of physical strength, he continued to perform room scan to teleport everyone to the battleship driven by Frankie. The battleship modified by Frankie was not slow on the ice, and Trafalgar Garo frantically performed room scan to rush towards the battleship, and the two sides soon met in this ice and snow. This is what Qin Yu asked me to give you. Quote, as soon as he boarded the battleship, Trafalgar Law was sweating and panting as he sat on the deck. Although the power of Op Fruit is powerful, it consumes a lot of energy to use. He doesn't even know hockey now, so his physical strength is naturally not that strong. Continuously performing room scans almost drained his physical strength. Zoro, Brigitte, Lee. When Nami saw the miserable state of the three people at this time, her pretty face turned pale on the spot. It's okay, you won't die. This time I made a big profit. First Shichibukai, then Admiral, it saved nearly half a year of training time. Roronoa Zoro lay on the deck, with a forced smile on his face. If he had just trained on the ship, he knew that it would take at least half a year to train armament hockey, observation hockey and kendo to his current level. But now, with the pressure of Shichibukai and Admiral, although he narrowly escaped death, his gains were amazing. He even had a hunch that after experiencing this tragic battle, his strength would be further improved after his injuries recovered. By then, even if we face Shichibukai one-on-one, we won't be as powerless as we are now. Thinking of this, the smile on Roronoa Zoro's face became a little more intense. Where's Qin Yu? Nico Robin used the ability of Flower Fruit to help Trafalgar Law up, and then put him on a chair. Boss Qin Yu is still fighting Aokiji. But you can rest assured for the time being. I don't know what method Qin Yu used to improve his strength to the point where he can compete with Admiral. At least before his strength declines, he will not be in any danger. Quote, Trafalgar Law briefly explained some of the situations on the battlefield. You leave here first, the farther away from Eni's lobby the better. Just when Nico Robin wanted to ask some details, Qin Yu's thunderous sound came from a distance. What should we do? For a moment, everyone looked at Nami. After all, she is not only a veteran who formed the demon pirates with Qin Yu, but also a navigator. If she doesn't leave, everyone can't leave. Let's go. Nami's eyes changed, and finally she gritted her teeth and said to Frankie. Leave it to me. Frankie immediately walked to a control console, first turned the rudder, turned the battleship around on the ice, and then reached out to pull a lever on the control console. Let you see Super isn't the Super Ice battleship modified by Frankie powerful. Super Wind Cannon. The moment he finished speaking, a tube similar to a gun barrel at the rear of the battleship suddenly burst into a dazzling blue light. ... Accompanied by a loud bang, the entire battleship suddenly rose from the ground and soared towards the distant sky. Captain, don't die. Frankie turned around and yelled in the direction of Qin Yu. I once said that no one can kill me, not even the Admiral of Headquarters. Qin Yu, who was standing on the ice and confronting Aokiji, seemed to hear Frankie's roar, and a slight murmur came out of his mouth. Are you leaving? Then I can't let you leave here. Quote, Aokiji, with his powerful observation hockey, sensed that Frankie and the others were leaving at an alarming speed, and his eyes towards Qin Yu suddenly became cold. It didn't matter if the others left, as long as Qin Yu stayed, the demon pirates would exist in name only. You don't have the final say, Aokiji. As soon as Qin Yu finished speaking, his body shot up into the sky like a rocket. He was so fast that he rushed to a height of 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. Do you think you can get away like this? Aokiji saw Qin Yu soaring into the air, thinking that he wanted to use his flying ability to escape, and immediately stepped on Moonwalk, flew into the air and chased after him. Who said I was leaving? After rushing to a height of 1,000 meters, Qin Yu suddenly stopped, then put his hands on his waist, and the blue light that shone for dozens of kilometers roared out from his palms. A huge blue ball of light quickly took shape surrounded by blue light pillars that shot up into the sky. 3BF. Chapter 112. 1 minute of gathering chi. Armed Kamehameha 56, please subscribe. 113 374. Chapter 112. 1 minute of gathering chi. Armed Kamehameha 56, please subscribe. Previous. Next. This move again. It's even more powerful than before. Thinking that Qin Yu's current strength has improved so much, and that Kamehameha will certainly be more terrifying, Aokiji will never give Qin Yu the opportunity to perform Kamehameha. At this moment, he swung his arm, and the temperature of the air around him dropped rapidly. The next second, a huge ice bird flew from his arm and flew towards Qin Yu. Want to freeze me? Don't even think about it. Looking at the ice bird that broke through the air, Qin Yu continued to maintain the posture of condensing Kamehameha with both hands, but his body suddenly split into four. The ice bird that was originally going to freeze Qin Yu also fell into the air as he suddenly split into four. What? May 17th, turned into four. And all four are real. Aokiji couldn't help but flash a hint of surprise in his eyes when he saw this scene. If this clone is fake, then it's nothing. But his observation haki clearly told him that the four Qin Yu in front of him are real. What made him even more unbelievable was that each of these four Qin Yus exuded an extremely powerful aura. Although a single clone was not as powerful as the Qin Yu just now, the four of them together were definitely more powerful than him. As the limit 4, it is indeed a big gap from Little Buu who could split his body into hundreds of Majin Buu. The awakening of the Buu Fruit must be mastered quickly. Qin Yu split into four and transformed into four Majin Buu clones that looked exactly like himself. He immediately gathered all the energy in his body into the Kamehameha in his palm together with the three clones. It's not enough. Even if it took nearly a minute to gather the gathered energy is still not enough to defeat Aokiji. Feeling the energy contained in the three clones and the Kamehameha in his hand, Qin Yu knew that this level of energy would not only be difficult to defeat Aokiji, but even to seriously injure him. But he had already gathered all the energy he could gather, and even if he was given another minute, he couldn't gather more energy. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and wrapped the armament haki in his body around the Kamehameha in his palm. I originally wanted to wait until armament haki reached the level of emission, so that it no longer needed to be attached to any object and the vessel could be released, and then try to merge it with Kamehameha. Now I can only try my best. It's not that he hadn't tried to wrap armament haki around Chi before. In fact, as early as when he absorbed Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel and obtained armament haki, he had already tried to wrap armament haki around Qigong waves. But every time he did this, his chi would become extremely violent and almost difficult to control. Many times, he would explode himself before he even launched the Qigong wave. After many attempts, he realized that it should be his lack of control over armament haki or chi. So he decided to wait until his control over chi improved, or until armament haki reached the level of Ryulo before trying to merge armament haki with chi. But now facing the pressure of Aokiji, he can only try his best. After all, he can no longer gather more chi. Chi. When Qin Yu tried to wrap armament haki around Kamehameha, visible black electric sparks suddenly burst out around Kamehameha in his palm. To his surprise, this time he wrapped armament haki around Kamehameha surprisingly smoothly. In addition to bursting out black electric sparks and suddenly expanding a circle, Kamehameha did not run wild like before. What's going on? Qin Yu felt the change of Kamehameha, and a hint of confusion flashed in his eyes, and then he quickly reacted, it's life return. By the way, the 4 Vice Admirals I absorbed can return life. Especially Ghost Spider, who uses life return to perfection. After I absorbed them all, my level of life return even surpassed Ghost Spider, so I was able to succeed so easily this time. Thinking of the moment when I controlled armament haki to be entangled in Kamehameha, I instinctively used life return to pour my own consciousness into armament haki, thereby greatly improving the control of armament haki. Qin Yu understood it. You 4 Vice Admirals really joined forces to give me a good gift. Originally, I thought that haki and chi could only be integrated when the armament haki reached the level of emission, but now it's much earlier. Qin Yu raised the corner of his mouth, and silently thanked the 4 Vice Admirals who had been absorbed by him. He immediately and his 3 clones simultaneously wrapped the armament haki in his hand. Haki's Kamehameha pushed out towards Aokiji. As a thank you for your gift, I will use this power to repay you Marines. Let's start with Aokiji. Boom. 4 Kamehameha with black light instantly tore the atmosphere, bursting out huge air waves visible to the naked eye and then fell fiercely from the sky 1,000 meters high towards Aokiji. Chapter 113. Is this really the power of human beings? 66. Please subscribe. 114 374. Chapter 113. Is this really the power of human beings? 66. Please subscribe. Previous. Next. He actually combined armament haki and the special abilities of the mythical beasts with this power. Aokiji looked at the 4 Kamehameha Qigongs that were wrapped in black light and fell from the sky in front of him, and a trace of horror flashed in his eyes. At the same time, a figure of a man who was superior to Admiral in the naval headquarters and could be said to be truly standing on the top of the ocean suddenly emerged in his mind. The Supreme Marshal of the naval headquarters, Sengoku of Buddha. It is exactly the same as Marshal Sengoku's shock wave. Thinking of the entanglement that Sengoku made after transforming into a big Buddha, and even the shock wave that was fused with armament haki, Ji found that Qin Yu's current attack was almost the same as the means used by Zan when fighting with others. The only difference is that Qin Yu can only do armament haki entanglement, while Sengoku has cultivated armament haki to the level of emission, and can directly merge emission with shock waves. After realizing this, Aokiji did not dare to be negligent at all. Facing the 4 Kamehameha Qigongs that fell from the sky and were wrapped in black light, he raised his hands seriously, and the bone-chilling and boundless cold air rolled in like a wave. After the broken Enies lobby and the nearly 100-kilometer sea area were frozen by him, the temperature around was already very low. As his hands emitted boundless cold air, the temperature here dropped even more madly, continuously falling towards -100 degrees. When this terrifying cold air rose to ultimate, the vast tide of ice was madly swallowed and spit out, freezing the air in an instant. Ice Age, Aokiji shouted in a low voice, pushed his hands forward, and suddenly froze a mountain in the air. No, an iceberg as big as an island, and then smashed the 4 Kamehameha Chigungs that were coming towards him. Bang! The iceberg and Kamehameha collided with each other, and the blue light instantly illuminated the area within a radius of dozens of miles. Even Nami and others who were already driving the warship and running a distance felt as if their eyes were blinded when they saw this strong light. After the strong light that shone for dozens of miles gushed out, a deafening roar of thunder like Thor beating a drum swept through the terrifying power fluctuations, spreading in all directions at a speed of hundreds of meters per second. The sea that was frozen by Aokiji before was swept by this power fluctuation and instantly turned into ice chips. When the boundless sea water just surged up to fill the disappeared ice layer, the terrifying power instantly shook a large area of the sea and collapsed layer by layer. In the blink of an eye, a huge deep pit like a basin appeared on the sea surface. The boundless sea faced this deep pit and was unable to fill it for a while. Is this really human power? Too scary, completely beyond our comprehension. Nami, Frankie and others standing on the battleship looked at the doomsday scene in the distance. When they thought that such a terrifying phenomenon was caused by the battle between two people, everyone present felt a wave of turbulence in their hearts that could not be calmed down for a long time. Compared with Frankie and others who were shocked physically and mentally, Aokiji and Qin Yu did not care about the outside world. At this moment, even if the whole sea was blown up by the two of them, they would not look at it. At this time, their attention was all focused on each other. Hold on. For the first time in the battle with Qin Yu, Aokiji, who fully erupted the power of frozen fruit, fought fiercely with Qin Yu's Kamehameha in the Ice Age. After a fierce stalemate, he found that layers of ice began to spread upwards bit by bit along the 4 Kamehameha, and after freezing it continuously, he was suddenly happy. At this point in the battle, he had seen that Qin Bao was already at the end of his strength. This Kamehameha attack was Qin Yu's strongest attack, and also his last glory. Once he took it, there would be no suspense about the outcome of this battle. You can't bear it. The 4 Qin Yus suspended in the void roared at the same time. The next second, under Aokiji's shocked eyes, the 4 Qin Yus suddenly stood together and pushed their hands towards his position in panic. The 4 Kamehameha attacks that were frozen by his ice age suddenly gathered together, forming a huge blue Chigung wave like a pillar of heaven, which instantly shattered all the ice, and then swept a force that shattered everything, even the islands, the sea, and the sky, and hit his ice age hard. Boom. Facing this Kamehameha attack that contained endless power, Aokiji found that the ice layer he was standing on had been completely shattered into ice chips. His body also began to fall towards the sea below. Freezing moment, Aokiji's face sank slightly, and his right foot turned into an icicle and stepped on the ice. The sea that was about to swallow him was frozen again by him. But before he could completely freeze a large piece of solid ice and snow, the Kamehameha he carried in both hands had already pressed him down on the ice. Chapter 114 How Terrible. He actually killed Aokiji. 16, please subscribe. 115 374. Chapter 114 How Terrible. He actually killed Aokiji. 16, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Get down. Qin Yu watched Aokiji continue to resist, and roared, squeezing out every bit of his physical strength, every bit of chi, and every bit of haki. Crack. After several minutes of stalemate, Aokiji's speed of freezing the sea surface could not catch up with Qin Yu's Kamehameha's speed of destroying the ice layer. With a sound like glass breaking, Aokiji was not only completely suppressed by Kamehameha and could not move, but was even blasted into the depths of the sea with the ice. Swish. When Qin Yu's pillar-like Kamehameha gradually dissipated, the ice and snow formed by Aokiji's freezing of the sea had disappeared, leaving only a magnificent sea and a crack in the sea blasted by Kamehameha. Looking at this crack, it is bottomless and there is no end in sight. As a person with special abilities, Aokiji was blasted to such a deep bottom of the sea by Qin Yu. If the two admirals of Naval Headquarters and Marshal Sengoku knew about this, they would probably be very upset. Hoo-hoo. Qin Yu lowered his head and took a last look at the crack in the sea below, then with his exhausted body, he barely burst out a faint white flame and chased in the direction where Nami and others left. Shortly after he left, the air condensed on the bottomless sea crack seemed to disappear. The surrounding sea water began to fill up the sea crack again. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, the sea still did not move at all. It seemed that Aokiji, who was blasted into the depths of the sea, had been completely buried in the sea. In the Marshal's office of Naval Headquarters Marineford, Zanku, who was originally sitting on his desk and flipping through the important information from various places on the Grand Line, suddenly frowned. A feeling of restlessness that had not appeared for a long time suddenly entangled in his heart, making it impossible for him to calm down and work. According to the time, Aokiji should be back soon. It's a good time to ask him whether he captured the demon alive or killed the demon on the spot. Seeing that he couldn't work seriously, Sengoku simply put down the documents on hand, picked up the Den Den Mushi and turned on Aokiji. Beep. 10 seconds. 30 seconds, 1 minute, 5 minutes, half an hour passed, and no one answered the phone. At this time, Sengoku's face was gloomy and ugly. Before, he didn't quite understand why he suddenly felt uneasy. Now that Aokiji didn't answer the phone, he not only understood why he was uneasy, but also found that the uncomfortable feeling in his heart was several times stronger than before. Kizaru. After waiting for another 10 minutes, no one answered the phone. Sengoku couldn't hold back his inner anxiety anymore, and immediately called Kizaru back from the science department. Mr. Sengoku, why are you in such a hurry to call me back? I'm still working with Vegapunk to create a pacifist. Although Kizaru is a user of the flash fruit, his speech speed and walking movements are several beats slower than ordinary people. Put aside the pacifist matter. You go to Eni's lobby right now and see what's going on with Aokiji. Sengoku saw Kizaru walking in slowly and suddenly got angry. But when he thought of Aokiji's life and death, he forced himself to suppress his anger and said to Kizaru. Aokiji, didn't he get the order to capture the demon pirates? Kizaru looked at Sengoku suspiciously. You're right, I did ask him to capture the demon gang that caused trouble in Eni's lobby more than an hour ago. But I just called for more than half an hour, and Aokiji didn't answer. Sengoku said this, and a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. Tisk, tisk, how terrible. This demon is really as powerful as a monster. He actually killed Aokiji. Kizaru heard this and immediately kept his catchphrase. Don't talk nonsense here. Aokiji's life card is still intact. He is not dead yet. I think he may have encountered some difficulties and can't get out for the time being. You go over and take a look immediately. If you meet a demon, you can kill him by the way. Sengoku couldn't help but slap the table after hearing that Kizaru couldn't wait to define Aokiji as dying in the hands of a demon before he even set off. Then he pointed to the gate not far away and said, yes, although Kizaru's personality is very eccentric, he can still distinguish right from wrong. In addition, Sengoku in front of him has already lost his temper, and it seems that he will turn into a big Buddha and slap him if he is eccentric. Naturally, he dare not tease Sengoku anymore. And after all, he still occupies the position of admiral and receives the salary of admiral. He should not do what he should do. At that moment, he immediately walked out of the office under Sengoku's watchful eyes, and then took the fastest warship of the naval headquarters to Eni's lobby. Opening parenthesis. 789. Chapter 115. Could it be that the demon is a monster like the Four Emperors? 26. Please subscribe. 116 374. Chapter 115. Could it be that the demon is a monster like the Four Emperors? 26. Please subscribe. Previous. Next. Wow, the whole Eni's lobby was smashed into pieces. It seems that the demons are really as strong as monsters. Through the unique ocean currents of the world government, Kizaru and his party quickly arrived at the location of Eni's lobby. But when they arrived, the former Eni's lobby had already disappeared, and only some broken island fragments were floating on the sea. Kizaru, who was originally in a nonchalant attitude, saw the scene in front of him. Although he still calmed down his teasing face on the surface, his eyes showed a slight solemnity. There's no one around. It seems that the outcome between the demon and Aokiji has already been decided. Kizaru stood on the battleship, looking across the endless sea, but after not seeing Aokiji, he immediately told the marine beside him, the location pointed to by Aokiji's life card is here. Send someone to search this sea area and see if 547 can find him. Yes, Admiral Kizaru. Hearing this, the marines who had been on standby on the ship immediately took a small boat to search this sea area. On the sea, if Aokiji is determined to escape, even the Four Emperors can't stop him. Does the demon have any ability to restrain Aokiji? But this shouldn't be the case. Even if Aokiji's fruit ability is restrained by the demon, as long as the demon doesn't have the strength of the Four Emperors, it can't stop Aokiji. Could it be that the demon is a monster like the Four Emperors? Kizaru looked at the marine who was searching for Aokiji in this area of the sea, and a trace of deep thought flashed in his eyes. As one of the three admirals, he knows Aokiji's strength very well. In a naval battle, neither he nor Akainu can do anything to Aokiji. In his opinion, no matter how fast the demon grows, it will definitely be a loss to fight Aokiji in this sea where there is no foothold. Uncle, we have searched the sea area around Eni's lobby in detail, but we still can't find Admiral Aokiji. Just when Kizaru was thinking about where Aokiji went, Zan Chofengji's report suddenly interrupted his thoughts. What, are you sure you have found it all? Kizaru frowned slightly. His frown immediately made his face, which was not very good looking to begin with, look a little more vulgar. We have searched thoroughly. We have searched the sea area within a radius of 50 kilometers with Eni's lobby as the center. Let alone finding Admiral Aokiji, we can't even find any traces or clues about him. Zan Taowen shook his head, and his tone suddenly added a touch of shock. It's really unbelievable. If I hadn't come to search in person, I wouldn't believe that Aokiji actually disappeared in the sea battle with the demons. Is there no sea surface? It's strange that Aokiji's life card clearly points here. Kizaru took out Aokiji's life card from his pocket, and immediately found that the life card actually floated down and hit the deck. CDFG, uncle, are you old? You can't even hold a life card steadily. Zan Taowen teased Kizaru, and then reached out to pick up the life card on the deck. Just when he was about to return the life card to Kizaru, he found that the life card that was originally placed flat in his palm floated to the deck again. As Aokiji in our ship, Zan Taowen's eyes widened when he saw this scene. Idiot, how could he be on the ship? I just drove this ship over from naval headquarters. Kizaru looked down at the life card on the deck, and his eyes narrowed slowly. Zan Taowen, you asked someone to search the seabed directly below this ship. Are you saying that Aokiji is trapped on the seabed? He is a person with special abilities. If Aokiji is really trapped in the sea, even if he is an admiral and has a strong physique, he would have drowned long ago after being trapped in the sea for so long. Zan Taowen's face was full of disbelief. You don't understand. If it were me or Akainu who encountered this situation, it would be a sure thing. But if it was Aokiji, then it would be certain. Quote, Kizaru saw Zon Taowen's confused look and didn't explain much. You ask someone to search the seabed and you will know what I guessed wrong. Quote, okay. Zon Taowen nodded and asked people to send 6 or 7 coated boats to dive into the seabed directly below the battleship to start searching. An hour later, under Kizaru's gaze, the boats that dived into the deep sea finally came back. When they went there were a total of 6 marine ships diving, but when they came back, there were only 2 left. Uncle, you really got it right. Aokiji is more than 10,000 meters below our feet. Zon Taowen ran to Kizaru with an embarrassed look on his face. How did you get into this state? Kizaru asked with a little surprise. Don't mention it, it's not Aokiji's problem. He froze a piece of land on the seabed, forming a large iceberg, and then hid inside it. Zon Taowen said, why doesn't he come up? With his ability, he can completely freeze 10,000 meters of seawater at any time. Quote, Kizaru asked with a suspicious look on his face. Chapter 116 Aokiji's Dilemma. Trapped 10,000 meters under the sea. 36, please subscribe. 117 374. Chapter 116 Aokiji's Dilemma. Trapped 10,000 meters under the sea. 36, please subscribe. Previous. Next. That's where the problem lies. Aokiji's location is exactly the nest of a super large sea kings. He is now surrounded by hundreds of sea kings that are over 10,000 meters in size. He had just frozen the seawater, and before he could rush to the surface along the ice, the frozen seawater had been smashed by those sea kings. When Zon Taowen talked about the situation on the seabed, even a person as thick-skinned as him felt his scalp tingling. If it was on the sea surface, he would not be afraid of 100 ordinary sea kings. But if it was a super large sea king, the kind that was tens of thousands of meters long, let alone on the seabed, even on the sea surface, he would be in trouble. Only admirals like Aokiji who ate the frozen fruit could survive being bombarded to the bottom of the sea, and could still deal with so many sea kings. Other admirals, even the 4 emperors, were now in the stomachs of the sea kings. No wonder Aokiji is not dead, but he has not come back. It turns out that he was trapped at the bottom of the sea by the super large sea kings. Quote, Kizaru's eyes flashed with realization, and then he immediately set off with Zon Taowen on the coated boat to dive to the bottom of the sea. Magic Triangle. After the battle with Aokiji and Don Quixote Doflamingo, Nami and others did not even return to the water city, but directly drove the Buster Call battleship modified by Frankie to the sea area covered by thick fog all year round. It was also thanks to the special climate environment of the Magic Triangle that they successfully avoided the eyes and ears of Marine, making it impossible for Marine who wanted to continue to hunt them to touch them. Nami, Mr. Canron is awake. On the deck, whether it was Roronoa Zoro who was practicing swordsmanship, or Nami who was measuring and recording the meteorological data of the Magic Triangle, they all put down their work at hand when they heard Nico Robin's voice, and then rushed to the cabin as soon as possible. When the 2 of them walked into Qin Yu's room, they immediately saw Qin Yu in pajamas being drowsy by Nico Robin helped him sit up from the bed. You are not the reincarnation of a fat pig, are you? You can eat and sleep. This sleep lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. When Nami saw Qin Yu wake up, she couldn't help laughing and scolding. But everyone present saw a faint splash of tears in the corner of her eyes. Obviously, she has been worried about Qin Yu these days. Now seeing that Qin Yu, who had been sleeping, finally woke up, she was a little overjoyed. I have asked Luo. He said that your injuries had healed as early as when you left Eni's lobby. Normally, you shouldn't have been unconscious for so long. Is it because you took action less than a minute in advance? Roronoa Zoro looked at Qin Yu seriously. It's just that the breath, physical strength, and haki are all overdrawn, which has nothing to do with the early attack. Qin Yu waved his hand. That's good. Roronoa Zoro heard this, and his slightly tense face relaxed a lot. Mr. Demon, you have been sleeping for 3 days. How about I help you walk on the deck? Nico Robin saw that the atmosphere was a bit heavy, so he took the initiative to ask. Okay, Qin Yu nodded happily. After lying on the bed for 3 days, he didn't want to stay in the room any longer, so he went out for some exercise. You haven't eaten for 3 days, I'll go to the kitchen to cook something for you. Quote, ... After Nami finished speaking, she shouted to Nico Robin. Robin, he is troublesome. Since there has never been a professional chef on the ship, Nami, the navigator, has been doing both since the ship went to sea. She took care of both the chef and the navigator. Don't worry, I promise that your captain will not lose a hair while you are cooking. Nico Robin teased. What do you mean by mine? He is everyone's captain. Faced with Nico Robin's teasing, Nami said calmly, then turned and walked towards the kitchen. 0. Luo, there are only 2 of us here, you don't have to worry about anything. After everyone left the room, Roronoa Zoro reached out and grabbed Trafalgar Law. Tell me, Qin Yu was in a coma for 3 days, and after waking up, he even needed Robin to help him sit up from the bed. Is it related to his early action? Hey, you're right, the reason why he was unconscious for 3 days and still looks weak is indeed related to the early action that day. When Trafalgar Law saw Roronoa Zoro's eyes that could not be rejected, he knew that he had fooled himself. Is it because of saving me? When Roronoa Zoro heard this, all kinds of emotions suddenly surged in his heart. There were emotions such as touching, guilt, and self-blame, which filled his heart like a 5-flavor bottle overturned. Originally, he thought that he could finally help in this battle. Even when facing Admiral Aokiji, he could contribute his own strength to this ship. But he didn't expect that Qin Yu would have to save him in the end. Chapter 117 Demonic Weakness. 10 Years of Life 46, please subscribe. 118 374. Chapter 117 Demonic Weakness. 10 Years of Life 46, please subscribe. Previous. Next. After my inspection and analysis, Qin Yu should have used special means to accumulate enough power to defeat Aokiji. This power is what you told me before. I think this process of gathering chi should not be interrupted or advanced. Only after a minute of gathering chi can the powerful power at that time burst out. However, because he wanted to save you, Qin Yu ended the gathering process in advance. Trafalgar Law glanced at Roronoa Zoro. Theoretically, since he ended the gathering process in advance, his efforts of more than 50 seconds before should be in vain. But you also saw the result. Qin Yu's 947, who ended the gathering in advance, was not only not affected, but his power reached a level that could compete with Admiral. I think he must have used some special means to get all this. But this means has to pay a heavy price. What is this price? After listening to this, Roronoa Zoro was silent for 2 minutes, and then asked in a bitter tone. You told me before that the head of the Qin Yu family has an immortal body. No matter how serious the injury is, even if it is shattered to pieces or the brain is blown up, he can recover in an instant. The only reason that can make a person with such an immortal body so weak is life. Trafalgar Law said word by word. Life. Roronoa Zoro heard this and clenched his hands slightly. Even if he is not a doctor, he can understand the meaning of Trafalgar Law's Huxia words. How much did he lose? Thinking of Qin Yu's sudden burst of fighting power to blast Aokiji into the sea, Roronoa Zoro couldn't help but ask Trafalgar Law. 10 years. MJU4NDA 2 Nadizemta 4 NJMIODQZOJC equals. Based on my understanding of Qin Yu's body, he fought with Aokiji and forcibly increased his strength, which cost him at least 10 years of life. Trafalgar Law said, you are so good at medicine, can you find a way to make up for Qin Yu's lost life? Roronoa Zoro asked excitedly, I am a doctor, not a god of medicine. How can I make up for a person's lost life? If there is such a method, it would have been used as a transaction to exchange Don Quixote Doflamingo's head with the 4 emperors or Marine. How could he live until now? Trafalgar Law said that there was no way, but a subtle color flashed in the depths of his eyes. Is that so? Please keep Qin Yu's affairs secret for me. Roronoa Zoro said to Trafalgar Law a little disappointed, then turned and walked out. Protecting the privacy of patients is the first quality of doctors. Trafalgar Law looked at Roronoa Zoro's slightly depressed back, and the strange color in his eyes became more intense. However, he was focused on Roronoa and didn't see that an ear grew out like a flower in the corner of the wall not far away, listening to their conversation. No wonder Mr. Demon is so weak, it turns out that it is because he lost 10 years of life. On the deck, Nico Robin supported Qin Yu and thought to himself. What are you thinking about, Robin? Qin Yu saw Nico Robin's thoughtful look and couldn't help asking. I just wondered if Aokiji died after being blasted into the bottom of the sea by your Kamehameha. Quote. Nico Robin shook his head and smiled. If it was any other admiral, it would definitely be death. But the target is Aokiji, that's another matter. Quote. A flash of memory flashed through Qin Yu's eyes. Is it because of the frozen fruit? Nico Robin asked tentatively. Yes, in my opinion, people who have eaten the frozen fruit are definitely the most capable people who are not afraid of the sea. Adding Aokiji's strength, even if I blast him into the deep sea 10,000 meters, he will not die. When Qin Yu said this, his eyes suddenly looked in the direction of Annie's lobby. I think he should have come out from the bottom of the sea by now. Don't talk about this, the most important thing for you now is to get your body back. The climate in the Magic Triangle is so special, it's just right for you to recuperate here. Nico Robin saw Qin Yu coughing and hurriedly helped him back to the cabin. At this time, Nami also happened to come over with 3 or 4 dishes of food, and Nico Robin handed Qin Yu to Nami to take care of, and she herself withdrew and returned to the deck. Mr. Swordsman, are you worried about something? Quote. Nico Robin stood on the deck and looked around. He soon found Roronoa Zoro, who was squatting in the corner with 3 long swords instead of practicing swords. Troubles. Following a powerful captain, the captain will support me even if the sky falls. What troubles do I have? Even if I really have troubles, I just worry that my strength is too weak. Quote. Roronoa Zoro smiled self-deprecatingly. Point 2.1. Chapter 118 Weak. Let him absorb a Shichibukai and he will recover. 56, please subscribe. 119 374. Chapter 118 Weak. Let him absorb a Shichibukai and he will recover. 56, please subscribe. Previous. Next. I think you are not worried about your own weakness, but you blame yourself for causing Qin Yu to lose 10 years of his life because of you. Nico Robin looked at Roronoa Zoro deeply, and after seeing a hint of self-blame and guilt in his eyes, she startled Roronoa Zoro and made him look up suddenly. You know, Roronoa Zoro blurted out and immediately came to his senses. Nico Robin is good at observing people's expressions, and with her flower fruit, it is not easy to hide something from her. You know everything you should know. You also know what you shouldn't know. Nico Robin nodded. Since you know, what's good about it? Roronoa Zoro looked in the direction of Qin Yu with a complicated expression. The past is the past, and no one can change it. Just like me, I often hope that the destruction of Ohara is a nightmare, but I have to accept the fact of 23. The only thing I can do now is not to change the past, but to find a way to reverse the current situation. I think you are the same. Nico Robin suddenly sat next to Roronoa Zoro. How to reverse it? Even a doctor like Trafalgar Law said that there is no way to make Qin Yu recover. I am just a second or third-rate swordsman in the Grand Line, what can I change? Roronoa Zoro's tone was very low. At this time, he suddenly wanted to drink and get drunk. Because he found that since he got on the ship, he had not done his job as a guard. The crew did not guard well, but let the captain end up like this in order to save him. At this time, he suddenly felt very ironic. He said he wanted to challenge the world's greatest swordsman, but he didn't even do his job well. Trafalgar Law can't do it, but it doesn't mean that our demon master can't do it. Quote. Nico Robin suddenly lowered his voice. What do you mean by that? A glimmer of hope flashed in Roronoa Zoro's eyes. Trafalgar Law said there was no way because he had too one-sided an understanding of Mr. Demon. But we are different from him. Everyone on this ship knows Mr. Demon's ability very well. Quote. Nico Robin smiled mysteriously. Have you thought of a way to make Qin Yu recover? Hearing this, Roronoa Zoro lowered his voice, but his tone was still full of undisguised excitement. Have you forgotten about Crocodile? Nico Robin did not tease Roronoa Zoro's appetite, but whispered a reminder. You mean absorption? Roronoa Zoro heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Mr. Demon once mentioned it to me. Anyone who is absorbed by him can take everything of this person for himself. All this also includes knowledge, brains, strength, ability, and even life. With every word Nico Robin uttered, Roronoa Zoro's self-blame and loss in his eyes faded a little bit, and in the end, his eyes were already filled with joy and excitement. Since you feel guilty and remorseful because Mr. Majin lost 10 years of his life to save you, then find a pirate for Mr. Majin to absorb and make up for his lost life. If you think this is not enough, then find a stronger pirate. For example, a Shichibukai like Crocodile. No matter how weak Mr. Majin is, I think as long as he absorbs another Shichibukai, not only can the problem of weakness be completely solved, but his strength can even be further improved. Just think about how much he changed after absorbing Crocodile. Shichibukai. Roronoa Zoro kept muttering these 3 words. With each repetition of his words, the fierce light in his eyes became stronger. If you really set your sights on Shichibukai, I think this thing should be of some help to you. Nico Robin took out a permanent pointer from his pocket and placed it next to Roronoa Zoro. What is this? Roronoa Zoro asked a little uncertainly. I heard that one of the Shichibukai, Gecko Moria, has been entrenched in the waters of the Magic Triangle for many years. This permanent pointer points to the location of Gecko Moria. Nico Robin reminded Roronoa Zoro, then stood up and left. Although Don Quixote Doflamingo said that the Shichibukai in the New World and the Shichibukai in the first half of the Grand Line are completely different, and I also heard Mr. Majin mention that Gecko Moria is the weakest among the Shichibukai, but Gecko Moria's weakness is only relative to other Shichibukai and Mr. Majin. After all, he was a pirate who was able to save his life in the hands of 4 Emperors Kaido. Even if he is weak, he is a monster to ordinary people. When you go to find him, don't underestimate the enemy. This time, I won't let him save me again. Roronoa Zoro stretched out his hand and Nico Robin picked up the record pointer beside him, then turned around and left the board with 3 long swords in hand. Chapter 119 I'm only worried about whether he can find Gecko Moria. 66, please subscribe. 123 174ths. Chapter 119 I'm only worried about whether he can find Gecko Moria. 66, please subscribe. Previous. Next. The next day, Frankie got up early and went to the stern to modify the warship as usual. But when he came to the stern, he found that the speedboat he had just built yesterday but had not yet installed weapons had disappeared. Thinking of this, he immediately ran back to the cabin and knocked on the doors of each room. When he knocked on Roronoa Zoro's door, there was no response at all. Oh no, Ja. After noticing that Roronoa Zoro was missing, he hurriedly knocked on Qin Yu's door and walked in. What's wrong? At this time, Nami and others who had just been awakened by Frankie's knocking on the door also came over one after another. Zoro is missing. He drove the speedboat I built yesterday and I don't know where he ran away. Frankie glanced at Nami and others, and then said, What? He's missing. Where did that person with a poor sense of direction go? Except for Nico Robin who had already known it, everyone else was shocked after hearing the news. This is the Magic Triangle. Even a sailor with poor navigation skills can get lost in this sea area if he is not careful, not to mention Roronoa Zoro, the most famous person with poor navigation skills on the ship. Have you been to his room? Qin Yu asked Frankie. Yes, he left a letter. Frankie immediately handed the letter in his hand to Qin Yu. I will be back in 3 days at the latest, don't look for me. Qin Yu took the letter and found that there were only these few words on it, and there was no information about where Roronoa Zoro went. Where is he going? Nami glanced at the letter in Qin Yu's hand and felt confused. Luo, did you say something to Zoro? Qin Yu pondered for a moment and looked at Trafalgar Law not far away. Trafalgar Law nodded, but did not say what he said to Roronoa Zoro. This guy is really messing around. Qin Yu heard a trace of worry in his eyes. The Grand Line is not a place where you can run around. Especially in the sea area like the Magic Triangle. Unless you have the strength of Pluton Rayleigh and Dracula Mahawk who can travel the sea alone, you may die without knowing how you died. Actually, You don't have to worry so much. He said he would be back in 3 days at the latest, so he will definitely be back within 3 days. Although Zoro's strength is not the best in the entire Grand Line, he will not be in any danger as long as he does not encounter enemies at the level of Admiral or Don Quixote Doflamingo in the first half. Quote, just when everyone was worried about Roronoa Zoro, Nico Robin suddenly said. Do you know something? Qin Yu looked at Nico Robin suddenly. Yeah, Nico Robin did not hide it and nodded frankly. Where did he go? Qin Yu asked. Gecko Moria. Nico Robin first glanced at Qin Yu, then glanced at Trafalgar Law inconspicuously. Finally, he uttered 5 words a little obscurely. Seeing Nico Robin's actions and hearing what she said, except for Trafalgar Law and Frankie, everyone else realized why Roronoa Zoro went to find Gecko Moria. Why would he go to find Gecko Moria at this time? What we need at this time is rest. That's Shichibukai. What if he clashes with them? We are here, but we can't help him. Frankie was puzzled and worried. Although he had just joined the Demon Pirates, he had already regarded Roronoa Zoro, who had fought side by side with him, as his most important partner. Qin Yu, why don't we find Zoro now? If he has any accidents, we can help him in time. Nami couldn't help but say after hearing this. If Zoro really clashes with Moria, I'm not worried about his safety. What really worries me is whether he can find Moria smoothly. Compared with Frankie and others who were worried, Qin Yu learned about Roronoa Zoro's whereabouts from Nico Robin. After guessing his thoughts, he immediately felt relieved. Why? Frankie, who had just boarded the ship, and Trafalgar Law, who boarded the ship temporarily, were all confused. Zoro is a famous road idiot. Even if it is a straight road, he can make a detour for you. When he met us, it was actually because he got lost and went to the wrong island. And this is the magic triangle. Without navigation tools, even navigators can't tell the directions. Not to mention Zoro, who has a poor sense of direction. Quote, Nami explained, is there such a person in this world? Trafalgar Law and Frankie looked at each other in surprise. If Nami hadn't said so, they really wouldn't believe that Roronoa Zoro, who has always been shrewd and cautious, would be so poorly directed. Chapter 120 I will not fail, and there is no reason to fail. 16, please subscribe. 121 374. Chapter 120 I will not fail, and there is no reason to fail. 16, please subscribe. Previous. Next. He shouldn't get lost, right? I gave him a permanent pointer pointing to Moria's location. He won't go wrong as long as he follows the direction. Nico Robin knew that Roronoa Zoro's ability to get lost was extraordinary, so he gave him the recording pointer. Don't say you just gave him a permanent pointer. Even if you take him walking, he can get lost if you're not careful. Qin Yu shook his head, walked onto the deck, and then closed his eyes to carefully sense every breath in the sea. Soon, he searched for Roronoa Zoro's breath from the countless breaths in the sensing range. Nami, it's in this direction, about 50 kilometers. Qin Yu pointed in a direction. Frankie, 35 degrees southeast. Don't deviate, otherwise you won't be able to catch up with Zoro. Nami saw the direction Qin Yu pointed, and accurately identified the exact location. Leave it to me, the Super One. Although I'm not a professional helmsman, this ship was remodeled by me. I promise that you won't go astray at all. Frankie and 287 hurried to the control room and steered the battleship in the direction Nami said. It seems that I'm a bit of a hindrance. Looking at the busyness of everyone, Nico Robin shrugged his shoulders and said to Qin Yu with a little apology. You just want to help me. In fact, you don't have to do this at all. Qin Yu shook his head and didn't blame Nico Robin. In his opinion, whether it was Roronoa Zoro or Nico Robin, they just wanted to help him recover as soon as possible. Why? Nico Robin asked puzzled. Qin Yu was constantly sensing Roronoa Zoro's aura, and whispered in Nico Robin's ear in a voice that only Nico Robin could hear. It seems that I really made a mistake today. First, I ignored Zoro's directionlessness, and then I ignored your past. After hearing this, Nico Robin shook his head and smiled bitterly. CDFI, I think when Zoro reacts, his expression will be very interesting. I don't know what Qin Yu said in her ear. Since she listened to Qin Yu's words, when she looked at Qin Yu again, there was no worry in her eyes. On the other side, Roronoa Zoro, who had quietly left the warship last night, was escorting a skeleton wearing a gentleman's suit and with an afro, and under his guidance, stepped onto a ship as big as an island. Yo hee hee, this is Thriller Bark. Moria, who you said you wanted to defeat before, is in the castle in the middle of this ship. But are you sure you really want to go? The skeleton eagerly led Roronoa Zoro to walk on the Thriller Bark, while making a weird laugh. Are there any problems? Roronoa Zoro asked calmly. If you fail, you will lose your shadow like me, and live in darkness all your life. The skeleton kindly reminded Roronoa Zoro. After so much, I will not fail again, and there will be no reason to fail. Two figures appeared in Roronoa Zoro's mind. Don Quixote Doflamingo, and Admiral of Headquarters Aokiji. He survived even facing these two people. Gecko Moria, who was the weakest in the 7 seas in the first half of New World, had no reason to fail. Yo ho ho, I hope you can succeed too. Then my shadow can come back. The skeleton smiled. Hey, skeleton, what's your name? Roronoa Zoro looked at the person in front of him. He was obviously dead and turned into a skeleton, but he was holding a cane sword. Brook, the swordsman and musician of the Rumba Pirates. Said the skeleton. Brook, since we are both swordsmen and you helped me lead the way, I will help you get your shadow back in return. Roronoa Zoro glanced at Brook, who was empty and had no shadow at all. Yo ho ho, I am really grateful. Brook smiled strangely and bowed to Roronoa Zoro solemnly. Lead the way. Roronoa Zoro nodded. Brook didn't say anything more, and took the initiative to walk in front, leading Roronoa Zoro towards the castle of Gecko Moria. With him, the local snake of Thriller Bark, leading the way, Roronoa Zoro not only avoided the risk of getting lost, but also walked to the castle of Gecko Moria unimpeded. Just when the two opened the door and were about to walk in, a figure wearing a kimono, wooden clogs, a long sword hanging from his waist, and an aloof and arrogant figure blocked the two people outside the door like a mountain. Chapter 121 Black Knife Autumn Water. My captain just needs a saber. 26, please subscribe. 122 374. Chapter 121 Black Knife Autumn Water. My captain just needs a saber. 26, please subscribe. Previous. Next. The big, fast sword, the black sword, the autumn water. When Roronoa Zoro saw this warrior, his eyes immediately fell on the long sword on the warrior's waist. With this sword and his outfit, could he be the warrior who once killed a flying dragon in the legend? Oh, you have failed so many times, I didn't expect you to have the courage to come here. The warrior Ryoma holding the black sword, walked towards Roronoa Zoro and Brook step by step. When he walked in front of the two and stopped, he actually laughed exactly the same as Brook. What's going on? Roronoa Zoro listened and immediately looked at Brook beside him. If you exclude the appearance and momentum, the Ryoma in front of him gives him the same feeling as Brook. He is the swordsman who got my shadow. It is because of the shadow that his body can come back to life. Brook said with a gloomy face. I'm sorry, Mr. Zoro. It seems that I can only take you here. You are not his opponent. Roronoa Zoro said word by word. Although he has never fought with Ryoma, when he met Brook, he used force to force him to bring him to the ship where Gecko Moria was. Because of this, he knew the gap between Brook and the dragon-slaying warrior in front of him. I know, but since I have met him, I must fight him. As long as there is a 1 in 10,000 chance, I will fight him. Only by defeating this fate can I get my shadow back. Quote. Brook slowly pulled out the cane sword in his hand, and then stared at Wu Zhuang in front of him with his hollow eyes. Unfortunately, you don't even have a 1 in 10,000 chance. Long Ma glanced at Brook with a little arrogance, and then his eyes fell on Roronoa Zoro. He didn't have it before, but it's not certain now. Roronoa Zoro slowly pulled out the 3 swords from his waist. Do you want to fight me on his behalf? A rare excitement emerged in Long Ma's tone. My purpose of going to sea is to become the world's #1 swordsman. Defeating every swordsman I meet is my lifelong pursuit. Not to mention that I promised to help him get back his shadow. Quote. Roronoa Zoro glanced at the black knife in Long Ma's hand. The world's #1 swordsman. What a familiar word. It seems that I have either heard a lot of such words in my life, or I have said such words myself. Long Ma sighed at first, then noticed that Roronoa Zoro's eyes were always on his saber, so he said. You want this black sword Chushui that once killed a flying dragon? You are absolutely right. My captain gave me all his sabers not long ago, and now he doesn't even have a handy weapon in his hand. The black sword Chushui is said to be a big sword that will not bend even if a dinosaur steps on it. Although it is not the supreme big sword, the quality of this sword is barely worthy of him. After killing you, I will just give him your saber. Roronoa Zoro said with a defiant look on his face. Yo ho ho, I haven't seen your skills yet, but I have experienced your tone. I hope you have skills comparable to your tone. Dash. As soon as Longma finished speaking, his feet suddenly stepped on the ground, and the whole person rushed to Roronoa Zoro like an arrow from a string. Such an amazing speed, how could it be like this? He never showed such speed when fighting me, how come he suddenly became so much faster? Brook, who was standing by, was shocked when he saw Ryoma's speed. Then, as if he had thought of something, a layer of shock covered his skull face. Has he never been serious when fighting me? Clang clang. Just when Brook was shocked by Ryoma's strength, Roronoa Zoro, who was standing next to him, showed an amazing reaction speed. Just when Ryoma rushed forward and swung his sword at Roronoa Zoro like lightning, he had already swung 3rd generation Muramasa and Reikiri to intercept Ryoma's black sword Chushui. Bang! The two men's 3 swords collided with each other, and with their bodies and blades as the center, a majestic air wave instantly burst out. Brook, who was standing next to the two men, encountered this air wave and was blown away 7 or 8 meters on the spot. What a strong physique. These two swordsmen are not only good at swordsmanship, but their physiques have also been tempered to such an incredible level. After Brook stabilized his body, he looked at Roronoa Zoro and Ryoma in shock. Yo ho ho, you are really good. I was right about you. You are indeed many times stronger than that skeleton. When Ryoma saw that Roronoa Zoro easily blocked his determined attack, he was not angry or disappointed. Instead, the fighting spirit that was entrenched in him became even more fierce. Chapter 122 Dragon Slayer. A Question Between Swords 36, please subscribe. 123 374. Chapter 122 Dragon Slayer. A Question Between Swords 36, please subscribe. Previous. Next. If it were normal times, I would be happy to have a sword fight with you. But now I can only say sorry. I'm in a hurry, so I can only finish you with one sword. As soon as Roronoa Zoro finished speaking, a fierce light suddenly flashed in his eyes. Oh, finish me with one sword. Then come and try it. Ryoma heard this, but he didn't get angry. Instead, he swung the black sword Chushui with fighting spirit, like a black dragon, carrying a terrifying edge and slashing straight to Roronoa Zoro's chest. Dawn Song Aurora Thrust, 3 swords flow black rope big tornado. Facing Ryoma's 960, sharp slash that made people's scalps numb, Roronoa Zoro swung the sword slowly in place. With his body as the center, a visible slash burst out in the shape of a tornado, instantly rolling up the airflow to block Ryoma's blade, and once the majestic power burst out, it also shook Ryoma, who wanted to launch a second fierce attack, away. What an amazing physique and swordsmanship. Ryoma looked at Roronoa Zoro in surprise. Although he knew the opponent's strength before fighting with Roronoa Zoro, he found that Roronoa Zoro's strength was far beyond his expectations after the fight. You don't have a second chance to draw your sword, Roronoa Zoro said while running armament hockey, turning into 2 visible black streams of light wrapped around the main generation Muramasa and Reikiri in his hands. Gyuki Brave Claw. With a bang, he who was originally standing in the same place did not know when he had shot out like a cannonball, and almost in the blink of an eye, he came to Ryoma with a terrifying sword pressure. So fast. Faced with this sudden sword pressure, although Longma was already alert, he still felt an indescribable sense of oppression, which made his reaction and the speed of swinging the sword much slower than usual. When he wanted to raise his sword to block, Roronoa Zoro had already brushed past his body and stood behind him. Your power really gives me a very familiar feeling. I think I should have used it when I was alive, and I used it better than you do now. Longma's body stiffened for a while, then he turned around with difficulty and looked at Roronoa Zoro. At this time, his chest was obviously covered with criss-crossing knife wounds, but his face did not show any pain, but instead revealed a touch of reminiscence. Dragon Slayer, if it was you in your lifetime, your strength would not have stopped here. Unfortunately, no matter how glorious you are already dead. You are now just a walking corpse that survives in the world with the help of Brook's shadow. Every minute and every second of your current existence is a blasphemy and humiliation to your lifetime. Roronoa Zoro looked at Longma and said word by word, Hee, maybe you were right, but it doesn't matter anymore. For the first time, Longma did not show the same weird smile as Brook, but of vicissitudes of life. Then, he put the black knife Chu Shui back into the scabbard. Tell me, how does your captain compare to you? His strength is 100 times better than mine. Although he is not a pure swordsman, his swordsmanship is still superior to mine. Roronoa Zoro said without thinking. Although Qin Yu has almost never practiced swordsmanship, among the Marine Vice Admirals he absorbed, whether it is Ghost Spider, Flying Squirrel, or Fire Mountain, they are all powerful Vice Admirals who are good at swordsmanship. After absorbing these, coupled with a nearly immortal body, Qin Yu's swordsmanship not only surpasses every Vice Admiral he absorbed, but also surpasses the current Roronoa Zoro. Even you admire him so much. The captain you see, whom I have never met, is indeed a rare strong man. I can rest in peace here after entrusting the Black Sword Autumn Water to such a strong man. Ryoma sighed deeply, then stretched out his hand and threw the Black Sword Autumn Water, which had been with him from his life to death and then to his alternative rebirth, into Roronoa Zoro's hands. I have taken so many of his big and good swords. This time it is finally my turn to hand in the spoils. After Roronoa Zoro caught the Black Sword Autumn Water, he first pulled out the black sword from the scabbard. Although a touch of love flashed in his eyes, he thought of Qin Yu giving him several good swords and 2.0 big swords to use, so he put the Black Sword Autumn Water back into the scabbard without any reluctance and then put it back on his waist. Although Autumn Water is good, he has understood a truth since he stepped into Grand Line. In this sea where everything is possible, as long as he has the strength, dares to fight, there is nothing he can't get. If he can become the world's #1 swordsman one day, he can get not only the Black Sword Autumn Water, but also the Black Sword Knight, which is known as the strongest in the world. When Roronoa Zoro thought of this, he felt that the rare Wanokuni national treasure on his waist, Black Sword Autumn Water, was not attractive. Chapter 123. Just a piece of trash who ate the transparent fruit. 46. Please subscribe. 124 374. Chapter 123. Just a piece of trash who ate the transparent fruit. 46. Please subscribe. Previous. Next. Just when Roronoa Zoro was thinking about returning to the ship and using this black sword Chushui to surprise Qin Yu, the warrior Longma, who was standing opposite him and handed over the black sword Chushui, fell to the ground suddenly. At the same time, a black shadow gushed out of his mouth and returned to Brook's feet. My shadow is finally back. Brook moved his feet and jumped on the ground. Seeing the shadow swaying with his movements, he was so excited that he cried with joy. Mr. Zoro, your great kindness will never be forgotten. It's a pity that you are not a lady, otherwise, I would be happy to see the color of your underwear. After taking back the shadow and calming down the excitement and joy in his heart, Brook immediately walked to Roronoa Zoro and thanked him from the bottom of his heart. You dead pervert skeleton, the person is dead, what underwear do you still want to see? But when Roronoa Zoro heard his words of gratitude, he was not happy at all. Instead, he swung his scabbard and smashed him out. If I had known you were such a pervert, I would not have helped you get your shadow back. It would have been nice to let you stay in this hellhole for the rest of your life. Ah, Mr. Zoro, you are too heavy-handed. My face is swollen because of you, although I am only left with bones and have no face. Brook, who was thrown out by Roronoa Zoro's scabbard, was immediately embedded in the castle gate in a big letter shape. Stop talking nonsense. I have already helped you get your shadow back. You should also do what you promised me. Roronoa Zoro did not have any mercy. Instead, he roughly pulled Brook, who was embedded in the castle gate, off and threw him to the ground. Although I have asked you more than once before, you still have a chance to turn back before this, but once you pass through this castle, you will have no chance to regret. Gecko Moria is the controller of this island ship, a pirate who took away my shadow and is much more terrifying than Takeshi just now. Brook said, if you are afraid of losing your hard-earned shadow if you meet him, then you don't have to worry. After you take me to find Moria, you can leave. Faced with Brook's repeated persuasion, Roronoa Zoro was not afraid at all. Mr. Zoro, you underestimate me a little bit. Although Moria is terrible, I am willing to accompany you for your kindness even if I lose this shadow again. Brook shook his head, put away the funny look on his face, and replaced it with a serious expression. If that's the case, then you can lead the way. Quote, Roronoa Zoro said, okay. Hearing this, Brook immediately walked forward. But just as he raised his right foot, Roronoa Zoro, who was standing behind him, stretched out his hand and pulled him back. Bang! Almost at the same time when Brook was pulled behind by Roronoa Zoro, a dent was made at the place where Brook was standing just now. Ah, what's going on? It almost scared my heart out, although I don't have a heart anymore. Quote, Brook was a little confused at first, but when he saw the scene in front of him, his pale skull face turned even paler. Swish, clang. The knife flashed, and as Roronoa Zoro put the Wado Ikimonji back into the scabbard, a strange-looking man with a lion's jaw and elephant's skin suddenly appeared in front of him. At this time, the brain of this strange man who suddenly appeared from the air had been separated from his body. What is this? It actually has the ability to be invisible. At this time, Brook looked at the strange man under his feet with a little shock. Nothing, just a piece of trash who ate the transparent fruit. Quote, Roronoa 070 Zoro was quite disdainful of the existence of this invisible sneak attacker. That's why he didn't know anything about this strange man with the ability to be invisible or planned to stay. As soon as the knife came out, he instantly separated his head from his body. Fortunately, Mr. Zoro found him in time. Otherwise, we would be in real danger. Brook shuddered at the thought of this monster suddenly attacking them when they were fighting Gecko Moria. Even standing at the quiet castle gate, he couldn't detect the existence of this weirdo, let alone discovering him during the fierce battle with Gecko Moria. His ability is a bit troublesome, but for those who master observation haki, he is just like a glowing light bulb when he is invisible. Roronoa Zoro said as he stepped over the body of the transparent fruit ability user lying on the ground, whose head and body were already separated, and walked towards the castle gate. Chapter 124 Lousy as Shichibukai 56, please subscribe. 125 374. Chapter 124 Lousy as Shichibukai 56, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Mr. Zoro, aren't you going to find Gecko Moria? That's the direction to leave the castle. Brook looked at Roronoa Zoro who was walking out of the castle with a strange look on his face. If he hadn't seen the other party's courage and strength, he would really suspect that Roronoa Zoro was afraid of Gecko Moria, so he took the opportunity to slip away. Lead the way. Hearing this, Roronoa Zoro immediately stopped and shouted coldly to Brook a little embarrassedly. So that's what happened. Brook looked at Roronoa Zoro up and down with a strange look. After a while, he seemed to understand something, and a snicker suddenly appeared on his face. What are you laughing at? Why don't you lead the way? Roronoa Zoro looked at Brook's expression, and he knew what the other party was thinking. After all, he saw Qin Yu and others showing such expressions when he was on the boat. Yes, Brook was so scared when he saw Roronoa Zoro was so angry that he drew his sword. He dared not tease Roronoa Zoro anymore and walked in front obediently to lead the way. In the center of the castle, Hogback, who looked like a vampire and was known as a genius surgeon in the medical field, pushed open the door of the residence of Gecko Moria, one of the Shichibukai, with an anxious look on his face. Moria, it's bad, your castle is being invaded. After Hogback pushed open the door, he immediately rushed into the room and said to the fat Gecko Moria lying on the chair. Which ignorant person dares to invade my place? Forget it, they are just some low-level pirates anyway. Let Ryoma and Absalom take care of them. Remember, if they are strong, don't kill them. I need their shadows to be my zombie army. Gecko Moria, who was sleeping on the chair, was still unhappy when he woke up, but when he thought that these invaders would soon become one of his subordinates, he waved his hand and said nonchalantly. Ryoma and Absalom have died in the hands of the invaders. Now Perona has gone to stop the two invaders, but I don't think she can hold on for long. Hogback said anxiously. What? They are both dead. What a courage. Who dares to kill my subordinates of Gecko Moria? Gecko Moria's face suddenly became angry when he heard this. The two of them. Bang. Just when Hogback wanted to report the information about the intruder to Gecko Moria, there were two sounds of materials being cut by sharp weapons from the gate not far away. Then, Gecko Moria's door suddenly broke into pieces like broken paper, and then fell to the ground. Moria, if you want to know who the intruder is, why don't you come and ask me in person? After chopping the gate into several pieces with a knife, Roronoa Zoro walked in front of Gecko Moria as if he was back home. Boy, who are you? When Gecko Moria saw Roronoa Zoro chop through his door and break into his room unscrupulously, a cold color suddenly appeared on his face. Roronoa Zoro, the swordsman and guard of the demon pirates. When Roronoa Zoro saw Gecko Moria, who he had been looking for a long time, sitting in front of him, he gradually showed an excited smile on his face. Finally found you. Sure enough, judging from the aura sensed by observation Haki, although he is a Shichibukai like Crocodile and Don Quixote Doflamingo, he is far less powerful than the two. Although he is a little weak, it should be enough to heal Qin Yu. Majin pirates. I seem to have heard of it somewhere else. Forget it, it's just a group of small pirates who haven't even been to the New World. Gecko Moria pondered for a moment and felt that he seemed to have heard of this pirate group somewhere. But after thinking for a while, he still couldn't remember it, so he not only threw the matter aside, but also defined the Majin pirates as a second-rate pirate group. Boy, I don't like your eyes. But you can get to me all the way, so your strength should be acceptable. As long as you surrender to me, I will not only spare your life, but also give you a chance to become my subordinate. Quote, Gecko Moria wanted to kill Roronoa Zoro directly, but when he thought about the swordsman in front of him who killed his trusted Ryoma, Danuo Zhao and Absalom, and caused him to lose 2 men, he said to Roronoa Zoro, don't be so polite. Compared to being your subordinate, I prefer to have your whole body giant. Roronoa Zoro thought of Qin Yu's weak appearance, and when he looked at Gecko Moria, a fierce light flashed in his eyes. How shameless. Boy, who do you think you are? Lousy as Shichibukai. A mere inferior swordsman dared to be presumptuous in front of Lousy. Quote, hearing this, Gecko Moria was immediately angry. He immediately stood up from the chair, and with his fat body, he looked down at Roronoa Zoro. Chapter 125, Shichibukai. A bunch of losers in the hands of the 4 emperors. 66, please subscribe. 126 374. Chapter 125, Shichibukai. A bunch of losers in the hands of the 4 emperors. 66, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Who do you think you are? 4 emperors, or admiral, dare to be so arrogant. When Lousy became famous in this sea, you didn't even know where you were squatting. Gecko Moria saw Roronoa Zoro despised him so much, and was ready to take him down, as if he had touched some painful memories that he couldn't bear to look back on. He stood up and became more and more excited, and his expression became more and more ferocious. Famous in the world, relying on losing to the 4 emperors to become famous in the sea, I really don't understand why you Shichibukai are still complacent about this. Roronoa Zoro said with disdain. What do you mean by this? If Gecko Moria lost his composure at the beginning just because of Roronoa Zoro's disdain and contempt, he was moved by the scene. But now, Roronoa Zoro's words simply tore open the wound that had been sealed for many years and finally scarred. In the words of our captain, the Shichibukai, apart from Dracula Mahawk and the Empress, are a bunch of losers in the hands of the 4 emperors. The so-called prestige of 717 is only earned by the 4 emperors' disdain to kill them. Roronoa Zoro said word by word, originally, I saw that you had some strength, and I wanted to spare your life and give you the opportunity to become my subordinate. Now I have changed my mind. You don't even have the chance to become a zombie under my command. Gecko Moria glared at Roronoa Zoro with a ferocious face. Whether it is you or the captain, I will not let any of them go. After I kill you, I will find the captain you mentioned and send him down to see you. If you have the ability, go ahead. Even Admiral Aokiji couldn't take him down. I really want to see how you, the weakest Shichibukai in history, can kill him. Quote, Roronoa Zoro grinned. Can't even take down Aokiji. Everyone can brag, I even say I'm the pirate king. Hearing this, Gecko Moria's ferocious face couldn't help but reveal a hint of disdain. Lord Moria, what he said is very likely true. I read the news yesterday. Qin Yu, the captain of the demon pirates, fought against Don Quixote Doflamingo, one of the Shichibukai, and Admiral Aokiji in Eni's lobby, and destroyed the entire Eni's lobby. The newspaper also said that Don Quixote Doflamingo was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Not only was Admiral Aokiji unable to take down the demon, but he was also hit by the demon and fell to the bottom of the sea 10,000 meters deep. Quote, at this time, Hogback suddenly handed a newspaper to Gecko Moria with a horrified look. What? Gecko Moria heard it and quickly snatched the newspaper from Hogback's hand, then looked down. It would have been better if he hadn't looked at it. When he looked at it, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Although he is usually arrogant, he has been in this sea for a long time, and he knows how much weight he has. In Shichibukai, although he doesn't think he is the worst, he definitely doesn't think he is the strongest. At least facing the existence of Don Quixote Doflamingo, he dare not say that he can beat the other party. As for a Shichibukai and a headquarters admiral joining forces, let alone a record like Qin Yu, it is even a question whether he can survive. Now I really want to know, after knowing the identity of my captain, do you still have the courage to find him? Roronoa Zoro looked at Gecko Moria with interest, whose face changed drastically. When Gecko Moria was about to say a few harsh words to prove that she was not afraid of the demon, Roronoa Zoro, who was standing opposite her, pulled out the 3 long swords from his waist with a clang, and then stabbed at Gecko Moria at an astonishing speed. You can take back those arrogant words. I am not interested in listening to your bragging. When I capture you and send you back to our ship, and let you face our captain in person, you can brag about your strength as a Shichibukai in front of him. Roronoa Zoro swung his sword with both hands, and a strong sword pressure instantly enveloped Gecko Moria's body and mind, making him feel breathless. Rampant. Even Kaido can't do anything to me, let alone you. Although Gecko Moria was beaten to a pulp by Kaido, the rotten ship still had 3 nails. When Roronoa Zoro's blade slashed him, he had turned into a shadow that looked exactly like him. If the person here today was your Captain Majin, I might not be afraid of him. But now, you, a ship guard, dare to provoke Lousy. You were looking for death. Gecko Moria was originally afraid after learning about Qin Yu's record. But after Roronoa Zoro took action, he was completely furious. At that moment, he directly threw all his concerns behind his head, and all he wanted in his mind was to completely kill the hateful Sword King in front of him. Chapter 126 Gecko Moria. One-Sided Massacre 16, please subscribe. 127 374. Chapter 126 Gecko Moria. One-Sided Massacre 16, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Shadow Box. Gecko Moria was furious when he saw Roronoa Zoro dare to draw his sword in front of him without any scruples, not taking him, a Shichibukai, seriously. At this time, even if the four emperors were here, he would not have any concerns. With a thought, his shadow that was split in half by Roronoa Zoro instantly turned into a shadow box and blocked Roronoa Zoro's body. What Gecko Moria did not expect was that Roronoa Zoro had already predicted his next move with observation haki. Gecko Moria, who did not know observation haki or armament haki, could not take the lead at all. The box made of shadows had not flown in front of Roronoa Zoro, but he had dodged it. Shave. Roronoa Zoro stepped on his feet, and he flashed behind Gecko Moria like a bullet, and pulled out Reikiri with his right hand. At this moment, his right hand seemed to merge with Reikiri, turning into a thunderbolt that instantly slashed Gecko Moria's back. Ah! Gecko Moria's face turned pale, and a scarlet blood arrow immediately splashed out from the wound on his back. The weakest Shichibukai in history, you really deserve the title. With such a slow reaction and stupid fighting consciousness, I really don't know how you became a Shichibukai. At first, Roronoa Zoro couldn't believe that Gecko Moria, as a Shichibukai, would be as weak as Qin Yu said. After all, every Shichibukai he had come into contact with since he went to sea, whether it was Crocodile or Don Quixote Doflamingo, had a powerful record of conquering 10 countries alone. In his opinion, no matter how weak Gecko Moria was, he shouldn't be too bad. But after the fight, Roronoa Zoro completely believed Qin Yu's evaluation. Gecko Moria really deserves the title of the weakest Shichibukai in history. Little devil, I'm going to kill you. Gecko Moria screamed with a pale face. At this moment, he was like a demon that had crawled out of hell, and the whole person gave people a hideous and terrifying feeling. Scatter the bats. As he opened his right hand, his shadow immediately turned into many bats and bit towards Roronoa Zoro. It's really too weak. You are so weak that I don't have the slightest interest in killing you. Roronoa Zoro shook his head in disappointment. Originally, he thought he could have a refreshing battle with Gecko Moria, but now it seems to be a one-sided massacre. Facing the biting bats, he just waved his hands and released a tornado-like slash to crush all the shadow bats in front of him. How dare you look down on me? You are just a ship guard, and you dare to look down on Shichibukai. What do you think Shichibukai is? The most powerful pirate. Gecko Moria was completely furious when he saw Roronoa Zoro looking down on him again and again, just like Kaido did back then, looking down on him and not taking him seriously at all. Originally, after being beaten by Kaido, his mental will became extremely poor. In addition, he has been living a life of luxury in the sea area of the Magic Triangle for so many years. Now that he has been provoked by Roronoa Zoro several times, he not only lost his composure, but also went berserk on the spot. After he roared, he swung his right hand towards Roronoa Zoro, and a spear formed by shadows suddenly pierced the air, and flew in front of Roronoa Zoro with a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Shadow Horn Spear. Is that all? Looking at the oncoming Shadow Horn Spear, Roronoa Zoro drew out two knives expressionlessly and slashed forward like lightning. Extreme Tiger Hunt. The roar like a tiger shook the entire castle. The next moment, a huge slash wave violently collided with the Shadow Horn Spear, forcibly tore it apart, and then blasted Gecko Moria away. Ah! Gecko Moria screamed, and Roronoa Zoro opened a hideous wound on her chest and back again. 0. 3 Swords Flow 108 Troubled Phoenix. After severely injuring Gecko Moria again, Roronoa Zoro had no intention of stopping. He pulled out the third knife with his backhand and released a flying slash wave in the air, biting Gecko Moria like a flying dragon. Unforgivable. Gecko, who had fallen to the ground and seemed to be completely stunned by Roronoa Zoro, Moria suddenly roared before being swallowed by the slashing wave. Almost instantly, shadows shot from all directions and instantly sank into his body. After swallowing nearly 100 shadows in one breath, Gecko Moria's body expanded 5 times. Roronoa Zoro's 108 Troubles windfall was actually slapped away by a backhand slap. You finally look like a bit. I said you were Shichibukai after all. How could you be so weak? It turns out that you have such a move. The somewhat listless Roronoa Zoro saw that Gecko Moria's momentum suddenly surged many times, and not only was there no worry on his face, but a hint of excitement was revealed. Chapter 127 The Last Madness. Shadow Gathering Place 26, please subscribe. 128 374. Chapter 127 The Last Madness. Shadow Gathering Place 26, please subscribe. Previous. Next. I'll let you look down on me. After Gecko Moria's already fat body absorbed a lot of shadows, it immediately expanded to more than 10 meters. He just stood up from the ground, and Roronoa Zoro felt a sense of oppression facing the giants. The most important thing is that his aura has changed dramatically compared to before. Before, he was dull and slow, like a fat man who had been pampered for decades and had never exercised, let alone going to fight. But now, although his body is still fat, the quality of all aspects of his body is climbing wildly. Especially the strength, which has climbed to an incredible level of 770. I'll let you look down on Shichibukai. Gecko Moria roared and punched Roronoa Zoro. The speed and strength have improved a lot compared to before. Roronoa Zoro waved his sword with both hands and accompanied Gecko Moria's fist. At the moment when his hands collided with Gecko Moria's fist, he felt an unstoppable force like a volcanic eruption gushing out from Moria's fist, instantly knocking his body 100 meters away. Who do you think you are? What do you think Shichibukai is? I'm Gecko Moria. Gecko Moria roared, rushed to Roronoa Zoro quickly, raised his foot and stomped hard. 3 swords flow 2 strong force cut. Roronoa Zoro's face changed drastically, the muscles of his arms suddenly swelled, and then collided with Gecko Moria's right foot. The majestic slashing broke out instantly, hitting Gecko Moria in pain, and his body staggered, almost falling to the ground. Although the power and speed have expanded, it is still vulnerable. Roronoa Zoro, who was originally surprised to see Gecko Moria suddenly grow bigger, no longer had any joy and passion at this time. He found that, let alone the power of the devil fruit, Gecko Moria also had a very poor control over his own body. In his opinion, Gecko Moria at this time had great power and amazing speed, but he used it like a child. You are just a ship guard in the demon pirates, and you dare to underestimate Lousy again and again. Unforgivable. Gecko Moria clenched his fists, like a demon under the light. He gathered a large number of shadows again and absorbed them all at once. In a short moment, his body had expanded to a point larger than the island ship. No matter how big it becomes, it's just a giant target. Roronoa Zoro saw that Gecko Moria's size had surpassed the giant's, but his face was not worried at all. He knew that Gecko Moria's power had increased to a point that even he could not catch up with, but he still did not feel the slightest threat. Die, you little brat. After increasing the number of shadows absorbed by 1,000 in one breath, Gecko Moria's consciousness had begun to fade, and he only knew to attack Roronoa Zoro instinctively. Bang. But even so, his casual punch still caused the entire island ship to crack and shake. That amazing power, even the Chuan Noa Zoro, who looked down on him, recognized it very much in his heart. As a Shichibukai, your use and control of power is really far worse than Crocodile, not to mention Don Quixote da Flamingo. Roronoa Zoro easily avoided Gecko Moria's chaotic attack with his swift body movements and observation haki. When he dodged the attack and went around behind Gecko Moria, his eyes suddenly changed. Roronoa Zoro seemed to have lost all patience, or to have lost all interest in this battle. When he looked at Gecko Moria, there was no longer any fighting spirit or excitement in his eyes, but only a cold indifference. You are the first Shichibukai I defeated, and the next one is Don Quixote da Flamingo. I will return the line he gave me. But today, it starts with you. Roronoa Zoro muttered to himself, and then rushed towards Gecko Moria. Gecko Moria, who was chasing Roronoa Zoro and attacking and destroying everywhere, seemed to feel danger and turned back instinctively. 3 Swords Secret 6 Paths Suji. Almost at the moment he turned back, a cold light similar to the shape of a book suddenly appeared in his 1.7 eyes. Before he could come to his senses, let alone make any reaction, the cold light had already sunk into his body. Squeak. Ah, even you shadows dare to rebel. You are all my strength, stay here. A trace of pain appeared on Gecko Moria's face, and then he let out a shrill scream. But just as he opened his mouth to wail and scream, a large number of shadows escaped. The escape of these shadows made him sober, but it made his body shrink, and he began to retreat continuously. Chapter 128 The Second Direct Knockout of the Shichibukai Crew 36, please subscribe. 129 374th. Chapter 128 The Second Direct Knockout of the Shichibukai Crew 36, please subscribe. Previous. Next. How dare you hurt me? When Gecko Moria, who had regained consciousness, looked down at the hideous, long wound on his body, his face was immediately filled with shock and anger. But before he could finish his words, Roronoa Zoro moved. He stepped on Moonwalk, and his body flashed in front of Gecko Moria at an extremely fast speed like a rising rocket. Then, under the gaze of Gecko Moria, who was rapidly shrinking to ultimate and full of horror, he chopped down with a knife, Ichidao Lu Dachen Han. Before the knife arrived, Rudayu's power had already swept Gecko Moria's body and mind. His mental will, which had long been crippled by Kaido, was so scared that his whole body froze and could not move when faced with Roronoa Zoro's terrifying aura and sword pressure. At this moment, the Raikiri held by Roronoa Zoro had already chopped down Gecko Moria with a knife. Moria, he was less than 2 meters tall, and the long sword he held was also less than 2 meters long, but this slash left a hideous wound of nearly 100 meters on Gecko Moria, who was taller than the Island 23 ships and sturdier. Blood gushed out from Gecko Moria's wound like a fountain. So what if it's Shichibukai? One day I will defeat the man who stands at the top of Shichibukai. Roronoa Zoro slowly put Raikiri back into the sheath, and then turned his head to look in the direction of New World. At this moment, his eyes seemed to see through the sea, and saw the man who was far away in New World, who he had been pursuing and who was at the top of Grand Line Kendo. Almost at the moment he put away the sword, Gecko Moria's eyes rolled back and his whole body shrank wildly. In the blink of an eye, his body that was taller than the island disappeared and returned to its normal size. But when he recovered again, he was already Zoro was hit hard by a sword, and fell to the ground, unable to move. Did you really defeat him? What a swordsmanship, what a power. That's Gecko Moria, the master of this island ship. Standing aside, Brook, who witnessed how Roronoa Zoro defeated Gecko Moria, stood on the ground and murmured with shock on his face. He had already made up his mind to face death and besiege Gecko Moria with Roronoa Zoro. But he didn't expect that from the beginning to the end of the battle, he was just standing aside as a spectator. Even more, he didn't expect that the battle would be so short. In just less than 3 minutes, the winner was revealed. In his opinion, this was more of a one-sided beating and massacre than a battle. He said he was just guarding the ship, not the captain. How powerful is the man who has such a crew, the existence he calls a demon? When Brook thought of this, he was shocked, and full of curiosity and yearning for the demon he had never met. I really want to see this man who makes the arrogant Gecko Moria afraid, and makes Mr. Zoro, who is as powerful as a sword god, admire him. What kind of style is this man who wants to follow? Haha, I didn't expect that there are fans of yours in Gecko Moria's territory, Qin Yu. Hearing the words of this skeleton, are you a little proud in your heart? Just when Brook stood there and murmured to himself, 2 teasing laughs suddenly came from the woods in the distance. Who, could it be Gecko Moria's men? Quote, Brook shuddered when he heard this, and then pulled out his cane sword like lightning. At this time, he was alert and didn't see that Roronoa Zoro beside him was already looking at the source of the sound with surprise. Under the different gazes of the 2 of them, a man and 2 women slowly walked out of the woods and finally came into their sight. Are you Gecko Moria's men? I tell you, Gecko Moria has been knocked down by Mr. Zoro. For the sake of you being ladies, as long as you can let me appreciate your underwear, I will let you go. Bang. Before he finished speaking, Nami had rushed in front of him without knowing when, and beat him away with a stick. You pervert skeleton, can you speak more seriously, and don't use me to bully others? Roronoa Zoro said to Brook, who was hit by Nami with a stick and had multiple fractures, a little angry. You're already a skeleton, but you're still so lustful. Nami curled her lips, then looked at Gecko Moria not far away. Tisk tisk, you're really good, Zoro. You defeated a Shichibukai without making any noise. Well done, Dr. Kenu. You've become the second person on our ship to defeat a Shichibukai alone, besides Mr. Majin. Nico Robin also congratulated Roronoa Zoro from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 129 Demon Recovery. Aokiji's Gift, 46, please subscribe. 133/174. Chapter 129 Demon Recovery. Aokiji's Gift, 46, please subscribe. Previous. Next. To be honest, I think it's natural to defeat such a Shichibukai, and it's not worth having any pride or joy at all. Faced with the praise of Nami and Nico Robin, Roronoa Zoro was not complacent at all, but said a little disappointedly. Qin Yu is absolutely right. This Gecko Moria really deserves the title of the weakest Shichibukai in history. Compared with Crocodile and Don Quixote Doflamingo, he is not in the same league at all. Is he really that weak? Nami looked at Gecko Moria lying on the ground with blood all over his body in disbelief. In her opinion, the Gecko Moria in front of her is still a Shichibukai after all, and there is a limit to his strength. It's no problem to deal with most people who don't know Haki in the first half of the Grand Line. But if it's a Logia ability user, or someone who has mastered Haki to a certain level, he can easily be pressed to the ground and rubbed. Quote, Roronoa Zoro said this, first glanced at Qin Yu, then scolded Nami and Nico Robin with a little dissatisfaction. Also, what's the matter with you two? Do we have any problems? Nico Robin and Nami looked at each other. You still ask me what problems I have. Don't you know that Qin Yu's body needs rest now? Why bring him here? If you encounter danger, you two can't even protect yourselves, how can you protect him? Roronoa Zoro said seriously. Since he came on board, he basically took on the responsibility, and hardly said anything to any crew member, let alone scolded. Usually, even if he scolded, it was a joke. It's really the first time that he scolded and taught someone a lesson as formally and seriously as today. Haha. Nico Robin and Nami looked at each other and then laughed. Their laughter made the island ship, which was originally gloomy, seem to become sunny, bright and brilliant. You are still laughing. Roronoa Zoro was even more dissatisfied. You idiot. Nami laughed and shook her head, and her words were intermittent. Is there anything wrong with what I said? Roronoa Zoro was a little confused by Nami's laughter. Sorry, Mr. Swordsman. This is all my fault. I asked you to find Gecko Moria without knowing it clearly. In fact, the morning after you left the ship, Mr. Demon had recovered. Quote, Nico Robin saw Roronoa Zoro's confused look, and couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. What, you're healed, but didn't Trafalgar Law say you? Hearing this, Roronoa Zoro suddenly turned his head to look at Qin Yu. At this moment, his face was full of surprise that he couldn't hide, as well as a trace of doubt. He said I lost 10 years of my life, right? Qin Yu saw Roronoa Zoro's rare true feelings. Although his face was full of smiles, he felt a warmth in his heart. Whenever he encountered a strong enemy or encountered difficulties, the man in front of him always stood up and fought side by side with him. Even if the enemy he faced was hundreds of times stronger than him and was not in the same dimension as him, he did not retreat at all and fought against him brazenly, even if he had to sacrifice his life for it. How could Qin Yu be dissatisfied with such a crew member? Especially when he learned that Roronoa Zoro ran to find Shichibukai as soon as he learned of his injury so that he could absorb it and recover. His first reaction was not to laugh or cry, but to be moved and relieved. Yes, Roronoa Zoro nodded. He's not wrong. I did lose 10 years of my life. If it were an ordinary person, he would suddenly overdraw his body and spirit, resulting in the loss of his life. It would really be a serious illness, and it would take a long time to recover. But you know that I am immortal, different from ordinary people. I was indeed a little weak at the time, but after waking up, I recovered after a night's rest. Qin Yu explained. Damn Trafalgar Law, he actually told me these things without clarifying them, and made me lost in the sea for so long before I found here. Roronoa Zoro gnashed his teeth after the surprise. Now he is thinking that when he returns to the ship, well, he must give Trafalgar Law a 10-ton lesson. Don't blame him. After all, my body is different from that of an ordinary person. How could he understand it clearly in such a short time? And he doesn't know that I have absorbed a giant. For me who has lived for more than 300 years, 10 years of life is nothing. Qin Yu said this with a hint of joy in his tone. Besides, getting injured this time is not a bad thing. Speaking of which, I am quite grateful to Aokiji. Although he gave me this injury, which made me unconscious for several days and weak for a whole day, he also gave me a gift at the same time. Chapter 130. The Standard Equipment for Taking Down the Demon Pirates. To Marine Admirals 56, please subscribe. 131 374. Chapter 130. The Standard Equipment for Taking Down the Demon Pirates. To Marine Admirals 56, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Gift. Roronoa Zoro didn't react for a moment. Yes, it is a gift. If it wasn't for his gift, it would be really difficult for me to seize this opportunity. If I meet him again next time, I will definitely give him a big surprise with the gift he gifted me. Qin Yu's tone became a little meaningful when he said this. As Aokiji still alive, Roronoa Zoro, who originally wanted to explore what the so-called gift Qin Yu was talking about, immediately focused his attention on Aokiji when he heard that Aokiji was still alive. After all, he is also a Marine Admiral, how could he die so easily? If it was Kizaru or Akainu who encountered the situation of Aokiji at that time, they might die. But the target is Aokiji, so he must not die. Qin Yu said with a firm face. That's a big problem. You can defeat the Admiral, but you didn't reduce the number of Marine Admirals. The next time we are hunted by Marine, we may not face one Admiral, but two Marine Admirals. Roronoa Zoro's face sank slightly when he heard this. So we are so strong. Even Naval Headquarters needs to send out at least 2 Admirals to take us down. After hearing this, Nami said it easily, but the smile on her face faded a little. Don't worry so much. Even if we meet Admiral again, our situation will not be as embarrassing as the last time. Quote. Just when Nami and the others felt heavy-hearted because of Roronoa Zoro's words, Qin Yu suddenly spoke, diverting their attention. Is it because of the gift that Aokiji gave you as you just mentioned? Roronoa Zoro asked curiously. You are absolutely right. When I see him or other Marine Admirals next time, I think they will be very satisfied with this surprise. Qin CDFA Yu showed an elusive smile at the corner of his mouth. Okay, don't talk about these spoilers. Anyway, we are now in the Special Sea area of the Magic Triangle, and it is not easy for Naval Headquarters to find us. Instead of talking about these things that spoil the mood, it is better to talk about how to deal with this Shichibukai. Nico Robin saw that the atmosphere was a bit heavy, so he clapped his hands and diverted everyone's attention to Gecko Moria lying on the ground. Skull, I think you are also a pirate. Qin Yu did not deal with Gecko Moria immediately, but said to Brook who was not far away. Yes, I am the swordsman and musician of the Rumba Pirates. Brook, who was broken by Nami, found a bottle of steak from somewhere. After taking a sip, he stood up again under the surprised eyes of Nami and others. Where did he drink all the milk? He is obviously only a skeleton left, but he can still digest milk. Grand Line is really full of surprises. Not to mention Nami, even Nico Robin, who has seen a lot, and Qin Yu, who has known about this for a long time, felt quite novel when they saw Brook drinking milk for the first time. The Rumba Pirates should be gone. Qin Yu put away the slight surprise on his face. Yes, Brook, who had a serious expression just now, suddenly lost a few points in tone. Are you interested in boarding my ship? Although my ship has no shortage of swordsmen, it lacks a musician. If you still want the courage to set foot on this sea again, you can come to me. If you have lost your courage, then since you have helped Zoro to find the way, I will give you a ride and send you to the nearby island. Qin Yu pondered for a moment, and then invited Brook. Are you willing to take me in when I am just a skeleton? Brook looked at Qin Yu with surprise. He didn't expect that this man who was so respected by Roronoa Zoro would actually look up to him. Although he didn't care about his appearance, he also knew that people in the outside world would definitely care. If he left here like this, it is estimated that no pirate group would dare to take him in. Why not? Qin Yu asked back. It is my honor. Brook glanced at Roronoa Zoro, and thinking of the deeds of Qin Yu that he had mentioned in front of him several times, he gritted his teeth and accepted Qin Yu's invitation solemnly. Since you agreed, then you just stand aside and watch. Quote. At this time, Nami and others finally understood why Qin Yu invited Brook. After all, only the people on the ship can see and know what will happen next. If Brook refuses, then he can only leave here first. But since the other party has accepted the invitation, there's no need for him to avoid it. Is there any secret? Brook is not a fool. After all, he is a pirate who has survived for more than half a century. After Qin Yu said this, how could he not know that some things that only the crew of the demon pirates can know will happen next? Chapter 131 Absorbing the Second Shichibukai. Gecko Moria 66, please subscribe. 132 374. Chapter 131 Absorbing the Second Shichibukai. Gecko Moria 66, please subscribe. Previous. Next. You'll know after you see it. The next scene will be unforgettable for you. Nico Robin said meaningfully. Really? Brook, who couldn't understand the meaning of Nico Robin's words at all, thought something exciting was going to happen. He immediately widened his eyes and looked at Qin Yu, who walked in front of Gecko Moria with curiosity. But the next moment, when he saw Qin Yu's right hand turned into a ball of pink meat paste, covering the huge Gecko Moria and absorbing it bit by bit, his face, which was already pale, suddenly turned a few points paler. Since the Battle of Eni's lobby, Don Quixote Doflamingo was crippled by Qin Yu and luckily saved his life. He did not return to New World Dressrosa, but stayed in naval headquarters to recuperate. He did not leave the headquarters until his injuries were healed and set off for Sabayati Archipelago. In this regard, many marine executives thought that Don Quixote Doflamingo wanted to go find those celestial dragons and use the power of celestial dragons to deal with Qin Yu. But no one knew that after Don Quixote Doflamingo set foot in Sabayati Archipelago, he did not go to find celestial dragons, but went straight to the door of a bar. Fruit wine 500,000. Red wine 1 million. White wine 2 million. When the door of Don Quixote Doflamingo bar was not entered, a woman standing at the bar with a cigarette in her mouth, who looked quite young but exuded mature charm, had already spoken. Haha. I didn't expect that the legendary woman Shaki who escaped the pursuit of the hero Garp would be willing to live in seclusion in such a place to sell wine. Don Quixote Doflamingo walked in from the door with his unique arrogant steps. Sorry, I don't know what you are talking about. If you come here to drink, please go ahead, as for others, please leave here. Shaki said expressionlessly, I'll buy all the wine here for your price. Don Quixote Doflamingo grinned, and then said word by word, welcome. Shaki always accepts people who come up to give money, but he doesn't care about those who come to make trouble. Since I have bought all the wine here, I think I should stay here before I finish drinking it. Don Quixote Doflamingo said, you can sit here until the door closes. Shaki shrugged and placed a bottle of red wine in front of Don Quixote Doflamingo. Actually, you don't have to be so wary of me. For you legendary figures who have retired to the sea, I have always only admired you, and I don't mean to offend you at all. Don Quixote Doflamingo saw that Shaki had been acting indifferent since he came in, and he naturally saw that Shaki was wary of him. After all, his reputation is not very good. At least in the eyes of Shaki and that person, he is definitely not a likable person. As the most powerful and intelligent person in Shichibukai, he naturally had a good understanding of the two people living here before he came here. So why are you here today? Tell me your admiration for me. Shaki said lightly, this is one of them. The most important thing is that I have a free intelligence to give you. Don Quixote Doflamingo showed a wicked smile on his face. Intelligence. It seems that I am also in this line of work. I wonder if you have ever heard of the saying that colleagues are enemies. Shaki asked with interest. Then have you ever heard of the saying that the enemy of my enemy is my friend? Don Quixote Doflamingo asked meaningfully. Sorry, I really can't think of any of your enemies who have anything to do with me. Shaki glanced at Don Quixote Doflamingo. As smart as she was, she had guessed Don Quixote Doflamingo's intentions the moment he opened his mouth. ... Please give me flowers 0. It's just that although she has retired to the sea and is not afraid of trouble, she doesn't want to cause trouble for no reason. If Don Quixote Doflamingo doesn't make trouble, then she won't do anything to him. That's why she was patient enough to talk to the unpleasant Don Quixote Doflamingo in front of her. It has nothing to do with you, but the other one may not be. When Don Quixote Doflamingo saw Shaki's calm reaction, his eyes under the sunglasses suddenly showed a hint of pride. ... Oh, I wonder how long Xiaoba hasn't been here. Pa. Don Quixote Doflamingo just finished speaking, and suddenly felt his shoulders sink. When he turned around, he found that a man with a figure that was so slim that he didn't show any signs of aging was sitting on the empty seat next to him. What gave him goosebumps was the man who suddenly appeared beside him, and even put one hand on his shoulder, as if they were old friends. Chapter 132 You want me to help you deal with the demon 16, please subscribe. 133 374. Chapter 132 You want me to help you deal with the demon 16, please subscribe. Previous. Next. The right arm of the Pirate King, Pluton Rayleigh. Don Quixote Doflamingo's heart shuddered. Before coming, although he already knew that he would face such a legendary figure, he still felt cold all over when he actually met him. At first, he thought that Pluton had retired for many years, and he was not young anymore. No matter how powerful he was when he was young, time would not spare him. But when he met the man in front of him, he just realized how ridiculous his thoughts were. Time is not forgiving, and Pluton did have traces of time. Although the king is old, his majesty still exists. Maybe he has not fought for many years, and the old Pluton has indeed, 640, fought against the 4 New World Sea Emperors who are now in the limelight, but it is absolutely as easy as playing to deal with a Shichibukai like him. Come to think of it, I haven't seen Hachi for some years. The last time I saw him was probably 10 years ago. After Pluten Rayleigh suddenly appeared, he and Don Quixote Doflamingo seemed to be close friends for many years, and they actually drank together. I remember that when I met him that time, he didn't seem to mention to me that he wanted to go to East Blue. East Blue is a good place. For a fishman to go there, it is indeed equivalent to a vacation. It is a good choice. Although Don Quixote Doflamingo's heart was in turmoil because of Pluten's strength, he was calm on the surface and talked and laughed with Pluten Rayleigh. East Blue is indeed a good place. When talking about East Blue, Pluten Rayleigh's eyes flashed with nostalgia. Obviously, he thought of his encounter with Roger. East Blue is good, but the sea is still the sea. Even the calmest sea will eventually stir up waves, right, Pluten? Don Quixote Doflamingo said with a wicked smile. You want me to help you deal with the demon? After Rayleigh drank the wine in his hand in one gulp, he suddenly turned his head and stared at Don Quixote Doflamingo with burning eyes, which made him feel uneasy. You can't say you are helping me, it should be more accurate to say that you are helping your good friend to get revenge. Don Quixote Doflamingo shuddered in his heart. At this moment, he just realized that facing Pluten Rayleigh was even more stressful than facing Admiral of Headquarters. But it is also true that it is still some time before Rayleigh returns to the arena and fights Admiral Kizaru in Sabayati Archipelago. At this time, Pluten Rayleigh is a few years younger than when he fought Kizaru. For a pure hockey, physical skills, and swordsmanship expert like him, being a few years younger is enough to make a huge difference in strength. If his strength was equal to Admiral when he fought Kizaru, then now that he is a few years younger, he is slightly higher than Admiral. It is normal that Don Quixote Doflamingo feels more pressure when facing Pluten Rayleigh than when facing Admiral. Hachi. Pluten Rayleigh's eyes flashed with a cold light. When he was in a humble position, he was saved by Hachi. That is why, after he became successful, he vowed never to let anyone bully Hachi. Yes, I have already investigated that the dragon pirates once occupied the hometown of Nami, the navigator of the demon pirates, Coco Village. Later, when Nami went out to sea, she met the demon and became a bounty hunter partner with him. It was with the help of the demon that Nami was able to destroy the dragon pirates. Don Quixote Doflamingo said as he took out a bounty from his pocket. But this bounty was different from the others. The bounty he took out had two big words, cancelled, printed on it. This is the bounty for Hachi that I got from Naval Headquarters. Pluten, you have a sharp eye and should be able to see that this bounty has been revoked. But usually the headquarters will only revoke the bounty on a pirate in two cases. One is that the pirate is dead, and the other is that he becomes a Shichibukai. Quote, Don Quixote Doflamingo smiled at Pluten Rayleigh, whose face was as gloomy as water. After hearing his words, Rayleigh did not speak, but glanced at Shaki, and then sat quietly on the chair and drank. I have sent someone to investigate in East Blue. My subordinates got accurate information from a local marine base. The demon Qin Yu and the navigator Nami took the heads of all the fishmen of the dragon pirates except the dragon to exchange for the bounty, including the fishman Xiaoba 1.1. Quote, Don Quixote Doflamingo stared at Pluten Rayleigh and said word by word. As for Shaki, who had left the bar and went to the information he gave, he did not even look at him. I'll buy you this drink. Pluten Rayleigh drank by himself for nearly 10 minutes before pouring a glass of wine and placing it in front of Don Quixote Doflamingo. There are not many people in the Grand Line who can drink the wine that Pluten buys. I never thought that I would be the one to receive this honor today. Looking at the glass of wine that Pluten Rayleigh placed in front of him, Don Quixote Doflamingo suddenly grinned with a strange, self-satisfied smile. Chapter 133 The Storm Caused by Fishman Xiaoba, Pluten and Red Hair 26, please subscribe. 134 374. Chapter 133 The Storm Caused by Fishman Xiaoba, Pluten and Red Hair 26, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Do you really believe what he said? After watching Don Quixote Doflamingo's back disappear completely from sight, Shaki turned around and said to Pluten Rayleigh. Is what he said false? Pluten Rayleigh asked instead of answering. I have just asked a few friends who sell intelligence. In East Blue some time ago, the dragon pirates were indeed wiped out. It was also that battle that forced the demon to switch from a bounty hunter to a pirate. Shaki said, since you know it's true, why are you asking me? Pluten Rayleigh drank the wine in the glass in one gulp, and then said. You know that's not what I want to ask. Shaki stared into Pluten Rayleigh's eyes. Don Quixote Doflamingo is certainly untrustworthy. 23 He did have the idea of using me as a gun to get rid of the demon. But this is also his cleverness. He has been very calm since he came in here, as if he was just here to deliver a message. I can't kill him. Pluten Rayleigh shrugged. Shaki was silent after hearing this. Indeed, Don Quixote Doflamingo was very polite and behaved properly from the moment he came to the bar, without any overstepping. He came to see Rayleigh and her as a junior, and then delivered a message to them. Then what are you going to do? The demon is different from ordinary pirates. This guy is a rare monster in 100 years. Even in your and Roger's era, he is definitely an extremely rare existence. Shaki said to Pluten Rayleigh with a serious face. Although he has never been to the New World, he now has the strength to confront the Admiral of the Headquarters head-on. The most important thing is that his growth rate is extremely terrifying. It seems that every time he experiences a battle, his strength will increase at a geometric rate. Quote, are you worried that I will lose to him? Pluten Rayleigh glanced at Shaki and smiled. I don't know whether you will lose. But the Great Pirate Era is not our era after all. A new generation buries the old, this is the iron law of the times. Almost no one can disobey it. Shaki poured a glass of wine for Pluten Rayleigh. Not to mention when Roger was still there, just if you were 10 years younger, even if you went to fight the 4 emperors, I would not worry about you at all. But now, whether you want to admit it or not, you have to accept a fact. You and I are both old. No matter how well you take care of yourself, Pluten will eventually show signs of aging. We can't just let Xiao Ba's matter go. Pluten Rayleigh reached out and tapped the table lightly. I know. Shaki looked at Pluten Rayleigh deeply, then took out a long sword from the drawer at his feet and handed it to him. Then why are you still telling me all this? Pluten Rayleigh reached out to take the long sword, and a hint of nostalgia flashed in his eyes. It has been at least a dozen years since he last picked up this sword. He didn't expect that he would have a chance to return to the arena. Is it wrong to do what you think you should do? You think Xiao Ba should not die in vain, and I think I should persuade you that this is what we each think we should do. Quote. Shaki smiled. Obviously, she had no intention of stopping Pluten from the beginning. After all, she didn't want Xiao Ba to die in vain. But, as an outsider who saw the truth, she had to explain the interests to Rayleigh. After listening to her, she was relieved that Rayleigh didn't go. But if Rayleigh wanted to go, she wouldn't stop him. Let's see. After all, as you said, even in the era of great pirates with many talents, there are too few existences like demons. Quote. Pluten Rayleigh left a word, then picked up the long sword and turned to leave the bar. Hello, Shanks. But Pluten Rayleigh didn't know that after watching him leave, Shaki turned and walked into the room, took out 10 phones from the drawer and dialed 10 phones that caused huge waves in the future Grand Line. 590 inches Shaki, it's you. How come you have so much time to call me? Don't you need to keep an eye on the vice captain to prevent him from staying out at night? The red-haired Shanks, who was grilling in a cave surrounded by ice and snow in New World, put down the grilled meat in his hand happily when he heard the voice from the Den Den Mushi. I called you this time to tell you about Rayleigh. Shaki lit a cigarette, his tone a little deep. The vice captain's matter. Go ahead. Hearing this, Shanks' face became a little more serious, and then he stretched out his hand to quiet down the crew members who were having a banquet beside him. I wonder if you have heard of the demon. Shaki said. The demon, is it the young man who blasted Aokiji into the deep sea? I heard Hawkeye mention it not long ago. He should be an incredible pirate. I guess after he enters New World, he will definitely have a big battle with me or the other 3-4 emperors. Hearing this, Shanks immediately replied. Chapter 134 The Weight of Demons, Roger Pirates to be reorganized. 36, please subscribe. 135 374. Chapter 134 The Weight of Demons, Roger Pirates to be reorganized. 36, please subscribe. Previous. Next. I don't know for now whether the demon will have a big fight with you 4 emperors after going to the New World. But I know that the demon will definitely have a bloody battle with Rayleigh. Shaki's tone became deeper when he said this. What's wrong? He shouldn't have been to the Sabayati archipelago at this time. How could he have a conflict with the vice captain? When Shanks heard this, he was a little surprised. Although he was the least concerned about developing power and territory among the 4 emperors, he was the 4 emperors of the New World after all. In addition, his extremely mysterious origins, as long as he was willing to inquire, there were not many worlds in this sea that could hide from him. Xiao Ba is dead. The demon exchanged his head for a bounty before he changed his career to become a pirate. Shaki exhaled a puff of smoke and said a piece of news that shocked Shanks. What? Shanks' face sank slightly. He didn't know what he thought of, and a look of horror suddenly appeared on his face. When you were Captain Roger, although you were just an apprentice, I think you know something. After Roger died, although Marine and World Government were frantically hunting down the crew members of Roger's pirate group, it was actually just a superficial practice. Except for Douglas Bullet, who continued to plunder the sea and cause trouble everywhere, basically no other crew members were arrested. All this is because of a tacit understanding reached between Roger and World Government. As long as he died, other crew members would not cause trouble and would no longer be active on the Grand Line. Considering the losses caused by the elimination of Roger's pirate group, the World Government and Marine would choose to turn a blind eye. Shaki was smoking a lady's cigarette while revealing a secret that made the crew members of Red Hair Pirates stare with wide eyes and full of shock. No wonder after the Pirate King died, his crew members scattered, but for so many years, except for Douglas Bullet, I have never heard of any crew members being vigorously hunted down by Marine. It turns out that the Pirate King and the World Government have reached some kind of tacit understanding. But the World Government can't refuse this matter. Even if the Pirate King dies, they can't regret it. Once they return, under their pressure, the crew members who were disbanded by the Pirate King will gather together again. At that time, whether they follow the Vice Captain Pluten Rayleigh or join the Golden Lion and Whitebeard pirate groups together, it will be a nightmare for the World Government. At the time when Roger just started the Great Pirate Era, the World Government should suppress the entire Great Pirate Era instead of wasting a lot of troops to deal with a group of pirates who are about to retire. Red Hair Pirates Vice Captain Ben Beckman thought secretly. Shaki, I understand what you mean. You are worried that the battle between the demon and the Vice Captain will attract the attention of Marine and the government. What kind of person is Shanks? Although he seems to be bold and unruly on the surface, he is actually very careful. For the overall situation of the Grand Line, he can see it more clearly than anyone else. The World Government and Marine will come to take advantage of the battle between the demon and Rayleigh, but this is not what I am most worried about. What I am really worried about is that once this matter spreads, the crew members of the Roger Pirates who are scattered in different corners of the Grand Line will be reunited. The Roger Pirates were at their peak back then. Even if the Pirate King was executed, the Roger Pirates were still the strongest pirate group in the Grand Line, without a doubt. But no matter how powerful a pirate group is, it cannot withstand the ravages of time. The invincible pirate group back then is now old. Even if the glory still exists, it is not as invincible as it was back then. Shaki sighed deeply. When the Great Pirate Era just emerged, countless pirates emerged, and the Marine and the government were busy suppressing the Great Pirate Era. But now the Grand Line has fallen into a balance. Whether it is the Marine or the government, as long as they are willing to pay the price, they can completely free up their hands to deal with anyone. The Roger Pirates, who were once invincible but are now aging, are likely to be tempted. Even if the government and the Marines can control it, can those ambitious people who want to become famous by using the crew of the Roger Pirates control it? The battle between the demon and Rayleigh is the fuse. Once the two money-rich people ignite all this, it will not only trigger a war more terrifying than the Battle of Edwall, but also completely break the balance of the Grand Line that you have worked so hard to build. Quote, although Shanks has already associated this series of events, when he heard Shaki say it himself, he still felt a sense of oppression that a storm was about to come. This heavy sense of oppression far exceeds the conflict with any of the four emperors. Once the pattern is broken, the era will usher in a brand new era. Shanks did not expect that the battle between the demon Qin Yu and Pluton Rayleigh would actually cause such a problem, and he did not expect that the origin of all this turmoil was actually because of a small fishman Xiaoba. Chapter 135 The World's Greatest Swordsman Joins the Game 46, please subscribe. 136 374. Chapter 135 The World's Greatest Swordsman Joins the Game 46, please subscribe. Previous. Next. You have the ability to trigger a storm of changing times before you even reach the new world. Majin, I really don't know how big a storm you will cause after you come to the new world. Sitting next to Shanks, Ben Beckman, who heard all the conversations between Shanks and Shaki, was overshadowed when he thought of this. He was a man of great knowledge and power in this sea, but it was the first time he encountered a being like the demon. Before entering the first half of the Grand Line, he was already besieged by Marine Logia and two vice admirals in the weakest of the four seas, East Blue. Before entering the New World, he was already besieged by Marine Admirals and New World Shichibukai in the first half of the New World. The most terrifying thing is that he can even trigger a storm that can shake the entire Grand Line. This kind of weight is unheard of even for Ben Beckman. We are all old people left over from the last era. We no longer belong to this era. We can only escort the new buds, which is the limit of what we can do. 063 So I can only ask you for this matter, Shanks. At this time, Shaki's solemn explanation reached the ears of red-haired Shanks. Shaki, don't say that. I am also a crew member of the vice captain. These are what I should do. What's more, if this matter is really ignored, once it ferments thoroughly, the troubles caused will also involve me. In this case, it is better to be in it early, at least I can grasp the direction of the rolling tide of the times. Shanks quickly put away his solemn expression and showed a smile that made people feel safe at a glance. Please, as for Rayleigh and the demon, I will keep an eye on them first. I will try to delay as long as I can, Shaki said, and then hung up the phone. You all heard what happened just now. I don't think I need to say more. Quote, red-haired Shanks stood up and said to all the crew members in the cave. The crew members who were eating meat, drinking wine, and chatting happily put down their wine and meat, and showed rare capable and cold expressions. At this moment, they showed the true attitude of the four emperors' crew. Hawkeye, didn't you say before that you would go to the park to see if you could find some fun to kill time? I have something that may interest you. Red-haired Shanks walked towards the pirate ship anchored on the island in the wind and snow. Ten took out the phone and called Mihawk, who is known as the world's 10th greatest swordsman on the Grand Line. You come to me for help specifically, which is really rare. On a small boat in the New World waters, drifting towards the front half of the Grand Line, Dracula Mihawk, who was carrying a supreme big knife, held a Den Den Mushi and showed a little surprise on his face. No way, I don't want to involve you in this storm. Unfortunately, I am leaving just now, so I may not be able to make it in time. I can only ask you to help me contain the situation, buy me some time. CDEJ. Shanks first told Dracula Mihawk everything Shaki had just told her in the cave, and then asked. How is it? Are you willing to be involved in this trouble? You owe me a drink. After hearing what Shanks said, Dracula Mihawk's face did not fluctuate at all, but there was a turmoil in his heart. He noticed the existence of the demon earlier than Shanks, but even he did not expect that the demon at this moment had already had such weight in this sea. When I arrive at the paradise, I will invite you to the deputy captain's bar for a drink. Quote, Shanks smiled brighter after hearing this. Although he and Dracula Mihawk were not captain and crew, they were close friends for many years. The relationship between the two naturally reached the point of, nothing can go wrong. Pluton's bar, I heard he is also a master of swordsmanship. Dracula Mihawk murmured, with a flash of heat in his eyes. The deputy captain is a very good person. I think you will get along with him when you meet him. Speaking of Pluton Rayleigh, Shanks' eyes flashed with a smile. Speaking of which, he hadn't seen Rayleigh for a long time. It just so happened that this time he took this opportunity to reunite with Rayleigh and the others. I am also looking forward to the right arm of the Pirate King. Dracul Mahawk said lightly, and then hung up the phone. Majin, I thought I had overestimated you enough, but I didn't expect that I still underestimated your weight. This is good. I was originally killing time, but now I have a legitimate reason to come to you. Quote. Dracul Mahawk leaned against the boat and took out a wanted warrant from his arms. At this time, his sharp eyes like eagle eyes fell on the big sharp knife Reikiri printed on the wanted warrant, and Qin Yu, whose eyes gave people a sense of evil. Chapter 136 Is there something more important than Pluton on Sky Island? 56. Please subscribe. 137 374. Chapter 136 Is there something more important than Pluton on Sky Island? 56. Please subscribe. Previous. Next. Qin Yu, the demon who had already absorbed Gecko Moria and led the crew out of the magic triangle, did not know that a storm caused by him, enough to make the era run wild, had already begun to brew in the Grand Line under the bridge building of Don Quixote da Flamingo. At this time, he was leading the crew of the demon pirates along the huge sea current that soared into the sky and reached a height of 10,000 meters, and rushed all the way to a sea of clouds that was all white at a glance. Qin Yu, shouldn't we go to Alabasta to take that thing out as soon as possible? Why did you come to Sky Island? Frankie glanced at the wonders of Sky Island with a curious look on his face, and then walked to Qin Yu's side. On the way to Sky Island, he had learned from Qin Yu that the other party had found the famous group of ancient soldiers. Facing Qin Yu, who told him such an important thing frankly and did not treat him, a newly joined crew member, as an outsider, Frankie no longer had any reservations. Not only did he take the initiative to contract the work of activating and driving Pluton for the pirate group, he even took out the design drawings of Pluton. With Nico Robin's translation and Pluton's design drawings, even though he hadn't seen the ancient weapon Pluton placed on the bottom of Alabasta, he already knew how to drive Pluton. Indeed, we are now regarded as a thorn in the eyes of Marine. Marine will definitely try every means to block us in the first half of the Grand Line and try to eliminate us before we enter the New World. In other words, the next time we meet Marine, at least we will face a luxurious lineup of 2 admirals. If we can have that thing at this time, our ability to fight Marine will be greatly improved. Although the oldest Brook can't keep up with the changes of the times, his sailing experience and analysis of the overall situation are very good. Ever since he learned about the situation faced by the demon pirates and the matter of ancient weapon, Pluton, he felt that the key to breaking the situation lies in Pluton. As long as they have a ship like Pluton on the sea, even a lineup like Buster Call cannot trap them in the endless sea. Although Nami, Nico Robin and others did not ask, they also cast their inquiring eyes on Qin Yu. Because there are 2 things on Sky Island that our people on the ship are determined to get. Under the gaze of many eyes, Qin Yu slowly uttered a sentence. He also knew that everyone on the ship felt a huge pressure. After all, they have to face 2 admirals and the siege of more than thousands of marine elites at any time. No matter how powerful he is, he can only fight against 1 admiral at present. At this time, he undoubtedly needs ancient weapon to check and balance the other admiral. Is there anything more important than the thing in Alabasta? Nami heard this and immediately became very curious. Others also pricked up their ears. Apart from anything else, everyone on the ship is extremely curious. In fact, even Qin Yu, who had a good understanding of the Grand Line, became more and more curious as time went by after he came to this mysterious and fascinating sea. I dare not say it is important, but at least it is on par with Pluton. Qin Yu said, I am also very curious about what there is here that can get such a high evaluation from you, Mr. Demon. ... Ask for flowers 0. Hearing what he said, even Nico Robin, who was leaning on the guardrail and looking at the sea of clouds, looked over. The first one is your favorite. Qin Yu's words moved Nico Robin, who was smiling. The others also quieted down after hearing it. Historical text. Although they didn't understand what it was, they knew that this was what Nico Robin and his hometown were pursuing with everything they had. So, even if they didn't understand, they knew to respect it. Moreover, Qin Yu had said it from the moment they boarded the ship. 0. As long as he was a member of the ship, no matter what his dream was, no matter how difficult it was, he would try his best to realize it. This was true for Nico Robin, and so were the others. Historical text. Nico Robin's beautiful eyes burst into a moving look. Yes, however, this historical text does not record the truth that Uenohara's scholars are looking for, but only a part of it. Qin Yu nodded. I know. After hearing this, Nico Robin's eagerness in his heart has weakened a little, but the expectation in his eyes is still extremely strong. What about the other thing? After hearing that Sky Island not only has a unique geographical environment, but also has a historical text, Nami is even more fascinated by this magical Sky Island. The other thing is what I'm looking for. Qin Yu looked around at everyone and emphasized a few words one by one. The god of Sky Island. God. After hearing that there is a god on Sky Island, everyone's faces are different. Some believe it, some are surprised, and some are curious. Chapter 137 God. If you dare to touch my people, I will kill God. 66. Please subscribe. 138 374. Chapter 137 God. If you dare to touch my people, I will kill God. 66. Please subscribe. Previous. Next. How could there be gods in this world? The so-called gods are just an ordinary person's view of the strong. Obviously, Roronoa Zoro is a person who does not believe in gods. If it was before, he might still think that the Grand Line is so big, maybe there really are gods. But after following Qin Yu into the Grand Line and seeing so many wonderful things, which greatly broadened his horizons and knowledge, he understood that there are no gods in the Grand Line. If there are, it is just a misunderstanding of the strong by weak ordinary people. Even, in his opinion, if he returns to East Blue now, goes to some isolated islands, 890 towns, he will also be worshipped as a god, and it is normal to be regarded as a sword god or a knife god. Boom. Just when Roronoa Zoro was telling his views on gods, a thunder suddenly exploded in the originally clear sky. The originally sunny sky suddenly became dark. No way, is there really a god here? Brook looked up at the dark and boundless sky, and his skull face was suddenly filled with tension. Idiot, it's all your fault. Even if you don't believe it, don't say it. When Nami saw that the dark clouds in the sky began to emerge with lightning snakes, she quickly scolded Roronoa Zoro. I was just talking, but the sky was dark and thunder and lightning started. Is it really like what Brook said, that there is really a god in Sky Island? Roronoa Zoro looked at the sky that changed drastically in an instant, and his expression became very exciting. He didn't expect that his words would actually change the wind and clouds. If this is not a coincidence, and there is really someone behind the scenes manipulating it, then this person is really an exaggeration to call him a god. The lightning that is lingering in the sky and becoming thicker and thicker seems to be waiting for Roronoa Zoro to confess to the god and worship the god. Although the lightning locked onto him, it did not strike down immediately, except for emitting a suffocating power. But even if it did not strike down, lightning was still lightning. Just hovering in the sky made Roronoa Zoro and others feel boundless pressure. Are there really gods? Nico Robin looked at the extremely strange lightning above. With her vast knowledge, she seemed to be observing and deciphering the mystery. What do you think? Facing the thunder that was about to fall at any time, like a punishment from heaven, Qin Yu showed a calm look. Not only was he not nervous at all, but he was chatting and laughing with Nico Robin while admiring the lightning in the sky. I believe there are gods in this world. Nico Robin pondered for a moment, then uttered a sentence that made everyone look at her. But it will definitely not be the one in front of me. God is merciful, not so calculating that people must believe in him. If you don't believe, you will be destroyed. This is not a god, but a demon, a ghost. A terrifying scene appeared. Almost at the moment when Nico Robin finished speaking, the lightning in the sky seemed to be furious because of her words. The lightning that had originally locked Roronoa Zoro turned around and instantly struck Nico Robin. Who gave you the courage to strike my crew? Don't say you are not a god, but a proud Thunder Fruit user. Even if you are a god, if you dare to touch my people, I will kill you. Although Qin Yu had a faint smile on his face, at the moment when the lightning struck, the murderous aura suddenly poured out from his body like a wave. Under his terrifying murderous aura and evil pressure, it even overshadowed the power of the thunder punishment from the sky. When the terrifying lightning exploded and was about to engulf Nico Robin, Qin Yu, who was standing beside her, moved. I saw Qin Yu raise his hand and stretch out his right hand like a spring hand, and then under the reassuring eyes of all the crew members, he punched the falling thunder into pieces. Come on, if you don't believe in God, you will be destroyed, right? Let me see if you, God, can destroy me. Qin Yu suddenly soared into the sky, his whole body burning with pink flames, and the terrifying might of the devil descending was like a torrent, pouring out of his body without reservation, and then rushed towards the direction of the god of Sky Island. Foolish mortals, think that you can compete with God just because you have some ability. You really don't know how to live or die. The only land of Sky Island. 1.3 of the temple in the center of Arpayado, a man wearing a white turban, with thick and long earlobes, naked upper body, and a drum behind his back, seemed to have heard something that made him angry, and a hideous smile appeared on his face. This god will let you who offend the gods deeply understand what it means that the gods are inviolable before you die. He muttered to himself and raised his right hand. Kaila. With a thunderous sound and a lightning flash, his entire arm suddenly turned into a lightning, then soared into the sky, crossed a long distance, and almost instantly arrived above Qin Yu's head above the sea of clouds, and then slashed down brazenly. Chapter 138 Invincible Thunder. 1 Kamehameha is enough. 16, please subscribe. 139 374. Chapter 138 Invincible Thunder. 1 Kamehameha is enough. 16, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Boom. A thunderous roar exploded across the sea of clouds. Under the shocked gaze of Nami and others on the battleship, a blue lightning column like a laser suddenly flashed from afar, and then instantly swallowed Qin Yu's entire body. I thought you would be quite capable if you dared to offend the gods. I didn't expect you to be so vulnerable. In the Sky Island Temple, the man who casually released a lightning column to swallow Qin Shui's entire body gradually showed a hint of disdain on his face. But the disdain on his face did not last long, and it solidified as Qin Yu walked out of the lightning column safely. How could this happen? How could this monkey from Shanghai be fine after enduring the divine punishment of this god? The man who looked like Thor was observing Qin Yu with observation haki in disbelief. Enel, god of Sky Island. 23. Nothing more. When Enel was shocked that Qin Yu was unscathed in the face of his lightning pillar, Qin Yu patted the dust off his body and put his hands on the dazzling. The next moment, a blue light that penetrated the sky and the earth suddenly flashed out from the palms of his hands. After a short period of gathering energy, a blue light ball that exuded an endless destructive aura and made Enel in the temple tremble quickly took shape. That's the trick you said Mr. Captain has. Is the Kamehameha that can flatten an island with one strike. Brook looked up at Qin Yu, who was holding a blue light ball with both hands. Although he didn't know observation haki, and hadn't witnessed the shocking scene of Qin Yu destroying Eni's lobby with one Kamehameha and blasting Aokiji into the bottom of the sea with one Kamehameha, but now he could feel a strong visual impact and mental shock just by looking at it with his naked eyes. Roronoa Zoro and the others nodded solemnly upon hearing this. Enel. Qin Yu raised his head to the sky and roared, then pushed his hands, and the blue light ball in his palm instantly turned into a blue qigong wave that tore through the atmosphere and ignored the distance in space. The moment this qigong wave was ejected from his hands, it had already shot to the Sky Island Temple, in front of Enel. This monkey from Shanghai also knows the hard net. Enel's face changed, but when he saw the Kamehameha coming towards him, he didn't care to think too much about Qin Yu also knowing observation haki. Conditionally reflexively, he pulled the drum behind him. 30 million volt Thunder Beast. Boom. With a flash of lightning, a Thunder Beast formed entirely of blue lightning, exuding a destructive aura all over its body, like the pet of the god of thunder, suddenly flew up and bit the Kamehameha that was close at hand. But what made Enel shudder was that his Thunder Beast was forcibly shattered the moment it bit Kamehameha. Seeing this scene, Enel was shocked and angry, and hurriedly beat the drum again. 60 million volt Thunder Dragon. A Thunder Dragon that was more domineering and arrogant than the Thunder Beast just now soared into the sky and collided with Kamehameha again. But the power of Kamehameha far exceeded Enel's expectations. Whether it was the Thunder Beast or the Thunder Dragon, 30 million volts or 60 million volts, they were just a mantis trying to stop a chariot in front of Qin Yu's Kamehameha. Although the Thunder Dragon lasted a little longer than the Thunder Beast, it was only a short 10 seconds. After 1 second, the Thunder Dragon disappeared, and Kamehameha instantly sank into Enel's body under his horrified eyes, and then turned into a huge ball of light that was thousands of meters in radius. The moment this terrifying blue light ball expanded, it not only completely swallowed up Enel's body, but also the entire Sky Island Temple, all the priests, and even the flowers, plants and trees on the island were instantly crushed. Let's go. Qin Yu, who was suspended above the White Sea, looked at the direction where Enel was from a distance, and then descended from the sky and landed on the deck again. Is it solved? Nami asked a little unbelievably when she saw Qin Yu return. Isn't it just a thunder ability user? Is one Kamehameha not enough? Qin Yu asked back. But that's a god, Nami asked a little stupidly. At this moment, she suddenly realized that Qin Yu had really changed a lot. After the battle with Aokiji, not only did his strength change a lot, but the man in front of him seemed to have stimulated some potential and opened some shackles after that peak battle that was enough to shock the entire Grand Line. Although Qin Yu was still the same as before, smiling at the person next to him, Nami, who knew him when he was still a nobody, clearly felt the change in Qin Yu. Qin Yu used to give people a sense of decisiveness, but his heart was filled with a touch of kind humanity. But now, although Qin Yu is not unforgivable, his eyes, breath, and temperament all give people a sense of evil, cold, and demonic charm, as if he had untied the shackles of a demon. Especially after he absorbed Gecko Moria, Nami felt that this feeling was even more obvious. Chapter 139 God. Nothing more than that. 26, please subscribe. 143/174. Chapter 139 God. Nothing more than that. 26, please subscribe. Previous. Next. The so-called God is just a name given to him by the people of Sky Island. But in my eyes, he is just a user with special abilities. At most, his fruit ability is a little stronger. As for the rest, he is no different from the users with special abilities in Grand Line. Thunder Fruit gives people a feeling of being too powerful, too heaven-defying. Compared with users with special abilities such as fire, ice, smoke, and magma, lightning naturally makes people in awe. Navigators like Nami, because they know lightning much better than ordinary people, they are more in awe of lightning. In her opinion, although the other party is a user with special abilities who ate Thunder Fruit, he is actually no doubt a god. It is said that the ability among devil fruits is the closest to invincibility. I didn't expect that the strong man with this ability was actually solved by just one blow from him. Quote. Nico Robin glanced at the direction where Qin Yu had just fired Kamehameha. She could see that the thunder-powered person defeated by Qin Yu was not a weakling who had just acquired the power or was underdeveloped. The so-called god of Sky Island had obviously developed the Thunder Fruit to an extremely powerful level. God, that's all. Roronoa Zoro curled his lips in disdain. He originally thought that this ability was so powerful that the shocking Enel should be quite capable, but he didn't expect that he was far inferior to Don Quixote Doflamingo. He even took Qin Yu's attack. If you kill him, you won't get anything, right? At this time, Frankie, who had recovered from Qin Yu's Kamehameha that destroyed the world, immediately said to Qin Yu. Obviously, he had understood Qin Yu's purpose of landing on Sky Island. It was obvious that Qin Yu was targeting the god of Sky Island. His ability is not bad, at least he still has a breath. Quote. Qin Yu glanced in the direction of Enel, and then said. Let's sail. Frankie listened and immediately drove the pirate warship that he had modified several times towards the only land of Sky Island. After more than an hour of sailing, when the only land of Sky Island came into everyone's sight, bursts of gasps came from the warship. At this time, they looked around and saw that the huge island had turned into a desolate land. The trees, mud, rocks, buildings, and water on this island had long disappeared, leaving only a huge cemetery that seemed to be formed by a meteorite from outer space. Your attack will not destroy the main text of history, right? Although Nico Robin knew that the stone tablet recording the main text of history was indestructible, and it was difficult for an admiral-level existence to destroy it, she saw the scene in front of her and thought of the terrifying power of Qin Yu's Kamehameha, so she couldn't help but stare at Qin Yu with a little resentment. I didn't dare to say what I said before. But since I learned to control the chi by returning my life, I can not only hit wherever I point, but also control the degree of damage to the enemy and the environment accurately. Quote. Qin Yu shook his head. The historical text and even everything in the Golden City of Shandora have not been damaged. You can rest assured to carry out your archaeological exploration. When he said this, Nico Robin had not yet opened his mouth to answer. Nami, who heard about the Golden City, had already pushed Nico Robin aside with shining eyes, and then stared at Qin Chen with a shining, eager look. Do you think the Golden City is made of gold? Nami asked excitedly. Facing Nami, whose aura was bursting at this time, everyone except Qin Yu was silent. They didn't dare to interrupt Nami, who was in a state of self-satisfaction at this time. Even Nico Robin, who wanted to learn about the Golden City of Shandora from Qin Yu, shut up very sensibly. Although it cannot be said that the entire city is made of gold, it is true that the bell tower and other objects are all made of gold. Quote. Qin Yu had just finished speaking when Nami was so excited that she waved her arms and shouted. Dory, Brigitte, you two, guard the boat. Frankie, take the transporter you made and follow me. By the way, Zoro, you come too. You go move the gold, what should I do with you? Roronoa Zoro was not interested in this. Of course, you protect me and my gold along the way. God knows if there will be any dangers during the transportation process. I'm just a weak lady, shouldn't you protect me well, damn it. Nami originally wanted to bring Qin Yu along as soon as possible. After all, although Roronoa Zoro's strength is increasing day by day, even Gecko Moria, one of the Shichibukai, can capture and kill him single-handedly, but it is still far less reassuring than Qin Yu's presence. But after thinking that Qin Yu's purpose of landing on Sky Island is to find Enel, she can only hand over the task of escorting the gold to Roronoa Zoro. Frankie and Brook are enough. Roronoa Zoro obviously doesn't want to participate in boring things like moving gold. With this time, he might as well spend his time and energy on studying the swordsmanship that Qin Yu gave him from Naval Headquarters Vice Admirals such as Flying Squirrel. Chapter 140 Did the Thunder Damage Your Brain? 36, please subscribe. 141 374. Chapter 140 Did the Thunder Damage Your Brain? 36, please subscribe. Previous, next. Barry, when do you want to pay me back the 20 million you owe me? Believe it or not, I took your 3 knives to the pawnshop to pawn them. Nami suddenly said faintly, let's go. Roronoa Zoro boarded Arpayado first, and then turned back to Nami. Let's go. Nami was satisfied with her golden army and rushed towards the Golden City of Shandora. Seeing that Roronoa Zoro was subdued by Nami in a few words, Qin Yu also shook his head with a bit of laughter and tears. After they moved towards the Golden City of Shandora, his body slowly rose into the air. But just as he broke through the air, an arm suddenly extended from his waist, and then a graceful jade hand grabbed the arm at the moment he flew up, and then hugged his waist. If you don't mind, can you give me a ride? Nico Robin nestled steadily in Qin Yu's arms, then looked up and said to Qin Yu. When did you start to be lazy? Qin Yu put his arm around Nico Robin's waist to prevent her from falling. I just like the feeling of flying in the sky. 793 Moreover, looking down at Sky Island from a high altitude can more accurately and quickly find the location of the historical text. Nico Robin snuggled in Qin Yu's arms, showing a generous look. Even if they were close to each other, they did not show any discomfort, nor did they deliberately pull away or keep a distance. Okay, Nico Robin said so, and he curled up in his arms, so Qin Yu naturally couldn't push him down. At that moment, he held Nico Robin in one hand, while circulating the chi in his body, forming a rising white gas flame on the surface of his body to resist all the pressure and strong winds caused by high-speed flight. Your ability is really convenient. Quote. Nico Robin looked at the scene passing by quickly below, but she did not feel any discomfort from the howling wind. Her eyes gradually narrowed and a happy expression appeared on her face. Obviously, as she said just now, she enjoyed the feeling of flying in the air more. In fact, your flower fruit can also fly, but you just need to develop it in the direction of flying. Quote. Qin Yu saw the flying ability that Nico Robin developed in the future, so he gave some advice. It seems that I really need to develop the fruit ability in the direction you mentioned in the future. Nico Robin heard the words and slightly opened her eyes to look at Qin Yu, who was close at hand. She didn't know what she thought of, and a complex and incomprehensible color flashed across her beautiful eyes. We're here. At this time, Qin Yu, who had been flying for less than 3 minutes, stopped in midair. Nico Robin, who was originally thinking about it, was suddenly awakened. Is this the god Enel who attacked us just now? I didn't expect that there would be a thunder fruit ability user on the small Sky Island. No wonder you didn't even take Pluton but came to Sky Island first. After Nico Robin stepped on the ground with both feet, his eyes fell on Enel, who was not far away and was covered by a piece of soil at any time. It's not all because of this. The main reason is that we will pass through Sky Island on the way back to Alabasta. In that case, why don't you come up first? Qin Yu put Nico Robin down and walked towards Enel. Boom! Just when he was about 10 meters away from Enel, who was originally weak, covered in blood, and looked extremely miserable, suddenly opened his eyes, and then his body flashed with extremely shocking lightning. Ignorant mortal, you dare to dream of killing gods with a little humble power. You really don't know how to live or die. The power of God is not what you can imagine. Enel suddenly stood up and his whole body was shining with lightning, bursting out with a terrifying momentum of destroying the world. He can actually stand up. Nico Robin was shocked at first, and then a hint of hidden worry flashed in her eyes. Although she was full of confidence in Qin Yu, Enel's current posture covered with lightning was too unusual. At this time Enel was like a giant god bathed in thunder and lightning. Under the cover of lightning, his body began to swell and grow taller. In the blink of an eye, he changed from a normal person to a giant god formed entirely by roaring thunder and lightning. Compared with before, the current Enel has truly brought out the power of Thunder Fruit, which is known as the closest devil fruit to invincibility. 200 million volts of Thunder God. Enel was wrapped in thunder and lightning all over his body. After turning into Thunder God, he looked down at Qin Yu from a high position, and then said in a tone of contempt. See, this is the gap between man and God. No matter how strong your power is, you are vulnerable in front of God. Sometimes I really doubt whether your head was damaged by thunder and lightning when you were developing Thunder Fruit. Have you ever thought about why you can still stand up now? Looking at Enel who was performing the Thunder God in front of him, Qin Ning shook his head and laughed. Obviously, he didn't take Enel seriously at all. Chapter 141 The Power of Dongdongbo, Killing Gods 46, please subscribe. 142 374. Chapter 141 The Power of Dongdongbo, Killing Gods 46, please subscribe. Previous. Next. What do you mean by that? Enel's face turned cold, and his voice, cold as ice, carried the might of thunder and covered Qin Yu and Nico Robin like a magnificent heavenly power. Of course it means literally. Qin Yu glanced at Enel indifferently, and then he suddenly transformed into Majin Buu. Almost at the same time when he completed the transformation, he had disappeared from the spot and flashed in front of Enel in an instant. Qigong Wave. Qin Yu opened his right hand and aimed at Enel's face, and released a Qigong Wave with a bang under his horrified eyes. Although Enel has observation haki, Qin Yu also has it. The most important thing is that his strength is far inferior to Qin Yu. Even if observation haki had predicted it in advance, his body still had no time to react. Just a Qigong Wave, Enel, who was arrogant and domineering just now, was blasted away 100 meters by Qin Bao in the state of Thunder God. Go to hell. Enel's ability to withstand attacks in the state of Thor is indeed greatly improved. After being hit by a Qigong Wave, although he was dizzy and blood spurted from his mouth, he barely raised his hand before falling to the ground and released a terrifying thunder beam containing all the power of the Thor posture towards Qin Yu. Although it was just a thunder beam, the destructive power contained in it was far more than the seemingly powerful Thunder Beast and Thunder Dragon in Qin Yu's opinion. In Qin Yu's opinion, facing such a thunder beam, unless it is a rubber fruit ability user who is a natural enemy of Thunder Fruit, then unless haki is cultivated to the level of emission, or the physique is perverted like Charlotte Linlin and Kaido, no one dares to ignore the power of thunder. The destructive power is indeed terrifying. It's a pity that such an attack is useless to me. Facing the thunder beam that flashed in an instant, Qin Yu had no intention of dodging at all. He didn't even try to block it, and directly let the oncoming thunder beam swallow up most of his body in an instant. When the lightning flashed across his body, the body parts below his shoulders disappeared. Apparently, the parts of his body covered by the lightning were directly turned into nothingness under the powerful force of thunder. Haha. I said, mortals can't defeat God. No matter how powerful you are just a person who has eaten zone. You will die in front of my thundering ability. Enel, who was lying on the ground, saw this scene and immediately shouted with ecstasy. But before he finished his excited and proud words, a stream of pink liquid began to emerge from Qin Yu's shoulders. In less than 3 seconds, all the body tissues below his shoulders that were originally blasted into powder by Enel Thunder God had grown back. What do I have in front of your thundering ability? Qin Yu rubbed his neck and looked at the ultimate Enel with a playful face. His face turned ashen and ugly as if he had eaten feces. How could you be fine? You are obviously not a Logia person, you can't elementalize, how can you reassemble your body after it is destroyed? Enel was so shocked that he sat up from the ground, and then pointed a slightly trembling finger at Qin Yu. Please give me flowers 0. Forgot to tell me, although I can't Logia's elementalization, but my body is more immune to attacks than Logia's elementalization. Logia's elementalization can still use haki to attack, but my body, even if it can use haki, is useless. As long as it can't cause a devastating blow to me in an instant, then attacks like your Thors will have no meaning to me even if they come 1,000 times. Qin Yu said a fact with an indifferent face that almost made Enel collapse. Oh, no, there can't be a more perfect and powerful Lishi in this world than God. Enel stretched out his hand and scratched his head fiercely with a crazy look on his face, and then raised his hand again without giving up, wanting to release a thunder beam to Qin Yu. But this time, he had just raised his right hand, and before the thunder beam gathered in his palm could be released, Qin Yu had already stretched out a finger and pointed at Enel's chest from a distance. Dongdongbo. As the 3 cold words came out, a circle of orange waves rippled from Qin Yu's body, and then, a dazzling orange beam like a laser flashed away instantly. Before Enel could remember to make any reaction, his chest was opened by the orange light that flashed in an instant. Wow, Enel's face turned pale, and he let out a shrill wail, and then a mouthful of scarlet blood suddenly spurted out of his mouth. When his body was pierced by the Dongdongbo and fell to the ground powerlessly, both the thunder power gathered in his palm and the thunder god state covering him dissipated. Chapter 142 Absorbing the God of Sky Island. Enel 56, please subscribe. 143 374. Chapter 142 Absorbing the God of Sky Island. Enel 56, please subscribe. Previous. Next. So strong. His strength has greatly improved compared to when he fought Don Quixote Doflamingo and Aokiji. Now he probably has the strength to fight the headquarters admiral head-on, right? Seeing Qin Yu playing Enel, who had eaten the most invincible thunder fruit, with a crushing attitude throughout the whole process, Nico Robin couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Is Enel weak? After witnessing Enel's thunder god, she can say with certainty that he is not weak. As long as he doesn't meet the natural nemesis of the fruit ability, even if Enel is extremely biased, has poor physical skills, poor physique, and 150, doesn't know hockey, it doesn't matter. A thunder fruit and a body of thundering ability are enough for him to travel across the Grand Line. But when such a being faces Qin Yu, not only does the strongest attack have no effect, but he is even crushed to death in a blink of an eye. After seeing everything, Nico Robin couldn't help but secretly guess what Qin Yu's current strength is. Is it possible to compete with the highest combat power of the world government, the three admirals? I am the god of Sky Island. How can I lose to a monkey from Shanghai? Just as Nico Robin was secretly guessing how strong Qin Yu was, Enel, whose chest was pierced by Qin Yu's whole wave, was staring at Qin Yu with wide eyes and a ferocious face. At this time, he no longer had the spirit of being a god just now. Now he seemed to have half a foot in the coffin, but he was unwilling to accept this fact, and looked like a devil who wanted to climb up from the edge of death. The sea is very big. If you are a god, then I am the god among gods. Qin Yu looked at Enel, who was dying at his feet. There was no color in his eyes, not even a trace of emotional fluctuation. He saw that Enel's eyes were like looking at a plate of food. Facing a plate of food that was about to be swallowed, he naturally would not have any emotional fluctuations. You, what do you want to do? Enel saw Qin Yu coming over, and originally thought that the other party wanted to show off his power and then kill him himself. But he didn't expect that Qin Yu looked at him with calm eyes, and did not kill him. Instead, he split half of his arm into pieces, and turned it into a pink flesh ball that made him tremble with fear and made his hair stand up. Facing this pink flesh ball, Enel's first reaction was to struggle. Unfortunately, he was now on the verge of death, and half of his body had already fallen into the arms of the Shinigami. At this time, he didn't even have the physical strength to maintain the elementalization, and could only watch with horror, despair, and resentment as Qin Yu controlled the pink flesh ball to swallow his body bit by bit. Although I have seen this kind of scene more than once, I still can't accept it. Nico Robin, who has the best psychological endurance in the demon pirates, turned her head away after seeing Qin Yu absorb Enel. Even though she had experienced this kind of scene once and was almost absorbed by Qin Yu, she still couldn't accept it. This process, let alone watching it, even just thinking about it made her scalp numb. Squeak. When the pink meatball completely absorbed Enel and completely wiped out the last trace of Enel in this world, it returned to Qin Yu's body turned back into a half-split arm. 063512223 Filu 181,082,120. Boom. As Qin Yu completely accepted the pink meatball that absorbed Enel, a blue lightning symbol gradually appeared on his arm. Just like the yellow sand mark that appeared after absorbing crocodile and gaining the ability of sand fruit. When the lightning symbol appeared, with Qin Yu's body as the center, blue lightning flashed out and surrounded him. At this moment, he was like a god who had been slaughtered and obtained the godhood of the god he slaughtered, and possessed all the abilities that originally belonged to the gods. Thunder and lightning, this kind of ability that was extremely unfamiliar and even unattainable to Qin Yu, has now become a part of him. What kind of devil fruit did he eat? It can absorb people and get everything from the absorbed people, but it can even absorb the devil fruit of the ability user. Any life can only take one devil fruit, and once it reaches 2, it will die immediately. Nico Robin witnessed Qin Yu from scratch, taking over the thunder fruit that originally belonged to Enel, and was once again horrified by his young beast ability. She has lived in Grand Line for more than 20 years. She is knowledgeable and has read a lot of books since she was a child. She thinks she knows devil fruit. But she had never heard of a devil fruit as ferocious as the Buu Fruit. Chapter 143 It's time for Shanglei's invincible reputation to give way to others. 66, please subscribe. 144 374. Chapter 143 It's time for Shanglei's invincible reputation to give way to others. 66, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Is this the Logia thunder fruit that is said to be the closest to invincibility in the Grand Line? The power of thunder and lightning is really overbearing. Qin Yu spread out his right hand, and the thunder that was originally extremely violent and could not be controlled by humans was now like a good baby in his palm. As long as he had a thought, the thunder and lightning were completely under his control. Even though he already had the heaven-defying fruit ability of the Buu Fruit, when he felt the thunder power suspended in his palm, he had to admit in his heart that the thunder fruit was indeed justified in its reputation as invincible. The incredible abilities of being close to the speed of light, controlling electromagnetism, electric heat, and manipulating thunder are all gathered on a thunder fruit. It is normal that people in the Grand Line generally regard thunder fruit as invincible. With the power of Thunder Fruit, you were defeated by a mere rubber fruit user in the future. You were a master of the Grand Line, Enel. After feeling the power of Thunder Fruit, Qin Yu couldn't help but shook his head secretly when he thought that Enel, who had absorbed 23 of his power, would be defeated by Luffy, a rubber fruit user who couldn't even use Haki, in the future. I don't know if Thunder Fruit is the most invincible power, but you, Enel, can use the Thunder power to this extent, which is definitely worthy of the title of the weakest Thunder power user in history. 1. How does it feel? Just as Qin Yu was getting familiar with the changes in his body after absorbing Enel, Nico Robin walked over with a graceful step. What's the difference between absorbing Enel and gaining the power of Thunder Fruit? Different. This should be the biggest difference, Qin Yu said as his body split into two halves. Didn't you already have this ability to split into two? A hint of doubt flashed in Nico Robin's eyes. Look, Qin Yu said, and one of them turned into sand, and the other turned into lightning. After you split into two, you can actually use the abilities of both at the same time. Isn't this equivalent to facing two ability users at the same time? Nico Robin saw this scene, and her pretty face suddenly showed a touch of emotion. Others don't know, but she knows very well that after Qin Yu's clones became two Majin Buu, there is no saying that the clones are weak and the main body is strong. Once Qin Yu splits, both the main body and the clone are equally powerful, and both have the ability to think independently. In this way, when Qin Yu fights with others, it is equivalent to becoming two ability users. One is a Sand Fruit ability user, and the other is a Thunder Fruit ability user. What's more terrifying is that these two Logia ability users have all the abilities of the Buu Fruit except the Thunder and Sand abilities. When Nico Robin thought of this, she couldn't help but feel a little pity for Qin Yu's enemies. The ability of Life Return is really useful. Using Life Return, I not only have a stronger control over Haki, physical skills, physique, and my own chi, but also have a better control over all devil fruits. Without Life Return, it would be difficult for me to achieve this. Speaking of this, Qin Yu was even more grateful to the Flying Squirrel and other Marine Vice Admirals who came to attack him. They actually gave him such a heavy gift of Life Return. Now, even if you haven't developed the abilities of Buu, Shasha, and Shangale, I think you can fight against the Admiral. A trace of emotion flashed in Nico Robin's eyes. Although she was not the first person to join the Demon Pirates, she was also one of the people who watched Qin Yu's rapid progress. When she met Qin Yu in the first half of the Grand Line, this man was far from his current strength. But now, how long has it been, and this man has grown to the point that the naval headquarters must dispatch two admirals when facing him. Who knows? I can't explain this kind of thing clearly. We can only know after another fight with Admiral. Qin Yu shrugged. Although he said so, Nico Robin heard the awe-inspiring confidence and arrogance in her words. I used to think that the closest ability to invincibility among devil fruits should be Thunder Fruit. But after meeting you, you completely overturned my concept. The name of Thunder Fruit's invincibility should be abdicated. Nico Robin shook his head and sighed. A mythical beast Buu Fruit that has not yet awakened is so terrifying. It is really hard for me to imagine what kind of scary ability you will develop once you master the awakening of the Buu Fruit. I am also looking forward to what kind of surprises the Buu Fruit can bring me. Speaking of the awakening of the Buu Fruit, Qin Yu couldn't help but show a hint of expectation in his eyes. Things are getting more and more interesting. Getting the thundering ability, plus ancient weapon Pluton. Marine, I wonder what you will feel when you face Qin Yu like this, and the demon pirates like this. Nico Robin glanced at the spirited Qin Yu, and couldn't help but raise a happy arc at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 144 Zoro, help me cut down that golden ship. 16, please subscribe. 145 374ths. Chapter 144 Zoro, help me cut down that golden ship. 16, please subscribe. Previous. Next, we have got the thunder, and Nami and the others are about to find the gold. Now all we need is your historical text. Qin Yu looked at Nico Robin. Thank you, Mr. Demon. Nico Robin smiled and opened his arms to Qin Yu. Seeing this, Qin Yu could only shake his head and laugh, then reached out and took Nico Robin, who seemed boneless and exuded a bookish and intellectual aura, into his arms. As the pink flames rose, he had already arrived at the golden city of Shandora with Nico Robin at an astonishing speed. I still have something to do. When you finish your archaeological work, go meet up with Nami and the others. I will come to find you then. After flying to the golden city of Sky Island, Qin Yu did not go into Shandora with Nico Robin, but turned around and flew away. Nico Robin did not ask much about his whereabouts, but focused his mind on the ancient city of Shandora in front of him and concentrated on archaeological exploration. Frankie, be careful. If you dare to scratch my gold, your research and coke funding for this month will be cancelled. In the Golden City, Nami directed Frankie, who was using a transporter to transport the yellow turban, and contacted Brooke by phone. Brooke, what's the situation over there? Report to Miss Nami, there is no more gold in Shandora. In the south of Shandora, Brooke answered seriously with a Den Mushi in his hand. Are you sure? If I find out that there is still 1 gram of gold in Shandora, I will definitely beat you to the point of breaking your bones and not give you milk to drink. Nami said faintly. He, please give me a little more time, I will dig the entire Shandora 3 feet deep. Brooke was so scared that his face turned pale, and he quickly held the Den Mushi and forced a smile to Nami. Very good. After hearing this, Nami hung up the phone with satisfaction. Just as she was commanding many members of the demon pirates to plunder Shandora, Nico Robin, who had already completed the archaeological work, came over. Huh, Robin, why are you the only one here? Where is Qin Yu? Nami put down the phone and found that only Nico Robin came over, and immediately asked. I don't know where he ran away after leaving me in Shandora. Nico Robin shook his head. Forget it, he must have something serious to do, so forget about him. Robin, you came just in time, use your ability to help me find out if there are any yellow turbans in Shandora. Nami instantly turned into a money grubber and said to Nico Robin. It would be strange if there is still gold in Shandora after you plundered it like this. Even if there is, are you sure you can move it away? Nico Robin took a look at the Putian coins placed not far away, so many that even Denchi's moving truck couldn't move them all away. I can let Zoro carry it by hand. Doesn't he often carry several tons of dumbbells to practice on the ship? The gold that can't be moved is just right for him to carry, just as a physical exercise. Nami followed Nico Robin's gaze and immediately stuck out her tongue a little embarrassedly, but still said with determination. Greedy woman, Roronoa Zoro couldn't help but muttered in a low voice after hearing this. Don't you want your sword anymore? Nami's ears moved slightly, and her eyes stared coldly at the 3 swords on Roronoa Zoro's waist. I can carry it, right? Roronoa Zoro stretched out his hand to press his forehead. 10 Faces said weakly. HMPH, that's more like it. Nami snorted coldly. Also, remember this, I'm not greedy, I'm good at managing the household. In order to maintain the normal operation of the ship, I will spend so much effort to collect wealth. What you usually use, eat, and drink are all accumulated by me bit by bit like now, understand? Yes, I understand. Facing the finance minister on the ship, who was also the daughter of the chef, Roronoa Zoro dared not say no. After all, although he no longer needs to ask Nami for money to buy knives, the training tools used for training and the daily food and drink expenses are all controlled by Nami. If he dares to say no, he has no doubt that Nami will cut off his food. Ms. Nami, I have dug 3 feet into the ground of Shandora. I can guarantee that there is not even a gram of gold in Shandora. Quote. At this time, Brooke, who had just come over the eaves and walls of many buildings, reported to Nami with a serious face. As the light gone, then you go and move the gold back to the warship. Nami felt a little sorry when she heard this, but when she thought that she had harvested more than 10 tons of gold in just one day, good Jiao Hao, she let go of that pity and asked Roronoa Zoro and others to start moving the gold with a happy face. Yes, Miss Nami, look, what is that? Just when Brooke was about to move the gold, Nico Robin suddenly looked up and pointed to the sky. Everyone subconsciously looked up when they heard this, except for Roronoa Zoro, who had observation haki and had long noticed something strange in the sky. That's, God, a ship made of gold. Zoro, help me cut that ship down. Nami, who seemed to have fallen into a state of money-obsessed, didn't notice that when she said this, Roronoa Zoro was looking at her with an extremely strange look. Chapter 145 Modification of Ancient Weapon. Pludent 26, please subscribe. 146 374ths. Chapter 145 Modification of Ancient Weapon. Pludent 26, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Are you really going to cut it off? Roronoa Zoro asked Nami with a strange expression. Isn't that nonsense? Didn't you always say that you would cut 1,000 meters with one sword like Dracula Mahawk? The ship is only more than 200 meters away from us. If you can't cut it off like this, you should go home and farm. Nami said rather venomously. But, no buts, cut it off. Roronoa Zoro was about to explain, but Nami interrupted him in an unquestionable tone. That's what you said. If there is any problem, don't blame me. Roronoa Zoro's expression became more and more strange, and he pulled out the Reikiri from his waist at lightning speed, one sword flow Egang bird. Almost at the moment he drew the sword, a crescent-shaped slashing wave burst out from the blade of the Reikiri, flying far away towards the golden ship in the sky. What are you 2 idiots doing? Just when Roronoa Zoro's slash wave was about to fall on the golden ship, a flash of lightning came and instantly defeated Roronoa Zoro's slash wave. He really absorbed the god of Sky Island and obtained the Thunder Fruit, which is said to be the closest to invincibility. Roronoa Zoro thought secretly. The reason why he drew his sword just now, in addition to Nami's coercion and the fact that he knew that this sword could not hurt Qin Yu at all, there was another reason. That is, he wanted to see if Qin Yu had mastered the power of Thunder Fruit. Sure enough, after he drew his sword, what he thought in his heart was immediately confirmed. As the person on the golden ship Qin Yu, Nami turned her head with difficulty and looked at Roronoa Zoro. Yeah, Roronoa Zoro nodded. Did you know it all along? Nami asked word by word. Yes, Roronoa Zoro said, and seeing Nami's eyes immediately become extremely dangerous, he quickly added. I just wanted to tell you that it was Qin Yu on top, but you didn't even give me a chance to explain, and directly asked me to chop him off. Idiot, can't you refuse? But Nami, who was on the verge of going berserk, didn't care about Roronoa Zoro's explanation at all, and raised her hand and punched Roronoa Zoro a few times before stopping. Can I refuse? If I refused you just now, I probably wouldn't be beaten like this now. Roronoa Zoro was weakly supported by Brooke. Qin Yu, just now Zoro saw the golden ship flying above, and subconsciously wanted to chop it off. Although he waved his knife without knowing it clearly, it was also for everyone's sake, so don't blame him. When the golden ship landed, Nami saw Qin Yu really standing on the golden ship, and immediately rushed towards Qin Yu with a happy face, and at the same time did not forget to put the blame on Roronoa Zoro. But before she finished her words, Qin Yu had already reached out and flicked Nami's forehead. The weak electric current instantly made Nami shudder and almost fell to the ground. There is one thing I haven't told you yet. After I absorbed Enel and obtained the Thunder Fruit, my observation haki was greatly improved. Now I can not only sense the breath and predict the attack, but also hear the conversation of everyone within the range of observation haki. As soon as Qin Yu opened his mouth, Nami, who was squatting on the ground and pretending to be innocent, froze. You were really good. I brought this golden ship back to give it to you. You actually let Zoro pick up a knife and chop me. That was not intentional. You also know that I can't see the color. Suddenly I saw a golden ship flying by. Of course I was so excited that I couldn't help myself. If I had known that you were on it, I would have run to greet you happily, and I would never let anyone chop you. Nami explained pitifully. Your share of gold will be halved. Qin Yu finished speaking, ignoring Nami who was squatting on the side with a gloomy face, and turned to Frankie who was already studying the golden ship and said, Frankie, don't look at it. This arc maxim will be left to you to study. If Pluton itself has the ability to fly, that would be great. If Pluton does not have the ability to fly, you can help me modify Pluton and equip it with a flight system similar to the arc maxim. No problem, I promise to complete the task. Frankie may not be an all-round scientist like Vegapunk, but his research on ship modification is almost unmatched. From the moment he saw the golden ship, his eyes were shining. However, he was different from Nami who was shining because of staring at the gold. He was shining because the golden ship itself could fly. Is there anything else you are interested in on this Sky Island? Qin Yu looked around at everyone. No, Nami, Nico, Robin and others said in unison. No matter who it was, the gains from this trip were extremely huge. Qin Yu, Nami, Nico, Robin, and Frankie need no further explanation. Each of them got what they wanted most. Even Roronoa Zoro, who was not interested in the golden mouth, was happy. Because after dividing the gold, he was successfully promoted to Wang Hao. In this way, he will not have to worry about being exploited or coerced by Nami for a long time in the future, and at least he can concentrate on practicing sword for a long time. Chapter 146 If I don't die, I will make you, the demon, die miserably. 36, please subscribe. 147 374. Chapter 146 If I don't die, I will make you, the demon, die miserably. 36, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Since there is none, we should leave here and get the ship that belongs to our demon pirates. When Qin Yu said this, his eyes flashed with a touch of heat. In fact, not only him, but all the members of the demon pirates, after hearing Qin Yu's words, they were full of expectations for the legendary ancient weapon Pluton. Even Nico Robin, who had to hide the location of Pluton at the risk of being absorbed by Qin Yu, was now full of curiosity about the most vicious battleship in history. After making the decision, he immediately joined forces with everyone to move all the gold looted from the golden city of Shandora to the Arc Maxim, and then under the surprised eyes of Frankie and others, his body burst into shining tears. After absorbing the lightning, the Arc Maxim, which was originally placed on the ground, slowly rose into the air and flew towards the direction of the battleship under Qin Beo's control. Although this ship is not as large as the Buster Call battleship, if it is used for naval battles, it can completely crush several Buster Call battleships with its flight system. Standing on the deck, Frankie looked down at the Sky Island below. When he thought that he would soon be able to study this arc and master this shipbuilding technology, he felt an irrepressible excitement in his heart. Although the firepower to suppress several Buster Call battleships is good, it is not what I want. I want a ship that can suppress all the firepower of the entire naval headquarters. Qin Yu said word by word. After my modification, the Pluton will definitely meet your requirements. Frankie said confidently. I'm looking forward to that day. Qin Yu smiled and nodded, then controlled the Arc Maxim to dock it directly next to the pirate warship. We won't use the Buster Call warship from today. You go aboard and take your things and move them all to the Ark. Before Pluton returns to the sea and Frankie masters the manufacturing method of the Arc Maxim flight system, this Ark will temporarily serve as our pirate ship. No one felt uncomfortable with Qin Yu's abandonment of the Buster Call warship here. As pirates, no matter whether they are willing to be pirates or not, after becoming pirates, they still use Marines warships and everyone feels a little weird. Now with the Arc Maxim that has the ability to fly, everyone is not uncomfortable with changing ships but rather quite enthusiastic. Beep. Hello, this is Qin Yu. Just as Nami and the others had finished moving their luggage, Qin Yu restarted the Arc Proverbs, flew away from Sky Island, and landed towards the Grand Line 10,000 meters below. A call from a Den Den Mushi suddenly came from Qin Yu's pocket. Boss Qin Yu, this is Trafalgar Law. Where are you now? Why can't I get through to you after calling you several times in a row? As Qin Yu answered the phone, Trafalgar Law's slightly hurried voice came immediately. I just came down from Sky Island. It may be because I am 10,000 meters above the sky, so the signal is relatively poor. Qin Yu heard the anxiety and uneasiness in Trafalgar Law's words, so he asked, You are looking for me so urgently, are you in trouble? Fu, you are right, demon. Luo is indeed in trouble, and it is a big trouble. What made Roronoa Zoro and others on the Arc Proverbs change their faces slightly was that when the Den Den Mushi spoke again, that voice was no longer Trafalgar Law's. Please give me flowers. This kind of unique gloomy laughter, anyone who has heard it once will basically never forget it. It's Don Quixote Doflamingo. Roronoa Zoro's eyes flashed with coldness. This guy was blasted into the sea by Qin Yu, but he is not dead yet. Although Dory knew that Don Quixote Doflamingo was not here, he subconsciously raised the sword in his hand. I didn't expect you to be alive, Doflamingo. You were really lucky. Qin Yu reached out to calm the people around him, and then held the Den Den Mushi and said, "Thanks for the compliment, but who made me a king? Setbacks, difficulties, and crises can't defeat me, they will only make me stronger." Don Quixote Doflamingo's voice suddenly became extremely gloomy. "Thanks to you that day, I wandered in the abyss of death for a long time. At that time, I had secretly sworn that if I could walk out of the abyss of death, I would give up everything and make you die miserably. What do you want?" Qin Yu ignored Don Quixote Doflamingo's threat. "Demon, is this the tone you use when you beg for help? Don't forget, Trafalgar Law saved you in the past. Shouldn't you repay a person who stood up for you when you were in danger?" Don Quixote Doflamingo glanced at Trafalgar Law, who was handcuffed by Seastone, and said to Qin Yu in a joking tone. Chapter 147 You, the so-called king, are out of fashion. 46, please subscribe. 148 374. Chapter 147 You, the so-called king, are out of fashion. 46, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Damn Doflamingo. Nami and the others heard this. How could they not know that the reason why Don Quixote Doflamingo captured Trafalgar Law but did not kill him was to use him to threaten Qin Yu? We should not have let him leave in the first place. Even if we have to tie him up, we should tie him up on the ship. In this way, he will not be caught by Don Quixote Doflamingo, and Qin Yu will not be threatened by this Shichibukai. Roronoa Zoro sighed. After the Battle of Eni's Lobby, when they fled to the Magic Triangle to recuperate, Qin Yu and others had invited Special 167 Trafalgar Law to board the ship. But at that time, Trafalgar Law refused on the grounds that he was the captain of the pirate group and had to take care of other crew members. Finally, after Qin Yu recovered, Trafalgar Law left the Magic Triangle with their farewell. But they didn't expect that Don Quixote Doflamingo was still alive, and even caught Trafalgar Law in such a short time. "Haha, do you think I need to beg you?" Qin Yu said leisurely after sitting on the chair with the Den Den Mushi. "Isn't it? Believe it or not, I just need to move my fingers now, and Luo's head will fall to the ground." Don Quixote Doflamingo flicked a silk thread with his right hand, tightly attached to Trafalgar Law's throat. "No, you won't do that," Qin Yu said with a firm face. "What a joke. Luo is a traitor who betrayed me and ruined my big plan. Why can't I kill him?" Don Quixote Doflamingo sneered repeatedly. "Because Trafalgar Law is so valuable, even if he betrayed you, it is enough to make you dare not kill him." Qin Yu said lightly. "Luo's only value is to let you die." Don Quixote Doflamingo said word by word. "So, as long as I, Qin Yu, am still alive, you have to take good care of him. Otherwise, your life will be in jeopardy." Qin Yu threatened in return. "HMPH, do you think I really don't dare to kill Luo?" Don Quixote Doflamingo was furious when he saw Qin Yu threatening him in return. "Don't think so, you really don't dare to kill him. You don't dare to kill him when I am alive, because he is your life-saving talisman. Even if I die, you don't dare to kill him, because he is the key to your longevity." Qin Yu's words made Don Quixote Doflamingo's pupils shrink suddenly. Ate Fruit, the immortal surgery that can make people immortal, you, Don Quixote Doflamingo, have been pursuing for so many years before you have the chance to get it. Tell me, will you kill him? Hearing this, Don Quixote Doflamingo was silent, and the silk thread that was originally tightly attached to Trafalgar Law's neck was also retracted. Trafalgar Law, who was locked by him with Seastone, looked at Don Quixote Doflamingo with a sneer on his face. "It seems that you are really going to be eliminated, Doflamingo. You finally got your life back, but you didn't hide in an uninhabited island in New World, but jumped out to make trouble. Aren't you courting death? Do you think that you can defeat Qin Yudongjia after catching me? No, from the moment you lost to Qin Yudongjia in Eni's Lobby, you, the so-called king, have been out of fashion." Watching Don Quixote Doflamingo take back the silk thread, Trafalgar Law seemed to be sure that Don Quixote Doflamingo would not kill him. He actually mocked Don Quixote Doflamingo with a sneer on his face. Bang. "Don't think that I will not be willing to kill you just because you were an Ate Fruit ability user. Yes, the anti-aging surgery is indeed in my pocket, but with my power, as long as I am willing to spend time, I can still get the Ate Fruit even if I kill you." Quote. Don Quixote Doflamingo punched Trafalgar Law in the abdomen with an ugly face. "Then kill me. If I die, you will lose your amulet and can only be buried with me. I think just for the favor in Eni's Lobby that day, the head of Qin Yu must be happy to send the entire Don Quixote family down to accompany me." Single quote. Trafalgar Law snorted, and then said with a tough face. Nami and others, who heard the conversation between Don Quixote Doflamingo and Trafalgar Law through the phone 1.2 bug, couldn't help but worry about Trafalgar Law. They really worried that Don Quixote Doflamingo would kill Trafalgar Law in anger. "HMPH, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You want to provoke me to kill you, so that Qin Yu can kill me without restraint, right?" Don Quixote Doflamingo stretched out his hand to pinch Trafalgar Law's neck, staring at him with eyes filled with endless murderous intent. Chapter 148 Come to Sabayati Archipelago to see me within a month. 56, please subscribe. 149 374. Chapter 148 Come to Sabayati Archipelago to see me within a month. 56, please subscribe. Previous. Next. You're right. From the moment you killed Mr. Corazon, my only goal in life was to send you to hell. If you really kill me, I will really be grateful to you, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Although Trafalgar Law was breathing hard, he glared at Don Quixote Doflamingo proudly and unyieldingly. HMPH, I will do as you wish. You will die, and the demon will die too, but not now. Don Quixote Doflamingo glared at Trafalgar Law fiercely, and then ignored him. Instead, he picked up the Den Den Mushi and said to Qin Yu. Fu demon, I didn't expect that you, a captain of a small pirate group who has never been to the New World and has no power, would know such secrets. You have indeed exceeded my control several times, but you are still one step behind. The winner in the end will only be me. Stop talking nonsense. What do you want to let go of 23 Trafalgar Law? Qin Yu realized that Don Quixote Doflamingo was on the verge of anger. If he and Trafalgar Law continued to force Don Quixote Doflamingo, this evil man in the Seven Seas would really kill him. After taking a certain initiative through verbal provocation and indicating that he would not necessarily be threatened by the other party, he stopped provoking Don Quixote Doflamingo. HMPH, are you scared now? I'll give you two choices now. You can either come to Sabayati Archipelago to see me 1 month from now. You can either come to Sabayati Archipelago to help Trafalgar Law collect his body 1 month from now. But it may be difficult for you to find all his bodies. Because if I don't see you in Sabayati Archipelago 1 month from now, I will chop Trafalgar Law into hundreds of pieces and put them up for auction in the auction house in the Wave Archipelago. Don Quixote Doflamingo used a cold tone to describe a terrifying picture that made Nami and others hate them. Didn't you just say that I would not kill Luo? Then you can try it. If you don't show up in Sabayati Archipelago at that time, will I cut Trafalgar Law into hundreds of pieces? You know what, Doflamingo, there is something Luo said that is really right. You have finally saved your life, so you should find an uninhabited island to hide, so that you can live on for the rest of your life. Hearing Don Quixote Doflamingo spoke coldly, but Qin Yu's face remained calm, not moved by his words at all. Is that all you want to say? Don Quixote Doflamingo smiled. I will come to Sabayati Archipelago in a month. If I see Trafalgar Law lose a hair, you should be prepared to be humiliated. Fu, as long as you arrive on time, Trafalgar Law will not be damaged at all. But if you are late, it's hard to say. Don Quixote Doflamingo said, while laughing sinisterly. See you in Sabayati Archipelago in a month. I want to see what tricks you can play after you have the luck to save your life from me. Qin Yu finished speaking, and without waiting for Don Quixote Doflamingo to say more, he hung up the phone directly. What are you going to do? Are you really going to do what Doflamingo said? That guy is so sinister and vicious, he must have set a trap in Sabayati Archipelago to wait for you. As soon as he hung up the phone, Nami and others immediately surrounded him. We must go to Sabayati Archipelago, otherwise our ship doctor will be dead. Qin Yu's first words made Nami and others feel uneasy. It was just a Trafalgar Law who was regarded as a ship doctor by him, but he had rejected him. Qin Yu knew that Sabayati Archipelago was a dangerous place, but he was willing to go there. If any of them encountered a similar situation, the man in front of them would probably save them at all costs. As far as I know, Sabayati Archipelago is adjacent to naval headquarters. Don Quixote Doflamingo was able to join forces with Admiral Aokiji of the headquarters before. This time you go to Sabayati Archipelago, there is no guarantee that he will not join forces with the 230th Navy. Roronoa Zoro reminded, it's not that it's hard to protect, but they will definitely join forces. Don Quixote Doflamingo is different from ordinary Shichibukai. He is a celestial dragon. Even if the wings have been broken and the celestial dragons have fallen to the human world, they still have a huge influence in the world government and the naval headquarters. Qin Yu shook his head and said in a firm tone, with the usual style of Marine, if you really take the initiative to go to Sabayati Archipelago, then they are very likely to join forces with Don Quixote Doflamingo to set up a net in Sabayati Archipelago to wait for you. Nico Robin thought about it and agreed with Qin Yu's statement. Then what should we do? One Shichibukai is fine, but we have to add a naval headquarters. Such a lineup is enough even for the 4 Emperors pirate group. Frankie's tone revealed a deep worry, and the others' faces became heavy when they heard it. Chapter 149 Strong Enemies, 3 Admirals and Tens of Thousands of Marine Elites. 66, please subscribe. 153/174. Chapter 149 Strong Enemies, 3 Admirals and Tens of Thousands of Marine Elites. 66, please subscribe. Previous. Next. The only person in our pirate group who can rival the Admiral is Mr. Majin. But the last time naval headquarters sent admirals to wipe us out, they failed in the end. This time there is such a good opportunity. Sabayati Archipelago is close to the headquarters. They will at least send 2 admirals, and even 3 admirals may come to Sabayati Archipelago together. After all, Mr. Majin's terrible immortality has long been known to the headquarters. In order to prevent you from becoming the second Kaido, or even a more terrible existence than Kaido, I think Marshal Sengoku will most likely let the 3 admirals come together to keep you, Mr. Majin, in Sabayati Archipelago and prevent you from entering the New World for the sake of being conservative. Nico Robin analyzed the situation and briefly listed the lineup that the Majin pirates will face. 2 admirals are not enough, do we have to send 3 admirals? After hearing this, Nami and others immediately felt a surge of pressure like a tidal wave. With Mr. Majin's strength, I think it's no problem for me to fight against an admiral. Even with his immortal body, he can hold back 2 admirals for a short time. But if the naval headquarters really dispatches 3 admirals, our situation will be unimaginably bad. Nico Robin said, and his tone showed deep worry. You have also seen the strength of the admirals. Any of the 3 admirals in the headquarters is a disaster-level existence. Theoretically, once there is a lack of high-end combat power to balance, even more troops will not be enough for 1 admiral to kill. You also said that 1 person is missing. Shichibukai. Don Quixote Doflamingo. Khalifa, who has been silent since boarding the ship, suddenly said. It's rare for you to speak on your own initiative. Qin Yu looked at Khalifa with a little surprise. Humph, I just don't want you to cause trouble for Cabra and others on the grounds that I am not working hard. Besides, whether it is the world government or the naval headquarters, I am already a traitor in their eyes. I betrayed the government and CP9 and joined your ship. Even your destruction of Eni's lobby was regarded by them as my tip-off. Their hatred for me may even be greater than that of many of you. Once you go to the Wave Islands, Marine will not show any mercy when killing me. I do this only for my own sake. Khalifa turned her slightly cold and beautiful face away, but the corner of her eyes kept wandering on Qin Yu and others. I will take care of Don Quixote Doflamingo. This time I will settle the previous accounts with him. Roronoa Zoro raised a grim arc at the corner of his mouth. Are you sure? Nami was a little worried. Although Roronoa Zoro's strength improved rapidly, he killed Gecko Moria, one of the Shichibukai, alone in the magic triangle, but that was Don Quixote Doflamingo after all. She didn't forget that last time in Eni's lobby, Roronoa Zoro was almost powerless to fight back when facing Don Quixote Doflamingo. A month is enough for me to gain the strength to fight him. At worst, I can die with him. Quote, Roronoa Zoro said in a deep voice. What about the remaining admiral? Who will you find to deal with him? Also, apart from the admiral, Sabayati Archipelago is so close to naval headquarters. You are not so naive as to think that Marine will only send 3 admirals to deal with you, right? Don't be naive. Your Majin pirates are no longer what they used to be. Who in the Grand Line doesn't know how powerful your captain, Majin Shinyu, is now? Do you think that Marshal Sengoku, who is known as the resourceful general, will treat you the same way as before after he no longer despises you? This time he knows that you will go to Sabayati Archipelago. If he doesn't prepare thousands or even tens of thousands of troops in Sabayati Archipelago in advance to greet you, then I, Khalifa, dare to use my head as a football for you to kick. In my opinion, you should give up Trafalgar Law and sneak to New World. This is a wise choice for you demon pirates. Quote, Khalifa sneered. Although her words were quite harsh, she was stating a fact. The demon pirates are not only facing the 3 admirals, but also countless elite generals from naval headquarters. Let alone the group of vice admirals and admiral candidates in the headquarters, it is enough to make people scared. Hee hee. As soon as Khalifa finished speaking, Lanzhou suddenly laughed. Frankie, what are you laughing at? Are you scared? Khalifa looked at Frankie. What about the admiral? I can't solve it, but the troops from naval headquarters you just mentioned will all be solved by me, the super. Frankie's words were full of awe-inspiring confidence. Chapter 150 Numbers mean nothing in front of Pluton. 16, please subscribe. 151 374. Chapter 150 Numbers mean nothing in front of Pluton. 16, please subscribe. Previous. Next. You think you can deal with tens of thousands of elites from naval headquarters alone? Frankie, don't make me happy. If the demon hadn't invited you to board the ship, you might have been enjoying your old age in the underwater prison now. Khalifa laughed disdainfully when she heard this. If the person who said this was the demon Qin Yu, she wouldn't have such a reaction. But when it came to Frankie, she was nothing but disdain. I can't deal with tens of thousands of marine elites with my own strength, but what if I add this? Frankie reached out and took out a design drawing, facing Khalifa from a distance. Is this the Pluton design drawing we have been looking for? Khalifa glanced at the design drawing in Frankie's hand, and the disdain on her pretty face solidified instantly. You are right, this is the design of Pluton that your world government has been looking for. With it, Nico Robin's translation, and the dozens of tons of gold we just looted from Sky Island, as well as the gold used to build this arc proverbs, I can completely build a warship that your world government is afraid of and wants to get according to the design, Pluton. Frankie said word by word. If Pluton is really as legendary as it is, with the power to destroy an island with one shot, then maybe you can really fight against tens of thousands of troops. Unfortunately, you don't have much time left. Even if you have enough money to build Pluton, you don't have enough time to build it. And don't think that I have spent all these years in Water City in vain. I also know about shipbuilding. It's a pipe dream for you, Frankie, to build an ancient weapon, Pluton within a month. Quote, after Khalifa calmed down from the shock brought by Frankie's Pluton design, he immediately confronted Frankie. You are right, I can't build Pluton by myself within a month. But I'm sorry to disappoint you. The captain has already found the worst battleship in history left over from 800 years ago, Pluton. We don't need to build it now, we can have a Pluton for our pirate group to drive. Based on my understanding of Pluton through this design, in front of Pluton, as long as the strength does not reach the level of Vice Admiral, the number of people has no meaning. Frankie said proudly, even so, there is still an Admiral. Don't tell me that the demon can turn out another ancient weapon. Khalifa's face changed slightly. Frankie was a little speechless when he heard this. If the naval headquarters really dispatches 3 admirals at the same time to deal with me, I will find a way to deal with the extra admiral. Quote. At this time, Qin Yu suddenly spoke. How do you plan to solve it? Khalifa subconsciously wanted to refute after hearing this, but when she saw that the person who said to solve the 3rd admiral was Qin Yu, her voice immediately lowered by octaves. You will know when the time comes. Quote. Although Qin Yu did not explain much, he just said this, and the morale of the entire pirate group was raised. Obviously, what he said was extremely crazy in the eyes of Khalifa and even everyone on the ship. Deal with the 3 admirals, what a horrifying statement. In this sea, the only people who dared to say such a thing were Roger, the pirate king before his death, and Whitebeard and other treasures in his prime. But the people on the ship believed Qin Yu's words unconditionally. Even Khalifa, who surrendered to the demon pirates out of helplessness, was shocked to find that when Qin Yu said this, she actually had an idea in her heart. Maybe this man can really do it. Nami, with the speed of the Arc Mantra, is it enough to fly to Alabasta first and then change Pluton to Sabayati Archipelago? Qin Yu ignored Khalifa, whose expression was changing, and turned to Nami asked. We have sufficient supplies on board, and with the permanent pointer, we won't go the wrong way. We will definitely make it in time. Nami quickly calculated in her mind and soon gave an accurate answer. Everyone, let's go. Target. Alabasta. After Nami's reply, Qin Yu immediately issued an order as the captain. Facing a lineup that could make any pirate group on the sea collapse except the 4 emperors, Nami and others felt under great pressure, but none of them retreated or feared. Even each of them believed that Qin Yu could lead them to win this war that the demon pirates could never win in the eyes of the world. Yes, as soon as Qin Yu finished speaking, everyone on the ship returned to their posts with a serious face. There was not much time left before the war. Everyone on the ship raced against time, trying every way to contribute their own efforts, and try to increase the chances of winning the Great War a month later. Chapter 151 This is not a place where you can come and go as you please. 26, please subscribe. 152 374. Chapter 151 This is not a place where you can come and go as you please. 26, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Marineford. Since the battle between the demon Qin Yu and Admiral Aokiji in Eni's lobby, which blasted Aokiji into the bottom of the sea, all the senior executives of naval headquarters have raised the danger level of the demon to a level close to that of the 4 emperors. In the daily meetings held by the senior executives of Marine, the topic of how to eliminate the demons in the first half of the Grand Line is almost always mentioned. Today's senior executive meeting held by naval headquarters Marshal Sengoku was no exception. Doberman, haven't you found any traces of the demon pirates yet? Sengoku, who was sitting in the middle of a round table, had just finished discussing the situation in the sea, the movements of the 4 emperors, and the movements of the Revolutionary Army with a group of senior executives, and immediately said to Doberman, who was responsible for following the pirate group. I'm very sorry, Mr. Marshal. Since the demon pirates appeared in the Magic Triangle and killed Gecko Moria, one of the Shichibukai, there has been no news about them. It's as if the pirate group disappeared in the sea, Doberman said with a guilty look. Speaking of intelligence capabilities, except for the world government and celestial dragons, the intelligence system of the naval headquarters is second to none in the Grand Line. Theoretically, as long as the naval headquarters wants to find someone, even if it is in the vast ocean, it can still find him. But now, he has spent so much time, but has not tracked the location of the demon pirates. Look, I will let the world government's intelligence organization assist you. In short, the demon pirates must be blocked in the first half of the Grand Line, and they must not be allowed to enter the paradise. This man has such amazing strength before he has ever stepped into the new world. Once he steps into the new world, he will be like a carp leaping over the dragon gate, and he will be unstoppable from then on. Sengoku's face sank slightly when he heard this. Yes, I will definitely do my best to search for the traces of the demon pirates. Doberman was shocked when he heard Sengoku's solemn instructions and the high degree of importance he attached to the demons. In the past few decades, there are very few people in this sea who can get such high praise from Sengoku. And these people have become giants in the Grand Line without exception. Either the 4 emperors or the leaders of the Revolutionary Army. It's useless to do your best. If you can't find it, you can't find it. No matter how hard you try, it's all in vain. Just as Sengoku was about to give Doberman some instructions, the door of the conference room suddenly opened, and then a slightly gloomy voice came from the door to the ears of every 10 senior executives in the conference room. Doflamingo, you are so bold. This is the highest conference room of Marineford. Who allowed you to come here? Sengoku glanced indifferently at Don Quixote Doflamingo, who walked in from the door with extremely arrogant steps. I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't get out of here, I promise to throw you into Impel Down. Fufufufu, what a great prestige, Sengoku. I came here with good intentions to tell you a piece of news about the demon pirates. I didn't expect you to drive people away as soon as you opened your mouth. Forget it, anyway, I'm not the one who has a headache because I can't catch the demon. Quote, Don Quixote Doflamingo was scolded by Sengoku, but he was not angry. Instead, he turned around with a sinister smile and walked out of the meeting room. Please give me flowers. Stop right there. This is not a place where you can come and go as you please. Sengoku's face turned slightly cold after hearing this. Although he had seen through Don Quixote Doflamingo's many intentions in an instant with his unfathomable wisdom, he still scolded him immediately when it came to the matter of the demon pirates. Sengoku, you are really a big official. It's true that you are in charge of everyone sitting here, but I am not one of them. I can come and go as I please in this headquarters. If you have the guts, you can keep me here. Don Quixote Doflamingo said with disdain. Do you think I don't dare? Sengoku's eyes flashed with anger, and a mighty conqueror's haki was about to burst out of his body like a mountain torrent. But at this moment, a calm voice forced him to retract the conqueror's haki that was about to crush Don Quixote Doflamingo. Sengoku, don't be angry first. I brought Doflamingo here. You can be patient and listen to what he has to say before you get angry. Quote, an old lady with a slightly hunched figure, who gave people a sense of old age, walked slowly from the door with the support of Admiral candidate, Momosuke. When the old lady, who seemed to need someone to support her even when walking, stepped into the conference room, Marshal Sengoku, Admiral Aokiji, Akainu, Kizaru and other Marineford executives who were originally sitting at the conference table stood up to greet her. The fact that the Marshal and 3 admirals stood up to greet her was enough to show how much status this old lady had among the top executives of the headquarters. Chapter 152 Without me, can you make the demon fall into the trap? 36, please subscribe. 153 374. Chapter 152 Without me, can you make the demon fall into the trap? 36, please subscribe. Previous, next, Xiaohei, why did you bring this sea trash in? Sengoku looked at the vice admiral and staff officer in front of him, he with a little surprise. Although he is just a vice admiral, his status in Marineford is as special as Garp. It's just that Garp is extremely special among the vice admirals because of his powerful strength that exceeds that of the admirals. And he stands out among the vice admirals because of his extraordinary wisdom. Please calm down for a while, Crane said to Sengoku first, then glanced at Don Quixote Doflamingo with his calm eyes. Okay, Doflamingo. Now you can repeat what you just said to me to everyone here. 923, this time I'm just giving you face, Crane. Facing Marshal Sengoku and the 3 admirals sitting here, Don Quixote Doflamingo's arrogance is as arrogant as ever, as lawless as ever. But facing Crane's faint glance, he seemed to have met his nemesis, and the sinister smile on his face was slightly restrained, and then he turned and walked to the round table of the meeting, and sat on the round table under Sengoku's expressionless gaze. Doflamingo, didn't you just tell me that you have a way to find the location of the demon pirates? Now you can tell me. Suru sat down from the round table, first gave Sengoku a calming look, and then said to Don Quixote Doflamingo. Do you have a way? Sengoku narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard this. Explain the location of the demon pirates clearly. We can ignore your insolence just now. Admiral Akainu stared at Don Quixote Doflamingo expressionlessly. For him, who regarded the position of the marshal as a thing in his pocket, Don Quixote Doflamingo trampled on the dignity of the marine and the sacred and inviolable justice so unscrupulously. If it weren't for the fact that the world government or the marine currently needed Shichibukai to stabilize the situation in the sea, and if Don Quixote Doflamingo had a special identity, he would have been unable to resist taking Don Quixote Doflamingo down just now. Haha, is this your attitude of begging for help? Don Quixote Doflamingo glanced at Akainu with disdain. Facing Akainu, who had long set his sights on the marshal's throne, he had no worries. In his opinion, as long as they were not at the level of 5 elders, the more they valued the position and power of the marine, the less afraid he would be. Because he had many ways and means to check and balance the people in the marine system. On the contrary, he was relatively afraid of Kizaru, who had an elusive personality, and Aokiji, who truly valued justice and did not care much about power. Akainu's face turned cold. Without seeing him make any move, the temperature of the entire conference room began to rise. Akainu. Sengoku first shouted at Akainu, and then stared at Don Quixote Doflamingo with a majestic look. This is not a place where you can be presumptuous. If it weren't for Xiaohei, if you didn't explain clearly, I guarantee that the title of Shichibukai, the identity of celestial dragons, these things combined can't save you. Although Akainu was stopped by Sengoku, all the marine executives present, including him, stared at Don Quixote Doflamingo with cold eyes. At this moment, all the senior executives of the headquarters reached a consensus at this moment and released a signal to Don Quixote Doflamingo. That is, if your answer in the next sentence cannot satisfy everyone present, you will be dead. You've made enough trouble, Doflamingo. Just when the atmosphere became extremely depressing, and even a little spark could ignite the entire conference room, the voice of the crane rose. She was not as fierce and domineering as Sengoku and others, but she had her own majesty. On the contrary, it was her unique majesty that made Don Quixote Doflamingo restrain himself. Fufufu, okay, let's stop here today. Quote, Don Quixote Doflamingo glanced at Crane, and then slowly told the story of the demon pirates. What Crane said just now is actually not quite accurate. I not only know the location of the demon pirates, but also have a way to make the demon pirates fall into the trap. Just you. If Aokiji hadn't been there that day, you would have died long ago. Now I also regret a little, why didn't I let Aokiji let you drown directly in the sea? Sengoku's plain words were filled with disdain. Fufufu, if I drown in the sea, do you still have a chance to make the demons fall into the trap? Don Quixote Doflamingo said unruly. What do you mean by that? Aokiji asked. You should still remember Trafalgar Law, Aokiji. Don Quixote Doflamingo looked at Aokiji. Did you catch him? Aokiji understood instantly. Seeing that Aokiji seemed to have seen through Don Quixote Doflamingo's methods and intentions, everyone turned their eyes to him. Point 1.0. Chapter 153 This is your last chance to destroy the demon. 46, please subscribe. 154 374. Chapter 153 This is your last chance to destroy the demon. 46, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Aokiji, what's going on? After seeing Aokiji's look and realizing that Don Quixote Doflamingo seemed to have a way to make the demons fall into his trap, Sengoku immediately asked him. Back then in Eni's lobby, Trafalgar Law suddenly appeared and stopped Doflamingo, which gave Qin Yu enough time to accumulate a power comparable to Admiral. I have investigated, this Trafalgar Law is the child that Don Quixote Corazon risked his life to save from Don Quixote Doflamingo. Aokiji briefly explained. Corazon. When he heard this name again, a subtle sadness flashed across Sengoku's eyes, and at the same time, his eyes looking at Don Quixote Doflamingo had a hidden murderous intent. Trafalgar Law 23 has never met the demon. You caught him. Would the demon, who is always cruel and bloodthirsty, fall into his trap just because of a pirate who is not one of his crew members? Akainu sneered. You are only showing your ignorance and arrogance by saying this. Akainu, how much do you know about the demon? Apart from his immortality and his strength to blast the Admiral into the bottom of the sea, I'm afraid you don't know anything about him in depth, right? Facing Akainu's questioning, Don Quixote Doflamingo confidently retorted. Compared to me, your understanding of the demon is pitiful. You only see the bloodthirsty, cold, and cruel side of the demon, but you don't see his loyalty and gratitude. How can you be sure that the demon will fall into the trap because of the Trafalgar Law? Aokiji saw that Akainu's face had a hideous look, and he was about to go crazy, so he immediately spoke first. Before coming to the headquarters, I had already talked to the demon. 1 month from today, he will come to Sabayati Archipelago. This is also the last chance for you Marines to eliminate the demon. If you miss it, the demon will enter the new world. I think Sengoku has already told you what he will become, so I don't need to say more here. Quote, Don Quixote Doflamingo looked down at the Marine executives. If I were you, I would immediately station the headquarters, troops in the Sabayati Archipelago, and then send out 3 admirals to wait for the demon to come. What if he doesn't come? Kizaru, who had been silently trimming his nails with a nail clipper, suddenly asked the question that everyone was most concerned about. He has no choice. No matter his personality or his status as a member of the demon pirates, he has no choice but to come. Don Quixote Doflamingo raised his hand and threw a stack of information on the round table. These are the detailed information of every crew member of the demon pirates. I think you probably didn't pay attention. After all, in your eyes, except for the demons, everyone in this pirate group is not worth paying attention to. But unfortunately, these crew members of the demon pirates, who were never taken seriously by you, just gave me the opportunity to surround and kill the demons. Quote, after hearing this, Sengoku and others looked unhappy. Indeed, the reason why the demon pirates are famous in the Grand Line and are taken seriously by them is not because of the strength of this pirate group, but because of the demon Qin Yu alone. They don't take the demon pirates without the demon Qin Yu seriously at all. But now, what the huge naval headquarters couldn't do well was done by a pirate named Don Quixote Doflamingo, and he even sat at the round table in the highest conference room and pointed at the noses of the Marine seniors and scolded them, which still made them feel very angry. Of course, not everyone present was angry because of Don Quixote Doflamingo's words. Yo, it's really unexpected. This guy who can destroy islands at will and is as powerful as a monster actually has such a loyal side. But I don't know if this is his disguise. At this time, Kizaru looked relaxed, as if he was an outsider 500 said with a teasing face while flipping through Don Quixote Doflamingo's information. It doesn't matter whether it's disguise or not. His crew members are all loyal and righteous, and they have a clear sense of gratitude and resentment. Most of them boarded the ship and joined the demon pirates. In addition to the strength and personality charm of the demons, a large part of the reason is that the demons helped them to avenge. For example, Nami, who joined the demon pirates the earliest, such as the shipbuilder Frankie, and even Nico Robin. Don Quixote Doflamingo grinned. Trafalgar Law is a favor to them, and it was because of them that I caught him. If the demon really watched him being cut into hundreds of pieces by me and didn't come to save him, then first of all, his personality would collapse, and the crew members who followed him would also be alienated from him. The most important thing is his courage and will. If he wants to go further in the future, it will be impossible. Chapter 154 Trafalgar Law is a person he will never abandon. 56, please subscribe. 155 374. Chapter 154 Trafalgar Law is a person he will never abandon. 56, please subscribe. Previous. Next. After listening to Don Quixote Doflamingo's words, Sengoku and others completely understood why Don Quixote Doflamingo was so sure that Qin Yu would come to rescue Trafalgar Law. This not only involves the crew, personality and other issues, but also involves the spirit, will and future of the demon Qin Yu himself. Such as the 3 admirals, Sengoku, Crane, Admiral Candidate Momosuke and others, they all know very well how important will and spirit are to a strong man. Let alone other things, just look at the Grand Line's current world-famous strongmen, 4 emperors, Hawkeye, Sengoku, Garp, no matter what their personalities and ways of doing things are, but they have one thing in common. That is, each of them is a bold and daring existence. And what supports them to reach this level today is largely spirit and will. Although Golden Lion and Gecko Moria were once powerful figures on the Grand Line, they were either unable to recover or their strength declined after their spirit and will were broken. In this ocean, it is impossible for such people to stand on the top of the ocean. The demon's strength and spirit are at the peak of his life, and it is also the most important period of development, so he will not fail to come. In addition, based on my understanding of all his deeds and personality, he dares to conclude that he is the same person as Whitebeard and Roger Trafalgar, Luo, he will never give up. Don Quixote, Doflamingo looked around at everyone, and then said in an unquestionable tone. Even if he really will fall into the trap, why do we need 3 admirals to go out together for a mere demon? Aokiji and I will go there in person, which is enough to make him bear the grudge in Sabayati Archipelago. There is no need for 3 admirals to go out together, let alone send heavy troops to station in Sabayati Archipelago. Although Akainu said this, he obviously acknowledged Don Quixote Doflamingo's statement in his heart. He also believed that Qin Yu would really come. Haha, Doflamingo, it seems that you are scared by the demon. You actually want us Marine to send out 3 admirals to deal with him. Although the demon is indeed a figure, he is not qualified for the 3 admirals to go out together at this stage. Sengoku chuckled and shook his head. Thinking that the demon was about to be captured, his originally depressed mood also improved a lot. Although he still disliked Don Quixote and Doflamingo, at least he didn't shout and kill them like before. Regardless of Don Quixote, Doflamingo's intentions and goals, it is an ironclad fact that he helped Marine solve a major problem. Facing Sengoku's ridicule, Don Quixote, Doflamingo did not speak, but just looked at him with sarcasm. Doflamingo, you insist on sending a large force and 3 admirals to Sabayati Archipelago. Do you have any unknown purpose? After sitting down, Crane, who had been listening to Don Quixote Doflamingo and had not expressed his opinion, suddenly said in a meaningful tone. When everyone heard this, they stared at Don Quixote Doflamingo with vigilant and alert eyes. Everyone present, regardless of their position, has worked with Crane for many years. They do not underestimate Crane's wisdom at all. That is why Crane's words immediately made them suspicious of Don Quixote Doflamingo. Fu. Sengoku, you are still called the resourceful general, I think you are mentally retarded. You see, Crane is still very discerning. Don Quixote, Doflamingo glanced at Aokiji and others who were wary of him. You don't have to look at me so vigilantly. If you don't want to arrest Pluton Rayleigh, the former vice-captain of the Roger Pirates, you can just send 2 admirals to Sabayati Archipelago to deal with it. What do you mean by that? Sengoku was furious when he heard this, but when he heard Don Quixote Doflamingo mention Pluton Rayleigh, he instantly suppressed his anger. Sorry, I forgot to tell you that before coming to naval headquarters, I also went to Sabayati Archipelago. There I found Pluton Rayleigh and told him a very important piece of news. His benefactor, the fishman Hachi, was killed by the demon. I think at this time Pluton Rayleigh should have been holding a sword, Ren Jiao, in Sabayati Archipelago waiting for the arrival of the demon. Don Quixote, Doflamingo looked at Sengoku and others with interest, who were shocked by his words. Aokiji, Sengoku, Kizaru, you go and dispatch troops immediately and be ready to go to Sabayati Archipelago at any time. Sengoku did not ask Don Quixote Doflamingo whether his words were true or not this time. Anyway, even if it is finally discovered that Don Quixote Doflamingo is bragging, at most Aokiji and the other 2 will make a wasted trip, and at most they can just take it as an insurance for the battle to arrest the demon pirates. But if Don Quixote Doflamingo's words are true, then the seriousness of the matter is completely different. Except, Chapter 155 You are paving the way for yourself to become the 5th Emperor, 66, please subscribe. 156 374. Chapter 155 You are paving the way for yourself to become the 5th Emperor, 66, please subscribe. Previous. Next. When they thought about how they could easily trap the 2 criminals Qin Yu and Pluton Rayleigh in Sabayati Archipelago, even a cunning man like Sengoku couldn't help but feel an irrepressible excitement. Sengoku, as a marshal, was like this, not to mention Akainu and his 3 companions. Not to mention Akainu, who wanted to gain more merits to secure his position as marshal, even Kizaru, who was wavering and unpredictable, showed a rare look of anticipation on his face. If the demon and Rayleigh really fight, it will be a great opportunity for us to arrest these 2 criminals without any effort. Sitting next to Crane, Momoshiki couldn't help but take a deep look at Don Quixote Doflamingo. For a long time, except for Dracula Mahawk, she, who was a young admiral, never took anyone else seriously in Shichibukai. But now, Don Quixote Doflamingo's performance has made her have a huge change in this heavenly yaksha. Maybe Don Quixote Doflamingo's strength is not taken seriously by her, but 360's combination of vertical and horizontal forces, and the method of easily calculating the demon Qin Yu and Pluton Rayleigh, moved her. No wonder Sister Crane has been chasing Don Quixote Doflamingo for so many years and has not been able to throw him into impel down. It turns out that he still has such a sinister and deep side. Quote, Momoshiki thought secretly, hee. Just when everyone was immersed in the excitement and joy of arresting the demon and Pluton in a blink of an eye, a meaningful laugh suddenly came from Crane's mouth. Doflamingo, you have a good plan. As soon as he said this, it was like a bucket of cold water poured on everyone. Whether it was Akainu with a hot head or Sengoku with a touch of excitement in his eyes, they all calmed down. In terms of strength, a single Kuexo is not their opponent. But if it is about wisdom, even Sengoku, who is known as the resourceful general, is inferior to Crane. Not to mention Akainu. Crane, why can't I understand what you mean? Don Quixote Doflamingo sat at the round table with a weird smile on his face. You don't understand what I mean. Hee. You don't say you don't understand, but you understand better than anyone else. Quote, The corners of Crane's mouth slowly cracked, outlining a compelling arc. You worked hard to plan such a big show, but it only benefits our Marine, and you get nothing. Haha, Doflamingo, I have been dealing with you for decades, but I have never seen you as such a kind person who is willing to help Marine. The Crane narrowed his eyes slightly. Of course I won't help you Marine for nothing. I did this, I spent a lot of effort, and even dragged Pluton Rayleigh into the game, just to kill the demon completely. After all, as long as this man is alive, my head will not be safe. Quote, Don Quixote Doflamingo rarely showed a sincere expression. Really, but I think you are paving the way for yourself to become the 5th Emperor. Quote, he looked at Don Quixote Doflamingo deeply, and then said something shocking. When everyone heard this, they immediately stared at Don Quixote Doflamingo with a covetous look. As if the next sentence did not satisfy these Marine high-level people, then they would launch a thunderbolt attack on Don Quixote Doflamingo. There should be a limit to your bragging. You said I was paving the way for myself to become the 5th Emperor. Then tell me how I pave the way. Can I become the 5th Emperor by killing the demon for the sake of my own life? After hearing what he said, Don Quixote Doflamingo smiled as if he heard the funniest joke in the world. You want to know, right? Then I'll tell you. You, Doflamingo, are so kind and help us Marine to plan so carefully to eliminate Pluton and the demon, but in fact it is just to make yourself famous. Quote, when Crane saw Don Quixote Doflamingo's denial, the smile on his face became more obvious. If I'm not mistaken, you have already planned all of this since you came to me and asked me to bring you into this conference room. If this plan succeeds, it will only be you Marine who will capture the demon and Pluton in the end. I, Doflamingo, will at most get rid of the demon, a big worry. Other than that, I will get nothing. I really want to ask you, the first wise man of Marineford, what should I do to become the 5th Emperor through this matter? Don Quixote Doflamingo asked Crane with interest. You said you get nothing. You just move your mouth and let us Marine become your knife to help you get rid of the demon, a big worry, and capture Pluton Rayleigh. In the end, all these achievements will be attributed to you, Doflamingo. You didn't have to do anything, but you gained fame and fortune, and your reputation in the Grand Line has skyrocketed, and you still tell me that you got nothing. Crane looked at Don Quixote Doflamingo with a playful look. Chapter 156 Conqueror's Collision. Daring to Pick Marines Peaches 16, please subscribe. 157 374ths. Chapter 156 Conqueror's Collision. Daring to Pick Marines Peaches 16, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Interesting. Suru, I just said you were the wisest man in Marineford who was better than Sengoku. It seems that you are getting old. You can even say such foolish words. Facing Suru's meaningful smile, Don Quixote Doflamingo looked extremely disappointed. Whether it is the demon or Rayleigh, once Marine succeeds, the world will only think that it is because of your Marine's strength. How can they put all these achievements on me, Don Quixote Doflamingo? Others listened and felt that it was true. After all, such a war was fought by Marine and had nothing to do with Don Quixote Doflamingo. Even if there was a relationship, they would erase it. At most, Don Quixote Doflamingo could get rid of the demon, the biggest trouble, by using their Marine's hands. That's true, but I always feel that this guy has bad intentions. Quote, although most of the Marines present thought so, there were a few who did not. For example, Marshal Sengoku, known as the resourceful general, although he could not see through how Don Quixote Doflamingo was going to benefit from it, he believed in his own judgment and feelings, and also believed in Crane's wisdom. Doflamingo, you and I have been dealing with each other for decades. Your tricks can fool others, how can you fool me? Just when Sengoku and others were thinking about how Don Quixote Doflamingo would plan to get the most benefit in this battle, Crane shook his head and laughed. Then Bed 10 revealed Don Quixote Doflamingo's intention. You want to pick peaches, how difficult is it to transfer the credit that originally belonged to the Marine to yourself? A monitoring Den Den Mushi or a recording Den Den Mushi can do it. Quote, Doflamingo. Akainu was furious when he heard this. He had already disliked Don Quixote Doflamingo. Now that Crane had revealed his evil intentions, he could no longer suppress his anger when he thought that he would fight desperately on the front line in a month, and all the credit would be stolen by Don Quixote Doflamingo, and the pirate would get a free ride. One of his arms had turned into magma, and he looked like he was ready to melt Don Quixote Doflamingo with a punch at any time. Although the other people present did not react as strongly as Akainu, they also stared at Don Quixote Doflamingo with a bad face. If I am not mistaken, from the moment you used me to bring you into this conference room, you should carry this Den Den Mushi with you to record every word we just said. 1 month later, when our Marine captures the demon in Pluton, you will spread the news of what has not happened to the sea. By then, not only will your reputation, which was damaged by your previous defeat at the hands of the demon, be fully recovered, but you will also become famous for setting up such a grand plan and taking down Pluton and the demon in one fell swoop. With your power, financial resources, military strength, and the reputation you have gained from this battle, even if you are limited by your strength and cannot become the 5th Emperor, it will not be a problem for you to become the uncrowned 5th Emperor. Am I wrong, Don Quixote Doflamingo? Quote, he crossed his hands and supported his chin, smiling at Don Quixote Doflamingo, whose face gradually became ugly. Please give me flowers, 0635122223 Filu 181102590. Do you want to hand over the phone yourself, or should I take it myself? Although Sengoku was sitting upright on the chair, a wave of Conqueror's haki that changed the wind and clouds and shook the entire naval headquarters was like a raging sea, sweeping with endless power and suppressing Don Quixote Doflamingo fiercely. Although Don Quixote Doflamingo had released his conquerors to collide with Sengoku's conquerors at the first time, the strength and spirit of the two were too different. When the two conquerors' haki collided with each other recklessly, Don Quixote Doflamingo's conquerors' haki collapsed at the touch of a button. 0. His not only were conquerors defeated by Sengoku's conquerors, but even he himself was thrown off the round table by Sengoku's conquerors' haki and almost fell to the ground. The marshal is angry. Although Sengoku did not attack, the scene of conquerors' haki bursting out still made everyone present look sideways. Even Akainu, whose arm had already turned into magma, could not help but flash a touch of shock and a trace of deep envy when he saw Sengoku release his conqueror's haki again after a long time of attack. Although he always wanted to become the new Marine Marshal after Sengoku, and even wanted to surpass Sengoku and become the most accomplished marshal in Marine history, he also knew that it was almost impossible. All this is because Sengoku has Conqueror's haki, and Conqueror's haki is so strong that it is impossible to be defeated in such a huge Grand Prix. He can still be ranked in the top 10 in line, but he has nothing. That's all. It's okay for him to become a marshal, but it's almost impossible for him to surpass Sengoku and replace Sengoku. Chapter 157 Marineford is not a place where you can be unbridled. 26, please subscribe. 158 374. Chapter 157 Marineford is not a place where you can be unbridled. 26, please subscribe. Previous. Next. I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it. You won't be late. Sengoku slowly stood up from his chair, looking down at Don Quixote Doflamingo with an absolutely condescending attitude, like an absolute king sitting on the top of the sea. Although Don Quixote Doflamingo is also a king and has conqueror's haki, he is like a king of a poor and backward country facing Sengoku, the overlord of the sea. Even if he summons up his remaining courage and reactivates Conqueror's haki, it is not enough in front of Sengoku, who has stood up and is already angry. As Don Quixote Doflamingo reactivates Conqueror's haki, trying to maintain his last dignity as a king, Sengoku seems to have lost his last patience. Bang! A wave of Conqueror's haki that seems to shake the earth and tremble the sky surges out of Sengoku's body again. Unlike the first time he used Conqueror's haki, this time Sengoku was clearly going all out and no longer had any reservations. When the two conquerors' haki collided, everyone felt a buzzing in their ears, and then, with Sengoku and Don Quixote Doflamingo as the center, cracks extended toward the ground and the wall. The round table and chairs placed in the conference room had been shattered by the pressure generated by the collision of the two conquerors' haki. The huge conference room had already tended to collapse after only 2 seconds of conquerors' collision. Humph. As kings, the gap between us can still be huge. Today, I will let you know that Marineford is not a place where you, Doflamingo, can be presumptuous. Sengoku saw that Don Quixote Doflamingo was still resisting, and he snorted coldly. His whole body was shining with golden light, and under the slightly odd gaze of the 3 admirals and others, his body instantly rose high. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed from a human to a golden Buddha that suppressed demons and cleansed the sea. Almost at the moment of his transformation, Don Quixote Doflamingo, who was already losing ground in the conqueror's collision, immediately changed his face. Sengoku didn't even need to make a move, just transformed into a golden giant Buddha, and after his conqueror's haki increased with the increase of his spirit and strength, he could no longer support it. Crack! Everyone suddenly heard a sound of material breaking in their ears, and then, the conqueror's collision that had been deadlocked suddenly stopped. Don Quixote Doflamingo's conqueror's haki was forcibly shattered by Sengoku's conqueror's haki like a piece of paper. Without conqueror's obstruction, Sengoku's conqueror's haki, like the raging waves of the sea and the gusts of wind in the sky, immediately drove straight in and severely shocked Don Quixote Doflamingo. Even a Shichibukai as powerful as Don Quixote Doflamingo was shocked and retreated repeatedly on the spot when facing the conqueror's haki released by Sengoku, who had exerted all his strength, and his face turned pale. Give it to me. Seeing Don Quixote Doflamingo resisting again and not handing over the phone, Sengoku shouted in vain, raising his palm and slapping Don Quixote Doflamingo. Although the distance between the two was more than 10 meters, when Sengoku's palm slapped down, the air trembled. Then, the atmosphere seemed to be unable to withstand Sengoku's palm power. After trembling and emitting a sharp wail, a shock wave that could suppress everything and penetrate the atmosphere in an extremely brutal manner instantly crushed Don Quixote Doflamingo. 16 sacred fierce bullets, God slaying. When Don Quixote Doflamingo saw Sengoku's angry attack, his face changed again and again. Facing this golden Buddha who suppressed countless strong men in the Great Pirate Era, how could he dare to neglect it? The first move was the awakening ability of String Fruit, and he also took out his strongest awakening skill. In the blink of an eye, all the materials in the collapsed conference room, whether it was the broken chairs, round tables, floors, walls, all turned into waves of silk threads. After these silk threads appeared, they were immediately twisted into 16 huge waves of white threads, and then hardened by his high-density armament haki, and finally used all his strength to meet Sengoku's terrifying palm. Bang! If it was said before Conqueror's collision, although it affected reality, was more of a clash of spirit, will, and courage. 0.9, so now it was a real clash of strength. For a king to achieve great things, spirit, will, and courage are naturally indispensable, but the power to crush the enemy and remove all obstacles on the road to becoming a king is also indispensable. Degree. Now the two kings, Sengoku and Don Quixote Doflamingo, have evolved from a clash of courage to a clash of strength. Unfortunately, in the Conqueror's collision, Don Quixote Doflamingo is no match for Sengoku. In the clash of strength, Don Quixote Doflamingo, the king of Shichibukai, collapsed at the first touch when facing Sengoku. Chapter 158 Sengoku is fierce, the king is still the king. 36, please subscribe. 159 374. Chapter 158 Sengoku is fierce, the king is still the king. 36, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Don Quixote Doflamingo's 16 sacred bullets were hit by the shockwave from Sengoku's palm. Even though the 16 huge waves of white lines were hardened to ultimate by armament hockey, they were still shattered by Sengoku's shockwave in an instant. Conqueror's collision was defeated. The 16 sacred bullets were blown up by Sengoku's palm. Don Quixote Doflamingo was like a king who was killed to the end of his rope and even lost his throne. With the deafening roar of the shockwave released by Sengoku, Don Quixote Doflamingo was like a king who was knocked down from the throne. Less than 2 seconds after Sengoku's palm strike, Don Quixote Doflamingo was like a cannonball, and was blasted hundreds of meters away by Sengoku 23's palm, smashing several buildings in the naval headquarters and finally buried in the ruins before stopping. How terrible! Mr. Sengoku is as strong as a monster after being painted with gold paint. Kizaru, who had a full view of everything, put down the nail clippers in his hand at some point. Although he still had the usual teasing face when he spoke, if you look carefully, you will find that although his tone is as unpleasant as always, his eyes flashed with a solemnity. As the oldest and most experienced of the 3 admirals of Marineford, he can be said to be the one who knows Sengoku best. I originally thought that Mr. Sengoku's strength must be much worse than before because he has not taken action for so many years and he is old. No matter how well he takes care of himself, he is only at the same level as the 3 admirals like us. Now it seems that although Mr. Sengoku is not as strong as he was in the past, his strength is still 70% to 80% of his heyday. It is not a problem for him to defeat the admirals like us in a one-on-one situation. Kizaru was secretly surprised by Sengoku's strength when he thought of this. Time is a great event that no Grand Line Master can resist. No matter how strong you are when you are young, you will be invincible in the world, but once you are old, your physical strength will decline and your will decline, your strength will definitely be much worse than before. This is reflected vividly in Whitebeard during the battle at the top. He is in his 70s and 80s, with hidden injuries all over his body, and he was stabbed before the battle. An absolute overlord who dominated the world when he was young and no one could compete with him except Roger, Golden Lion and a few others, has fallen to the point of fighting a naval headquarters. Admiral was extremely exhausted. I didn't expect that the gap between him and me is so big. If he was 7 or 8 years younger, how many more palms could I block from him? Akainu, who had always wanted to replace Sengoku and become a marine marshal who surpassed him, was even more shocked than Kizaru when he saw Sengoku, who had not made a move for a long time, show his invincible sea strength again today. Originally, he thought that no matter how powerful Sengoku was, it was only a thing of the past. Now, relying on his youth and strength, he must be able to fight Sengoku. But now that he witnessed Sengoku's shocking palm, he realized how ridiculous his idea was. Sengoku was like this, what about Garp and Whitebeard? Their strength was a little stronger than Sengoku back then, how much strength do they have now? When he thought of this, Akainu felt a huge pressure in his heart. At this time, he just realized that he and the gap between them and Sengoku was still not eliminated. In addition to the gap in spirit and qualifications, the gap in strength is still huge. Although the gap has narrowed a lot with the help of time, it is still huge. It seems that to defeat the Whitebeard pirates and make achievements that are enough to secure the position of marshal, even with the current strength of the naval headquarters, it will still take a few more years. After thinking for a moment, Akainu, who has been fighting against many pirates in the New World for a long time, temporarily suppressed the idea that has been buried in his heart. After seeing Sengoku's strength, he knew that it was not the right time to defeat the aging Whitebeard, and he still needed to wait for an opportunity. After all, he was not sure whether Whitebeard was as well maintained as Sengoku. If the opponent was like Sengoku, then facing an old and strong Whitebeard, he really couldn't be killed by the opponent. It seems that Mr. Sengoku can be a marshal for a few more years at 290, judging from his physical condition. Compared to the unpredictable Kizaru and the thoughtful Akainu, Aokiji's thoughts are much simpler. After seeing Sengoku's strength again, he sighed and felt a little happy. After all, after Sengoku and Garp, there has been no king in the naval headquarters. Even the 3 admirals do not have the qualifications of a king. Even if any of the 3 of them becomes a marshal in the future, it is only a change in military rank and title. After all, they are not as good as the 4 emperors, let alone Roger and Whitebeard in their prime. Now, Sengoku has not aged to the point of falling to the level of admiral, and can still sit firmly in the position of marshal and suppress this sea. Aokiji is naturally happy about this. Although Sengoku is a die-hard fan of the world government, he is still a marshal who does his best to protect the safety of the people within his ability. In addition, given the relationship between Sengoku and Garp, he naturally supports such a person continuing to serve as marshal. Chapter 159 Letting Marine be buried with me is a good choice. 46, please subscribe. 163 Chapter 159 Letting Marine be buried with me is a good choice. 46, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Doberman, go and fetch Doflamingo. Sengoku glanced at the collapsed conference room, then said to Doberman, and then led many Marine executives to another conference room. Not long after they sat down in the conference room, Vice Admiral Doberman had already followed Sengoku's instructions to fetch Don Quixote Doflamingo, who was covered in blood, had a weak breath, and no longer looked domineering compared to before. Marshal Sengoku, this is the Den Den Mushi I found from Don Quixote Doflamingo. Doberman threw Don Quixote Doflamingo on the ground, then took out a Den Den Mushi and handed it to Sengoku. Why is there only one surveillance Den Den Mushi? Sengoku reached out to take the Den Den Mushi, and his face suddenly sank. Naval Headquarters is the only one in the Grand Line except for the world government. Celestial, the biggest power other than dragons, naturally knows the use and understanding of Den Den Mushi very well. This kind of monitoring Den Den Mushi is done in pairs. One Den Den Mushi is responsible for collecting images and sounds, while the other Den Den Mushi is responsible for playing the images and sounds collected by the former. But now the Den Den Mushi handed over by Doberman only has the one responsible for collecting images and sounds, and there is no other Den Den Mushi that plays images and sounds. Marshal Sengoku, I only found one Den Den Mushi on Doflamingo. Doberman said with a somewhat ugly face. In fact, as early as when he searched Don Quixote Doflamingo's body just now and found only one Den Den Mushi, he had already said in his heart that it was not good. Doflamingo, where is the other Den Den Mushi? Sengoku stared at Don Quixote Doflamingo, who was beaten like a dead dog and lying on the ground, with murderous eyes. At this time, he looked like Don Quixote. If Doflamingo doesn't hand over another Den Den Mushi, he will attack again. Fufufu, do you think I would carry such an important thing with me? Don Quixote Doflamingo took a deep breath, and then his signature gloomy smile reappeared on his face. Do you really think I won't kill you? With my ability, it is troublesome to replace a Shichibukai, but it is not impossible. Sengoku said with a gloomy face. Then change it, but if you think that I, Don Quixote Doflamingo, will let you, Sengoku, do whatever you want, then you are wrong. Don Quixote Doflamingo grinned. You dare not be stubborn when you are about to die. If you know what's good for you, hand over the Den Den Mushi. This way you can still be your Shichibukai safely. If you still dare to resist, the undersea prison will be your only residence for the rest of your life. Doberman shouted coldly. No, you won't do that. Don Quixote Doflamingo shook his head confidently. What do you mean? Aokiji asked in a deep voice. From the moment I stepped into the meeting room just now, I was ready to fail. So I had someone arrange it long ago. As long as I can't leave Naval Headquarters intact today, everything that happened in the meeting room just now will spread throughout the Grand Line in the shortest time. Of course, I also prepared a special video just now for the demon. Don Quixote Doflamingo's words made everyone present change their faces. Even Sengoku was no exception. Do you think you can get away with this? I tell you, once you do this, even if Marine doesn't deal with you, the demon will still not let you go. Sengoku said coldly. I don't need the demon to let me go. I just need the demon not to let you go. Sengoku, do you know? If I can't get out of here today, what will be handed over to the demon is not only a Den Den Mushi, but also Trafalgar Law. Don Quixote Doflamingo admired Sengoku's changing expression, and felt extremely happy in his heart. Even if he was defeated in the Conqueror's collision and power confrontation, in the end he still relied on his extraordinary means to clamp down on Marshal Sengoku. You dare! A ball of anger instantly ignited in Sengoku's eyes. Fufufu, there are things that I, Don Quixote Doflamingo, dare not do on this sea, but it does not include handing over Trafalgar Law and Den Den Mushi to the demon. Don Quixote Doflamingo was not moved at all. You were looking for death. Sengoku stared at Don Quixote Doflamingo with a grim look, and said word by word. You are right, we are going to die anyway, so I think it would be better to drag some people with us. Naval Headquarters is a good choice in my opinion. Don Quixote Doflamingo seemed to have sensed the murderous intent entrenched in Sengoku, and he actually said it with a calm expression. After hearing his words, the senior Marines present were furious and felt a little palpitation. Chapter 160 You think too highly of yourself, Akainu. 56, please subscribe. 161 374. Chapter 160 You think too highly of yourself, Akainu. 56, please subscribe. Previous, next. I know better than anyone how terrifying the demons are and that they will take revenge for their flaws. Spandam killed Frankie's master, the shipbuilder Tom, so he sent Spandam and the entire Enies lobby to be buried with Tom. You, Mr. Sengoku, were so powerful when you were an admiral. He buried Nico Robin's hometown and her mother in the gunfire with a buster call. How will the demon help Nico Robin get revenge? Don Quixote Doflamingo looked at Sengoku with interest. Do you think a demon can do anything to our marine? Akainu said disdainfully. He admitted that the demon was indeed a rare strong man. He had such amazing strength before he even stepped into the new world. But such a being is at most an admiral-level strong man. Although an admiral-level strong man is rare, it is impossible for him to shake the naval headquarters. Let's not talk about anything else. Just the admiral level 597 masters, they have 3 in the naval headquarters. There are also several masters who are infinitely close to the admiral level, including Momoshiki. You think too highly of yourself, Akainu. Do you think that the demon is comparable to a great general like you who has reached the end of his life and can no longer make further progress? Let me tell you, he is a more terrifying existence than Kaido, Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, and Red Hair. He has an immortal body that is stronger than Kaido, and is younger than Red Hair. At the same time, his fruit ability is more terrifying than Charlotte Linlin and Whitebeard. He is obviously a mythical beast-type ability user, but after the battle with Crocodile, he obtained the ability of Sand Fruit. What do you think this means? Every time Don Quixote Doflamingo said a word, Sengoku and others' faces changed. This means that the demon has the means to seize the devil fruit of the ability user. This is probably the special ability of his mythical beast-type devil fruit. Of course, it may also be the ability of his own special physique. But it doesn't matter which one it is. The key is whether Sand Fruit is his limit. What if he can seize more abilities? At this moment, whether it is the three admirals or the Marshal Sengoku, they all changed color after hearing Don Quixote Doflamingo's words. They had heard Aokiji mention that the demon Qin Yu suddenly displayed the ability of Sand Fruit in the battle before, and that was why the marine executives including Sengoku paid so much attention to the demon Qin Yu. But their understanding of the demon was not as good as Don Quixote Doflamingo. I remember that he killed Gecko Moria in the Magic Triangle not long ago. Do you think he is hunting people with abilities? Do you think he has taken away the fruit ability of Gecko Moria now? When Don Quixote Doflamingo saw the ugly faces of Sengoku and others, he felt that all the pain in his body disappeared. Doflamingo, do you know what you are doing? Sengoku stood up suddenly and lifted Don Quixote Doflamingo, who was lying on the ground, with one hand. Of course I know, to cause trouble to you Marines, isn't that what I should do as a pirate? Although Don Quixote Doflamingo was a little out of breath, he looked at Sengoku fearlessly. What do you want? Sengoku said word by word. It's not what I want, but what you Marines want. Sengoku, my life and death are now in the hands of you Marines, and you, as the Marshal of the Marines, asked me what I want. Don't you think your question is a bit funny? Don Quixote Doflamingo showed a gloomy and complacent smile on his face. So what if he is the Marshal Sengoku? As long as you are a Marine, you can still let him control you. Stop talking nonsense. What do you want in exchange for cooperating with the Marines to completely wipe out the demons? Sengoku stared at Don Quixote Doflamingo with a cold look. Translucent waves visible to the naked eye had burst out from his palms. A shock wave that would scare even three admirals gathered in his palm, ready to explode at any time. Aren't you asking even though you already know the answer? Don Quixote Doflamingo felt the shock wave coming so close that his heart tightened slightly. Thinking of Sengoku's imminent rampage, he didn't dare to provoke him anymore, so he said. It's very simple, I will take care of the reputation of destroying the demons in Pluton. Then I will help you deal with them together. Dream on. Sengoku uttered two cold words. Whether dealing with the demons or Rayleigh, it is an extremely dangerous thing. Even if they have a perfect plan to let Pluton and the demons fight each other to a draw, it is definitely not an easy thing to capture or kill these two people in the end. At least he, Sengoku, is ready to pay a certain amount of casualties. But now, Don Quixote Doflamingo keeps trying to make Marine's blood flow in vain, gaining nothing, and finally getting the upper hand. How could Sengoku accept such a thing? Chapter 161 He was just making wedding clothes for Marine in the end. 66, please subscribe. 162 374. Chapter 161 He was just making wedding clothes for Marine in the end. 66, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Sometimes dreams can become reality. Don Quixote Doflamingo was not angry after seeing Sengoku's refusal, but said calmly. Do you think we Marine can't deal with the demon without you, Doflamingo? Sengoku saw Don Quixote Doflamingo so arrogant and didn't take him seriously at all, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Corzone's matter, coupled with the matter of the demon, made Sengoku have the idea of killing him. Okay, I agree to your request on behalf of Marine. Just when Sengoku was about to kill in anger, Crane, who had been silent, spoke. The senior executives of Marine present heard her and looked at her sideways. Little Crane. Sengoku's face sank slightly when he heard the words. Sengoku, put him down. Even if you kill him at this time, it will not help the overall situation. Crane looked at Sengoku expressionlessly. Sengoku looked at Crane deeply, and his right hand holding Don Quixote Doflamingo suddenly loosened. You are still sensible, Crane. Don Quixote Doflamingo took a breath, and then stood up from the ground. I can agree to your request on behalf of Marine, but you must ensure that the Moon Demon will definitely come to Sabayati Archipelago and fight with Pluton Rayleigh. Crane ignored Don Quixote Doflamingo's praise and said directly in an unquestionable tone. I arranged this big show myself. If the two of them run away in the end, I will be the one with a headache. So you can rest assured. They will definitely join the game. Don Quixote Doflamingo glanced at Crane, and the teasing on his face gradually disappeared. Remember what you said. If the two of them don't do as you said in the end, then Marine will find you for everything today reckoning. Quote. After the Crane finished speaking, he did not give Don Quixote Doflamingo a chance to say more. Okay, there is nothing for you to do here. You can go now. Okay, see you in Sabayati Archipelago in a month. Don Quixote Doflamingo saw that his goal had been achieved, and he didn't care about Crane's tone, let alone Sengoku and others' covetous eyes on him. After saying something to Crane with a smile, he turned and left the meeting room. Little Crane, shouldn't you give us an explanation? As soon as Don Quixote Doflamingo stepped out of Marineford, Sengoku, who was sitting in the meeting room, asked Crane. Everyone, I don't know in your eyes, Don Quixote Doflamingo and the demon, who is more important? Facing Sengoku's gaze, Crane's vicissitudes of life were still as calm as ever, and people could not see the slightest change in his expression. Of course it's the demon. Sengoku and others gave the same answer without thinking. Although Don Quixote Doflamingo is a celestial dragon, it is a celestial dragon with broken wings after all. If Marine really wants to deal with him, it is not difficult at all. On the contrary, after Don Quixote Doflamingo's disturbance, they have a clearer understanding of the threat of the demon Qin Yu, and the Marine executives have instantly raised their attention to the demon. Since Don Quixote Doflamingo is nothing compared to the demon, why not agree to his request? The words of Crane made Sengoku's face move slightly. You mean? Sengoku narrowed his eyes slightly, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Sengoku, what you care about is nothing more than Don Quixote Doflamingo's reputation of capturing and killing the demon, Pluton, and recruiting troops and expanding his power, while we Marine have lost this reputation and have made wedding clothes for Don Quixote Doflamingo in vain. But I think this is a good thing. Crane said calmly. Good news. Except for a few people like Sengoku, Aokiji, Kizaru, etc. who have gradually reacted and understood what Crane meant, Vice Admirals like Doberman have not yet understood it. Don Quixote Doflamingo wants to take advantage of Marine and get the reputation of killing Pluton and the demon. Then we will give it to him. After he captures the demon and Pluton one after another, we can free up our hands to deal with him as well. I think the 5 elders are not very satisfied with the overexpanded Shichibukai. At that time, it will be natural for us to deal with Don Quixote Flamingo. Once he is dealt with, the reputation he gets will eventually help enhance the dignity of our Marine. The faint voice of Crane echoed throughout the conference room, and when it reached everyone's ears, they all shuddered. You really deserve to be Doflamingo's nemesis, don't worry. This guy has calculated everything and thought he was in control of everything, but in the end he fell into your calculations and made wedding clothes for us Marines. Quote, at this time, Sengoku had swept away the previous haze and anger. His slightly serious and old-fashioned face also softened. Not only Sengoku, but every Marine executive present at the scene showed a relaxed smile at this time. They seemed to have seen the scene where the 3 great pirates, Majin, Pluton, and Heavenly Yaksha, were captured and killed by Marine. Chapter 162 Empress, my patience is very limited. 16, please subscribe. 163 374ths. Chapter 162 Empress, my patience is very limited. 16, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Boom. A loud noise suddenly sounded, and the calm sea surface was randomly broken by a huge figure bursting out from the bottom of the sea. Looking around, a behemoth with a body part exposed above the sea surface of more than 300 meters broke out of the sea, sweeping with monstrous murderous aura, and fiercely biting towards a figure suspended in the air 100 meters high. In the Grand Line, the only creatures that live in the sea and have such a body size are large sea kings. Facing such sea kings, if it is a pirate group that has just joined the Grand Line, or a pirate lacking powerful abilities, and the warships of the Vice Admiral class Marine, they will only be buried in the sea. 190. Squeak. But now, when this terrifying large sea kings was about to bite the figure flying in the air, the man in the void flicked his finger and released an orange beam, instantly tearing the hundreds of meters long body into 2 halves. The calm belt is indeed one of the most terrifying seas in the Grand Line. I have only been in this sea for less than 20 minutes, and I have been attacked by no less than 10 large sea kings. No wonder even the warships of the naval headquarters, which are equipped with sea stones on the bottom and are not easily noticed by sea kings, rarely sail in this sea. Qin Yu, whose whole body was burning with white flames, tore the oncoming large sea kings into 2 halves with a whole wave in a blink of an eye, sighed slightly. Let's leave this sea as soon as possible. Thinking of this, the white flame covering his body was instantly stained with a layer of pink light, and then the blazing white flame turned into pink flame. Boom. As the color of the flame changed, Qin Yu's flying speed was twice as fast as before. Although he encountered many attacks from sea kings along the way, because his flying speed was too fast, those sea kings who wanted to attack him often just stretched their heads out of the sea. He had already broken through the air to the sky hundreds of meters away. The speed increased, and it would not be affected by the sea. The attack of the kings affected the flight speed, and Qin Yu soon flew over a large island standing on the calm belt. It should be here. Qin Yu looked at the permanent pointer in his hand pointing straight at the large island in front of him, and he knew that his destination had arrived. He put away the record pointer and flew over a building like a palace built in the center of the island, and then let out a long roar. I am the captain of the demon pirates, Qin Yu. I came here today to discuss important matters with the queen. Please come out and see me, Empress. As soon as he finished speaking, his voice swept across the entire Amazon lily like a rolling wave. Captain of the demon pirates. Could it be the man who defeated Don Quixote Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and blasted Admiral Aokiji into the bottom of the sea 10,000 meters deep? In the palace, a black-haired woman with waterfall-like black hair, stunning appearance, and peerless figure who was leaning on the bed and resting with her eyes closed suddenly opened her eyes and looked towards the place where the sound came from. As she concentrated her mind and performed observation haki, she immediately sensed a powerful aura that frightened her and was now entrenched above the palace. Humph, no matter who you are, you deserve to die for disturbing my rest. Empress Boa Hancock frowned, and she first raised her hand and put her index finger on her lips, and then pointed it at Qin Yu's position from a distance. With a bang, a peach-colored heart-shaped substance suddenly shot out from her fingertips like a sniper rifle bullet, and flew in front of Qin Yu in the blink of an eye. It's true. Facing the sudden attack, Qin Yu's face was not surprised at all. Before speaking, he had been sensing Boa Hancock's aura. When he noticed the change in Boa Hancock's aura, he already knew what Boa Hancock wanted to do. Sure enough, she is a lawless woman. Qin Yu shook his head, stretched out his hand and grabbed the oncoming peach-colored heart-shaped substance into his palm. As he clenched his 5 fingers, the heart-shaped substance in his hand suddenly shattered into powder. What a courage! Even if it is an attack, as long as it is released by me, it is equivalent to a gift for all men. He didn't use his body to catch it, but stretched out his hand to crush it. Knowing Qin Yu's strength, Boa Hancock had been using observation haki to sense Qin Yu's movements. At the moment Qin Yu crushed her kiss gun, she immediately sat up, with a look of anger on her face. At that moment, she immediately put on a purple cheongsam placed beside the bed, stepped on black high heels, and was about to go out to show Qin Yu a good look, when Qin Yu's voice came from the air again. Empress, I think you'd better listen to my intentions before you take action. My patience is very limited. Once you miss this time, you will never have a chance to change. Chapter 163 Sorry, I don't have time to continue making trouble with you. 26, please subscribe. 164 374. Chapter 163 Sorry, I don't have time to continue making trouble with you. 26, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Disrespectful man, how dare you speak to me in such a tone? My tolerance for you has reached its limit. Boa Hancock has always been extremely arrogant when facing men. She was completely furious when she heard Qin Yu, who was entrenched above her palace, speaking to her in such a tone. She originally attacked Qin Yu not because she had any dislike for him. It was purely because she had been accustomed to contempt and arrogance towards men for many years, and she was particularly targeting Qin Yu. But now the situation is completely different. Slave arrow. When Boa Hancock stepped out of the door with an elegant but swift step and took in Qin Yu's appearance, a hint of murderous intent flashed in her eyes, and then she waved her right hand at Qin Yu. A heart-shaped substance the size of a palm instantly condensed in front of her. She stretched out her hand and grabbed the heart-shaped substance and pulled it back. The heart-shaped substance in her hand was immediately pulled apart like a bowstring. As her right hand loosened, a large number of pink arrows instantly formed a wave of arrows and shot towards Qin Yu in the sky. It seems that I can't communicate with you in a normal way. Qin Yu frowned slightly, raised his hand and pressed forward condescendingly. Bang! In the center of his palm, a translucent wave visible to the naked eye rippled in the void like a water ripple. All the pink arrows shot towards him were shattered the moment they were touched by this wave. You are really capable of resisting my slave arrow. It's a pity that a dirty man like you will only end up with me, marrow mellow. Boa Hancock saw Qin Yu break her slave arrow in a snap, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, but this hint of surprise turned into disdain in an instant. At this moment, she put her hands together to form a new gesture. With a burst of pink light, circles of peach-colored heart-shaped light were about to shoot out in the direction of Qin Yu. Sorry, I don't have time to accompany you to continue making trouble here. Qin Yu's eyes flashed with impatience, and then he waved his right hand. A stream of sand hidden around Boa Hancock suddenly flashed out like a python out of a hole, instantly surrounding her, Boa Hancock. This is the ability of Clawwall, who is also one of the Shichibukai like me. How can you use 2 devil fruits at the same time? Even though Boa Hancock had an extremely bad attitude towards all the men in the sea, when she saw Qin Yu using 2 different devil fruit abilities, her face changed color on the spot. Let's discuss this point after you and I reach a consensus. Qin Yu said lightly. Humph, dirty and rude man, do you really know what you are talking about? I will never reach a consensus with any man. Boa Hancock glanced at the sand around with a cold and arrogant face. If you think that a mere sand can force me to submit, then you are wrong. As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes suddenly changed. In a flash, her eyes became more brutal than the Sea King's. If she was a proud man who looked down on all men before, now she is a queen who looks down on the world and all living beings. That's not necessarily true. Qin Yu saw the change in Boa Hancock's eyes, and he knew that the Empress in front of him wanted to use Conqueror's Haki. In this regard, he not only did not stop it, but he didn't even have the intention to resist. He was just floating in the air, looking at Boa Hancock with interest. Come down to me. Boa Hancock saw Qin Yu looking at her with such eyes, and the coldness in her eyes became even colder. Thinking of this, a huge wave of the Earth Tyrant 703 King Color Haki suddenly surged out of her body. But just when she wanted to control this Conqueror's Haki that made all things in awe and intimidate Qin Yu, she seemed to have encountered some attack, and her cold and arrogant, frosty face not only thawed instantly, but also turned as pale as paper. Not only that, she, who had been standing on the road like a queen, suddenly groaned and staggered backwards as if she had suffered a huge blow. The Conqueror's Haki that was lingering in her body and was about to burst out of her body also dissipated into the air. Man, where did you know all this? Boa Hancock raised her pale face and stared at Qin Yu with fear, anxiety, and murderous eyes. It doesn't matter where I know this. What really matters to you is that I have a way to solve this problem for you. Qin Yu said as he landed in front of Boa Hancock from midair. Chapter 164 This kind of thing really shouldn't exist in the world. 36, please subscribe. 165 374. Chapter 164 This kind of thing really shouldn't exist in the world. 36. Please subscribe. Previous. Next. Looking at the most beautiful pirate in front of him, Boa Hancock, Qin Yu finally had the mind to appreciate her appearance. With just a casual glance, he had already experienced the stunning charm of the Empress Boa Hancock. The most beautiful pirate, indeed worthy of the name. In his opinion, even in the Grand Line where there are so many beauties, the Empress of Pirates still has a beauty that overwhelms all the beauties. What, are you telling the truth? Boa Hancock heard this, and a burst of ecstasy suddenly appeared on her pretty face. Otherwise, why do you think I came here today? Your character and style, Boa Hancock, have long been famous all over the world. If I come here empty-handed, I don't think anything else will happen except fighting with you. Do you think I am so free that I fly from Alabasta to fight with you? Qin Yu smiled and shook his head. How do you solve it? Boa Hancock took a deep breath and looked at the 4 words made of sand floating in front of him again, flying dragon hoof. You want me to talk to you about this in this empty corridor? Qin Yu asked back. Come in with me. Boa Hancock turned around and walked back to the room immediately after hearing this. You are the first man to enter my boudoir. Is this my honor? Qin Yu walked into the room and sat opposite Boa Hancock. Answer me, is everything you just said true or false? Boa Hancock sat casually on the edge of the bed. It was obviously just an inadvertent action, but it showed a charming charm. What if it's true? What if it's false? Qin Yu asked lightly. If it's true, then your trespassing into Amazon Lily and your disrespect to me will not only be written off, but I will also try my best to satisfy you whatever you want. If you dare to deceive me, I will fight you till death today. When Boa Hancock said the words, tie till death, a storm like conqueror's haki swept through the room. The originally quiet room seemed to have been swept by a hurricane in an instant. The terrifying pressure hit Qin Yu's mental will like a wave. You have a strong spirit. It is not inferior to Don Quixote da Flamingo. Facing Boa Hancock's conqueror's haki that was constantly sweeping in like a mountain torrent, Qin Yu looked at it as if it was nothing, and stood up and walked in front of Boa Hancock. Does this man also have the qualifications of a king? Otherwise, how could he completely ignore my spirit? Boa Hancock saw Qin Yu in her conqueror's haki was shocked, but her face was not red and she was not out of breath. Suddenly, a storm surged in her heart. Could he defeat 3 great pirates who were Shichibukai like me in succession? Even Admiral Aokiji was blasted into the bottom of the sea by him. Take off your clothes. Just when Boa Hancock was secretly shocked, Qin Yu's words made her dizzy. You are so rude. You actually let me take off my clothes in front of you. Boa Hancock put his hand on his forehead, looking unacceptable. If you don't take off your clothes, how can I eliminate your nightmare, flying dragon hoof? Qin Yu asked in a serious manner. Can you really do it? Boa Hancock struggled a little, but a strong desire surged in her heart. One of my friends, her hometown was once conquered by a pirate group called the Dragon Pirates. In order to protect her hometown, she joined the Dragon Pirates with her outstanding sailing talent. For this reason, a tattoo unique to the Dragon Pirates was left on her arm. Quote, Qin Yu said, this is different. My flying dragon hoof is different from ordinary tattoos. I once saw a man dig out the entire piece of flesh with the mark, but he still had the flying dragon hoof on his body. Boa Hancock hesitated for a moment, but still spit out the 4 words, flying dragon hoof. At this moment, she completely admitted the fact that she was once a slave of celestial dragons. Take off your clothes first. Wang Zhao. Qin Yu did not explain, but directly said to Boa Hancock. You, rude man. Boa Hancock's pretty face turned pale, and then glared at Qin Yu fiercely. But thinking that if what the man said was true, she might miss the chance to eliminate the flying dragon hoof, she couldn't help but grit her teeth, turned around, and took off her shirt in front of Qin Yu, showing her back with the flying dragon hoof in front of Qin Yu. This kind of thing really shouldn't exist in the world. Qin Yu looked at the flying dragon hoof so close, and subconsciously thought of the tattoo on Nami's arm. A nameless anger suddenly rose from his heart. Chapter 165 Pirates are Celestial Dragons, they should all disappear. 46, please subscribe. 166 374. Chapter 165 Pirates are Celestial Dragons, they should all disappear. 46, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Do you look down on me? Boa Hancock turned her pretty face slightly and looked at Qin Yu with a little trepidation. I do look down on you, but not you, but celestial dragons. Qin Yu raised his hand and pressed the flying dragon hoof on Boa Hancock's back. A pink light slowly bloomed from his palm, and then surrounded the entire flying dragon hoof. You are disrespectful to celestial dragons. Boa Hancock turned his head suddenly and looked at Qin Yu with eyes as if he had discovered a new world. I forgot to tell you that from the day I was forced by Marine to change my career to become a pirate, I have decided that I will either not be a pirate or become a rebel who will overthrow the naval headquarters, world government, and celestial dragons rule over the Grand Line. Qin Yu said to Boa Hancock while removing the flying dragon hoof. Do you really know what you are talking about? Boa Hancock's heart was shocked. Because of the words that Boa Hancock said had a huge impact on her heart. She had never thought that someone in this sea would dare to rebel so blatantly. Okay, I have removed the things on your back for you. Qin Yu did not answer Boa Hancock's words, but retracted his right hand that was pressing on her back. Removed, really removed. Through the mirror, Boa Hancock saw that her back no longer had the flying dragon's hoof that she hated and loathed, but was powerless to erase, but only a white jade, flawless back. Seeing this scene, her body trembled slightly, and 2 tears slowly fell on the bed sheets. She didn't expect that this nightmare would actually stop. Yes, it has been removed. From today on, you are reborn, Boa Hancock. Qin Yu looked at Boa Hancock in front of him, who was crying with joy and no longer had the arrogant attitude before, and suddenly thought of Nami in his heart, and followed by a heavy feeling. When he helped Nami remove the tattoo of the dragon pirates in Cocoa West Village that day, Nami, like Boa Hancock in front of him, burst into tears of joy on the spot. Pirates are celestial dragons. Neither of these things should exist in this sea. Qin Yu's hands suddenly clenched into fists. As the murderous intent surged in his heart, his aura also surged wildly. A spray-painted pink aura with an unprecedented degree of brightness covered his body and burned wildly. Demon. Boa Hancock, who was originally immersed in mixed emotions of sadness and joy, was awakened by the shocking momentum of Qin Yu. Looking at the man in front of him with pink aura burning all over his body, Boa Hancock did not call him a man this time, but called Qin Shui by his nickname. Sorry, I was a little obsessed with thinking about things just now. Qin Yu heard Boa Hancock shouting and immediately dispersed the aura on his body. Recently, the fluctuations of emotions have become more and more obvious. Is it because I use this ability of attraction too often, or is it because everyone I have absorbed recently, CDEA, treats human life as worthless? Thinking of his obvious emotional ups and downs just now, he suddenly remembered what Nico, Robin and Nami had said to him more than once recently. Qin Yu, have you noticed that you seem to have changed recently? Your desire for destruction seems to be increasing day by day. Qin Yu had never taken what Nico, Robin and Nami said to heart before, but now he has to pay attention to it. After thinking carefully, he found that since absorbing Crocodile, his murderous intent and desire for destruction have indeed become stronger day by day. Although he used to kill decisively, he would never do something like destroying the entire Enies lobby as soon as he took action in Enies lobby. Actually, I also like what you said just now. Quote. Boa Hancock looked at Qin Yu, who was slightly lost in thought, and couldn't help but murmur the words Qin Yu had just whispered in his heart. Whether it's pirates or celestial dragons, shouldn't these two things exist in this sea? If celestial dragons can really disappear, then it's no big deal for me to stop being a pirate. It seems that we still have some common topics. Let's get back to the point. In fact, this time I flew from Alabasta to Amazon Lily to find you to form an alliance with you. Qin Yu put these thoughts aside for the time being, and a serious look appeared on his face. Alliance. Boa Hancock was slightly stunned. She didn't expect Qin Yu's intention to come was this. Yes, it's an alliance. I don't know what you think. Qin Yu nodded. I have already said it just now. If you can really help me get rid of that nightmare, then no matter what you want, I will try my best to satisfy you. Quote. Faced with Qin Yu's proposal for an alliance, Boa Hancock did not hesitate at all and nodded in agreement. Chapter 166 Public Execution. Demon Ship Dr. Trafalgar Law 56, please subscribe. 167 374th. Chapter 166 Public Execution. Demon Ship Dr. Trafalgar Law 56, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Wait, Snake Queen, the alliance is so important, how can you agree to it without asking the reason clearly? Don't forget, you represent not only yourself, but also all the people of Amazon Lily. If your decision goes wrong, you will be buried with the people of the whole country. Just when Boa Hancock agreed to Qin Yu's request, a short figure suddenly rushed in from the window. Old man, when will it be your turn, Zhuangji, to take care of your own affairs? Also, even if the people of the whole country are buried with me, so what? I am so beautiful, I will definitely be forgiven by everyone. Boa Hancock, who showed her feminine and weak side because of the flying dragon hoof incident, instantly returned to her usual arrogance and contempt. Facing the former emperor of Amazon Lily, Gloriosa, who suddenly rushed in, she directly said her iconic words. She's really arbitrary to the ultimate level. Although Qin Yu was very happy that Boa Hancock was grateful and not ungrateful, he still felt a little amused by her statement. It must be said that what Grand Line lacks the most is people with unique personalities. Any overlord or famous person is basically a person with extremely unique and distinctive personality. Do you know what you are talking about? Faced with Boa Hancock's iconic words, Gloriosa was furious on the spot. It's not that she didn't know Boa Hancock's arrogant and reckless character, but she didn't expect Boa Hancock to be so willful. For his own pleasure, he didn't even care about the citizens of Amazon Lily. Of course I know what I'm talking about. Also, old man, remember this. Now I am the emperor of Amazon Lily, not you. Next time you break into my room without my permission, I'll punish you. When Boa Hancock saw Gloriosa was about to nag him again, he immediately raised his hand and grabbed Gloriosa in his hand, then threw her out of the window fiercely. Snake Queen, you are too willful. Gloriosa, who was thrown out by Boa Hancock, got stuck in the window with her feet, and then shouted at Boa Hancock. You want to form an alliance, I don't object, but you should at least understand the purpose of this man's alliance with you, and what benefits the alliance with him can bring to our Amazon Lily. No need, I can do whatever I want. Boa Hancock was not moved at all. I think it's necessary. Gloriosa glared at Boa Hancock unhappily, then took out a newspaper from her pocket and placed it in front of Boa Hancock. Read this newspaper for me before deciding whether to form an alliance with him. Humph. Seeing Gloriosa's attitude of not leaving until she reads it, Boa Hancock snorted coldly, then picked up the newspaper Gloriosa placed in front of her and started reading. The Don Quixote family will go to war with the demon pirates. Shichibukai Don Quixote Doflamingo will publicly execute the Don Quixote pirates on August 12 in the Sabayati archipelago, Trafalgar Law. At this sight, Boa Hancock's face suddenly became slightly solemn. Although she has always been disdainful of all men in the sea, it does not mean that she is not aware of the power of Shichibukai Don Quixote Doflamingo, who is also her. It is no exaggeration to say that in terms of power, Don Quixote Doflamingo is definitely the most powerful existence in Shichibukai. Majin, you came to Amazon Lily to find Snake Princess to form an alliance, just to deal with the Don Quixote family. Gloriosa looked at Qin Yu. No, a mere defeated general is not worth my special trip to Amazon Lily. Qin Yu's answer was beyond Gloriosa's expectations. Not the Don Quixote family, then who are you looking for Snake Princess to form an alliance against? Gloriosa asked a little suspiciously. Although she was once the emperor of Amazon Lily, because Amazon Lily is in the calm belt, the transmission of intelligence and the transportation of newspapers are much slower than other forces. Naval Headquarters. Qin Yu did not hide it, and spit out a name that made Gloriosa and Boa Hancock change color slightly. Are you crazy? That's the Naval Headquarters, the leader of the three major forces of the Grand Line. You actually want to deal with such a behemoth? Gloriosa was stunned by Qin Yu's words. If it weren't for the Naval Headquarters, do you think I would go to such great lengths to come to Amazon Lily? Qin Yu asked calmly. That's a force with 3 admirals, several admiral candidates, the hero Garp, and Marshal Sengoku. Are you sure you really want to declare war on such a force? Gloriosa took a breath, and then asked in an unprecedented solemn tone. Chapter 167. Alliance with the Queen, 3 admirals and tens of thousands of marines. 66, please subscribe. 168 374. Chapter 167. Alliance with the Queen, 3 admirals and tens of thousands of marines. 66, please subscribe. Previous. Next. Yes. Faced with Gloriosa's questioning, Qin Yu nodded bluntly. You are really crazy. Gloriosa took a deep breath, then turned to Boa Hancock and said. Did you see it? If you form an alliance with this man, it is equivalent to dragging Amazon Lily to his grave. Obviously, Gloriosa did not think Qin Yu could beat Naval Headquarters. What do you mean, Empress? Qin Yu ignored Gloriosa, but looked straight at Boa Hancock. I said that as long as you can do it, I will meet your requirements. Now that you have done it, I will naturally keep my word. Even if the opponent is Naval Headquarters, I, 023, will accompany you. Boa Hancock pondered for a few seconds, and a look of determination flashed across his eyes. Are you crazy too, Snake Queen? Gloriosa stared at the man and woman in front of her in amazement. What do these two people think of Naval Headquarters? Decoration, or tofu dregs? Don't worry, I'm allying with you to conspire for great things, not to let you take Amazon Lily to my grave. Although Qin Yu was a little mentally prepared, he was still a little moved when he saw Boa Hancock firmly agree to ally with him after learning that his opponent was Naval Headquarters. Demon, you say so, but I think you are just using our Amazon Lily as cannon fodder. Gloriosa stared at Qin Yu with burning eyes. Although my opponent is Naval Headquarters, it does not mean that I have to face all the masters of the entire Naval Headquarters. The Grand Line is not dominated by Marine alone. No matter how much Sengoku values me, at this stage he can only send out 3 admirals and tens of thousands of troops to deal with me at the same time. This is because the battlefield is on the Sabayati archipelago not far from the Naval Headquarters Marineford. Otherwise, even if he wants to send out 3 admirals to deal with me, it is not an easy task. After all, whether it is the 4 emperors, the Revolutionary Army, or even the pirates who are plundering everywhere in the Grand Line, the Marines need to allocate some of their strength to deal with them. Qin Yu explained. At most, only 3 admirals and tens of thousands of troops can be sent out. Isn't this called dragging our Amazon Lily to be buried with her? Gloriosa looked at Qin Yu strangely. He really wanted to ask Qin Yu if he knew what he was talking about. That is the highest combat power of the Naval Headquarters and the world government. Why do you sound like you are talking about 3 green onions? Also, what about the tens of thousands of troops? Why do you say it as if it is easy? I think you also know that I led you into the first level of the 10,000-meter seabed. That is to say, no matter how bad it is, at least I have the strength to match the admiral. When the battle starts, I will stop 2 admirals. With my immortal body, even if 2 admirals attack me at the same time, they can't kill me. Qin Yu raised 2 fingers. Leave the remaining admiral to me. Although I am not the opponent of the admiral, it is not a problem to hold back an admiral for the time being. As soon as he finished speaking, Boa Hancock volunteered. Gloriosa, who was standing aside, heard Boa Hancock say this, and immediately looked as if she couldn't bear to watch any more. Okay, even if you two can temporarily hold back the 3 admirals, what about Don Quixote Doflamingo? And what about the other pirates of the Don Quixote family? What about the tens of thousands of troops of the Naval Headquarters? Who will deal with them? Gloriosa rubbed her aching head and forced herself to calm down. My crew Rorano Azoro will deal with Don Quixote Doflamingo. As for the tens of thousands of marine elites and pirates of the Don Quixote family, I wonder if you think an ancient weapon, Pluton, can handle them. Qin Yu looked at Gloriosa with a playful look on his face. What did you say? Do you have the ancient weapon Pluton? Gloriosa jumped down from the window excitedly when she heard this. The only person in the world who can understand the historical text is Nico Robin, who is my crew member. Through her translation, I successfully found the ancient weapon, Pluton. After verification by Frankie, the shipwright on my ship, the ancient weapon Pluton is indeed as rumored, with the power to destroy an island with one shot. Qin Yu nodded. Hiss, you guy, I thought you were crazy before. So you have such a trump card. You, Hancock, the demon pirates and the 9 snakes pirates, plus the ancient weapon, Pluton, may not be able to deal with all the 3 admirals, Don Quixote, Doflamingo and others. But if you just go to Sabayati Archipelago to rescue Trafalgar Law, then there is indeed a chance of success. After Gloriosa took a breath, the look in her eyes when she looked at Qin Yu had changed. It will take nearly 8 days to go from Amazon Lily to Sabayati Archipelago, let's go now. Boa Hancock even stood up directly, as if he was going to mobilize troops.